The father died when the main character and his sister were still young, and his mother told her son that he should become a shaman because he had the potential and the spirits would protect him. If he did not choose this path, he would get into big trouble. So she forced him to study the religious aspects of shamanism, poetry, magic, and even strange things he had never known before. But by then, he already knew what he wanted from life, and all these teachings did not interest him at all. Therefore, he devoted himself to scientific research, and 10 years later, became part of society. But in the end, he died. This tragedy occurred after he was hit by a car. Of course, this is quite difficult to believe, but his mother was right, and trouble did catch up with him. But that was not the most surprising thing that could have happened then. The unique thing about this situation was his rebirth. After some time, it became clear that he was not alone in this life. On top of all this, it turns out that everything his mother said was true, and it was only after his death that he realized it. In turn, he understood that some things can only be learned through personal experience, because now he is doing what he wanted to do. The guy slammed his hand down on the page of one of the books and shouted that the lesson was beginning, and that today, they would continue creating a magic circle. So it turns out that the guy works as a teacher at the Academy of Magic, and a series of events led him here. A large crowd had gathered near the platform where Roger was headed, waiting to board the train. The conductor checked the passengers' tickets and wished him well. Even after that, it was the guy's turn, and the man greeted him and then asked to see his ticket. He did so, and after the procedure was completed, he was thanked and wished a safe journey. After that, he immediately proceeded to the train, where his boarding point was located. There, he had to find the compartment in which he would be traveling, which was seat 403, namely the fourth car and the third compartment. After a very short time, he finally found the seat he was looking for. Roger opened the door and saw a man already sitting in the passenger seat opposite him. The old man also looked up when he heard someone enter and greeted the young man. The young man responded in kind, bowing his head to his companion. After a short wait, the transport finally started moving and headed for its destination. Now only the wheels on which he was traveling clattered on the iron rails and cut through their own path. The trip was not fast enough, so the locomotive visited various places. It even passed by a colorful thief who was covered in snow, just like the trees in the area. The main character continued to ride with his neighbor in the compartment, and both of them were engrossed in reading. After a while, the guy got distracted and looked ahead to see what the other man was doing. He, in turn, was intently reading a newspaper, and then the protagonist saw the pictures and realized that the civil war in the kingdom of Utah had finally ended. Incidentally, it can be said that the princess's faction had won. Roger smiled when he saw this and said that it had finally come to an end. His companion looked at him, and it was clear that these words had a strange effect on him. But then, the old man's expression changed, and with a slight smile, he said that it was true, and that he too had been wondering when it would all end. The young man noted that just recently, the prince's faction had been recruiting soldiers, so it was good that the war had not lasted long after all. He then apologized and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself, so he said that his name was Roger Chilili. The man introduced himself in return, but said that he did not have a surname, so let him be called simply Gerard, and it seemed that his interlocutor was of noble birth. The guy replied that he was a fallen nobleman, and not to worry about it. The old man said that now everything was clear to him, and Roger asked where Sir Gerard was headed. He said he was going to Lindenboon, the capital of the empire. Having heard that it was indeed a popular tourist destination, the young man said that the Exilian Empire was famous for its advanced magical engineering. So, for that reason alone, there was definitely something to see there. He also said that he was heading to Lezerville to join the Theon Academy. The old man remarked that it was truly amazing that he was so young and must be an outstanding specialist in some field. But Roger was only embarrassed by this. He went on to say that this was not actually the case, as he was just lucky. Gerard noted that many people would like to be in this man's place, and that he should be proud of himself. Roger then smiled and thanked him for his kind words, then said that, returning to the topic of war, had the rumors already reached that man? He was referring to the man who had defeated the princess's faction, while everyone else said that he had no experience in magic and no high knightly rank. So it turns out that he was just a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli. The old man lowered his gaze and replied coldly that he understood everything. The young man noticed this and said that his interlocutor was not particularly surprised by this, to which the man replied that he simply thought it was nothing more than gossip. But Roger, in turn, knew that this was not the case, because Machiavelli was the one who wandered the world in search of one thing, and that name was precisely the one used by the main character in his past life. The old man interrupted his thoughts and turned to Sir Roger, asking with a smile on his face if that meant he would take charge of the class at Theon Academy. Roger noted that his interlocutor understood correctly, and that he would be responsible for second-year students. Gerard asked in surprise if he was really starting with second-year students right away. If that was indeed the case, then he was more capable than the man had previously thought, and suddenly something changed dramatically in his expression. The guy noticed that something had happened, and asked if something was wrong. His compartment neighbor looked out the window and asked him to wait a second. Then he remarked with some surprise that something was about to happen. Indeed, a few seconds later, when the old man set his line near the train traveling along the tracks, there was an explosion. The locomotive began to sway from side to side, and the people could barely hold on. So the guy asked what was going on. It was completely incomprehensible that the engine could have exploded, and Gerard replied that this simply could not be, because it was protected by magic. The old man began to listen to something again, as if he sensed some kind of danger. After a while, he shouted that it was a trap. Roger asked in surprise why anyone would set such a trap. His companion replied that someone probably wanted to rob the rich merchants, who were nobles. But it would be bad if they had actually set off the explosion, because if all this turned out to be true, there was definitely a magician among them, and they, in turn, should hide or get off the train. Roger began to open the compartment door and asked him to wait a moment, because he would go first to check everything with him. Gathering all his belongings, he slowly opened the door, then looked around to see if anyone was there, and after checking, he still didn't see anyone. He then told Gerard that there was no one in the fourth car, and the man came out to him and asked if the other passengers were safe. The guy replied that the compartments were protected by magic, to which his interlocutor responded that this was no guarantee, as it was dangerous to remain in these places if they were under a spell. Because if it was the same magic spell, and its protection had already been broken, Roger asked if he understood correctly that the explosion had come from the third car. If that was indeed the case, then why weren't the robbers still here? Gerard remarked that if he were in their place, he would have headed for the first car. The guy thought for a few seconds, and realized that this was indeed the case, because that's where the first-class passengers were, so they were lucky to be in the fourth car now. The old man suggested they exit through the rear door. They just needed to wait for the border guards, in case a robber appeared at the window where they were standing. He climbed down from above and kicked the window open, but then the young man was attacked. The guy saw the man and told the old man to stand behind him. The robber was wearing a mask and looked at the people there with a rather crazy look in his eyes. When Gerard saw this, he said that the whole situation looked pretty bad. The robber immediately took out his weapon and prepared to attack the people in front of them. Roger realized that the situation was taking a turn for the worse and immediately used his magic. As a result of this action, the opponent was thrown with modest ease and flew quite far into the compartment. The old man just stood nearby and watched the situation unfold. Then he asked the young man in surprise if he had killed him, and the hero replied that this was not the case, as he had only incapacitated him for a short time. Roger then began to approach the man, who told him to stop because it was dangerous. The young man said it was okay. He just wanted to ask him a couple of questions. Roger stepped on the robber's body and, pointing his cane at him, demanded to know why he had gotten into the car. The man did not answer for a long time and then made a small sound. Immediately after that, he began to laugh quite loudly, which annoyed his interlocutors. Roger was a little surprised by this, and then said that he had not allowed him to laugh, and that he should answer the question. The robber, with a crazed look in his eyes, called his interlocutor a dirty human being, and said he would kill them all. When this happened, he opened his clothes at the chest, revealing a large amount of dynamite with a detonator. It was also clear that there was only 1 second left on the timer. The young man and the old man noticed this, and the latter shouted to Sir Roger to hide immediately. And just a moment later, after all these words were spoken, there was a powerful explosion, and a stream of flames spread in all directions. After the first explosion, the locomotive remained on the slope of one of the mountains, and now the explosion was even more powerful. Soon, the smoke that had risen and the fire began to gradually subside. Gerard survived, and now he was sitting with his head covered and his lower body burned. She realized that he was all right and immediately turned to Sir Roger and asked if he was okay. But when the man raised his head, he was dismayed by what he saw before him. All this was because there was no front of the train, and only the right side of the car, where the people were, had been destroyed. The man slowly began to approach the hole that had formed to take a look. Then he started calling out to his neighbor in the compartment, expecting him to answer. At the same time, he touched his cheek and felt something strange there. It was clear that part of his face had started to peel off, and he realized that something was wrong. So he gradually began to put it back together, because his disguise had already been ruined. Of course, Gerard didn't like the situation at all, and he said that this costume was custom made after all. A few moments later, the man completely removed his mask, revealing the face of a completely different person underneath. Then he turned his attention forward and asked himself why he was constantly involved in various incidents. It turns out that there is no specific reason why the hero chose the name Machiavelli. He simply took the name of a famous person from his past life. He, in turn, needed to completely change his identity so as not to get into various troubles while traveling the world. So this image was supposed to help him. It was a difficult day, and he attracted unwanted attention, even though he had to keep his identity a secret. Fortunately, the princess and her soldiers were caught up in their triumph, and he managed to hide when they relaxed their guard and boarded the train to Lindebrunn. But the hero sighed sadly and did not understand why everything was so serious. At the same time, it was completely incomprehensible why something like this always happened to him. After thinking it over, Machiavelli immediately threw away the mask he had been holding in his hands all this time. Then he looked ahead and wished Roger peace in his mind, because it turned out that these people had set up an ambush in broad daylight. The guy looked away and thought that he didn't even expect that very person to detonate the bomb, because ordinary robbers wouldn't have done such a thing. It turned out that only a madman intent on killing everyone could have done such a thing, and perhaps their target was not the passengers, but the train itself. The hero heard something behind him. It turned out to be one of the train employees, who asked if the man was okay. Machiavelli looked at him, and the man asked what had happened. In response, the guy said that armed robbers had recently attacked the train, and it seemed that they were heading for the first car. By the way, it would be better for them not to get involved in this. The man turned around and said that he needed to evacuate the passengers through the last car. Then he turned around and said that this man should also evacuate, but the guy suddenly ran up to him, grabbed him by the throat, and knocked him to the ground. The old man with the compartment asked what this gentleman was doing to him. Machiavelli then became colder and asked if this man really thought his pathetic game would convince him. After all, it turns out that robbers do not attack any passing train for no reason, not to mention a protective spell that coincides with itself. In the end, we can conclude from this situation that this is a difficult trick that cannot be performed without the help of someone who knows the mechanism. The county official was amazed at how perceptive this man was and looked at him with surprise. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, his expression immediately changed. In order to resolve the situation, he immediately took out the blade that was hidden in his right hand. Of course, Machiavelli noticed all this, so he grabbed the weapon with his hand and shouted that he shouldn't even think about it. Old man, it turns out pretty quickly, but who is he anyway? It was quite interesting why he was here. The guy picked him up and, threatening him with a weapon, said that if he kept quiet, then everything would be fine. Let him stomp around, he'll die in a few steps. But after just a few steps, the hero felt that something was strange and turned his head. He stopped and heard a strange sound and thought that it was quite familiar, so he wondered if he understood everything correctly. The guy pushed the train worker forward and moved back to protect himself. When all this happened, the old man's body was pierced by several dozen bullets. Machiavelli, in turn, managed to hide and wondered when he had managed to give the signal, because he was following him, and if the signal had been given, there was only one option left. In that case, it turned out that all this had been planned in advance. While the hero was thinking about this, the entrance door to the carriage was kicked in. Several robbers armed with automatic weapons entered, and one of them asked in surprise if there was a survivor here. At the same time, it was unclear whether he had dodged the shooting. The hero got to his feet and said that they had not even dreamed of killing him, but his opponents pointed their weapons at him, and the leader ordered them to finish him off immediately. Machiavelli continued to stand in the same place and watched their movements closely. Each of the robbers present immediately pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Because of this, they immediately began to check their guns, and one asked why he couldn't shoot, while another man behind him asked why the machine gun wasn't working. The leader turned his attention forward and asked what was going on, because this guy was doing something. The hero, in turn, used his magical powers and cast some kind of spell. His opponents declared that he was a mage, and that he had used his powers to disable their weapons. At that moment, the guy immediately turned his attention to the side, sensing something strange there. Out of nowhere, a force appeared that was like the wind and was heading towards him. The magic that Machiavelli had created in his hand was destroyed in a few moments. He looked at his hand in surprise after what had happened and wondered if it was a suppressor. On the other hand, a man got out of the car and noticed that he didn't even expect there to be a magician on this train, and the hero found himself trapped on both sides. The man who was talking to him ordered him to surrender and not to move, because in that case, he would be granted a quick death. The guy noticed the man who was talking to him and realized that he was an unusual magician. On top of that, there was a high probability that he was even a fourth-rank magician, like the young man, but he did not recognize this man's face. 10 minutes had passed since the powerful explosion, and it would take a long time to leave the Arete Mountains. Machiavelli realized that he couldn't just stand there and wait for reinforcements to arrive, so there was only one thing left to do. He immediately jumped into the crevice. The enemy mage wondered if he had really jumped and told his subordinate to check, who naturally agreed. He then looked out of the huge hole and, when he turned his attention there, said that he could not see anything. Therefore, I think that this man most likely really did jump off the train. It is highly probable that they frightened him, and he left, but he did not have time to finish his sentence before he was killed. The man realized what had happened and shouted that the man was on the roof. The robbers asked how this had happened, wondering if he had used flying magic. On top of all this, is it even possible to do that while the train is moving? The wizard shouted for them to cover their mouths and find him immediately. He, in turn, is a magician, and they cannot use all their powers against him, so a few people should stay here. All the others, in turn, should go to the first car, and several people began shooting at the roof. Indeed, the hero was there, and when he realized that they had started shooting at him, he began to run away as fast as he could. Of course, people heard a man running on the roof, and the leader said that he was heading to the rear of the train, so they should run after him. In order to move to the next car, they had to open the door, and one of them did so. At that very moment, there was a powerful explosion that hit several people nearby. The robber asked if it was a trap, and his companion, who was stunned, wondered how Max had managed to set it up so quickly. The leader among them was also quite discouraged, and thought that those they were fighting were different from the mages he had encountered before. Right now, his efficiency and results were on a completely different level. In fact, he was more like a hunter than a mage. However, even this judgment was incorrect, because he was probably a mercenary. The robbers heard some strange sounds coming from the side. The leader, in turn, also heard them, and was very surprised, because he understood what was happening. He then started running forward, and told everyone that this was bad, because that same man was disconnecting the carriages in order to escape. At that very moment, he wondered how he hadn't figured it out before, because it turned out that the enemy, in turn, had no intention of fighting them. The robbers turned their attention to the doors, and noticed that they were starting to move away slightly. A few moments later, there was nothing to be seen there at all, only a white void. Well, this happened, of course, because the cars had been disconnected, and had already stopped. The distance between them at that moment was already quite large. The leader of the robbers realized what had happened, and it was very bad. One of the guys noticed that they had lost him, and couldn't leave the train to chase after him. After him, the magician joined the conversation, and said that he would remember his face, and definitely track him down, and then kill him. The expression on his face changed dramatically in a few moments, and now he felt something terrible, and began to ask himself what it was. He then turned in the other direction to look for it, and wondered what kind of powerful magical energy it was, and where it came from. But when this man turned around, you were simply dismayed by what you saw there. Right there stood the main character, who used his magic, and prepared a powerful spell. Then Machiavelli raised his hand, and prepared to release it, and strike his opponents, while the enemy mage wondered where he could have come from. It was also interesting to see if this was another trap for them, but the hero used his spell, and immediately directed a powerful energy beam. It spread quickly around the perimeter, and was ready to hit its targets. The enemy mage saw this technique, and at first tried to do something about it using his magic, but when he saw such a powerful destructive force in front of him, he immediately shouted to his comrades to run away. Although by the time he said this, it was already too late. A few moments later, the hero finally completed his attack with magic. The targets in front of him were struck, and the smell of burning filled the air. Machiavelli looked at them closely, and thought that everything had ended at that moment. The man who was the leader of these heads was still standing, although part of his face and his left arm were in terrible condition. When the guy saw him, he said that surprisingly, this man had survived. His interlocutor said that he was just a scoundrel, and asked why, and how he should kill them. He also asked if he had no conscience at all for such deeds, as the people he killed were ordinary patriots of this country. It also turned out that they were only fighting for peace. Machiavelli didn't listen to him at all, and said that he was crazier than he thought. The magician, who at that moment looked like a living corpse, asked what he was carrying. In response, the hero asked if they hadn't tried to kill him first, and now he still dared to accuse him of some kind of evil deeds. He then declared that he would tell this to everyone who was no longer breathing in that place. On top of all this, he said that he would find and kill him very soon, so he had no complaints. The guy also said that, to be honest, he would have let him go, but it turns out that this man standing in front of him knows him by sight, and that's bad enough. On top of all this, if he was going to get him back, to settle everything here and now, it made his interlocutor quite angry. But just as he was about to start yelling at him, his friend split him in two with ice that spread from top to bottom. Since Machiavelli had done this to him, he was surprised by what had happened in front of him, and waited to see what would happen next. At the same time, a sound came from behind his opponent, coming from footsteps ahead. There, in turn, appeared a knight, who was walking slowly, and it was he who killed that man. The guy saw the ice spreading, and his companion asked if he was okay. At the moment, he must be scared, but there's no need to worry about it. Then the man smiled proudly, and said that the Knights of Cold Steel had already arrived at this place. In another part of the locomotive, the atmosphere was tense, and dozens of bullets flew straight through the compartment. The robbers, who were shooting back, asked if they were already here, and it was unclear whether they were using flight magic in such weather. One of the knights was right in front of those people, and, using his magic, defended himself from the bullets. After he killed them once again, he immediately directed his power in another direction. At the same time, he rushed forward to attack the people who were shooting at him. The bandit saw this, and was alarmed by how swift the attack was. At the same time, another man had already been struck down by the knight on the other side. After this man had dealt with one of his rivals, he immediately turned on another. Naturally, the guy realized what was coming and got pretty scared, and soon only screams could be heard coming from him. Soon, the man who had dealt with all these robbers reported that the second car had been completely cleared. The person who had gone to the first car also got in touch and said that it was clear and that the passengers were now safe. Someone turned to the lieutenant and asked her to allow them to report on the situation, as everything on the train was now completely under control. The leader said that it was excellent work and that they should all stay alert so that the passengers could reach the next station safely. After a while, the locomotive finally reached the Leservelk station, where a large number of people were waiting to board. At the same time, the main character was still in his compartment, looking out the window at the people passing by. Suddenly, the door swung open, and when he turned his attention to it, he saw a girl who immediately asked if he had been injured by the terrorists. Machiavelli replied that he was fine, thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and was now simply lost in thought. His interlocutor remarked that she was glad to hear it. She then smiled and said that she should have introduced herself right away, which she did, saying that her name was Veronica DeVille. The hero exhaled and, in turn, wanted to introduce himself to this girl. Suddenly, a man approached and interrupted him, apologizing. The lieutenant turned her attention to him and asked if he wanted something. The stranger asked if she was the commander of the Knights in White Steel, and the girl said that she was, Lieutenant Veronica DeVille. The man took out his ID and said that his name was Jason, that he was an officer with the Leservelk Police Department, and that he was also aware of the situation that had occurred. He knew about the attack on the train in the Arata Mountains, and the Knight said that they, in turn, had eliminated all the criminals. The man, of course, thanked her for that. He then noted that there was one thing, however, because there was something rather strange in the report. The girl noticed that it was unclear what he was talking about and asked him about it. The officer noted that the attackers had captured the train too quickly, even using magical powers. They could not have broken through the defenses so easily. Veronica was really surprised when she heard about these details in the report. The law enforcement officer continued to say that most likely there was someone on board the train who helped the attackers. The girl thought for a while and said that it was a reasonable assumption, and her interlocutor managed to note that it was only his guess. For this reason, they would not detain anyone and would simply establish their identities. The Knight immediately said that she understood, and, of course, that this was necessary. Then she turned to the main character and asked if he had heard that, at the moment, the main thing was to answer the questions honestly, and then everything would be fine. The guy, in turn, just kept smiling and said nothing about it, but he certainly did not like this situation, and he thought he was in big trouble right now. There was nothing suspicious about the very persona of Gerard that he had portrayed just recently, which is why he easily passed through ticket control, as he should have. As a result, he boarded the train quite legally, and at the moment, the only problem is his face, because they definitely won't believe he's 45 years old. In turn, if the main character really ends up in trouble, sooner or later, his secret will be revealed, and in that case, he will definitely be hanged. If he is lucky enough, he will be severely tortured. The streets are now full of police officers and knights, so it is simply impossible to escape. Besides, as he understands, the lieutenant is simply merciless to criminals, but now she is smiling and talking to him. But as soon as everything comes to light and they begin to suspect him, the hero will definitely be cut down. After a while, the law enforcement officer interrupted the guy's thoughts and asked if he was okay. Of course, he apologizes for this, but he needed time to get the passenger list. He has nothing to worry about, just confirm his identity, and that's it. If he still had his ticket, he was asked to show it. Machiavelli took it out and immediately handed it over. The assistant standing next to the man said it was seat 403. The officer said he would check, and there was Roger Chilili, 25 years old, and also Jihad, a man in his early 40s. So the police asked where the second passenger was. The heroes replied that during the attack, he was caught in an explosion, all of which happened when they were passing through the Arete Mountains. It was at that moment that he fell off a cliff. The law enforcement officer looked at him closely and said nothing. Machiavelli tried to sit quietly, not showing any emotion, so as not to get caught. Soon Jason asked him to stay where he was and not move, but the knight came closer and said that he could not be a suspect. The man asked what she meant, and the girl replied that when they arrived, he was fighting terrorists. In that case, she asked, would a traitor behave like this? Jason wondered if he had really been fighting them, and that was surprising. Then he thought for a moment and said that this was what had happened, and he apologized for it. But at the same time, he called him Mr. Roger because he took him for a young man, not an old man, of course, and the hero was amazed by this. Then, the interlocutor grumbled about the information in the report and asked if he had really been accepted to the Theon Academy. Veronica also became interested and asked if it was true. They began to look closely at Machiavelli, and the guy didn't even know how to respond. After thinking for a moment about the situation that had developed, he smiled. Then he slowly got up from his seat, picked up his suitcase, and said that it was all true. He then put on his hat and said that it was true because he was the new professor, Roger Chelici. After a while, they were all outside, and the law enforcement officer apologized for the inconvenience. The guy said there was no need to apologize because he had made it there. All this happened only thanks to them. Jason said he would take him to the academy, but Machiavelli replied that there was no need because he was not obliged to do so. His companion said that the future empires were in this man's hands, and how could he not give him a ride? But the hero thought that this was not the case because it would be better if they left him alone. In order to get out of the situation, he said that he had things to do, so in that case, he could no longer delay them. The officer remarked that if he insisted, there was nothing to be done. The hero turned away and said with a smile that he would go then, and that his acquaintance with Miss Veronica had been brief, but he was glad to have met her. The girl immediately smiled when she heard these words and told Sir Roger that the feeling was mutual and that it was possible they would meet again. Machiavelli did not respond to this, but simply turned away and walked slowly, blending into the crowd. He, in turn, walked step by step forward and felt that he was approaching his long-awaited freedom. After a while, he even thought joyfully that he had been able to do it, and he had done it after all. At that moment, he felt a little anxious and mentally apologized to Sir Roger, thanking him for saving his life. He, in turn, was glad that, of course, the quality of the photos left something to be desired, because it was difficult to distinguish him from the real Roger in the photo. Now that the problem had been solved, he was definitely fine, but for the moment, he needed to hide and create a new identity. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, asking if he was Roger Chelich. The main character immediately turned to this person, who said that he recognized him and saw him talking to the knight. It was an old man who bowed and introduced himself, saying his name was Wilfred and that he worked at the Theon Academy. When this man heard what had happened, he immediately came to meet him, glad that the young professor was unharmed. He then asked him to sit in his carriage, and he would take him straight to Theon. Naturally, the main character did not like all this. However, there was nothing left to do but confirm his alibi and agree that he was Roger. Wilfred drove the carriage they were riding in, and a mechanical horse pulled them along. Machiavelli, in turn, sat inside and was very pensive at that moment. At that moment, the guy began to realize that the whole situation looked very bad. It turned out that the academy had ordered them to meet someone who was not an ordinary person. The old man had a fairly fit body, and what's more, the heroes didn't notice how he ended up nearby, so perhaps he was a knight. The hero thought that if he ran away using a silly excuse, it would seem suspicious, and this man would immediately follow him. Therefore, it would probably be better if he postponed his escape, since Gerard was considered dead. He was nothing more than a ghost in this country. All this meant that if he disappeared, no one would even notice that it had happened. Looking up, the young man thought that, of course, it was good that he now had an ironclad alibi, and as long as he had it, he could live the life of Roger Chelich. After a while, the carriage stopped, and the old man told the guy that they had finally arrived. The main character looked around, and the man noticed that this place was Theon. The scale was truly impressive, so Machiavelli wondered what it was, whether it all belonged to the academy. It could be said that its possessions were greater than he had imagined. Wilfred said that he would take him to the rector, and that he could entrust his luggage to him. And so, a few moments later, they were heading straight for the main building of the academy. The old man who was accompanying the young man was waiting in a fairly large hall, and the hero entered the door. When he did so, he immediately introduced himself, and stated that his name was Roger Chelici, and that he had come here on behalf of the rector. The room he was in was quite large, and at the end of it stood a small table where the rector was sitting. She listened carefully to what the man said, and smiled slyly. Then she raised her head, and said that she had been waiting for Sir Roger all this time, introduced herself, and stated that her name was Elizabeth Willow, and that she was the rector of the Theon Academy. Although the room was large, it was easily lit by the windows. The woman asked if he was all right, as she had heard about the terrorist attack, and the hero replied that everything was fine. The Order of Knights had come to the rescue in time. The rector smiled happily after that, and said she was glad to hear it, because if this man had been hurt, it would have affected them too. Machiavelli was a little surprised, and wondered how she could speak so openly about the possible inactive consequences for them. It's true that it's hard to wrap his head around, but he's more bothered by the strange feeling that came over him as soon as he walked in. Of course, there's a high probability that it was just his imagination, but it was interesting to know whether the rector had met Roger before. And did she accidentally pick on him now? The woman herself answered this question, saying that now they had met in person, and he was so tall and handsome. Based on this, the hero could say that it seemed unlikely, and he thanked her for the compliment, even if she was just being polite. The rector replied that he was saying that, after all, she, in turn, is sure that he will become popular among students, then handed him the document and asked him to take it. She will repeat all this information again. This is what he received shortly before. It specifies the salary, as well as the fact that the employment contract is for 2 years, and that food and accommodation are provided by the academy. The hero paid attention to what was written there, and thought that it was a contract, and that it did not matter much if he was going to run away soon anyway. But there were 30 imperial coins a month. If converted, that was 30 million dinars in the national currency, or 300 million won. Soon, Elizabeth asked him how he felt about the contract, whether it was true that they had pretty good conditions. Machiavelli continued to be surprised, and said that they were not bad, but in his mind, he thought that it was not even that simple, because it turns out that it's just crazy. What a jackpot. Although one should be calm, because, probably, with such a salary and responsibilities, there are many professors at Theon. The main character became curious whether he would be able to hide his lack of teaching knowledge at Theon Academy, where everyone is a genius. But in any case, his job here has long been decided, so it would be quite suspicious if he suddenly refused it. Therefore, at the moment, he has no choice but to agree, lie, bluff, and read the mood of his interlocutor, which he is very good at. So he said that everything suited him, and he was ready to sign the contract. Besides, he had experience and knowledge from his present and past lives, and he was quite sure that he could play the role. The rector held out her hand, and said that was wonderful, and that she would be happy to work with Professor Roger. The young man replied to Ms. Willow that the feeling was mutual. He also thought that he only needed 2 years to get through this time, and then he would be free. After a while, night fell. Machiavelli sat on the sofa and thought that he had 3 weeks before the start of the semester, which should be enough time to prepare well. Of course, he did not think that he would be given an entire house where he now found himself. Then he sighed heavily and said to himself that this time he would be a professor at the academy. A few moments later, memories of the past began to surface in his mind of how he had come into this world 27 years ago. It turned out that he had been reborn and retained all his memories, but lost all his other abilities. He couldn't rely on his parents, only on himself, so he had to go through many difficult trials, but he never thought he would become a professor. The hero reflected that technically, he had received a fictitious job. To be more precise, he was taught against his will, although, when you think about it, he needed a new identity, and the situation with Roger played into his hands. He is a man from a noble family from the small kingdom of Kyoto, the only child in the family whose parents have passed away. The style of the letters Machiavelli found is quite formal, which means he has no close relatives, so no one should reveal the guy's identity. There is no better disguise than the one he has now. The guy needs to figure out the lectures and find information about the academy, so he got up from his seat. At that very moment, he decided that the first thing he would do was explore the area, but as soon as he got up, he felt his stomach growling and realized that he hadn't eaten anything at all. In that case, he would have to postpone all the things he had planned for tomorrow, and he was curious to know where the restaurant was located. Sometime after what had happened, a new day finally dawned, and the weather was sunny. Machiavelli sat at a table, sipping a hot drink and looking at the documents. In between reading, he He thought that 2 weeks had already passed, which was quite fast, and overall, he had managed to gather the necessary information. He had also prepared well for his classes, and during the remaining week, he needed to learn how to apply his new knowledge in practice. Visitors were already arriving at the establishment. Therefore, he was going to go home and prepare for the water course. The stranger who sat down next to him said she was glad he was safe. She, in turn, was worried that something might have happened to him. The main character realized that she was talking to him and immediately became wary about it. They were sitting alone on the terrace near the cafeteria, and there were no other people nearby. The girl then asked why he hadn't been in touch for 2 whole weeks, as the other members of the organization were also worried about him. Machiavelli sat sipping his drink and thought about what he should say next. A few moments later, he put down his cup, as if to say that he was about to reveal some information. His companion immediately stood up and replied that he had to check something, and also wondered if he had understood correctly that Roger was being followed, although he had not expressed himself correctly, because to be more precise, it was Roger Chelici who was being followed. The interlocutor went on to say that the terrorist attack had been unexpected, and that they, in turn, had not known that the rebels were planning an attack. The hero listened attentively, and then said that he needed information about the academy. The girl asked what she was talking about, saying that surely they had sent her earlier. Machiavelli said that he had to make sure she was reliable, to which the stranger replied that now, everything was clear. The guy, in turn, realized that he had almost been caught and wondered what was going on here. It turned out that now he had to try not to arouse any suspicion, so he asked if they had taken care of everything. His conversation partner said that of course they had, because before meeting with him, they had dealt with the main figures at the academy, who were their targets. They also tracked down and eliminated the traitor to the organization. As far as he knew, the traitor had been fed to the dogs, and the remains had been thrown to the dogs. So she asked if this wasn't a fitting punishment for them, and the hero became even more alarmed after that, and thought that everything was very bad. First of all, he had to calm down, so he took a drink to take a little sip. Suddenly, his companion began to fidget, as if something had happened a few moments earlier. She lowered her head and immediately apologized, saying that she should have checked it out herself before reporting it to him. Machiavelli didn't even understand what she was talking about, so he said it didn't matter, and asked her to explain why she had suddenly appeared there. His companion replied that he had been in this place for a month, but no one had contacted them yet. The hero interrupted her and asked why she had decided to take matters into her own hands. She became alert and immediately apologized, and the guy ordered her to be quiet. Then, he put down his cup and said that her appearance was also attracting unnecessary attention, which was getting on his nerves. So was she really trying to get them noticed? Machiavelli realized that she was reacting quite sharply to his words. So at that moment, he was sure that she was afraid of Roger. The girl's hands were really shaking now. Soon, the hero said that in any case, he would now listen to her report and was interested in how many people they had taken. The stranger replied that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second had been successfully infiltrated. He also said that other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to the plan, and that everything was going well, and as it should. At the same time, if the salary was finished, then they would part ways. The girl agreed to this and said that next time he should come to the prearranged place. Machiavelli interrupted her again and asked in a rather rude tone if she was telling him what to do. After that, he turned to his interlocutor and asked how she dared to give him orders at all. Then the guy returned home and began to examine the documents about Roger, which stated that he was a great nobleman and had no family. On top of that, he was the youngest 4th-rank magician and also a professor at the Theon Academy. It was clear that the whole situation looked pretty bad, and the hero wondered why he hadn't sensed something was wrong before. Before that, Roger's personality seemed just perfect to him because it was specially created that way so as not to arouse suspicion. Otherwise, he simply would not have been able to infiltrate the academy. The letters that Machiavelli found were most likely encrypted by someone. Now the guy was in despair and didn't understand what he should do next in this situation. He laid his head on the bed and stared at the chandelier above him for a while, thinking. In the end, he said that he had really miscalculated because he couldn't believe that he had gotten himself into such a mess with his hasty actions. To give himself more time to figure out the situation, he got up from his seat and went to look at books and documents. The hero realized that Roger had used the Quioden language to encode the messages, and the structure of the sentences immediately struck him as strange. But he, in turn, did not think that this was the case, as he was the first in the city whose task was to infiltrate the academy and win everyone's trust, and then periodically report on his progress. But that's not the only thing that worries the guy. He sank back into thought, pondering the situation. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that the more he thought about it, the less he believed it all. It was unclear how the head of a secret society could have died in a terrorist attack. After all, he was one of the strongest members of the organization and had been sent to spy at the academy, so someone like him should have survived that situation. After a few moments, Machiavelli sighed sadly and thought that there was no point in condemning the deceased. On top of all this, there was also the whole story that had happened between the Theon Academy and the secret organization. Thinking about it, the guy wondered if it was perhaps a good thing that they had contacted him after all. After all, if one were to judge by the words of that very girl, the secret society consisted of 4 orders, namely 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And even though the chief health officer knew nothing about the 0 order, at least he knew of its existence, and that was already good. Machiavelli decided that now he needed to find out as soon as possible what else the first order had sent. If it turns out that this person was well acquainted with Roger, there is a risk that the hero will be exposed. So the main thing now is not to get caught. The best option for the guy would still be to use Theon to get rid of the secret orders. The secret organization would not be able to resist the powerful academy. This will not happen in any case, no matter how strong it is. The hero must obtain the necessary information so that neither side suspects anything. He soon realized that this game on 2 fronts was already splitting his head, and it was hard to think about it. Now Machiavelli felt that 2 rather difficult years lay ahead of him here. After a while, the next day arrived, and at the same time, the semester was about to begin. There were quite a few students in the corridors of the academy, and because of this, it was too noisy. Some students took their seats in the lecture hall and waited for the teacher for the next class. One of these people asked the guys if they had heard the latest news. It turned out that a new professor would be teaching the subject of spell theory and visual representation of elements, so they asked him how this was new for second-year students. If that was the case, then it seemed like he knew his stuff. The man said that they had no other choice, as the former professor had suddenly resigned. Although what else could he do when a student disgraced him in front of everyone by showing that she was more capable than him? The girl approached another and noticed that they seemed to be talking about Flora. The girl with blue hair, in turn, asked what she had done wrong, since she had simply shown the professor that his magical techniques left much to be desired. In response, she heard that this was true, but clearly, the guy said that he had a brilliant reputation and had written a bunch of reports as a military officer. The interlocutor said that he seemed to be a respected person, not some simpleton, and one of the students asked if they knew that this professor was a fallen nobleman. The others were inspired by this and asked if it was true, because in that case, they wouldn't have to worry about their grades. Flora thought they had made a wise conclusion. While the lecture hall was still quite noisy, the front door opened and the main character began to enter. He slowly climbed the steps that led directly to the podium where he was to speak. When Machiavelli approached his workplace, he banged his hand on the table to get everyone's attention. Naturally, the students paid attention to him, and he announced that he was their new professor. His name was Roger Chalici, and he was pleased to meet them. After he said this, you immediately noticed how the students were behaving. They, in turn, sat very quietly and did not say a word, trying to listen to the teacher. The guy then said that they did not have a schedule as such yet, which is why he would make a few assurances before they started the main course. So it turns out that he will leave them spellbound, but the structure of the lesson will be unusual for them. They will study not only theory, but also develop practical skills. It also turned out that the classes would not be held exclusively for second-year students, and first-year students would also have the opportunity to attend them. Panic immediately broke out in the hall, and people began whispering among themselves. Machiavelli heard this and told them to be quiet, understanding that they were not happy with this situation. But even so, I was very worried, because the workload would be the same. A student raised his hand and asked if he could know the reason why they decided to combine the courses. It was a girl who looked at the new teacher with surprise. The hero noticed her and realized that he had seen her somewhere before. So, in response, he said that he considered it his teaching duty to allow everyone to get something useful out of the classes, regardless of their level of preparation. Also, in any case, they should not expect standard lessons from him. The girl said that she still did not understand and asked him to explain in more detail. But the professor said that it would be quite boring if he revealed everything at once, and if he had piqued their interest, then they would see each other in the next class. There is one last thing he would like to note. If any of them think they can get good grades without putting in the effort, because the new professors knew, that is not the case. He was quick to disappoint them for thinking that way, but at the same time, he wondered if they should just not come to his classes, and it would be bad. In the end, he thought that even though he was well prepared, it would still be easier for him to teach as few students as possible. The pride of the second-year students, in turn, would be hurt if they allowed themselves to attend classes on an equal footing with the first-year students. On top of all this, who would want to study with him if it was difficult? So he told the students that that was all for now and asked if they had any questions. One of the students wondered if this man's energy was overwhelming and if his work as an officer had affected him in this way. Another girl thought that, according to rumors, he was the youngest fourth-rank mage. But was that true? Because they had so many questions. She, in turn, understood perfectly well that she couldn't muster the courage to ask even one question. But Flora was interested in this man. A few moments later, Machiavelli announced that if there were no questions, he would declare the semester open. Soon, the hero left the lecture hall when their class was over. Walking through the corridors of the academy, he thought that the students had no questions at all, and he, in turn, thought that they would not want to clarify anything or find out more about him. Well, despite all this, it was even better for him, although it could be said that the answers he had prepared in advance were not needed after all. A few meters later, Machiavelli wondered if he should wait, wondering if they had deliberately remained silent. And so, if that was the case, he should have been more friendly, so perhaps he had hurt their pride. Shortly after the professor thought about this, he raised his head and noticed something. Several students who had actually been in his class were standing near the wall with their eyes downcast. There was also a guy there who looked quite uncertain. As a result, a large number of these young people gathered and stood in a row on both sides, literally forming a corridor. Machiavelli was amazed by this and wondered if it was all true, because he had only guessed. Suddenly, a woman appeared, apologized, and greeted the young professor. She asked if she was correct in understanding that he was their new professor, Sir Roger. The main characters paid attention to her, and the girl said that her name was Selena, and that she was pleased to meet him, as it was also her first day working there. The guy noticed that the feeling was mutual, and asked if she wanted to ask him something. The girl replied that she did. At that moment, she came close enough to ask if he had already had lunch. Soon, Machiavelli was surrounded by some teachers, and the man said that he was pleased to meet him, that his name was Brian, and that he taught how to summon golems. A woman nearby said her name was Matilda, and that she was responsible for spells and hallucinations from the section on curses and dispelling magic. The hero said he was pleased to meet them, and that his name was Roger Chalici, and he taught the theory and practice of spells. He then wondered if this was a gathering of new academy professors, but could it be that all this was done to get to know each other better? The woman said that he was even more attractive up close, and the guy thanked her. The hero, in turn, noticed one of the people standing in the distance, and their eyes met. Machiavelli looked at him quite maliciously, as if he did not trust that person. The stranger saw their eyes meet, and immediately turned away. Matilda came closer, and whispered that this was Professor Chris Benamore, the first of them to join the academy, and as the others could see, he was a nobleman. It's not that they are commoners. Roger replied that he understood everything, thinking that apart from him among the new professors, there was one nobleman and 3 of humble origin. But it turns out that despite their different social statuses, they are the best in their fields. In the end, if we talk about this situation, in other words, there is a high probability that there is another member of the First Order among them. Also, the fact that Chris was the first to join the academy does not say anything about him, and one cannot take the word of colleagues at face value. Soon, that man sighed and said loudly that he couldn't stay here any longer, but it was just interesting to see the new teachers. But in the end, it turned out that they were just commoners and a fallen nobleman, so if he wasn't with them, they were on their own, and he was on his own. Then he turned his attention to the main character and said that this man was special. It turns out that he shouldn't act like he's some kind of big shot after all. The protagonist didn't answer and just looked him in the eyes silently. Matilda joined the conversation and said that his status did not give him the right to look down on them, so she asked Professor Roger not to pay attention to him. The main character said that everything was fine, and since he was against their company, then they should go without him. The others agreed and said that it sounded good. The new teachers went somewhere together, and Machiavelli thought that he should be happy that he had company for lunch. Soon, the main character's first lecture was about to begin, and it was night outside. Some kind of device had been set up in one of the students' rooms, through which it was possible to communicate with the others. A question appeared in the message window, asking if the others had heard about a new professor named Roger Celici, who was said to be the youngest 4th-rank magician and had worked as a military officer. It also turned out that he had participated in the hunt for cryptids, and the Magic Tower listed him as an independent specialist in magic. One of the girls asked if they thought it was true, and continued typing her text. She, in turn, wondered if she would allow the first class of the First Order to be disrupted. That's why she was going to do everything she could to make sure as many students as possible came to his class. Using a communication device, the guy asked if first-year students could also come. Some of the students immediately thought about it because the offer was interesting. One of the guys wrote that it sounded really tempting. That's why, after receiving this information, a large number of students decided to give it a try. After a while, the main character walked slowly towards the lecture hall. In turn, he thought about the fact that today was his first lecture, and at that moment, he was curious to see how many students had decided to stay. After all, he had specifically warned that his class would be quite difficult, so most of them would probably not come. And if anyone did show up, it would only be because the other classes would be packed. After all, the students themselves make the schedule and decide how many classes to take. Machiavelli thought that, at best, about 30 people would stay, and definitely no more than that. Several students talked among themselves and asked each other if they had read a particular post recently. The main character, in turn, entered a huge auditorium filled with students. He looked around at the different countries and was amazed at what was happening right there. After what had happened, which he himself had caused, he did not understand why there were so many of them and whether all 80 seats were now occupied. It was also interesting why there were more first-year students than second-year students. The students thought that the atmosphere had changed significantly when he entered and was indeed a military officer. Machiavelli wondered if they weren't afraid to attend classes with the second-year students and if he had been set up. Then he walked over to the blackboard and, touching his face with his hand, thought that this was not the case, that he had probably just underestimated the students. The academy where he had found employment as a young teacher was attended by the best of the best from across the continent. So right now, there was a good chance that he had awakened their competitive spirit. Naturally, the main character didn't like this situation very much, and he thought that he had no choice. So he started his class and said that there would be new faces, so they needed to introduce themselves. His name was Roger Celici, and he would teach them everything about spells. He also decided that he was a liar at the moment, and the student said that he had a question and asked if he meant all 4 training profiles when he said he would teach them everything. The hero immediately turned his attention to the person who said this. In response, he coldly said that he had not yet allowed questions, but today, he would be gracious. It turns out that from this very day, he would deduct points from those who disrupted the class or questioned his authority. They would have the opportunity to earn them back, so they should not relax. But since the question had been asked, he would definitely answer it, which meant that the guy was indeed right. The professor will teach them all 4 training profiles, which are liberation, elemental magic, telekinesis, and strengthening. Flora thought about the fact that she usually teaches a maximum of 2 of them, but it turns out that this new professor has taken on all 4. In her opinion, he was setting the bar too high. Sir Roger said that today, he would show something that would pique their interest, then took a pointer and pointed to the board. After performing magic, he said that this was a 3rd-level fire spell called a flickering flame, which was created on the basis of release. This is done with heat, ignition, compression, expansion, dispersion, and acceleration, a technique that synergizes all 7 components. She, in turn, was 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell, and the students immediately began to whisper, wondering if he was going to speed up the process of creating the spell, although some of them asked if it was even possible, because it all sounded very unconvincing. The girl asked Flora what she thought, whether this man was telling the truth. The girl replied that she was not sure, and did not think it was possible, because Roger had changed the basic structure of the spell. In turn, it turns out that there are flowers for storing spells, as well as memory reverberation, but both methods have their limitations. The girl thought that, of course, there was a possibility that he had used one of them, but if that were really the case, then she would be very disappointed in this young professor. The hero continued to use magic, and said that he thought they had many questions, so he would answer a few of them. A student raised his hand, and said that he was Alex Silent, a second-year student. He asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than the ones they knew, and the teacher replied that it reduced the time it took to cast a spell, and asked for the next question. Then Dahlia, a first-year student, asked if this meant that he had changed the structure of the existing spell. The hero replied that this was not the case, and that the technique should not be altered. In another case, it would be a completely different spell, but he would teach them to speed up the process of consciousness and spells, while keeping the technique in its original form. Flora raised her hand after hearing all this, and told the professor that it was simply impossible. He heard her words clearly, and, without answering, looked at her intently. Before that, she said that her name was Flora Loomis, and that she was a sophomore. The students immediately paid attention to her, not knowing who this girl was, and realizing that she had become his way out, so the professor needed to be careful. A few moments later, Machiavelli said that he did not allow explanations, only questions, but despite this, he would still listen to her. Then why is she sure that it is impossible? The girl said that in order to speed up the process of creating a spell, using familiar techniques, one must constantly train, and to be a master at this. Does he mean to say that he is capable of something that even a genius cannot do? Because of this personal reason, she definitely does not believe him. The professor stood pensively, then said that if he said that geniuses could learn this but simply did not try, the student asked what he meant. Sir Roger said that magic had stopped developing because it was focused on history and customs, while science was constantly progressing. That is the only reason it threatens to overtake magic. The professor is not trying to say that science is superior, but simply that magic has room to grow. So he can say that this girl's statement is incorrect, and if no one has tried to improve it, then he will be the first person to do so. Flora was surprised and asked if he really thought so, wondering what the hell was going on. Was he so proud of himself that he had lost all sense of shame? The main character said that it was difficult to explain in words, so he asked to be allowed to demonstrate, then noted that, if he remembered correctly, her name was Flora. Did she know how long it took on average to create a flickering flame? The student said that it depended on the magician's abilities. Perhaps someone who had surpassed the 3rd rank, he could do it in 10 seconds, and a mage of a higher rank could do it in 5. Roger said that was true, but he believed that rank was not necessarily a factor. For example, he wants to take them to a student. His interlocutor noted that in this case, it would take at least 5 seconds, and proudly said that she could do it faster. The professor immediately looked at her and said that her confidence was impressive, then asked if she could come to the board and show everyone an example. The student immediately got up from her seat and agreed to his proposal. She slowly walked up to the board and, using a pointer, began to cast the spell. The magical flame began to appear in front of her quite quickly. Soon, the spell she wanted to cast was complete. The other students sitting in their seats said that it was quite fast, and of course, it was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of the Loomis family. Machiavelli looked at his stopwatch and said that 4 seconds and 78 milliseconds had passed. It was hard to believe that she was only in her 2nd year. After all, it was truly flawless execution. The city girl turned to him and said that it was nothing special. The professor interrupted her and said that in any case, it was still too slow. She was surprised and asked what he meant. Roger said that the best time for a 3rd-rank magician is 4 seconds and 41 milliseconds, so her time was a little short. Flora said she would speed up if she practiced, but the teacher replied that even that result was not fast enough. One of the students asked if he was serious, and the one sitting next to her asked how fast he was. The hero used the wand in his hands and told the others to watch how to create a flickering flame. He immediately raised his hand and began to use his magic. The girl, in turn, did not understand what he was doing at all, because it was a completely different technique. But after that, just a few moments passed, and the technique she had created for this was repeated exactly. When Flora saw this, she was truly stunned. The other students also watched his movements closely and were surprised by the picture before them. Someone even got up from their seat and asked what it was, because the spell the professor cast took a second, maybe even less. Flora continued to be surprised and thought that it was not the technique of friendly flame, because he had completely changed its structure. A few moments later, the professor asked if everyone had seen it, and he would repeat the spell for those who had not noticed it. After that, he pointed his hand forward again and began to use magic. So, a moment after that happened, the friendly flame spell happened. The student, who was standing nearby, was stunned once again. Of course, it was accurate, as were the others present here. Sir Roger said that now they had changed their minds. He then turned his attention to the stopwatch in his hands and said that it took him 0.24 seconds to create the flickering flame. This, in turn, is much faster than the official record, and the spell may seem strange, because the first time he used a different technique, but even so, it remained the same. In other words, he used one technique to create another. The students asked each other how he created one technique to use another, and it was unclear what that meant. The professor said that they changed the initial data and arrive at a known result. In this case, it turns out that a kind of program is created, as if the body were equipment, and the accumulation of magical power in the data would then activate the software, or magic, of the program called technique. It is this entire process that the main character calls the source code. Flora was surprised by this information and wondered what the source code was, because she had never heard of such magic. But who was this man anyway? The young professor turned to the student and asked if he had dispelled her doubts right now. Of course, she didn't want to admit it, but she said that he had. Sir Roger said that she had interrupted the class without his permission, and all because she had been quite prejudiced in her attitude toward his words. So he asked if she agreed with him now. The girl lowered her gaze and said she did. The teacher continued his speech, saying that she had acted unjustifiably rude towards him. Therefore, he could tell the student Flora Lumos that she would receive a 10-point deduction as punishment. The students began to whisper about how this could have happened, because it was unclear how she could have been penalized at all. The girls, in turn, also disliked this very much, and we continued to discuss it. But there was nothing she could do in this situation, so she immediately turned around and started walking to her workplace. But the guy stopped her and said that since she had demonstrated perfect technique in creating and reflecting flames, he would give her 10 points back. All this because he really respects hard-working students, and Flora is, indeed, a good girl. She, in turn, clenched her fist tightly and barely managed to utter a word of thanks for this. The students began whispering again. It turned out that the penalty points had been canceled, and they were happy about it. The girl returned to her seat, and her friend asked her how she was. Her friend sat down and said that everything was fine, and thanked Shirley for her concern. Her neighbor smiled and said that was good, but then wondered how she had let the situation go so quickly. But then again, that was Flora. So the girl was no longer worried about her, thinking that the situation had been resolved. But the student herself did not let go of the situation completely, and thought about it for a long time. Sir Roger took off his outer clothing and said that this was just an introduction, and now the lesson would begin. He, in turn, would choose the students who would listen to him carefully and teach them the source code, so they had better work hard. The students saw this look on themselves, and some of them immediately became wary. After a while, the class continued, and the professor told his students the information he had to convey to them. One of the guys sitting in the front row heard those students saying all sorts of stupid things about the professor, so he was afraid he had come here for nothing. But even so, based on what he had just seen, he was wrong, and it turned out that now, he understood why Tion was the strongest academy. The clock made its characteristic sound, and the teacher said that their class was over. He turned toward the exit, and finally said that the students were free to go and review the material at home. The guy on the top floor thought to himself that he was simply incredible, and he couldn't believe that he had seen something like that. Another person upstairs heard this man's voice, and asked if such nonsense really impressed them that much. The guy with glasses paid attention to him, and he said that it only showed how narrow-minded they were. It was just because of this situation that commoners had no place here. His interlocutor did not respond to this, but just sat silently. Then he looked around and saw that there was no one else nearby, so he was surprised and asked if he was really talking to him and apologizing for it, and the man asked if he was mocking him. The bespectacled man became alert at that moment and realized that this was not the case. He would never have dared to do such a thing. The student got angry about this and asked how he dared to look down on Baron Falio's eldest son. The young man replied that he was telling him that he didn't want to. Suddenly, another boy asked who Baron Falio was, whether it was his estate on the far border of the empire. The aristocrat's descendant turned his attention to him and asked if Theon was now accepting children. His interlocutor noted that it was better than the stupid sons of baronial families. These words really heated the guy up, and the expression on his face changed. So he took his wand and prepared to use magic, noting that they were scoundrels, and how dare they insult a nobleman. As a result, they would now answer for their words. The young man turned his attention to him and stared intently. Then he said that he should try to do it after all, and the Baron's son asked what he meant. The interlocutor, in turn, began to walk down and said that he had said to try it, and then they would see what would happen if he attacked right there. As a result, he doubts that the Academy will turn a blind eye to this, just because of his status. Did he not even bother to familiarize himself with the rules before joining? Before raising his voice, he'd better look around, and there he might see that they even had observers. The aristocrat immediately turned his attention there and saw several young men watching and whispering to each other. Of course, he didn't like this situation, and he told his interlocutor to look around in the future. Then the man left, and the student with glasses finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to the young man who had approached him and thanked him for his help. His name was Adrian. The other man introduced himself in response and said his name was Leo, telling him not to thank him because he was just mad that he was showing off his status. Adrian was delighted and said that he was such a nice guy, but the other guy got a little angry and asked if he had heard what he had said before. He said that he was leaving anyway, and the man with glasses said that he was leaving with him, but Leo replied that he didn't even know where he was going. The student asked if he was right in thinking that it was a chemistry textbook he was holding, and that he was also going to an alchemy class. Leo paid attention to him, and then told him to do as he saw fit. He went on to say that in any case, he shouldn't be so obvious, and his interlocutor asked in surprise what he was talking about. The guy said that he was referring to the fact that he was a country bumpkin, a commoner, and that he couldn't study magic properly. Adrian asked if it was really that obvious, because he didn't know that. His friend replied that he still needed to learn how everything worked at the Tion Academy, especially the second-year students, some of whom had a strong position in society. First, they were talking about Flora Loomis, who was a second-year student. The guy asked if he was talking about the one who had spoken in front of the class. He noted that this was true, and had heard that she was not easy to deal with, so it was best not to approach her. According to rumors, the previous professor of spell theory and practice had resigned. And all this happened because of this girl. Secondly, attention should be paid to the third princess of the noble family of the Ecclesian Empire, Adriana Vine Ecclesian. It would not be good for commoners like them if they offended someone of royal blood. The bespectacled man noticed that he seemed to understand who he was talking about. He had seen her at a lecture just recently. Leo said that the third person was a student who headed the most famous second-year company, consisting of nobles. He was talking about Jonathan Wolberg. His interlocutor asked if this family was one of the 3 most noble ducal families, and the guy replied that it was true. To them, they are nobodies, so it's best to stay away from him. And fortunately, it seems that he does not attend this class. By the way, that scoundrel is a member of their company, but he managed to get him angry. Adrian said there was nothing he could do about it, and asked if there was anyone else. Leo said he couldn't tell if he was brave or stupid, and that there were a few other students, but he was going to tell him about these people on the way. The bespectacled man said that was great, and asked if he wanted to have lunch together. The guy asked in surprise why he would want that. At about the same time, Machiavelli was walking through the corridors of the academy where he taught. On the way, he thought about the situation that had happened during his first lecture ever. Come to think of it, their reaction was better than he had imagined, but he hadn't expected it. The time in this world corresponds to somewhere around the 19th century on Earth, so even taking into account the presence of magical power, science is not very advanced here. After all, his world was in the 21st century at that time, and it was more advanced, so he created the source code by combining magic and science. He, in turn, really didn't think it would be so parasitic, but when his teacher saw this development, he said it wasn't bad. The man was quite concise, so the hero expected something similar from the students. The process of creating a spell should be quick and accurate, but it is complex. And yet, limited by the third rank, Machiavelli cannot teach them only the source code, so more spells need to be prepared, so that it is not revealed. He approached an office with a sign on it, and wondered if it was really his office. Gathering a little courage to make sure, he pulled the handle and opened the door. When the guy opened it, he saw the university president standing right in front of the window, and she also noticed him. As always, she smiled, and then said that Professor Roger had come in. She asked him how he liked the office, and the beautiful leaves from the interview, while the hero was confused. After a while, they talked to each other, and the woman said that each professor at the academy had been allocated a personal space. That is why he can use this place at his discretion. Machiavelli said that he understood everything that had brought her here. The rector asked if she really couldn't be here, and her interlocutor replied that he was just interested in the reason for her visit. To be honest, her appearance had confused him. The woman said that she had just dropped in to check on their dear professor, and he was quite frank. But as the director, she was still obliged to keep an eye on them, and after saying this, she looked at him. The main character slowly lowered his gaze, and thought that when their eyes met, he felt a tingling sensation in his body. The rector said indignantly that he was so calm, and she thought he was hopeful. Roger said he was sorry, but his share of surprise was full for today. At the same time, he thought that running into a ghost at night would not be so unexpected, but it was completely unclear what the hell she was doing in his office. His conversation partner continued, saying that her appearance was indeed a surprise to the other professors, and that he was the last person she had visited. Machiavelli thought, so did she really come in, and not just to see him? And if so, then why did she leave him until last? Of course, there was a good chance that she knew something. No matter how well the organization hid itself, she was still the rector of the academy. So, most likely, any suspicious details would not go unnoticed by her. Thoughts arose in his head that perhaps she suspected him of something, but that would be unfair, because even though he was the head of a secret organization, he didn't work for them. The rector said that she had recently heard that he had invited first-year students to his lectures, and the hero replied that this was true because he did not divide students into courses. His interlocutor said that she, in turn, did not accuse him of anything, and in fact, agreed with his teaching methods. Among the newcomers, there are indeed strong guys, and there are also students who use unique magic. The guy asked if it was true that he had just received the list. The woman said that in any case, the princess attends his classes, so he should try not to get into trouble. She is not asking for special treatment. It just won't be easy to fix the situation if something bad happens. She has high hopes for Professor Roger. The hero wondered what kind of person the princess was. His interlocutor also congratulated him on the success of his first class and said she would not worry anymore, as the students had a good impression of him. The hero, in turn, offered her tea. The rector smiled sweetly and said that she was grateful and appreciated his hospitality, but she had work to do. Then she wished him success in his work and slowly left the office, closing the door behind her. Another professor was waiting for her there and asked how their conversation had gone. He, in turn, was curious to know whether Mr. Roger could be trusted after all. Elizabeth replied that, to be honest, she didn't even know. It turned out that she usually kept an eye on those who aroused the most suspicion, but for some reason she couldn't say for sure about Professor Roger. Willow was a little surprised and remarked that if that was the case, then surely everything would be resolved soon, since the Chancellor had taken up the matter. The woman smiled when she heard these words and said she hoped so. She, in turn, could not imagine that this man would not even flinch when he saw her, as he had already encountered her enchanting gaze several times. Of course, Elizabeth understood that if he really were a fourth-rank magician, she would have succumbed to him, but the fact that the professor did not react at all was strange. In the end, it all meant that he had held out only thanks to his own willpower. But if that was the case, then he was quite an interesting man to her. And there was also the terrorist attack on the train. Knowing that a secret group was operating at the Ona Academy, she had to pay attention to even the smallest details. What if that incident was just a ploy, and the stranger took advantage of the chaos to take the place of the real Roger? After thinking about it, she turned her attention to Wilford and asked what she thought about it. The old man just smiled in response and said that he didn't even know. But in any case, he was sure that he was an unusual young man. This was the information that his old gut told him, and the rector said that it never let him down. She, in turn, was not at all sure whether Roger's words could be trusted, so she was going to observe him a little longer. After talking to the woman, the main character continued to sit in his office and avoided her gaze. He was confused and thought that such personal meetings should be avoided, and she was clearly interrogating him. Although, when he thought about it, none of this mattered, because he hadn't done anything she could accuse him of, so he would just continue to go about his business without attracting attention. Machiavelli looked closely at the list of students that had been given to him, saw a familiar face, and decided that, come to think of it, the Lumos family was the most influential noble family. Then he wondered if he would have any problems because of recent events. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided that he knew exactly what he had to do. Most likely, Flora shouldn't have taken his words to heart, since he had even given her extra points. So it was a sign of reconciliation between them. By the way, the rector noted that he had many wonderful students, and it was only just beginning with the first-year students. After all, it was this person who the magic tower vouched for, ending with the princess of the Exilian Empire. Finally, he found that person, and wondered if the rector was talking about this guy who practiced unique magic. Machiavelli immediately thought that he had seen him somewhere before, and that was definitely the case. But he decided not to dwell on it too much, thinking he might remember later, so he continued leafing through the list of groups and students. And when he had looked through it completely, he decided that he still needed to be on his guard. Judging by Elizabeth's piercing gaze, she still did not trust him at all. Then he began to wonder if he should stick with the secret organization, since that unfamiliar girl had called him the First Order. She, in turn, must have seen Roger's face when he boarded the train, which meant that the change in his appearance was no surprise to her. So if the real Roger was an expert in disguise and infiltration, then he must be too. Although he began to nod his head and think that this was not the case, because he knew how it would end if he was really caught, and there was no guarantee that the secret organization would protect him. In the end, the guy had to remain a professor and do everything in his power, when suddenly he heard a loud knock on the door and asked who was there. He went to the door to see who had come. There was a man there who greeted Mr. Roger and said he had come to give him this. Machiavelli asked if he understood correctly that it was a schedule for the rounds, and the man replied that he had heard correctly and that today was his turn. The hero thought that it seemed that the contract did indeed mention this, and the man who brought it said that his duties were now complete and he would leave. The professor thought that this schedule would probably not be anything complicated. After a while, evening came, and there were still students in one of the buildings. Some of them were practicing driving on training mannequins. One of the aristocrats got angry and asked her interlocutor to repeat what she had said. She replied that she did indeed have the right to stay there because this place was intended for public use. In that case, if she didn't like something, why didn't she leave? The aristocrat was shocked by this and asked how such an unrefined commoner like her dared to be so insolent. The girl replied that at the Ona Academy, everyone was equal regardless of status or origin, and asked if she really didn't know that. Her interlocutor smiled slyly and said that they say that so that she and her kind don't feel deprived, and the guy behind her said that commoners are so stupid. These insects were actually trying to climb even higher. The girl heard all these taunts directed at her and did not respond. She then sadly realized that no matter what she said, they would not listen to her. The aristocrat interrupted her thoughts and said that if she understood everything, then she should beg her to forgive her for her behavior, but her interlocutor turned away. The students began to say that the commoner was walking away from Lady Dainama, and it was unclear why she was so stubbornly insisting on her position, knowing that it would all end this way. The aristocrat became angry and thought, could it be that the commoner has decided to ignore her words? She then clenched her wand in her hands and told her that she was a mongrel. She couldn't understand why the girl wanted to leave her, and when the girl said that, she immediately directed her magic toward her. It began to spread around and flew straight towards her interlocutor. The students were shocked by what had happened and asked her what she was doing. The girl who was trying to leave turned around because she heard someone shouting at her, and when she saw the magic spell that was already close to her, she realized that she would not have time to dodge it, so she immediately started screaming. But after a few moments, the magic collided with another spell and dissipated. The attack was not successful because it was countered by another spell. After seeing this, The aristocrat immediately became angry and asked who it was who dared to interfere in her battle. The guy upstairs asked why they weren't doing that. Were they really fighting in the training hall? Although what was happening right now before his eyes could hardly be called a battle. The school year had just begun, and they had already gotten themselves into trouble. What a disrespectful attitude towards the Tion Academy. The girl who had been attacked asked if it was Mr. Roger. The hero began to descend using magic and said that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but it turned out to be a one-sided attack. When the aristocrat heard this, she asked what the problem was, since all this was necessary to protect her family's honor. The professor asked what honor she was talking about, since all students at Theona Academy were equal. Right now, it doesn't matter how noble her lineage is, so he simply cannot turn a blind eye to such actions. Machiavelli turned away and told her to follow him immediately. The girl he was talking to became very angry when she heard him speak to her in this way, so she looked at his back and said that he was nothing more than an insignificant fallen nobleman. Of course, a few moments later, she realized what she had said and how it could come back to haunt her, but it was too late. The students who had just defended her were now shocked and asked her what she was doing. The girl who had been attacked was also shocked. For a few moments, the main character stood silently, thinking about what had just happened. Immediately after that, he turned around and looked coldly at the aristocrat, asking her what she had just said. The girl felt a piercing gaze and enormous power emanating from the man in front of her. When the professor did not hear an answer to his question, he told her to repeat what she had said before. The aristocrat, like the others, was very frightened when all this happened, and she couldn't even say a word. The student bowed her head, realizing that she should not say anything, and soon saw the professor in front of her. He came close enough and asked if he had understood correctly that she had called him an insignificant fallen nobleman. One of the students called Professor Selena and told her that they were there. The woman quickly ran over and saw that a conflict was taking place. In addition, after coming closer, the main character immediately raised his hand, as if he wanted to hit her. Everyone immediately became alarmed, but in the end, he simply put his hand on his student's shoulder. He then stated that she was absolutely right when she said that to him. Of course, the aristocrat became alarmed and asked him what he was talking about. The professor replied that he was indeed a fallen nobleman, and she was correct, but they were at the academy, and he was acting as a professor. In that case, it turned out that she was questioning his authority. He then asked if he understood her correctly, but the girl did not answer, because she understood that she was at fault in this situation. Machiavelli continued to say that she had only just arrived here, and in any case, it was probably not easy for her to get used to the new environment. So, despite everything that had happened, they would take her at her word and let her off this time. But she would, of course, receive a disciplinary warning, because she had behaved rudely towards her classmate. He then turned to Renee and asked if she was hurt, and the girl replied that everything was fine. The professor remarked that this was wonderful, but even then, he would leave them to Professor Selena. The woman replied that, of course, he could do that. After saying this, the hero turned in the other direction and walked away in an unknown direction, while all the students looked in his direction. Renee thought that Mr. Roger really knew his name and remembered that she attended his classes. But in reality, she was just an ordinary commoner, no different from the other students. Recalling this situation, she remembered the words of this man, who said that everyone was equal at the academy. This situation was indeed surprising, but on the other hand, it was quite pleasant. So, in reality, it turns out that he is not as bad a person as he seemed at first glance. Now she feels that she can trust him and follow his example. So in that case, she will study even better. The weather outside was quite nice, and the main character went out to get some fresh air. He came to one of the benches in the neighborhood and immediately grabbed his head because he felt a sharp pain. Something strange began to happen in his mind, and he heard some sounds, which made him very nervous. After a while, when he could no longer bear the pain, he immediately reached for his inside pocket. Before he could take the medicine, the situation only began to worsen, and he almost lost consciousness. Soon, he was still holding his head, but he felt that it seemed to have gotten better. It was completely unclear at that moment what he would have done without those pills. It was also unclear why this whole situation and commotion had happened right now, because it turned out that he had almost shown his weak side to his students. His symptoms appeared immediately after he entered the first training area, but at that point, he was still able to control them. At the same time, when he felt much worse, he was about to leave, but then the girl started lying louder and louder, so he couldn't help but intervene. He, in turn, hopes that he coped well with the task at hand, although his face was probably a mess, and he may not have looked very good. He had the last bottle of medicine he could drink in his hands, in which case, he would be able to hold out for another 5 days. Even so, he would most likely have to use magic, because, if you think about it, going to the pharmacy with a prescription could be quite dangerous, and for that reason alone, he had to contact that guy as soon as possible. After a short time, a new workday began, and the main character was already at the academy. He sat at a table with other teachers, and asked if he had heard the woman talking about a werewolf correctly. The woman smiled, and said that he had heard correctly, because it was definitely a werewolf. It turns out that the students say they saw a dark figure in the city last night, sitting right on the roof of one of the buildings. Machiavelli responded to this information by saying that it sounded like an urban legend about a ghost, and Selena asked if he really thought so. After all, it turns out that there are even witnesses to its appearance on the grounds of the Theon Academy. Mr. Roger asked if this was true, and his interlocutor replied that, of course, it was all true. It could have been something else, but it was probably a werewolf, which was not surprising in the magical environment of the academy. It turns out that there are even stories about the 7 ghosts of Theon. The guy asked if such a thing was possible, but Selena said that he had never even heard of them. The hero said that she probably knew a lot of stories about ghosts, and his interlocutor asked him not to think that she had deliberately sought out information about the supernatural. She just wanted to find topics for discussion that would be interesting to students, so she did a little research, not because she was fascinated by such things. The hero thought that it was just a compliment and said that he understood, so she should calm down. But his interlocutor said that it was not true and that he should understand that. Another teacher joined the conversation and told Professor Roger that she had heard he had demonstrated an unusual technique in the first class. As a result, he had created something innovative, an accelerated spellcasting process. And what was it called? Sylvia added that it was called source code. The rest of the people present heard her shout it out and immediately turned their attention to her. The woman was embarrassed when this happened, and her interlocutor said that this was indeed true, and Machiavelli replied that he took it as true. Matilda was surprised and said that it was indeed possible, but they couldn't believe that such a spell really existed. The teachers, in turn, looked at these people in surprise and whispered something to each other immediately. Naturally, the main character noticed them, but continued to watch with surprise. His companion told the guy that everyone wanted to know the secret of Professor Roger's magic, and rumors were spreading quickly. The hero wondered if they really wanted to know his secret, and immediately turned his attention to the other people. The woman asked if he was sure he could tell the secret. "Well, in a place like this, it's unique magic," Sylvia said. "Of course, because the magic tower could give them a patent," but the professor noted that he wasn't interested in that. He also thought that it was really better for him not to apply for any patents, because if he let his guard down, he could easily get stabbed in the back. But while the magic tower had not yet contacted him, the other professors were already actively burning him with their glances. The hero saw that it was Chris Benamor, and with a look like that, he could definitely kill someone. He then wondered what they had told him about the werewolf before. After a while, night fell in the city where they were staying. Machiavelli was not at home at the time, but was wandering around the neighborhood, thinking that it was already late. He thought that perhaps he should walk around the neighborhood and look for that creature, and when he thought that, someone was already behind him. It turned out that this was the creature he had been looking for all this time, namely a werewolf. The monster saw the man standing with his back to it, and without hesitation, immediately attacked him. Machiavelli, in turn, sensed that someone was attacking him, and easily dodged the claws at the last moment. Without hesitation, he swung his leg to attack. This opponent, who had been the first to start the fight, was thrown aside. The professor then approached the creature, and said that he had been wondering where he was, and that he, in turn, had been waiting to pull off a similar trick. The monster realized he was in a bad situation, and said that so much time had passed, so couldn't he even pretend to be surprised? Then he began to get up, and said that it hadn't been that long since he had last seen his elder. The main character also smiled, and said that it had been so long, and called his interlocutor Hans. Of course, it turns out that he is still causing problems, so it is interesting to see what he has done this time. Hans, in turn, asked if this man really thought that he would want things to turn out this way. He, in turn, did not expect that the dog sitting on the woman's lap a second ago would suddenly jump off and rush at him. The hero smiled and said that it was quite a funny situation. The beast became angry when he heard and saw this and said, "Is he really laughing?" But of course he was, because he wasn't in his place, and it seemed that someone had cursed him. It turns out that Hans is a human being, but he has one peculiarity. As soon as an animal bites him, he immediately takes on its genes and turns into that animal. Whether he wants it or not, it happens anyway. The man asked if he had brought the antidote or not, and the hero took out a syringe and said that it was there. The interlocutor immediately gave himself an injection and thanked him for it, because he couldn't stay in that form for long. After a while, the antidote took effect, and he slowly began to turn back into a human. She went on to say that if Machiavelli hadn't come, he would have had to suffer for several more days. The guy said that it reminded him of the day they met. Then, he received an order to catch a cryptid, and he was very surprised when he saw an overgrown chihuahua in front of him. Hans said that thank God he had sorted everything out. It turns out that otherwise, he would have been finished. The hero interrupted him and said that his name was now Roger Chelisi. His interlocutor replied that he remembered, because he had written to him about it. Machiavelli had become a professor at the Theon Academy, and then asked when he had managed to change his identity, and why they were meeting in Laris Velka, and not in the capital. It was unclear what had happened, and then the main character told the whole story. His interlocutor smiled after that, and said that he was simply incredible. If he were in his place, he would have immediately given himself away. It was unclear how this man had gotten out of such a situation. Roger said that it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he could say that he had no choice. Hans asked if this Roger was also a member of a secret organization, and the hero replied that he was correct. He was called the First Order, and asked to stop, because it wasn't funny at all. His interlocutor looked thoughtful, and the guy asked if that meant anything to him. His comrade replied that he had definitely heard of him, that some guys had recently come to the underground world, and that the Order was pursuing them. After Machiavelli heard this, he said that he was sure it was them, and now he was quite interested in what their company was called at the time. Hans replied that if he remembered correctly, it was called Black Dawn. He said that maybe his friend was lucky to survive, but one mistake, and he'd give himself away right away. The hero said that was true, and that he needed to be well prepared. By the way, did his friend bring the suitcase he had asked him for? His interlocutor held it out and said, "Here it is." The hero asked if he had looked inside it. The werewolf replied that he wasn't crazy enough to rummage through his things, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to open it anyway. The guy said that Sheridan was probably still waiting for him, and that he should convey his apologies to him. His interlocutor noted that no one could have known that something like this would happen, and that there was nothing to apologize for. Machiavelli asked if his comrade really needed the medicine so badly. Then why did he ask him to wait 2 whole days in his letter? And why didn't they meet right away? His interlocutor was surprised, and did not ask what she was talking about, because he did not understand what she was talking about at all. Roger said, "In what sense?" Because the day before yesterday, he heard rumors about the appearance of a werewolf. Hans noted that he had only arrived in Leservelk today. In that case, why would he wait 2 whole days for their conversation? After these words, an awkward pause hung between them. But a few moments later, the sound attracted the attention of these people, and it was the very werewolf they were talking about. His companion was stunned, and turned to the elder, asking what it was. Horus, in turn, also noticed the creature, and said that he was right. And so, it turned out that the real werewolf was on the roof of one of the buildings. The creature sat there, making strange noises and looking up. Hans said it was terrifying, and wondered if it was really real. In any case, it seemed that it hadn't noticed them, and they needed to get out of there. Machiavelli pointed out that this wasn't the case, and that it would notice them if they moved, thinking that it had gone out hunting. A few moments later, he noticed the monster, and saw a small detail that caught his attention. Namely, there was some kind of trinket hanging around the werewolf's neck that was familiar to him. His companion asked what it was, and then he saw it. The professor told him that he had to check something right away, and the younger man asked how he could check it, wondering if he was going to get closer. Roger noticed that something was sparkling on his neck, and that this thing had probably been hung there on purpose. Hans asked who would do such a thing, but the hero reloaded his weapon and said that they didn't need to know that right now. After noticing this, my interlocutor said that he hadn't seen this man shoot in a long time. The last time was when he was hunting cryptids. But it turned out that he had a different personality back then, and now it was unclear what his name was. Machiavelli replied that his name was Van Helsing, or to be more precise, Abraham Van Helsing. A few moments later, the monster heard a sound coming from below. He immediately turned his attention there, and saw that there was a man there. Naturally, both parents were looking for their teeth, because that was exactly what he needed. Without even thinking, the creature immediately jumped up from where it had been sitting all this time, and Machiavelli noticed that after a while, the monster appeared next to him. The werewolf raised its head, and it was clear that it intended to kill him right away. The hero looked ahead and realized that, as he had thought before, something was restraining the creature's neck. Naturally, this raised questions in his mind, but he would get the answers as soon as he caught the monster. The opponent began to act like a wolf, and then rushed to attack the man, but he managed to retreat. Machiavelli used his magic technique, and a circle appeared under his feet. In this way, he dodged the attacks of the creature that wanted to tear him to pieces. But it so happened that soon he ran into a wall and had nowhere else to go. The werewolf noticed that he had cornered his prey and rushed to attack, thinking he had already won. The main character had no intention of leaving and continued to stand there with a relaxed expression on his face. Before the creature attacked him, a sly smile even appeared on his face. And the magic circles, which turned out to be traps, worked at the same time. The creature was struck, immediately raised its head, and began to scream in pain. And in just a moment, the werewolf could no longer stand on its feet and immediately fell onto its back. Something terrible was happening in its mind, and incomprehensible sounds could be heard that literally tore its head apart. Hans was standing somewhere off to the side at the same time and wondered why the werewolf had suddenly started behaving this way, wondering if it had eaten something wrong. The main character answered a question he hadn't heard, sending an ultrasonic signal that was inaudible to the human ear, so that the creature's heads were now splitting. As a result, he wouldn't even need an expensive silver bullet in this situation. Machiavelli took a syringe out of his pocket and said that now they would not look to see where this creature came from. Suddenly, he heard some strange sounds from several directions, so he immediately listened carefully. Someone said that they should run here because the sound was coming from this direction. In the end, he had to do everything quickly to catch up with these people. The hero wondered if it was the police and why they hadn't shown up just yet. While Machiavelli was distracted by the people nearby, the monster got its bearings and jumped up. The guy noticed that his prey was getting away from him and realized that he shouldn't just let it go, so he used his left hand, which had a hook inside it. The hero threw it straight at the wall to hook onto it and climb up. When he was in the sky, the werewolf continued to run away because he didn't want to face this man anymore. But Machiavelli was unstoppable as he headed towards him and said he would not let him get away. One of the policemen shouted to the others to look because there was someone on the roof, and another said that they should detain anyone who aroused suspicion. At the same time, the main character was on the roof, catching up with the werewolf. He was running as fast as he could, but the creature that had been trying to attack him was now running away. The werewolf didn't stop, and after a few moments jumped quite far. Once it did, you immediately stopped, thinking that the hero would not catch up with it. But that wasn't the case, because Machiavelli jumped onto the same train that the creature was on. The moment the guy landed, he said that he had only wanted to subdue it before, but it turned out that he simply left him no other choice. So the professor used his power, and in a moment, a shuriken appeared in his hand, which he was going to use to fight. The werewolf realized that a clash between them was inevitable and rushed to attack him. The main character understood this perfectly well, so he threw the weapon in his hands forward. The creature easily dodged it and continued moving forward, so it could be said that now they would face each other in combat. The shuriken, which had recently flown in the other direction, was returning. At the very last moment, the monster noticed this attack and managed to dodge it before it hit him. The professor caught the weapon in his hands and then said that it really had good reflexes. But he just wanted to finish off his opponent with one blow, but it didn't work out. At the same time, when Machiavelli said this, he stretched out the cane he was holding and used magic. The force he directed forward struck the monster, which did not have time to turn away from it. The hero had no intention of stopping and swung his weapon in different directions, manipulating this power, so it began to spin chaotically around the area and flew upward. Then it returned and struck the monster quite powerfully right on the head. But of course, that wasn't enough to kill it. Sir Roger understood this perfectly well, so he rushed into the attack immediately after the indirect blow. The opponent saw this swift attack and immediately jumped back, fearing its power. But even so, he was unable to dodge the unexpected shuriken attack launched by the hero. So, because of the pain he felt, he cried out pitifully, and at that moment, the guy was on top and ready to attack. But then, when he swung and tried to strike the werewolf, he grabbed the weapon with his teeth. As it turned out, it was a very unusual cane, and inside it was a blade, which the guy pulled out. When he did so, he immediately took advantage of the maneuver and turned his back on his opponent. And after he had actually freed himself from his grip, he tried to strike again. After that, the beast only convinced himself that the horseradish was right next to him and reflected in his eyes. A few moments after the incident, the creature's head flew off due to Machiavelli's strikingly fast attack. A little further down the road, the protagonist's companion was running, trying to hide. He walked along the road and said to himself, I didn't get caught. The boss said he wanted to capture the defenses of the day, so where the hell is he? As the guy was heading toward the period and thinking about it, a few moments later, he looked to the side. Out of nowhere, a werewolf's head appeared, falling right at his feet and scaring him. Following it, the main character appeared and asked how he was doing. His comrade told him to go to hell and to warn him next time because he almost dropped his suitcase. Hans looked at the creature's head and asked if it was really a werewolf that they hadn't encountered, telling him not to say that he was going to leave him there. Machiavelli said that he had learned what he wanted to know, so yes, he no longer needed him. The guy asked what he was talking about, and then why he had brought his head. His comrade came closer and said it was because he wanted to surprise him. Hans said that was probably how he decided to repay him. Unlike him, the guy succeeded, and that's not fair. Roger said that it turned out that you are not a real cryptid, as a result of which, someone created you artificially. The hero thinks that they should still do what they had planned before, and the guy asked if he meant the same thing. Machiavelli replied that they should settle down somewhere here, because Lezervelka is much better than the capital itself, and besides, it would be to their advantage, since they need to stay here for a while. Hans asks if he wants to stay in the city, where the secret organization operates, and the Theon Academy is located. There were also crazy experiments being conducted, and street gangs operating, but the guy replied that this was precisely why it was the most suitable place, as they would get lost in the chaos. Let him just gather all the necessary information. His comrade asked if he wanted him to do it alone. The hero replied that his abilities were limited because he was being watched. He needs to keep him informed, and then he will make his move. Hans replied that he understood him, and that, in any case, he was a professional in this matter. The hero thought that he couldn't wait for the situation to resolve itself, but didn't he have the opportunity to start acting right away? For starters, he needed to do at least that. Namely, at the very least, he needed to find some advisors and unexpectedly encounter a werewolf in this era. The pendant on him indicated that he was an experimental specimen. So the guy thinks it was an unusual experiment, but in the end, he dealt with the werewolf and hopes he won't get into trouble again. The headlines are threatening, and the news has spread that unidentified murders continue to rage in Lazarvelka. Last Sunday, 5 murders were committed. As a result of these actions, there are about 10 victims in total. The identity of the criminal has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim to have seen a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police themselves, it was a crazy killer whom they will soon find and arrest. The hero read this and said that the townspeople are still anxious. Machiavelli wondered if this could be true, since he had disposed of the werewolf's body on Saturday. Does that mean there are still werewolves? The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a magic ball that was standing aside and began to glow. After a while, there was a meeting of teachers and professors at the academy. Selena noticed Professor Roger and asked him to sit next to her. The teachers whispered among themselves, wondering if this was the same Roger Celici. Someone said they had heard that he had invented an amazing spell, and that was probably true. But wasn't he a fallen nobleman? At least, that was the impression he gave. When Machiavelli sat down in his seat, the woman asked if he had heard the news that 2 freshmen had been attacked last night. Fortunately, they were still alive, but they had suffered serious injuries, and, as if left by the claws of an animal, when they woke up, the student said it was a terrible beast. Selena thinks that the rumors that appeared last week are indeed true, and that there are also victims in Lazarvelka. One of the women interrupted the teacher's conversation and said that the rector had arrived, so she asked everyone to be quiet and talk less. The interlocutor remarked to the main character that this woman was Professor Marissa, a professor of pharmacology who had been teaching at the academy for 20 years. Machiavelli replied that he did not understand, and a few minutes later, the door opened and the rector entered. She was not as cheerful as before, and said that she had called them all to this urgent meeting to make an announcement. It turned out that a criminal had appeared at the Theon Academy. Of course, they did not yet know who was responsible, but there were witnesses who claimed that it was a cryptid, and if we are to talk about it, then we are talking about a werewolf. One of the professors stood up and told the lady that it couldn't be a werewolf, that it was more likely some kind of mistake, and what other cryptid could it be? Elizabeth turned her attention to him and asked if Professor Hugo had anything to say on the matter. The old man replied that their academy was, after all, under the protection of the Empire. That is why he did not understand where such a creature could have come from, so they should not believe the students' silly stories about Theon's ghosts. The rector said to the man, hadn't she said that they had 2 victims at the moment? Hugo replied that he had heard her perfectly well before, which is why he said he did not believe that a werewolf was behind all this, as both victims came from noble families. Elizabeth, upon hearing this, immediately turned her gaze to her interlocutor. The old man continued to speak quite arrogantly, saying that he thought it was done by one of the academy's students, namely a commoner. The woman looked at him angrily again and asked what he was talking about. The teacher, in turn, asked if the rector thought it was the work of commoners, because otherwise, why were only the nobles among all the students affected? And did she really think that some kind of werewolf could have done it, when it sounded much more plausible that someone had pretended to be a creature? The other teachers, who were from noble families, immediately began to discuss this and condemn those of lower status. Machiavelli listened carefully to what was happening and thought that it seemed to him that the Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage, but apparently, he was mistaken. After all, the people are being incited at a time when they need to unite. Most likely, this situation shows how the best academy on this continent operates. As the main character sat and pondered the situation, he felt something drop onto his shoulder. Naturally, he felt it and paid attention, then thought, could it be a bug? Of course. This caught his attention, because he realized that it was most likely a message from someone, so he immediately removed the bug from his shoulder and began to examine it closely. As a result, he managed to determine that there was some kind of message written in fairly small print. It was difficult to read this information, but Machiavelli managed to do so. It said that 3 test subjects had escaped, and if they could not be captured alive immediately, they should be eliminated. After all, they were the ones who posed a threat to revealing the identity of this guy. After reading the information, he naturally became very angry and immediately clenched his fist aggressively. The professor tried not to show it, but inside he was desperate, wondering why he had to go through all these trials. Selena noticed that something had happened and asked Roger if he was feeling unwell. He tried to pretend that everything was fine and said that everything was normal, but he wondered if this whole situation was directly related to the Black Dawn. Apparently, they hadn't expected something like this to happen either. In reality, it was good that their position had been shaken, but the hero could not allow himself to be exposed. In this case, he simply couldn't sit idly by, and in this situation, the hero had to get to the test subjects before Theon. After all, if he is caught, it will all be over. Elizabeth pointed out to Professor Hugo that he has every right to express his opinion, but he should focus on his work. The man asked if she would increase security, and the woman replied that she would, and that he should tell the students not to leave their rooms late at night. She also allowed for penalty points to be given as punishment, and that was her decree. The teacher said that was fine, and they all understood. The rector said that in that case, it was excellent, and they would conclude the meeting. Wishing everyone good work, the professors began to disperse and discuss the situation. After a while, the main character couldn't sit still and walked around the academy grounds. And when he was walking through another place, he immediately stopped because he felt something behind him. Someone was hiding behind a tree, so he told them to stop hiding and come out. It turned out to be a girl who was following the main character and was on her guard. Machiavelli looked over and saw a student he had taught in class walking by. She looked scared or depressed, so she was worried about what she was going to say. The main character noticed her and wondered if she was the same girl who had called him the first order when they first met. Now it turned out that she was pretending to be a student, which was rather strange. To clarify the situation, the guy asked her what was wrong, but the girl immediately became flustered and couldn't string a few words together. Sir Roger noticed that she was worried and said that they would find a quieter place, so she should follow him. The girl agreed. The professor asked if she would like to have a coffee, and the student was surprised and asked what he was talking about. But as a result of this conversation, they ended up going to the cafeteria. There they sat across from each other and tried to discuss something. The main character asked her what her name was, and the girl replied that she was Sylvia Roshan. The professor said that he thought she was using a pseudonym to hide her true identity, which is why he was so interested in her real name. The young woman was confused of course, but said that it was her real name. Machiavelli was surprised and wondered if that meant it wasn't her pseudonym. He then remarked that if she had something to tell him, she should start talking, but the student turned her attention away and said that there were other people there. The guy replied that he, in turn, had cast a spell so that no one outside this magic circle could hear them, and she said that this was to be expected from the First Order. Sir Roger asked her to stop calling him a First Order and to address him as Professor. She asked what he meant, as it was disrespectful to him. Machiavelli replied that it was an order and asked if she understood that it should not reach the ears of strangers. The girl lowered her gaze and said that she understood everything and would obey him. The hero noted that now they should talk about business and asked her to outline the current situation for him. His interlocutor replied that she would do so right away. It turns out that behind the recent events involving the werewolf are their subsidiary groups, which are conducting experiments on cryptids, using black magic, and the teachings of Shamsus. The School of Shamsus is a group of scientists who were expelled from society for conducting prohibited experiments. She does not know what their research was about, but the test subjects escaped. As a result, they fled through the sewers and became the cause of the horrific murders at the Theon Academy. After that, the interlocutor apologized and remarked that she was talking too much, but the hero said that this was not the case and that everything was fine, so she should continue. Sylvia understands perfectly well that the responsibility lies with Shamsus's school, but tells Professor Roger that he was asked to deal with it, which is why she is here. Another order, Victor Dreadful, allowed him to borrow this name, and the hero said he did so, but did not think that everything would turn out this way. He thought that if he was going to talk about this person, he needed to remember the name. The girl said that the situation was out of control, so they had to resolve it as soon as possible. 3 targets need to be eliminated, so they should try. The guy said that it was not 3, but 2, and that his interlocutor should understand what he meant. Sylvia understood what it was, and asked where he found it. Machiavelli replied that 2 days ago, he stumbled upon one of the werewolves in La Cervelka. She said he was simply delightful. The hero thought that she had contacted him while maintaining her cover, and did not arouse anyone's suspicions. It was unclear why such a talented girl was still in the Third Order. In general, what if she had no choice? Perhaps she was from a noble family, and it was unlikely that an anti-social organization would treat nobles well. She was probably playing the role of a puppet, used by someone who had been kicked out of the organization. He had recently realized how precarious Theon's position was. Now he knows that the balance of the Black Dawn has also been disrupted, which is why Sylvia will be able to help him in this situation. Machiavelli noticed that she said they did not escape through the sewers, which means she needs to be searched. In that case, does the Academy not have this information? The girl replied that she understood everything correctly, but she did not know how long they would remain in the dark. The professor rose from his seat and said that he understood everything. Then, using his power, he said that he was grateful that she had contacted him and that they would see each other later, if possible. The girl hesitated and told Professor Roger that this was true, and he turned to her and said that there was something else. It turned out that she was able to explain herself much better to me. He was glad to listen and hoped that their next meeting would be just as successful. Then he simply left, and his interlocutor said nothing, but it was clear that she liked this information. Sylvia sat there quite embarrassed and couldn't even squeeze out a few words. When the professor had already left, she finally managed to say a few words of thanks, but it was too late. The girl continued to sit in the cafe with her head down, and someone was looking at them through the window. It turned out to be another student from the academy. She wondered what he was feeling, but could it really be what she thought? When she noticed the teacher, she immediately wondered if it was magic. In the end, even if she was right, why he used the spell there was unclear, and what the hell were those two talking about anyway? Some time passed after the incident, and most of the students were sitting in the lecture hall where the class was held. Flora was there too, but she wasn't listening to the professor at all, as her mind was preoccupied with what the two had been discussing earlier. She thought that, judging by the color of the magic field she had seen in the cafe, she could say with certainty that it was a spell that blocked sound. The magical trace was almost imperceptible to the receptors of ordinary people, but why was this spell cast, and what secret could they have been talking about there? The teacher closed her textbook and said that was all for today, that the rumors circulating around the academy were true, so they should not walk around campus too late. If they broke the rules, they would receive penalty points. One of the students asked if the others had heard about the werewolf, and they replied that of course they had. He said he wanted to ambush him, and that it would be interesting to see him. His interlocutor asked if he had heard the recent announcement that if they were caught, they would lose points. The first replied that they would try not to attract attention and still be able to get the reward. Leo asked Adrian what he thought. His friend asked what he meant, whether he was talking about the werewolf, and thought it would be better to stay away and not risk their own points. The guy replied that he knew he would say that. The student asked what he thought about it, and Leo replied that he agreed with him and that it was better not to take any risks and leave it to the professors. Suddenly, a female classmate approached the guys, looking quite angry as she slammed her fist on the table. One of them immediately turned around and wished Tracy good morning. The girl was really angry and asked if he really called that a good morning. Leo, apparently also upset, told her that it was time to accept defeat and calm down, but she replied that it was a draw and that he should not interfere. After all, it only concerned her and Adrian, and she pointed at him and said that this time she wouldn't hold back, so they should fight again for real. The boy replied that he didn't think he wanted to do that, and the girl asked why. He noted that he had classes during the day and that they had to stay in their rooms in the evening. This was done so as not to provoke the werewolf. Tracy asked if he was serious, or if he was just scared and looking for excuses. Her companion did not respond, and it seemed that he was about to get angry and say the opposite. But that wasn't the case, because he just smiled sweetly and said that she could think that way, and the girl said that they would try to resolve the issue in another way. Adrian asked what she was talking about, and she replied that whoever caught the werewolf first would win. And how did he feel about that? The bespectacled individual noted that this was not quite what he wanted to do, but Leo interrupted him and said that it was a deal, and the comrade did not understand why he had done it at all. Tracy said that they had agreed, and let them try to run away. The guy replied that they would come, but she shouldn't, guys, when she lost. Soon, Adrian said that she had already left and asked Leo why he had agreed to it, because it was just crazy. His friend replied that the girl would not have fallen behind anyway, and that the teachers would take care of the werewolf before they did. The guy said that Tracy didn't seem to be joking about it. Leo said that she wasn't stupid enough to go after him alone, and the bespectacled man replied that, to be honest, she was capable of doing even worse. His companion said that most likely that wouldn't happen, but then they thought about it together and immediately got up from their seats. They both looked out the window to see where their recent conversation partner was headed. One of them asked when she had managed to get so far away, and that she was probably heading to the dormitory now. Adrian said, thank God Tracy hadn't lost her ability to think clearly. But a few moments later, the girl changed course. She, in turn, was not going to the dorm at all, but was probably looking for the very creature they had recently talked about. When the guy saw this and realized what was happening, it was already too late, and the situation was bad. After a while, night fell at the academy where the main character taught. As usual, he was not at home in the middle of the night, but was walking along the local roads. At one point, he stopped because he heard something, but he didn't think much of it, as today was a busy day. Before that, he had met one of the professors, who offered him a deal. The hero asked if he meant that in exchange for restoring his family's reputation, he was asking him to look after students of noble birth. The man said that he simply believed that a little flexibility would not hurt, and that there was nothing wrong with that. Machiavelli understood that talking to a fallen nobleman made him uncomfortable. He believed that maintaining good relations with the rector would bring him some benefit, but Roger replied that he did not agree with this. His interlocutor asked what he meant, and the hero replied that he believed there was no division between nobles and commoners at the Academy of Theon, and nothing would change his mind. Now he apologizes because he needs to return to his rounds. The professor tried to restore him and asked him to listen carefully. The hero thought about the situation and decided that he would be exposed if he did as the man said, and he did not want that. On top of that, he doesn't want to anger the rector, and as he was walking down the road, he heard a rustling sound behind him. He went to that very spot and, using his strength, overpowered several students who were hiding in the bushes. The professor asked why they weren't all back in the dorm yet, and one of the guys hesitated and said that it wasn't what they thought. Machiavelli wasn't going to listen to them and said that each of them would get 5 penalty points for this, sending another batch. He thought that there were already 20 students, which was too many. The hero had heard about the reward for capturing the werewolf, but he didn't think so many people would want to get it, and the threat of penalty points had no effect. At this rate, the situation could escalate even further, and the guy had to do everything he could to prevent that from happening. After a while, he went to the sewage treatment plant near the academy and found himself in the sewers. There, he thought about what Sylvia had said, that the werewolves hadn't gotten through the sewers, which was the only place in Lyservelka where they could have gotten through. After descending, Machiavelli immediately used his magic to illuminate the room. He soon looked around and noticed that the police had apparently not checked this place. He saw clear tracks ahead, and they were definitely werewolves. But were there really 2 of them? Judging by their size, one was large and one was smaller, and the paw prints led forward. The hero, in turn, hoped that they would not disappear halfway. For a while, he followed the trail left by these creatures, and almost made it out of the sewer. There, the guy saw that the tracks diverged, which was pretty bad. He looked at them for a moment, then chose one side to check first. When the hero headed there, he realized that the big werewolf had gone straight towards the academy, and most likely, he had already gone out hunting. So, it could be said that at this moment, he posed the greatest danger among the rest, and the guy would not be surprised if he was tracking down his next victim right now. At the same time, while Machiavelli was thinking about this, he heard a strange sound from the side and realized that someone was screaming. The sound was quite far from where he was and came through thick bushes. The professor immediately rushed forward in that direction and realized that it would take too long to follow the tracks, so he would run toward the sound of the voice. As a result of this action, it soon became clear that the 2 girls were being attacked by the same werewolf he had been trying to catch up with. Machiavelli saw that they were students from the academy where he worked, and they were standing there trying to defend themselves. Because of the distance between them, he realized that he would not be able to reach them in time, which was unfortunate, so he immediately used his weapon from afar. The spell quickly spread through the area and rushed toward the monster. Naturally, the werewolf noticed this attack, but it was too late, so he didn't have time to react. The magic spell began to touch him and blind him, so the beast covered his eyes with his hands. The main character, in turn, did not stop, and after a few moments got closer, and then struck hard. The monster's body flew quite far, and a new professor appeared right in front of the students. They, in turn, noticed him, and said that it was Professor Roger, but they were amazed. The guy didn't even pay attention to them, and said that it was Renee, as well as Adriana Van Exilian. The girls were surprised, and the first one said that it was true. They were curious what he wanted. The teacher said in a rather angry tone that each of them would receive 5 penalty points for this. They, in turn, were even more stunned when they heard this information, and asked what he was talking about. The princess was quite surprised, and asked them to wait a few seconds. She noted that the teacher should have made sure that they were okay, and the hero asked how she dared to raise her voice at him now. The girl replied that it was all because she wanted to help her, and the professor said that she had forgotten to think about her own safety, and now she was also counting on him. Another girl joined the conversation and asked the man not to punish her. Machiavelli asked what she was talking about. Renee hesitated and said that she had accidentally fallen asleep while studying. The professor told her that he appreciated her dedication, but she had to understand the seriousness of the situation. She agreed and apologized. At that moment, the hero noticed the princess, who was smiling sweetly and did not understand what the contagiousness was about. He then turned to Adriana and asked her to accompany Renee to the dormitory, saying that he would not give them penalty points for this. The girl asked if this was really true, and the man replied that if they had anything against it, then perhaps they should be returned. But his interlocutor led the younger girl away. She said they needed to leave, and her friend agreed. When the students started to walk in the other direction, the werewolf turned around. They noticed what had happened and told the professor to take care of himself, to which the hero replied that he could see everything perfectly well. The monster finally recovered a little from the spell that had struck him and was about to attack, but just as it was about to happen, he jumped in the other direction, and the girl shouted that he was running away. Machiavelli naturally rushed after it and shouted to his students to quickly find a safe place and hide there. As a result of this situation, a chase began between the man and the creature that had recently wanted to tear him apart. The werewolf looked back and saw that he was being pursued, so he climbed onto the roof of one of the nearby buildings. The professor, in turn, did not want to let him go, so he used the hook in his left hand and moved forward. Renee and his girlfriend were heading towards a safe place, but they were still watching the chase that was unfolding before them. The girl told Adriana to look closely and ask herself if it was really levitation magic. Adriana looked and realized that it probably was. Just like the creature, the main character hung from one of the roofs, and then they looked at each other from a distance. The main characters realized that there was no point in staying there for long, and after a few moments, they immediately rushed forward. The creature saw how its opponent was preparing to attack it, and, as a result, also rushed forward. When all this happened, the opponents clashed and struck each other with their weapons. And so they exchanged blows for some time, jumping back and attacking each other with different methods. After a short interval, they stopped to assess the situation. The lull did not last long, and the aggressive monster immediately rushed to attack, which the hero successfully dodged. And when Machiavelli did so, he stretched out his sea weapon and cast a spell. The magic ball that was released forward reached its target and hit the monster, and the hero jumped forward after that. This was done in order to attack from behind, so the guy jumped high enough and aimed his weapon to attack. The female student stopped and watched closely what was happening, so surprised that the princess asked if this was what a real battle looked like. He still couldn't fight, so he jumped up and tried to hit the man hard on the head. Naturally, Machiavelli easily returned and then tried to counterattack the monster again. In the end, the attack was fast enough, and so he managed to hit the target, which was not far away. The monster flew a considerable distance and could have fallen off the roof, but tried to stop. The professor, in turn, had no intention of stopping, and again aimed his weapon at his opponent, trying to cast a magic spell. In fact, he succeeded, so the monster was struck or flew down. After all this, the monster cried out in pain, then fell to the ground and did not move. The main character, in turn, thought that he was feeling tired now, and that perhaps he shouldn't have used so much magical power right away. But even so, he simply couldn't use magic while fighting in front of the students, so he had to finish off this werewolf as soon as possible and find the second one. Machiavelli began to descend, and when he was very close, he saw the creature trying to hit him, so he wondered if this scoundrel was still moving. It turned out that the monster wasn't trying to hit him, but had only grabbed a piece of stone it had found and was trying to use it. The professor noticed this and was amazed at the wit this werewolf had shown. Without hesitation, the beast threw down its weapon so that it would appear in its hands in order to fight back somehow. Of course, the main character was not harmed by this attack, as he used his protective barrier. But at that moment, he was truly amazed that this creature could use foreign objects in battle. The beast regained its senses and immediately jumped up and tried to attack the spot where Machiavelli was standing. The man dodged the attack by jumping up to avoid damage, but he also thought that this werewolf, his opponent, was very clever. As others might understand, this creature was based on a wolf, but only in that regard could it be said that it could determine the strength of its enemy. After what the professor saw right in front of him, thoughts began to creep into his head about whether they were werewolves at all. But at night, several guys were looking for Tracy. Adrian tried to find out where she was and couldn't get through to her. Leo was also there and said that maybe they should go home. Because he could say that they wouldn't be able to find her anyway, the girl was probably already resting somewhere in the dormitory and nothing more. His friend said that they couldn't know that for sure and that they had agreed to this bet for nothing. Leo asked if he was sure that Tracy was still looking for this werewolf. The guy with glasses replied that anyone could have given up on the idea, but not this girl. His companion had no choice but to admit this, and he noted that they should keep looking for another 30 minutes. But if they still haven't found her by then, they should go back. When he said that, he heard a scream in the distance. Leo started running in that direction and shouted to his companion, asking if he had heard it, because it was the voice of the girl they were looking for, and they should run there. After a while, the guys started running together to find their friend. Adrian ran ahead and began to run through the bushes, when suddenly he noticed something in front of him. At the same time, he collided head-on with someone, and because of this, they both took a serious blow. After the collision, the guy ended up on the ground, holding his head. Leo wondered if it was Tracy, and their companion noticed them and asked what they were doing there. Adrian immediately said that he heard her scream, but she was embarrassed and asked how she could have screamed when she hadn't. Suddenly, a growl was heard from the bushes, and one of the guys said that the sound was quite strange. Tracy said that they should be quiet and follow her. Her companions listened to her and slowly began to follow her. Peeking out from the bushes, they didn't notice the creature hiding in the bushes, only its snout peeking out. When they saw it, they wondered if it was a werewolf, but it was so small. Tracy was delighted and asked what they could say about it, because she had won. Leo pointed out that she had simply found it, while they had been betting on who would catch it. The girl said that if that was the case, she would go and catch it right away. Adrian asked her to wait a second, and she replied that she understood he didn't want to lose, but she just didn't want to give up the victory. The guy said that wasn't the point, and told her to look, because he was wounded and couldn't move, so he had found a hiding place. Or maybe she thought he had hidden there himself. Tracy said they had talked before about 2 werewolves roaming the area. Adrian noted that he couldn't know that for sure, but if someone had helped him, that was bad. Suddenly, he looked ahead and was surprised. The creature hiding in the bushes had some kind of target on its neck, like a pair of glasses, which made him wonder what it was. It turned out that it had something on its neck, and now he was curious about what it was. While his companions were looking ahead, a large werewolf appeared behind them. The monster sensed its victims, who were very close to it, and began to growl and drool. Leo was the first to sense the danger. He turned around and saw the werewolf. He saw that their opponent was about to attack his friend, and shouting at Adrian, pushed him away. And then the very monster that had tried to attack them struck the guy who had managed to push his friend away. From this rather strong blow, the boy's body flew quite far to the side and fell. The werewolf used his limb to grab the other boy by the head. Tracy was shocked and asked if it was real. After a few moments, she decided she should calm down, because her body was shaking violently, and she could definitely defeat it. Despite everything, she had to do it for the sake of her family, for the sake of victory. The creature realized that this girl was a threat and attacked her, but Adrian managed to help her get back. Tracy was moved by how selflessly her companion was trying to protect her with his body. Leo, who was standing aside and trying to get away from the attack, was also very surprised. The guy with glasses was fine, and he asked his companion if she was okay. The student asked why he had helped her just now. He asked in surprise what else it meant, because he couldn't stay away when his friend was in danger. While these conversations were going on, the monster did not stop, and was now preparing to attack his victims. The guy noticed what was happening, and told his friends not to worry, because he thought the monster was just protecting its young. He then turned to the creature in front of them, and asked if he was right. His friend asked what he was doing, because the creature wouldn't understand him anyway. But Adrian continued to say that everything was fine, and that he would not harm the werewolf. In fact, the monster understood him, and, after a few seconds, turned completely in the other direction. As a result, it stopped near the baby, who was hidden in the bushes, and growled a little. The guy saw what had happened, and said that it seemed that the reason for this anger was fear for the cub. The girl asked in surprise if he really understood him. Leo continued, saying that in any case, he could reveal his true nature at any moment. The boy changed the subject and said he understood that it would sound pretty wild, but in any case, he begged them to trust him right now. So he approached the monster and asked him to listen, because he meant him no harm. He then asked if he understood correctly that his child was sick, and at that moment raised the flask in his hands, stating that this mixture would not cure him, but it would make him feel a little better. Once again, the creature in front of him understood him and slowly began to approach. The man held out the medicine, and the werewolf tried to take it very carefully. But in the end, this did not happen, because someone pierced the creature right in the stomach with their magic. The werewolf felt intense pain and began to scream, but the magic continued to spread. This magic was like shackles that bound the body. A few moments later, the master of this spell appeared, namely the main character, who saw his students and addressed them. They also paid attention to him, and the professor wondered what the hell they were doing there. Tracy and the others realized that this was Professor Roger, and that they were in trouble, so they hesitated and didn't know what to say. Machiavelli said that everything was fine. They would explain the situation later, and for now, they should return to the dormitory. The boy and girl from the cut agreed to this. But then, Adrian covered the werewolf with his body and asked them to wait a moment. The teacher turned his attention to him, and the boy shouted that he thought the werewolf understood human language, so he asked them to think before killing him. Sir Roger asked if this man understood what nonsense he had just said. The boy shouted that it was not foolish at all, and that perhaps this werewolf was not so simple. The hero turned his attention to the creature that was standing aside. Adrian noticed its rather frightening gaze, which looked penetratingly forward. This greatly alarmed him, and he did not understand what could possibly be happening right now. The professor quickly grabbed his arm, and then pushed him away from where they were standing. The student fell to the ground, then turned around and wondered what that strange look meant. When she turned back, you saw the teacher use his magic spell, and direct it straight at the werewolf. As a result of this action, a powerful stream of flames burst forth in front of them. Adrian continued to sit on the ground, not understanding what was happening there. The professor paid no attention to them, and only said coldly that tomorrow they would all receive their punishment, but for now, they should immediately go to their rooms. After what had happened, a short time passed, and a new day dawned. The whole group sat at the table in a rather depressed state. Leo said that they were idiots, and now they were definitely finished. It was unclear how they had gotten into trouble with the police in front of Professor Roger. Tracy thought it was a great shame, and she couldn't do anything about it. A few moments after her musings, she turned her attention to another guy. In this situation, Adrian didn't say a word, and just sat with his head down, looking quite pensive. Soon, the door to the room swung open, and the rector entered with a smile on her face. She noticed that the students had probably been waiting for them for a long time. The main character was also there, but the students were more surprised that Mrs. Elizabeth had come. The woman noticed their surprised faces, and told them not to be nervous. They should just relax, and nothing bad would happen. The children understood that if Mrs. Elizabeth was here, it meant that they would definitely not get away with a simple disciplinary penalty. Professor Roger asked them why they thought he had called them here, and Leo replied that it was probably because they were facing a punishment worse than penalty points. Machiavelli noted that this was true, and that they should understand how reckless their actions had been the previous night. If something had actually gone wrong, new victims would have been inevitable. The students said nothing, because they understood that they were in the wrong. The dean told them to cheer up, because everything turned out okay in the end, but she would tell Professor Roger to stop intimidating the students. The man replied that they couldn't let the matter drop, and Elizabeth asked if it was right that the situation had been resolved in their favor. He described the situation to her in detail, then asked Adrian if she had heard correctly that he had risked himself to protect Tracy. The boy hesitated and said that this was not entirely true. The principal said she was sure he did not realize how dangerous and wrong their actions and behavior were. Therefore, they would each receive 10 penalty points, but she could not blame them for their actions in such a difficult situation. In that case, she would award them 20 points each. The students asked in surprise if this was true, and the woman asked the professor if he had any objections. The man replied that he would not dare to contradict the rector, and she replied that in that case, they should return to their studies. So the children thanked her. They immediately began to leave the room, but Adrian lingered a little and turned his attention to Roger. Soon, the rector asked Professor Roger if he was satisfied, not expecting him to ask her to be gentler with them. The hero said that he was grateful for her help, and that he hoped they would not find out about his request. Elizabeth replied that, of course, as far as werewolves were concerned, she had not noticed anything strange. The professor noted that there was nothing that stood out, and the woman replied that this was good, and that, in any case, she was grateful to him for his work. Thanks to his dedication, no one had been hurt, and she asked him to continue in the same vein. After a while, she left him alone with his thoughts. The hero couldn't get that situation out of his head, and thought that he had definitely seen something. And while the big werewolf sat tied up, the little one began to emerge from that very place. But what began to appear from the bushes, which carefully concealed it, was truly astonishing. Recalling this situation, Machiavelli wondered if what he had seen was definitely a human being. He was, in turn, someone who had not completed his transformation, so he was not a complete werewolf. Coming out of this situation, the professor realized that the experiments were not being conducted on wolves, as he had previously thought. It turned out that they were being conducted on people who were captured and then turned into werewolves. The main character was concerned that he did not regret his choice, because if he had not done so, he would have been in trouble. He was also influenced by the fact that a large number of people had suffered because of them. As a result of this situation, he had no choice but to kill them. While the guy was thinking about this, he remembered the little werewolf and what he looked like before he died. At that moment, he felt quite sad, because he understood that this should not have happened. Then he reached into his pocket and took out a magic sphere for communication, but he tried to hide with his friend in order to discuss something, and said that it was him, also telling Hans that he had a request for him. Tracy sat on a bench with her friends, and said that who would have thought that not only would they not be penalized, but they would also be rewarded with extra points. She then asked Leo how his hand was, and the boy replied that everything was fine, but he would still have to wear a bandage for a few days. The girl turned her attention back to Adrian, who was sitting with a rather pensive look on his face. She asked him what was bothering him so much, but he hesitated and said that everything was fine. There was just something. He asked if they remembered the young werewolf they had seen recently and that he had been wearing a strange collar. Tracy asked in surprise if he was serious, as it was loud enough that she was asked to be quiet. The boy with glasses said that this was one of the reasons he tried to stop Professor Roger. But what if they were created artificially? Leo said that, speaking of which, there was a rumor that there were some suspicious characters hiding in Theon. Tracy wondered if it was just some kind of fiction. The interlocutor noted that he couldn't say for sure, but a werewolf wearing a collar was very unusual, and didn't they think there was something else to it all? The girl asked if he wanted to say anything about Professor Roger, and Adrian replied that it was true. He didn't suspect him of anything, but his expression was strange. In the end, he could say that on that particular evening, their teacher had managed to do something clearly strange that had surprised him. Tracy then asked if they really thought he was hiding something from them. Adrian replied that he wasn't sure, but he thought he knew much more than they did. As a result, he thought that perhaps it was all just his imagination, because Professor Theona would not do anything like that, probably. Well, what if it turned out to be true, and Professor Roger was somehow connected to these strange rumors? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by his girlfriend, who stood up and said that it was nonsense, that they were both thinking too much. Had they already forgotten what the rector had told them recently? The teacher had told her about what had happened in great detail, but in that case, would he have acted that way if he had been involved in something like that? He tries not to show it, but in reality, he cares deeply about his students. So, after all this, it's quite strange that they are still beginning to suspect him of something. Adrian stood up and said that he thought Tracy was right. His friend said that it was true, and besides, what was the point of digging into it? He was the first to notice that he was hungry, so they should go eat. Leo agreed that this was true, but it was already lunchtime, so he invited his friend to go with them. She was surprised, and asked if they wanted her to go with them. The boy with glasses hesitated, and said that friends often do that, eat together and stuff. At the same time, he asked if they weren't friends, and his companion was quite embarrassed when she heard these words. Then she replied that in that case, she would agree, and the boy was delighted, and said that was great. His friend asked Machiavelli if he had looked at the papers he had sent him, and the hero replied that he had. After looking at them, he realized that they contained the total number of missing people in the city of Laservelk, and a list of public gathering places. Hans said that he knew a bunch of healthy guys who were always hanging around an abandoned factory, and that this was what they needed. The professor remarked that this was excellent work. The interlocutor continued, saying that regarding the information he had recently asked to be checked, several workers had disappeared outside the city. The man asked if there was a family of 3 among them, and his interlocutor replied that there was, and that this was the only case of an entire family disappearing. Machiavelli replied that everything was clear to him now, and that he would check the factory. So night fell on the street, and the main character went there. There were several men there, and one said to another that he was dying of boredom, asking how long they would have to stay there. His companion replied that it would be about 2 days. He then asked why these scoundrels had run away from there, and his colleague remarked that he was more interested in how they could have allowed this to happen in the first place. It turns out that the child had not received enough of the drug, so they were going to increase the dose, but he started screaming and crying. In short, he raised hell. But the most interesting thing is that no one was prepared to stand up to his enraged parents when they saw what was happening. The interlocutor asked how this was possible, since they had already been turned into werewolves. So how could they still be worried about their child? The man said that he understood everything correctly. That's why they made a scene and disappeared. As far as he knew, they had a confidant who could smooth things over. So were they really suffering because of some little boy? The interlocutor shouted that this was exactly the case, because if he had been there at that moment, he would have killed him immediately. Suddenly, a noise was heard coming from the sewer shaft. The workers turned their attention there, and then looked at each other. When they did, the main character had already heard all the information he needed, and reached for his weapon. In an instant, several bullets flew forward, and killed the men, who did not even understand what had happened. Their bodies quickly fell to the ground, and it was clear that they were no longer alive. After what happened, Machiavelli slowly began to walk forward. He was now wearing a hood and a mask to hide his identity and avoid being seen by others. The hero looked around, and then remembered what had happened a short time before. He had recently seen his friend, and said that he had finally arrived. Hans also saw him, and said that he was well prepared, and even dressed nicely. Then he asked if he was going there all alone, and Machiavelli also asked him if he really wanted to help him. His friend replied that he thought he could take out 1 or 2 opponents, and the hero said that he understood everything, and would manage on his own, no matter how many there were. His friend replied that there were about 40. They were about to leave, so there was no time to waste, and in 2 or 3 minutes, it would be completely pointless. The comrade asked about their combat strength. His companion replied that he should be prepared for the fact that they were armed, twice as many wizards, and 3 in full combat gear, and that they could get there through the sewer passage. At the same time, one should be careful. Machiavelli replied that he understood, and told Hans that he had a question about that family. The guy noticed that he was listening carefully, and the man noticed that if we were talking about the child, how old was he? His comrade replied that if he remembered correctly, he was only 7 years old and very small. The hero was saddened when he heard these words, and said that if he was 7 years old, then everything was clear to him now. Immediately after saying this, he left, and now he remembered the whole situation when he killed those monsters. Machiavelli, without even thinking, began to walk inside the building where all these experiments were to be carried out. He found himself completely immersed in darkness, and after a few moments, he heard screams and surprised questions about who he was. Some begged for help, while others simply ran, but most of them had already been killed. The hero continued his advance down the corridor, where several dozen people were already dead, and while he was hurrying forward, some kind of bug was flying after him, which was really strange. Most likely, it was some kind of transmitter that could be used to monitor what was happening ahead. At the same time, the factory was bustling with activity. People were quite busy, and it was noisy. One of the men, who owned the insect, realized that something strange had happened. That's why he told his conversation partner that it looked like they had a rat, and the other man asked if he was from security. If so, they would have to shut down and lay off people. The guy touched the insect and said that he didn't think he was from security, and this situation was just perfect because it played right into their hands, meaning that no one would miss him if he simply died. Machiavelli continued to walk deeper into the factory, and the guards who noticed him started shooting. Although they tried to shoot, they couldn't, because the bullets didn't fly, and one of them asked what it was. But the professor, who was right in front of them, used his magic to block their weapons. One of the guards noticed this, and said that they should stop shooting, because there was a magician in front of them, and bullets would not help, so they should arm themselves with knives. The main characters slowly reached for their weapons, which were attached to their belts, and tried to get them out. When the man saw this, he smiled and said that he was a fool because his gun would not work. But he didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was killed by a bullet from that very weapon. His colleague, who was standing to the side, was shocked by this and looked ahead intently. He turned around and looked at the corpse lying on the table below, saying that this couldn't be, that this magician was using magic bullets. Suddenly, another man in a suit approached them and shouted for everyone to move aside because it was his turn. Magic power would not protect against this very thing he was using. The man was fully armed and had an electric gun in his hands. He immediately directed his energy beam at his opponent, then laughed and asked if he liked it. But just a few moments later, he saw something strange that surprised him. The hero continued to stand in front, unharmed, and used his magic to block the attack on himself. The opponent was surprised and thought, could this be elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal? He realized that electrical power would not help here. While the guard was thinking about this, a bullet flew into the tank behind him, which was used to generate electricity. Naturally, the man looked there and saw that there was a hole, so he realized that things were bad. The electricity inside began to spread throughout the area, striking the people nearby. The main character realized that he had dealt with another group of opponents, and there were already about 20 people. While he was thinking about this, he heard a strange sound coming from above. So, without even thinking about what was there or looking up, he used his weapon and fired. This killed the insect that was flying above him, and he realized that he knew he was being watched, which meant that they were doing it through insects. Machiavelli understood that they were using them as a means of surveillance. But could it be that these were the very same insect brothers from another world? Now he had a strong feeling that they were already waiting for him, but first the hero had to deal with these insects. To this end, he stepped on the ground and, using his magic, created a magic circle around himself. Vibrations, almost inaudible to the human ear, began to spread throughout the corridor and the entire factory. The insects could hear this sound perfectly well, and it was catastrophic for them. So, a large number of them, which were hovering in the air, began to malfunction and fall to the ground immediately. The very person who controlled these creatures realized that his charges had become much fewer. Therefore, he whispered that the signal coming through the insects had disappeared, wondering if he had felt a vibration before it happened. The man could tell that the sound waves were similar to those created by elemental wind magic, and if he really possessed it, then they were in big trouble. It turns out that small insects cannot cope with such powerful energy, and it seems that the time has come for bigger creatures. So he told the Baron to get ready. The man said he understood, and his companion stated that, according to his supposed route, the man should come out through the door in front of them. The guards lined up there, and the chief said they should give him a warm welcome. A few moments later, everyone was stunned and asked what was going on, wondering if he had turned off the lights. They had to quickly turn on the backup generator. Simon told the senior guard what he thought this latest stunt by the scoundrel meant, but his interlocutor did not respond to this statement, and the man asked what had happened. But when he looked to the side, he saw that the body he was talking to was standing there without a head. The head, which had been on the shoulders just a moment ago, was now rolling toward his feet. The insect controller immediately jumped aside and realized that the senior had been killed a few seconds earlier. Simon realized that the situation was getting out of control and didn't understand when he had managed to get here, since it hadn't been that long since the lights went out. He decided he had to strike before the man reached him, so he pulled a large centipede out of his left sleeve. It immediately began to crawl out, but a few moments later, it was cut in half by a bullet. The man looked back and saw a man wearing a mask and a hood. This was the main character who had thrown the salad, but his blow was unsuccessful because his opponent managed to dodge it. Simon wondered with surprise what kind of magician this was, fighting hand to hand, but this man was really dangerous, so he had to keep his distance. The hero had no intention of stopping for a second, and after his physical attack failed, he immediately cast a magic spell. Simon noticed this technique and thought that a flamethrower was a pretty dangerous attack, but it was unclear how this man managed to create it so quickly, literally in a split second. There was no time to think about it, because Machiavelli had already sent a stream of fire straight at him. The man felt intense heat and began to scream in pain, flying a long distance and falling to the ground. The hero slowly began to approach his burning body, while the others said that the enemy was inside. They, in turn, had no idea how he had managed to get there so quickly, and the leader of these people understood that things were bad. He then raised his head toward his opponent and saw a weapon in front of him, and then asked who he was. Naturally, the main character did not answer this man and immediately shot him right in the head. One of the guards who was standing aside said that this was impossible. It was completely unclear how the stranger had so easily destroyed these brothers. Machiavelli heard someone talking nearby and turned his cold gaze toward them. The people saw this and immediately became alert. Just as the professor was about to attack them, he suddenly sensed danger from the side and turned his attention there. It was approaching him quickly enough to attack, and he managed to dodge it at the last moment. But when the man saw what it really was, he was shocked because it was the limbs of insects. This limb had been pulled far enough away from the body, which lay nearby without a head, and it was Baron himself. The creature's body began to rise slowly and screamed in pain. He spoke unnaturally, not like a normal person, but with a mouth that appeared on his hand, which he used to communicate. The monster said that he could not have expected this man's attack to be so sudden, and that he had not even had time to appear before Simon had already finished him off. The main character saw this and asked if he could turn into an insect, and also how a severed head could see without causing him discomfort. In response, the monster said that his body had finally reached a transcendent state, and the one who looked like a human began to swell. As a result, in a few moments, the body was completely torn apart, and another creature appeared. The main character noticed the huge insect that appeared in front of him. Its limbs were large enough to attack, and it lowered them to the ground for the time being. Then Baron said that he was not mourning his dead brother, but that this man would still pay when he tore him to pieces. The people who were supposed to protect this place saw the big monster and immediately shouted that they should save themselves and run away. But there was no way he was going to let them live, so he used his limbs and attacked. After seeing everything that had happened, the main character wondered if he really didn't care that his subordinates would suffer. The giant bug told him to stand still if he wanted to save them. Machiavelli jumped back and fired his weapon. The bullets hit his opponent right in the head, but they did not cause any damage due to the thickness of his skin. After that, since the Baron successfully defended himself, he immediately jumped forward and tried to counterattack, but the man dodged. The hero realized that he couldn't hit him with ordinary physical weapons, so he used his magic. It was the same flame technique he had used on his previous opponent, whom he had killed with it, but the beetle managed to return successfully anyway. Machiavelli was really surprised, and wondered how, with such a large body, he managed to dodge his attacks. His thoughts were interrupted by the creature itself, which grabbed his body with its claw. The professor felt intense pain from being squeezed so tightly, but he used magic, realizing that Baron would not dodge. The same flame that had appeared a few seconds before began to shoot forward. Soon, the technique ceased to have any effect, and after the smoke cleared, it was clear that the creature was fine. Machiavelli was very surprised by what he saw, and wondered how it could withstand such a powerful blow of magical force at point-blank range. The insect immediately counterattacked the man, and struck with its claw in a completely different direction. Then the monster said that in order to fry him, at least a 4th level spell would have to be used. After that, it continued to hit the wall quite hard, trying to kill the man it was fighting and laughing. But then he felt that something was wrong, and when he looked, he saw that there was no one left with claws. Immediately, thoughts appeared in his head about where his opponent in the vegetable had disappeared from his field of vision. The insect couldn't understand what the hell was going on, and suddenly, he saw something falling from the sky. It looked up, and, naturally, saw what was there, and it, naturally, threatened its life. Therefore, in order to protect himself, he cut through the metal beam that was above him. It immediately fell to the ground without hitting him, and the main character of the hall landed with it. The Baron then said that with his quick movements, this man reminded him of a winged insect. Machiavelli said nothing in response, or thought about the fact that a pistol and 3rd level magic were powerless against his new opponent. There was also no hope of using a 4th level spell in this situation. The professor said that he could not even imagine that he would have to use it right here and now. The monster turned its attention to him and looked surprised, not understanding what was going on. The hero began to gather his magical power in his hand and said that this insect had left him no choice. Hans was somewhere in one of the dark alleys, shivering and saying that he was very cold and that he should have dressed warmer. Speaking of which, his friend should have already finished, because fighting dark magicians is not an easy task, but he was definitely not the type to lose to them. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a bright magical light spreading from the factory. He immediately turned his attention there and could see light beginning to shine through the windows and various cracks. Then this light turned into fire, which spread several hundred meters in different directions. The comrade realized that Machiavelli had used this power after all, and he could say that this was his true magical power, or whatever he called it. But as he pondered the situation, he did not understand what it all meant, because magic is magic, and nothing more can be said about it. After a while, Hans saw a man in front of him and asked if he was done, and how things were going. The hero replied that he had already taken care of all the test subjects. The younger man said that this meant that their assumptions had probably been confirmed, and that after the transformation, they would no longer be able to return to human form. Machiavelli replied that this was true, and all that remained was to relieve them of their suffering. The young man took the bottle, and asked if this was the drug that turned people into werewolves. There is so much cruelty in this world, and who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on humans could exist? It would not have happened if someone had not sponsored it. The hero interrupted him and said that he didn't need to worry about it, because he had already found out who was behind it. Hans asked if he was serious, because it simply couldn't be true. Yes, but he should just forget about it, because, one way or another, he wouldn't be able to stop this man. After that, he turned away and started to leave. Machiavelli remained in the same place, with his back to the factory, which was burning after his true magical power. A banquet was supposed to take place in one of the rather expensive houses, but the old man shouted and asked if they dared to call it food. Since this was my aristocrat, he didn't like anything, so he threw food around and injured the maids. He then declared that all they wanted was to fill their bellies at his expense, so none of those present here were capable of doing their jobs properly. All of them here are just the dregs of society, who don't even deserve a penny from him. The old man called them nothing but idiots and nobodies. After a while, he strode quickly down the corridor of his estate, saying that they were all scoundrels and that no one knew their duties. But he, in turn, had invested so much money in this project that it was unimaginable, and they couldn't even keep track of the test subjects. He didn't know whose doing it was, but the main thing was that everything had been settled with the test subjects, and soon, the old man would be able to get the results of the research and move on to the next stage. In the end, it won't be long before he has the drug that will allow him to regain his youth in his hands, and there are other effects besides restoring his former appearance. It turns out that it will make him stronger and more perfect than the years he spent achieving this goal were not in vain. Suddenly, someone behind him called him Belfort Rickson. The old man realized that they had come for him and immediately turned around and asked who he was. But the hero was going to have a conversation with him and immediately jumped towards her, knocking her down with his hand. The aristocrat did not understand what was happening and asked what it was, and also tried to get the attention of the guards. Machiavelli told him that no matter how much he called, they would not hear him, because the man had set up a sound barrier around the perimeter of the room. The interlocutor asked what he was talking about, and the professor grabbed him and said he would ask him just one question. He should imagine an 8-year-old child who survived, but who, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality. Also, this same child, who looks into the eyes of the murderer with a smile before his own death. And in his smile, before everything happened, there was only gratitude for being freed. After that, how do you think the man felt at that moment, who had no choice but to burn his family to the ground with him? Naturally, the aristocrat listened to him attentively and understood what he was talking about. When he understood what this man was talking about, he immediately began to laugh and asked if it was really him who had gotten rid of the escapees. He also thought that there had been a misunderstanding and suggested that if he let him go, rather than just talking, the hero replied that he should just answer his question. The man said that he had simply forgotten what had happened and that he had killed them because that was the course of events. And if you think about it, it's no big deal. But he also finished off a couple of scumbags. So what? After all, they had the opportunity to do something useful for once in their worthless lives, namely, the chance to serve the development of humanity. So, couldn't their sacrifice be called noble after all? Machiavelli replied that it was good, and now, he had heard more than enough. After that, he took out a syringe with the very substance that turns people into werewolves and injected it into the old man's neck. The man understood what had happened and what substance was being injected into his body, so he was terrified. Machiavelli continued, saying that it was precisely for this reason that he now felt no malice toward him. The aristocrat grabbed his neck where he had been injected and asked what he had just done to him. The professor noted that he had looked at his research records and could say that they were quite interesting. It turned out that a small dose of this drug was effective. Even that amount was capable of turning a person into a werewolf, but it was interesting to consider what consequences could be expected from a larger dose. Something terrible began to happen to the old man. He screamed in pain, his appearance changed, and his limbs took on a completely different form. As a result of this transformation, a huge monster appeared before the main character, with several arms and a large mouth. Machiavelli noticed this, and thought that no matter how hard he tried to convey his feelings to him, he would still not understand anything. So instead of doing that, she would simply make him experience what they felt when they turned into werewolves. Then the character used his magic and removed the sound-absorbing wall, causing the monster's screams to spread throughout the estate. The subordinates heard it and asked what the sound was, thinking it was coming from Mr. Rickson's room. So several wizards and guards rushed to his room and asked if he was all right. But at the same time, when the door flew open, they were stunned to see a huge monster standing in front of them. In the end, it was completely unclear where it had come from, but it had to be subdued immediately. One of the men said that those who did not possess magic should look for the master. The guards continued to use their power and directed a large amount of it at the monster, which screamed in pain. All these actions continued for some time, and people said that it was a resilient creature, so they should continue to cast spells and increase the firepower. Machiavelli left this aristocrat with his own subordinates, who did not know who he was, and tried to kill him. Hans was with him in one of the rooms, and he asked how much there was. The older man said he could take a little for work and hide the rest. The guy looked at him and asked if he was really leaving, since he had tried so long to get to that place, and perhaps he should look around first. The hero noted that he would return next time, but that he needed a more suitable person for cover. His friend said he understood, and that in that case, he should get some rest. After a short conversation, Machiavelli left the estate and walked down the street at night. He stopped near one of the ponds and turned his attention there. A boat was floating on the water, apparently carrying passengers or some kind of cargo. The man noticed it and then clenched his fist as if in anger. And just like that, looking ahead, he stood on the shore for some time. The next day, reporters lined up near the estate where the incident had taken place, saying that it couldn't possibly be Rickson, but it was possible that a monster had eaten him. The man said that, according to the guard, when they arrived from the old man's house, there was no trace of the monster that had been rampaging in the room. So there is a high probability that the rumors about his involvement in dark magic were true. The interlocutor asked what had happened to the monster in that case. The man replied that the magicians had dealt with it, and he had heard that it took them an hour to burn the monster, when suddenly something caught their attention. Everyone else also turned their attention there, as some kind of person was approaching them. The reporters began to wonder what it all meant. Could it be that the National Security Agency had arrived, along with the Nightly Order of the Night Serpents? At that moment, they were led by Protector and Grandmaster Jessica Lionhall. It was unclear whether the situation was so serious that it required the presence of the National Security Agency itself, but it seemed that this news was sensational. With the agency and the Order of the Night Serpents involved, the event took a completely different turn, and the guard standing near the main entrance became alert. The girl approached him, looked back, and told them to open the gate. The man immediately lowered his head and said that he had been ordered not to let anyone in, but the Grandmaster was persistent and said that it was about the gates, so let them open them. The men, who a few moments ago had not been able to do anything, said that everything would be done. So the gate immediately swung open, and the head of the National Security Agency hurried through. She was alone, surrounded by several subordinates who followed her. The man saluted and told Grandmaster Lionhall that it was a great honor to meet her, and that he was Senior Inspector Jason. The girl thanked him for the work he had done, and said that from that moment on, the case would fall under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. In that case, let him provide all the evidence and information that was not falsified, and leave the crime scene. The old man remarked that if that was the case, then fine. He then immediately told his subordinates to leave the room and exit the premises. The agents began to carefully examine the premises where they were at that moment. Soon, the girl said how difficult it was to remain serious all the time, and her interlocutor remarked that Annie should stop whining, that it was her job. The girl asked to be allowed to agree, because when no one else is around, you can forget about your image a little. Her colleague replied that they were precise measurements, and always had to maintain their composure in any situation. The boss told Lloyd to be quieter, but under any circumstances, they should try to look confident. On top of all this, they should not forget why they came here. The interlocutors became more serious, and said that they understood everything. The woman noticed the creature, and asked if it was really a monster, as it looked quite scary. She added that, according to rumors, Belfort not only practiced dark magic, but was also involved in hunting cryptids, so the monster's intervention could not be called a coincidence. The guy looked at the document and said that the monster had appeared and Rickson had been killed. Based on this information, the witness's statements matched. She carefully examined the monster and said that its body had been burned to charred bones, so it would be impossible to find any traces. The Grandmaster told her subordinates that they should examine the room, so they all began to look around carefully. The woman went to the portrait, which hung in the most prominent place. She looked at it closely and realized that the painting had been moved, but the wall was quite clean, so she tried to touch it, and when she did, a secret passage began to close at the bottom. The guy noticed her and asked if she had found a niche in the wall. The boss replied that she had, but that it was empty inside. After examining it a little more closely, she said that based on its width and location, she could assume that there had been a safe there. Annie asked if it was really a safe, and Lloyd began to say that Belfort Rickson was known as a sinister businessman, and that he may have hidden his dirty money in it. Jessica said that this was indeed the case, and that he could have kept his secret reserve fund here, at least until yesterday evening. The safe was definitely still inside this niche. She thought that this was indicated by the absence of dust, then began to talk and ponder the sudden death of the multimillionaire, as well as the monster and the missing safe. It turns out that too many factors coincide for this to be called a simple coincidence, and from all this, she concludes that there is someone else. This is the person who took part in Belfort's murder, and the question is how he left without leaving any fingerprints. The only one. There is only one person she knows who could have done this. Only he could have pulled this off, and that's Arsène Lupin. She doesn't know anyone else." Interrupting her thoughts, the woman said the name out loud so that the others could hear. Lloyd immediately asked what she was talking about, and the boss replied that she was talking about her own business. She then asked the young man if he remembered any unusual incidents in Lezervelka recently, and he noted that there had been one such incident. But now, we are talking about the explosion that occurred at an abandoned factory, which happened shortly before Belfort's death. Jessica said that she was now sure that they could definitely find some clues there, so she told them they needed to go there. The main character, meanwhile, was at home in his room, and negative effects were coming to mind. He had a severe headache and felt discomfort from his illness. He understood that this was bad, because these side effects would simply wear him down. The true magical power he had recently used required too much energy. If it weren't for the pills he was taking, which helped him conserve his magic, he would have been much worse off. After a while, he said that he finally felt better and let go of his head. Then he focused his gaze ahead and thought that at least he had burned all the werewolves in the laboratory, getting rid of the evidence. Now he could forget about this situation. Although, no, there was still someone else he had to deal with, and that was Adrian. After all, it turned out that he didn't back down until the very end, blocking his way. Machiavelli must have had a hard time controlling his emotions back then. So in that case, this guy could have noticed something, since he was standing closest to him, and the professor immediately set the werewolves on fire. But it was only a fraction of a second, which could have been enough for him to see what he shouldn't have. The man's mind was preoccupied with the thought that everything would be all right, because it was not certain that Adrian would keep quiet about the situation. If that happened, he would have no other choice. Machiavelli became very alarmed when he began to think about this, and wondered if he would have to kill him. In order to calm himself and his nerves a little, he told himself that everything was fine. Then he remembered how he had seen the situation from the outside, and how the student had tried to talk to the werewolf in order to come to an agreement with him. The guy really just wanted to give him the medicine, and when the hero saw this, he immediately decided to act to prevent it from happening. Remembering the situation made him even sadder to think about it, and it weighed heavily on his soul. The professor realized that in any case, he couldn't act like that, because he couldn't kill a student of the Theona Academy, as it was too risky. On top of that, Adrian was a difficult student, and was under the supervision of the rector herself, so if anything happened to him, suspicion would immediately fall on him. The man fell onto the bed, and decided that now, he had to focus on resting and healing his wounds, rather than on these thoughts. Then he suddenly remembered that this same guy had written that a wandering magician had taught him a special magical technique, so it was unclear whether the hero should take this as a strange coincidence. But the head of the National Security Agency came to the factory. She immediately said that everything was as she had thought, but everything had burned to the ground. Lloyd looked around and noticed that it would not be easy to find anything. The woman asked how a fire could have started in this abandoned factory, especially just before Belfort's death. The employee said that perhaps it was only officially considered abandoned, but in reality, it was still in use. The boss added that she thought so too. Otherwise, there definitely wouldn't have been a fire. Annie asked, what if dark magicians or cryptids were conducting their research here, but when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence? Jessica replied that this was a logical assumption, and that it remained to be seen who had interfered with them. She wondered if she knew about this incident, but didn't think it was important. It would also affect their case. Maybe the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but was doing everything he could to get rid of the evidence. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. Although there were too many factors pointing to this, she asked Lloyd if there had been any other unusual incidents besides this one, and he replied that there hadn't been, except for the commotion caused by the werewolf. But all this happened very recently, and he was found at the Theon Academy. The head asked if it was really her, and her interlocutor replied that it was, and according to reports, he got out through the sewer. Jessica said that security there was weak, so she wasn't surprised, but asked if any of the students had been hurt, and what had happened to the werewolf. The guy said that he had injured 3 students, but one of the professors had dealt with him. The woman noted that this was to be expected from a professor, but had the body been identified? Lloyd said that this was not the case, as no remains had been found, because they had all been burned to ashes. These words greatly intrigued the woman, and she asked if they had really burned, then looked around. She stood there looking thoughtful, and her subordinate asked if she thought it was worth checking the academy. Jessica said that there was no need, as they would stay here and try to find clues, and she received a positive response to this. The woman herself wondered if there was a burned-down factory and a burned-down werewolf, but one similarity was not enough to connect the two cases. But if she finds out that the same person is behind it, she will consider it a threat to the entire empire, which is why the Order of the Night Serpents exists. In the auditorium, the children discussed whether it was true that Professor Roger hunted werewolves, that he was a military officer, and that he also participated in the capture of cryptids. Someone said that it was unbelievable, and he immediately seemed like a strong man. Renee heard this and didn't know where to sit, because there were no free seats. More precisely, there were seats in the middle, but it was unlikely that anyone would want to move, and for some reason, all the students suddenly began to avoid her. Suddenly, she noticed a seat next to the aisle. As she was trying to move away, the princess saw her, greeted her, and asked if everything was all right. The girl sat down and wished Adriana good morning, although at that moment, she didn't understand why she was so unlucky, because how dare a commoner sit next to a princess? And now she was pretending that they were close, and had been friends for a long time. Renee thought about this as the thoughts of those sitting nearby, or those watching them. And so, they both thought about the situation that had recently happened with the werewolf, from which Professor Roger had saved them. The girl then asked the princess if everything would be all right with that man, and her companion replied that she should not worry, because he was a professor at the academy. But when asked what she was doing here at such a late hour, Renee hesitated, and then told her everything. Adriana asked what she was talking about, saying that no one had woken her up, that it was incomprehensible, and that she would go and tell the librarian exactly what she thought. Her companion said that she shouldn't do that it was her own fault for falling asleep. But why wasn't she in the dormitory at this hour? The aristocrat replied that she had decided to make sure that all the students returned to their rooms, and the little girl asked her highness if she was doing this all by herself. The princess smiled at these words, and told her to call her older sister, because she understood correctly that everyone was equal at the Theon Academy. Renee thought that it was unthinkable that the princess was making her evening rounds alone, and then without hesitation, approached her as a commoner. As a result, she felt uncomfortable about what had happened, as if something would happen as soon as she let her guard down. When Professor Roger entered the classroom, when the students saw him, they immediately covered their mouths. The man slowly walked up to the podium and said that they were starting class. Today, he would tell them about the peculiarities of manifestation, as well as the basics and principles of elemental magic. It is used more often than other methods of manifestation, and is the most significant of all, the foundation of all foundations, which most students are already familiar with. So today, he would show them a completely new method. Flora came to class again, and she was interested. She looked closely at the leaflet that the professor had handed out to everyone, and wondered what new method he had prepared this time. The main character continued to say that this method would help them increase their elemental power by somewhere between 20 and 80%. Several guys began to discuss whether this was even possible, but their interlocutor noted that he thought the professor would not lie to them. Sir Roger turned to Anthony and asked what attributes of elemental magic he used, and the student replied, water, ice, and plants. The man said that in that case, he should demonstrate the one he was most confident in. The young man hesitated, but said he would do it now, and began to use his magical power. Machiavelli saw what had happened and said it was quite good, and Anthony thanked him for his kind words. But the main character interrupted him and said that it was far from perfect, and with these words, he turned the cheerful student into a sad one. He then stretched out his hand and told everyone else to watch his actions carefully. Literally, a moment later, the very attribute he had used appeared in his hand, and it was quite clearly visible. Everyone looked closely and saw a snowflake that created a beautiful pattern. Tracy was amazed and asked if he had done it using the same kind of magic. Leo was amazed and said that this was a completely different level. The professor continued his story, saying that now that he had their attention, they would start with theory. Flora watched his actions closely, and it intrigued her. Sir Roger said that the history of elemental magic attributes is deeply rooted in the realm of manifestation. That is why they were previously considered the original forms of magic, but now they are only part of the spellcasting process. He created several attributes and said that before them were the 4 basic elements from which it all began, compared to the 10 elements they use now. It could be said that the previous ones in the series were too simple, so he asked who knew what had caused such a sharp jump in their development. He would give 5 points to anyone who could give the correct answer. For example, about the element of fire, someone said that it was not used to dispel darkness, but that was incorrect. A girl said that it was used to burn and clear forests, but that was superficial. A student nearby said that fire had torn humanity from the clutches of darkness, which inspired fear. The hero asked if he had ever thought of becoming a poet. Then the professor noticed his hand and said that he was listening to Flora Lumos. The girl reluctantly said that fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. Machiavelli listened attentively and said that this was a correct assessment. The students began to discuss it, and he said that it was about burning, drowning, and cutting. Wind currents and electric shocks were used, and war and murder helped to take magic to a new level. Nevertheless, in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival, not destruction. Water, in turn, became an important component of the water wheel that is used today. The wind turned the blades of the windmills, and the electricity generated illuminated the cities. Therefore, the purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on human actions. We can talk about fighting for a better world, and it is with this mindset that they should begin to master these attributes. After they talked about the theory, and now move on to the practical part, let them now take and create an elemental sphere. Soon, he told Joseph to focus on the flow, as he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power for a sophomore, and the guy said he would do everything. Roger asked Irene if she really called it a plant attribute, as if he were looking at a rotting autumn leaf lying on the ground. Let her imagine a sprout breaking through the soil, and she agreed. Leo turned his attention there, and realized that he wasn't even choosing his words. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw that Adrian was doing nothing, just sitting silently, looking down. That's why he turned and asked what he was doing, but it was too late, because the professor was already very close. The main character noticed the student and saw that he was sitting pensively and doing nothing. It was completely unclear what had happened to him and why he was behaving so strangely. Thoughts flashed through his mind that he had decided to rebel against him after that incident with the werewolf. However, if you look closely at the expression on this person's face, that wasn't the case, because it seemed that this wasn't the reason at all, so there was only one option. The hero asked if he understood correctly that he had not yet practiced elemental manifestation, and the guy replied that this was the case and apologized, because he felt so awkward. Roger understood what it meant to be a special student. Tiona lacked basic knowledge, and even if he was accepted to see the initiation, it was strange. He, in turn, could not take responsibility for someone who needed everything explained from scratch. Of course, it didn't matter to him whether he fell behind the others or not. Well, it's not that simple, and he asked him to name the attributes he could use, because he should know that. The boy replied that, of course, it was fire, water, and wind. The teacher asked him to try using fire. The boy asked what he meant, and the hero replied that he would teach him, and couldn't leave a student in need of help. Machiavelli told him to accumulate magical power, and he must also master the basic manifestation. Adrian replied that he would do everything now. The professor said that now, he should think about how to turn it into an attribute, that is, fire, and the student replied that he would try now. He tried to do so for some time, but it did not work. Then the teacher said that thinking about the goal was not enough, because he had to allow his senses to open up. Adrian listened carefully, then closed his eyes, and began to gradually concentrate his power. The hero told him to remember the brightest flame he had ever seen in his life. When he did that, he should remember the shape, sound, smell, touch, and literally everything he felt at that moment. The guy immediately thought about that very situation that happened 8 years ago. It all happened during a snowstorm outside the window, with the bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, as well as the aroma of stew cooking over the fire. Added to all this was his sister's whining, his mother's grumbling, and his father's smile when he came home. The boy understood that there was little food at the time, and the cold wind crept under the fabric of his worn clothes. But that harsh winter, the fire blazing in the fireplace calmed him. As a result of these memories, Adrian felt the warmth as if it were yesterday. After what happened, the hero said to keep it up. The boy finally opened his eyes, and when he looked ahead, he saw the fire he had created with his own hands. He immediately thought with joy that he had really succeeded in doing all this, a feeling that arose along with the moment from the past. The teacher was standing nearby, watching this attribute intently, and said that he was doing well, that his flame was warming, not burning. Its warmth could not cause harm, and the man knew what he was thinking. The student looked on in surprise, and wondered if Professor Roger could say anything other than criticism. Machiavelli continued, saying that the fire in his hands was an attribute he had imagined in his mind, but it was not a simple attribute. This power is the flame of his magical power, Adrian looked closely and asked if this was really his magical power. The teacher began to leave and told the boy to remember this feeling well. He went on to say that he was now completely sure that they understood it and that this was the very method he had recently talked about, so they should not rely on their senses. Their own experience would also be very useful, and basic knowledge would serve as the foundation for using the attributes of elemental magic. The idea of the heat of fire and the cold of ice is not enough, and even a 3-year-old child knows this. A true magician must put something unique into his spell. For this reason alone, let them recall a moment that is of great importance to them, and to all this, they should connect all 5 of their senses. The same guy who had recently been struggling with this attribute created it and said it worked, and his neighbor said the difference was really significant. All the students were immediately inspired when they heard all this and began to use their attributes, strengthening them with their memories. Flora sat sadly, thinking that she had already learned all this a long time ago. Before that, of course, she thought that today she would learn something new, but it seems she was wrong. At the same time, it was completely unclear to her why the professor had devoted so much time to some freshman, and even praised him for simply manifesting his magical attribute. It was completely unclear to her where this man had gone, the man who had disgraced her in front of the entire audience on the very first day. She wasn't going to draw attention to herself, but it wasn't easy. That's why she decided that they would see how he would compliment her now, and she used her power to create an attribute. Her neighbor noticed this technique and thought, could it be that she is the one who is doing this, of course? The girl continued to use her technique and thought that if she added wind magic, she would be able to create a whirlpool. Suddenly, she felt that something strange was happening with the flow of her powers. A bright light appeared, and this technology became completely uncontrollable in her hands. The students asked what it was, and someone said it was dangerous. A girl nearby asked Flora to stop. The girl herself understood perfectly well that she had to stop all this, otherwise an explosion would be inevitable. She needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. The children who were nearby began to run away, shouting that they should save themselves and run as fast as they could. The others shouted Flora's name, and she realized that she would not be able to hold back this power, even closing her eyes. Suddenly, she heard her teacher approach her and ask her to concentrate, and he placed his hand there. Roger called her by her full name and told her not to give up and to control the flow of her magical power. She shouldn't worry, because he, in turn, would help her overcome this difficulty. The girl did not respond to this statement, but it was clear that some other force had appeared above her. Quickly, the ball that had begun to spread around her began to shrink, and the technique began to stabilize. Flora paid attention to it and realized that it was no longer as chaotic as it had been, but more stable. Machiavelli saw that she had relaxed and told her not to get distracted because they weren't done yet. As a result, if she stopped right now, her magic would simply dissipate. So he asked if she was satisfied with such an outcome. An awkward pause hung between them for a moment, and they looked into each other's eyes. The girl said nothing, but continued to concentrate her energy, realizing that he was right. After all, it turned out that she really should see it through to the end. So she looked down and concentrated even more. Flora thought about how the glances that were constantly directed at her expressed a desire to lose power and jealousy. But she, in turn, paid no attention and continued to move forward no matter what. But there was something she couldn't bear, and that factor was her father's cold gaze, which looked at her with contempt. For the girl, this situation was always quite sad, because she understood that he looked at her as if she did not exist. Long ago, the professor said that she would receive 10 penalty points, and on that day, following the humiliation, she was overcome with a feeling of defeat for the first time. It affected her so much that even those unwanted childhood memories came back to her, even though she couldn't see his expression. Despite this, she knew that he was looking at her the same way her father had once looked at her. Lumos, in turn, never forget their offenders. So one day she would definitely fight this man and win. At least that's what she thought shortly before. And now, looking ahead, she realized that the magical waves were indeed stabilizing, and with a little more effort, she would be able to do it. In fact, in a few moments, the power that was directed into her hands took the form she needed. The girl smiled when she saw this and said that she had succeeded. Professor Roger leaned closer and said that Flora Lumos had acted rather rashly, and the point now was not even that she had tried something new and failed, which was normal, because everyone makes mistakes. The main problem was that she had put other students at risk. The girl looked down and said she was very sorry. The teacher continued and said that, not to mention the clumsy combination of 2 elements, his interlocutor got angry and asked what he was talking about. Machiavelli said that he was talking about mixing fire and ice, and that it was very difficult to make 2 opposing elements complement each other. Flora said that this was true, but she had managed it, of course, and did not deny that she had gone too far by trying to add a 3rd element. But as for the ice and the flame, the combination turned out to be just perfect. The hero looked at her and said nothing. A few moments later, he reached out his own hand and created an attribute of fire and flame that complemented each other. Soon these elements came together, and there was not even the slightest hint that they rejected one element or another. The student noticed this and understood what he was talking about, and the teacher continued his story, saying that she should understand this difference. In the end, it can be said that she only managed to freeze the fire, and it looked quite beautiful. Indeed, he could say that one picture was not enough, and he did not understand what she was trying to achieve with it. Did she really want to show off? Flora heard him scolding her and covered her eyes, realizing that she was indeed to blame. The other children stood aside, and her neighbor at the table was worried about her condition. A few moments later, the professor used his attribute, which he combined in his hands and pointed upward. As a result, the very magic that had manifested itself in the sky began to transform into snow. It spread throughout the entire auditorium, and the students could easily touch it. Tracy stretched out her hand and asked in surprise if it was really snow. Flora also looked up and thought that by using the ability of fire to cover long distances, as well as the cold of ice, he had combined them into one spell. As a result, he used the same elements, reworking them into something more practical, while she suffered a complete failure. A few moments later, the hero turned to his student without mentioning her name. She thought that now the teacher would yell at her, but the man said that he did not blame her for her lack of skill at all. The girl, judged by his opinion, raised her head and asked what he was talking about. She also noticed his gaze, which could be described as kind rather than cold. Sir Roger said that she had a truly unique talent, and that he had never met such a technically skilled magician among children her age. But right now, he could tell that this was not the case, and that, in his opinion, she was simply playing to the crowd. He then touched her shoulder and said that he had no right to tell her what to do. But despite this, he still advised her to choose a different goal. He asked her to do this only because it would be for her own good. The girl was very surprised by how kind he was, and wondered if it was really for her own good. Soon, the teacher turned to the other students and told them to return to their seats. After that, he slowly descended the stairs to take his place at his desk. Flora remembered the look in this man's eyes, and thought that there was no reproach or mockery in them, only sincere concern. It was a feeling that wasn't even present in her own father's gaze. She touched her head, and her neighbor asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she was fine, just had a headache from using a lot of mana, and also thought she felt like she was about to faint. At the same time, she was curious how the professor was feeling, since he had expended much more energy than she had. The hero walked quite slowly, and felt really strong pain in his head. At that moment, he thought that taking a pill before class was very timely, because his head was about to explode. He also thought about how Flora was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a high-level spell from the 3 elements. Machiavelli remembered how his teacher had also scolded him severely after a similar stunt, but wasn't the man too strict. He hoped that his words had not hurt her, but even if they had, she would surely cope with it and listen to his advice, because they were not empty words. As he pondered this, he continued walking toward his workplace. Then he turned toward the students and thought about how there were no weaklings among them. The rector, in turn, mentioned that this year the academy had admitted many talented children, so this was the so-called golden generation. While he was thinking about this, his attention was drawn to one of the students, who was standing to the side. The man asked if something was wrong with Renee. She hesitated a little and continued to try to manifest her element. Professor Rogers said that she was unable to manifest her elemental attribute. More precisely, it did not exist at all. The girl noticed that this was indeed the case, and the teacher told the rest of the class that the lesson was over for the day and asked them to review everything they had covered as homework. But he told the girl who was standing next to him to follow him to his office. Renee and his neighbor looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was going on, but she couldn't refuse. So after a while, she followed him there. The man was also in the office and asked her to wait there for a while, to which she agreed. After that, she thought about it. Then he called her anyway, because did he really want to conduct a personal interview? Or maybe he was going to kick her out. That's exactly right. How could a client who is unable to demonstrate elemental magic have the right to attend classes on the theory and practice of spells? But she really wanted to continue attending the professor's lectures, and suddenly noticed that he had taken out some kind of document. The student was terrified, and wondered if it was a transfer request to another teacher. She knew that he wanted to give up on her after all. The professor addressed her, but she did not listen to him, and said that she would try her best, begging him to forgive her, and not forbid her from attending his classes. The main character, in turn, handed her the book and asked what she was talking about. Renee asked if it was really a transfer request, and the man replied that she should stop talking nonsense and take the book, because he was tired of holding it. The student took it and told the professor that it was exactly what she was thinking. The man said that it would be for her to study on her own, and she would learn from it. After she mastered it, a new path to the world of magic would open up before her. The cover said that it was not elemental magic. The girl asked where he got it, and he replied that he knew someone who had spent many years researching it. Renee said that there must be other wizards who wield non-elemental magic, but when she asked what this person was doing now, the hero replied that she had already left this world. The girl sighed sadly and realized that this was a painful subject for him. At the same time, she noticed his gaze, which was now lowered and very pensive, so that it was clear that this person was dear to him. The student asked if this meant that she would not be able to study other types of magic, and the hero replied that this was the case, asking if this upset her. The girl said that she really wanted to master elemental magic, and the professor asked what she thought of a person who could only work with one element. Renee said that she thought he was probably untalented, but the teacher replied that this was not the case, that magicians capable of practicing only one element were incredibly talented. All of this is in the realm of that particular element, and they, in turn, can influence natural phenomena. That's how professional they are at what they do. The girl noticed what this meant, and her interlocutor noted that this was exactly how it was now, so let her tell him what thoughts she had about non-elemental magic. The student hesitated a little, then said that it did not involve the use of elements, so it was strange. Roger picked up a cup of tea and said that in fact, this has not yet been proven. The 10th element, or more precisely, the element of metal, is considered part of the element of earth. That's why she shouldn't worry, because the world and magic don't stop, but change one after another. For starters, she should read the book, and that's her homework. After a while, the girl left, and the man thought that it was quite unexpected to meet a student who practiced non-elemental magic. However, she had this discerning gaze, and he had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a person who could distinguish good from evil, although she was still at the very beginning of her journey and did not realize all this. The book he gave to this girl has finally found its next owner, and it seems that this is fate. After a while, life at the academy returned to normal, with students attending classes and professors teaching. At the same time, Adrian practiced his magic, using his own element. He paid attention to it, and thought that even though he had almost finished, the technique that Professor Roger had shown him turned out to be very useful. At the same time, when he used his gaze, it showed kindness and wisdom, so it was probably pointless for him to have doubted him before. Of course, it was impossible for a person who loved magic to be some kind of villain. The guy looked at his friends first, and then at the group of students gathered around one of the guys. But it was unclear who he was, and why so many people had gathered around him. This person must be popular in Theon. Suddenly, another person approached from the side and asked who this person was. It was a recent acquaintance who said, "Surely this is Adrian, the student who was unable to materialize his own element." It turned out that he was quite arrogant, still making mistakes here. Leo got angry and said that he was a scoundrel, and that if he continued in the same vein, he would be in trouble. But the guy calmed him down and said he would talk to him himself. He told Jackson that he had no idea what annoyed him so much about him, but he apologized. so he asked if they could just forget about it, and his friend said that if they could forget about it, then he agreed. But all this would happen immediately after he knelt down in front of him. Tracy said that he should be ashamed to say such a thing, because he was a nobleman. The guy replied that the fallen were not given the right to vote, although what could be expected from an uneducated fool. The girl was angry, and asked if he had completely lost his fear. After hearing these words, Adrian became angry and came closer, saying that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he should not touch his friends under any circumstances. He said this with such a malicious look, as if he wanted to hit the guy, but Jackson smiled in response and asked what he would do to him. Adrian immediately picked up a white glove and realized that he didn't want to settle this amicably. In that case, he understood everything, and there were no problems, because then he would challenge him to a magical duel. The aristocrat, in turn, immediately said that he accepted the challenge, while his friends asked the guy what he was doing. The student with glasses didn't listen to them, and said that if he won, he would apologize to Leo and Tracy. Jackson smiled, and said that they would see which one of them would win first. So let him get ready to fall flat on his face, because suddenly the main character appeared, turned to both of them, and said that they hadn't explained what was going on here. The students immediately noticed him, and said that it was Professor Roger. The hero looked at Adrian, and thought angrily that he had gotten himself into trouble again, as if he were some kind of highly sought-after person in this world. After his reflections, he said that he was waiting for an answer to his question. Jackson said that it was a fair fight, and that he had challenged his opponent to a duel, so he agreed. Machiavelli replied that this duel between freshmen was not allowed, because it would not work, and the student asked if it was generally prohibited. The professor was surprised by what this man was saying, and wondered what was wrong with him. A few moments later, he looked away, and saw a crowd of people gathered around one of the young men. He then decided that everything seemed crystal clear to him now, because this person was doing everything he could to impress the student who was staring at him. So he told his interlocutors that he would not punish them for something that did not happen, and that they should return to their rooms. But Jackson tried to get through to him anyway. Suddenly, another teacher approached from the other side, and told him not to be so hard on them. After all, in such a case, he was exceeding his authority as a professor. After all, a mentor has no right to interfere in a duel arranged on a mutual basis, and several students said that this was true. The main character was quite surprised, and did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but he succeeded. After thinking it over, Machiavelli said that in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other, so why not let them sit out the duel? He then turned to the students and asked if they agreed to this. Jackson immediately said that he was not against it, and his opponent said that he was also in favor. The hero looked at the professor, who had stood up for the fight, and said that the duel would take place, but the teacher said there was something else. He came closer, held out his hand, and asked if he wanted to make a bet on the outcome. Of course, he was under no obligation to do so, and knew that it was foolish to bet on a duel whose outcome was already known. But why not? The main character understood what he meant, so he interrupted him and agreed to the proposal. Chris smiled and said that he didn't expect him to accept his offer so easily, and asked who he thought would be the winner. He said that he, in turn, was betting on Jackson Falio, and considered him to be an incredibly talented magician, which made the young man happy. Then, with a spontaneous smile, he asked if he was also going to bet on this guy, and if so, whether they should bet on how he would win. But the main character replied that there was no need for that at all. After all, he was going to bet on Adriano himself, and the boy was surprised when he heard what he said. Chris laughed about it and said that everything would be as he said, even though he didn't understand his confidence in this student. The hero asked what they were betting on. The teacher remarked that since they both taught practical spellcasting, what about the records of their research? Machiavelli was quite surprised and asked if he also taught this subject. His interlocutor did not expect to be humiliated like this in front of all the students, and was very surprised. Then the look on his face changed to anger, and he thought that this was just some scoundrel of a fallen nobleman. It was unclear how he dared to disgrace him in front of the students, and even if he didn't think it was worth it, he would get away with it. The hero thought that he didn't even know that he also taught manifestations. Machiavelli said that all this was fine, and asked if they agreed to have a duel in 4 days. Chris agreed angrily, then turned around and left. Then Adrian turned to the professor and apologized, because if it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. The hero simply told him to think carefully about how to win. Jackson still had the advantage at the moment, but it was too late to back out now. As a result, it turns out that there is always room for the unexpected and the unpredictable in battle. The student asked in surprise what he meant. The professor replied that he had long possessed this variable, so all he had to do was apply it at the right moment. The interlocutor lowered his head and thought that this was certainly true, because if he did this, his misfortune would be in his hands. However, he remembered the man who smiled and motioned for him to cover his mouth, so Adrian immediately shouted to the professor that he wanted to defeat Jackson, using only his skills. The main character was surprised, but he heard a desperate cry for help from this young man. The student was quite confident at that moment, and asked Professor Roger to prepare him. Machiavelli just looked in surprise at the determination of the guy who asked him for help. Adrian remembered the girl who told him to remember what she had taught him, that he should not carelessly show off to others, because if he did, trouble would not be long in coming. And what's more, there was something else. It turned out that these very actions were how she earned her living. So did he want her to starve to death on the street? The boy became alert and said, "Teacher, of course not." She patted him, and said that this did not mean that she was forbidding him to use these techniques. It turns out that as soon as he feels he needs them, he should act, because in life, there always comes a moment when he has to make one choice or another. It was in this case that she told Adrian that he should follow his heart. Machiavelli froze after hearing this young man's request for help. He didn't understand what he was saying. It was completely unclear what the hell this student had just said. It turned out that he had made a bet with another teacher, knowing only about his extraordinary abilities, and he claimed that he wanted to win thanks to his skills. What kind of skills were these that he didn't even know about? He decided that it didn't matter, and that in any case, it was a good opportunity to test his level of preparation. So, after a few moments of reflection, he said he agreed, and would show him how to gain an advantage in a magical duel. Their training might seem like torture to him, and he couldn't guarantee victory, but the young man replied without hesitation that he agreed. The professor said that in that case, they would not start, and Adrian asked if it was right now, even though he agreed to it. On the way, the main character thought about how their rivals were probably already celebrating their victory, but he would see what their confident faces would look like in 4 days. Sometime after training, Adrian lay in his room and talked about how tired he was. He also thought about how he almost died during this very training session, and it turned out that this was only the first one. At the same time, it was unclear why Professor Roger was so confident in him, since he used magic that was not exactly traditional. It was also interesting whether the professor knew something that he didn't. While Adrian was thinking about these things, he fell fast asleep. Somewhere in his house was Chris, who said that it seemed that in his free time, Roger Chalici gave personal consultations to that boy. So, most likely, there was nothing to doubt, because that was the case. He might not show it, but the man knew that he desperately wanted to win. He then turned to Jackson, who was in his office, and asked him what his goal was. The guy got excited, and said angrily that this commoner had to be defeated. The man interrupted, and said that this was his only goal, because he had to show the insurmountable gap that separated commoners and aristocrats. Of course, he had no doubt about victory, but it would be better to play it safe, so he took out a bottle. The guy asked what it was, and the teacher replied that it was a magic potion, and that he should drink it before the battle. His protege immediately became wary, and said that if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy. Chris said that it was a special invention of the Benamor family. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about, because no one would find out. This insignificant brat was using every possible method to defeat him, so they would do the same. Jackson agreed with the man, and thought that this was true. His honor might be easily hurt, but he would never give in to a pathetic plebeian. The professor, in turn, smiled, and thought that his protege had made the right choice. Soon, the day of the magical duel arrived, and everyone was at the training ground. A large crowd of spectators had gathered, and were heatedly discussing the events that were about to take place. The guy asked if it was true that the aristocrat had a better chance of winning, since his level of training was higher than that of a commoner, and he was told that the freshman had something to show. Besides, it was this guy who participated in the capture of the werewolf, although in the end, it was Professor Roger who dealt with him, not him. The student said that the professor had trained him well enough, and that Chris seemed to be on the side of the aristocrats. The interlocutor asked who she was, and realized that she was a professor, and responsible for the second opponent. The man heard this and got angry, while the students continued their discussion. It turns out that they both teach spellcasting, so they are often compared, and that is probably unpleasant. Chris thought that today, he would knock Roger down a peg. In the end, all these people would witness his defeat. After a while, someone entered the training ground. Everyone immediately turned their attention there, and saw the academy's rector enter with the other professors, and greet Chris Benamor. The man was stunned, and asked the woman what had brought her there, and whether Professor Hugo was also there. The woman replied that she had heard that something interesting was happening. That was the only reason she had brought him with her. She went on to say that she hadn't seen Professor Roger in a long time, and wondered how he was doing. He thanked her, and said he had no complaints. She heard that the men had made a bet, and the hero replied that he had chosen Adrian. Jessica noticed that Chris had bet on Jackson. Now she was eagerly awaiting the battle, and hoped that no one would get hurt. The deputy said that the lady had nothing to worry about. This is because protective equipment helps create a barrier that keeps the wearer safe. She then noticed that the participants had arrived, with Adrian being the first to arrive, wearing protective gear. He had support in the audience. Leo told him to crush this pompous aristocrat, and Tracy also supported him. On the other side, Jackson appeared, who was also supported, and told that they believed in him, and asked him to show his true strength. The teacher approached the participants, and said that before they started, they had to pass a small test. Adrian turned to his opponent, and said that when he lost, he should not forget to keep his promise. The guy smiled when he heard this, and said that he could only dream, because victory would be his. The instructor examined Jason, and said that everything was fine, so it was the next person's turn. And when he noticed the guy, he asked what he was carrying. Adrian replied that if the professor was referring to it, it was his weapon. The man took it in his hands, and said that it looked like a sword. The young man hesitated, and said that it wasn't, because it was just made in the shape of a sword, but it wasn't one. He then asked if it was prohibited by any chance. The teacher examined it, and thought that it seemed safe, and had a blunt blade, so he declared that everything was in order. The participant gave him a break, and the man said that the rules were that the first one to have their magic barrier fall off their protective equipment would lose, and now they should get ready. The match supervisor said that it wasn't starting yet, and Adrian immediately sent his energy towards his opponent. Jackson didn't stand still either, and using his magic wand, he directed fire forward. Leo saw what had happened, and said that they were moving at literally the same pace, and the girl noticed that they were quite fast. Adrian wondered if that guy was using the element of fire, and he knew that he would start with the strongest element. The aristocrat thought that his opponent was doing better than he expected, and he would be at a disadvantage. But that would only happen if his mana didn't exceed his opponent's by several times. And now his element of fire, which had just been used, dominated his opponent's second element. It completely suppressed Adrian's power, and then went on the attack, so the guy managed to dodge. Immediately after that, it flew forward, and it was clear that the power of this technique was strong. Jackson saw what had happened, and shouted for this pathetic plebeian to know his place, and continued to use his power. In order to defend himself, the commoner also used his technique, and directed it at his opponent's element. The forces clashed again, but it was clear that the aristocrat was dominating the fight, because of his power. A comrade who saw this fight from the sidelines said that it was bad, because Adrian was slowly giving up. He fought below, and thought to himself that at this rate he would lose, and it was time to do something. Namely, he should use the technique that Professor Roger had taught him shortly before. Jackson saw that his opponent was not using magic, and simply rushed at him in attack, so he immediately began to laugh, and asked if he was already giving up. Chris also smiled when he noticed this, and said that the duel was over, but suddenly noticed something strange. When the professor looked closer at the attack that had just been made, he thought that maybe he was right. It turned out to be the same technique. Adrian rushed forward, and there was a magic circle on the tip of his weapon. The teacher realized that this was a sliding maneuver, which amazed him, and he did not understand where this boy knew the techniques of battle mages. So, had Roger taught him this technique shortly before? Although right now, there was a more important question. It was completely unclear how this plebeian could have mastered the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Jackson didn't understand what was going on. Magic is based on concentration, and if he continued to move so chaotically, it would be difficult for him to focus on manifestation. However, he should not worry now, and needs to be calmer, because everything is under control. Because it turned out that he had already cast a spell, and with that, he would put an end to his trick, no matter what he did. Adrian, in turn, rushed forward, continuing his attack and dodging his opponent's power ahead of him. The aristocrat noticed how his spell simply passed through that very spot, and there was no one there anymore. This made him angry, because he realized that nothing had come of it. After Adrian dodged, he immediately prepared to attack with his own power. The flash that appeared at the tip of his weapon was directed straight at the aristocrat, striking him in the head. Then, when the guy knocked his opponent off his feet, he immediately approached him and pointed his weapon at him. At the same time, he immediately said that now it was his turn to attack. Jackson understood where this was going, and very wary, asked him to wait a second. But it was too late, because Adrian had no intention of stopping, and ended the fight a few moments later. The crowd of onlookers gathered in the stands, cheered, and heard that the winner would now be announced. The curator of this magical duel approached the guy with glasses, and raising his hand, said that Adrian was the winner. Leo and a large number of students rejoiced, and said that he was cool, and that his training had paid off. Those who rooted for his opponent said that Jackson was a scoundrel, because he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocrats. And the girl remarked that she knew all along that he couldn't be trusted, because it turned out that he boasted about being the son of a baron, but he lost to a plebeian, and in the end, he was just a loser who disgraced them all. The guy heard all these words and was horrified, and also wondered if he, Jackson Filio, had really lost. This immediately caused a wave of anger to wash over him, and he told himself that this simply couldn't be true. So the guy started shouting that his opponent had cheated. Otherwise, how else could he have cast a spell while moving? In that case, he was going to finish him off. So the aristocrat rose from his seat and began to use his magic. Tracy saw what was happening and asked what he was doing, and Leo told Jackson to calm down and not do anything. They shouted for Adrian to run away, but it was too late, because the aristocrat wasn't listening to anyone and changed his technique so that it was aimed directly at the people. The guy looked over and saw that it was quite dangerous, because the curator was also affected by the fire. So memories of his teacher's words immediately came to mind, saying that the moment to respond does not always come when he needs to make his choice. After all this happened, Adrian needed to follow his heart. Then, the guy rushed forward, or, using his weapon, tried to protect himself and his teacher from the fire. From the outside, it might have looked like he was literally holding back the stream with his weapon. In reality, the force of this attack was powerful enough to hit them both with ease. But a few moments after it all began, the fire was completely extinguished. The students who were there asked what it was all about, whether he had really been able to break the spell. Roger thought about it, because he was a stubborn boy after all, and he used this technique without hesitation at the most crucial moment. Professor Chris was amazed, but when he saw what was in front of him, he realized that it was anti-magic, the very technique that allowed magic to be nullified. All this happened in conjunction with the sliding maneuver technique, and it was unclear how he had learned all this. Jackson, in turn, stood there, his limbs trembling. But after Adrian suppressed the technique so that it was directed at him, he immediately rushed forward. His opponent saw what happened, but was unable to react due to the high speed. That's why the guy easily got close to him, and then punched him hard in the head. Because of this, the aristocrat's body immediately fell to the ground and was now definitely defeated. At that moment, Adrian was quite calm and said that he hoped this man would accept his defeat with honor. But in the end, it turned out exactly the opposite, and the guy did not expect him to be such a scoundrel. One of the students smiled after seeing everything and said that Jackson didn't even know how to lose with dignity. He then turned to the person sitting next to him and asked if this was true. Sitting next to him was a sophomore named Freddie Wohlberg. His interlocutor coldly remarked that he didn't care because he had never been interested in him in the first place. But when it came to Adrian, on the contrary, he needed to be watched, because this was not the first time he had proven his superiority over the aristocrats. The guy then turned to his friend Henry and said they should leave. They both got up from their seats and immediately started to leave the training ground when Freddie noticed the main character. The man, in turn, also looked in their direction, and their eyes met. After that, the student immediately turned away and slowly walked away. Chris turned to Professor Roger and asked if he knew that this student had anti-magic skills. The hero replied that he knew, and asked what the problem was. His interlocutor asked if he was still asking, and Machiavelli replied that he did not understand the reason for his irritation at all. After all, he was responsible for the freshmen, so how could he not have bothered to familiarize himself with their personal files? In any case, anti-magic had no effect on the outcome. Chris had no answer to that, and he was just angry. The hero stood up and said that he remembered correctly that they had argued about scientific research. His interlocutor noted that this was true and asked if he wanted to look at something specific. Roger replied that this was not the case. He had not claimed that he needed to. The man asked what he meant now, and Machiavelli replied that it was simply not his style to argue about other people's research and take credit for it. After these words were spoken, the main character turned around and simply walked away. The interlocutor did not understand whether he had offended him again. It was Chris Benamor himself who had done this, and when the man realized this, he became very angry and thought that Roger Chelici was simply a scoundrel. Machiavelli continued on his way through the corridors of the academy and suddenly saw someone standing ahead. It turned out to be a girl who was a secret agent and congratulated the professor on his victory. But now, they had attracted even more attention, and surely that was not a problem. The teacher replied that everything was fine, that it was even good, and the girl asked what he meant and why. The hero replied that the rector treated him with suspicion, and Sylvia was surprised when she heard this. The man continued, saying that she knew they had infiltrated Tion, and despite his status, it would not be easy for him to gain her trust. His interlocutor did not understand how this could be, since he had become a professor and should have been out of danger. Roger noted that this was why he had decided to make a good impression. This had to be done with the duel, but even so, although it was enough, the secret agent now understood everything. The professor turned to her and said that he now needed her help, and she asked him about it with surprise. The hero reached out his hand to her and said that their meetings would be conspicuous until she became a model student. Only because of this should she make an effort to reduce the level of suspicion. Sylvia thought that the First Order had given her a personal assignment. Then, she became enthusiastic and said that she understood everything and would do everything possible, even if it cost her her life. Her interlocutor sighed and said that she didn't need to die. The girl replied that then he would die for her, even if this mission killed her. It was clear that she was simply glowing with joy. Machiavelli wondered how crazy all this was, and said he would do as she said, thinking to himself, what a troubled household. The recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of the rector, and to make it clear to Black Dawn as well, namely, that he could not act too rashly, but that this could not go on forever. The hero thought that he really needed to create his own organization, and to do that, he needed to do something. His thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which signaled that someone wanted to talk to him. Machiavelli made contact and asked Hans what was going on. His interlocutor noted that he had checked the surrounding areas, as Hans had requested earlier. As a result, he learned how things stood in the criminal world and understood what needed to be done to maintain their position. The hero interrupted him and said that it seemed it was time to use force. His interlocutor noted that he was right and that it was time for heavy artillery. The hero wondered how timely it was. After that, he said that in that case, he would go ahead, and his comrade asked if he wasn't busy right now, because he was afraid it would take a lot of time. The professor told him not to worry, because he would try to make sure everything ended as quickly as possible. And then, there was a loud noise coming from one of the houses. The man got angry and immediately slammed his fist on the table, and the young man asked him if he was all right. His interlocutor looked at him rather angrily and asked what he thought about it, as all Belfort had to do was invest money in the project. It was money they had invested, and this scoundrel had died, leaving them with nothing. The subordinate asked if perhaps they should find another fund, and that was all. The leader said that this was exactly what he wanted to discuss with the guys, because it turned out that they had to think through the next steps for scaling their business. First, he could discuss what to do about those scoundrels from the Black Rose gang, but suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by noise from outside. The man noticed a person who had just walked in and asked who the scoundrel was, and they immediately shouted at him, asking if he was blind. Because it was perfectly clear to everyone that they were closed, the hero came closer, and the leader asked if he was deaf and to get out of there, and that was it. Roger asked if he was right in understanding that he was Henry, the leader of the gang, and the man asked how he knew him. It turns out that this man is seeing him for the first time. Machiavelli smiled and replied that they had never met before, but that he was quite famous. He also apologized for forgetting to introduce himself. His name, he said, was James Moriarty. His interlocutor asked him again if he was really who he said he was. He knew perfectly well that this was the name of the villainous consultant who ran the criminal system of the Kingdom of Delica, but this man had not hidden his identity for years. It was completely unclear what he had forgotten here, although now they knew. The leader of the group laughed and said that he had heard about Professor Moriarty. The hero said he was very pleased to hear this, but his interlocutor wondered if he could take his word for it now. Machiavelli asked if he really thought he was an imposter, and the man replied that his appearance in such a place was quite unexpected. The professor then said that his suspicions were justified, but that it wasn't that simple. He then raised his own hand and said that in that case, he would ask them to refrain from shooting unnecessarily, and those present pointed their weapons at him. The hero glanced at them and said that there was a lot of equipment here, and of course, he was sorry to disappoint them, but weapons would definitely not help them here. With a glance, the leader literally told his subordinates to shoot him in the shoulder. The men immediately began to do so, but nothing happened when they pulled the trigger. And when that happened, they continued to look at their weapons in surprise and asked what was going on, because their guns weren't working. Machiavelli immediately used his magic spell and said that he had warned them all. Henry was shocked when he saw this spell and realized that it was the silence of fire, but it was unclear when he had managed to cast it. The professor saw the confusion on the faces of all these people, as well as their leader, and immediately smiled. Suddenly, the front door leading to this room fell out and slammed shut. Everyone present immediately turned their attention there and were surprised when they saw a monster coming out and growling. They were immediately terrified and began to scream, wondering if a werewolf had come to visit them. The main characters, in turn, also noticed the monster walking straight towards them, but knew that this situation was to their advantage. To everyone's surprise, the creature did not attack, but stood next to him, literally protecting him. One of the robbers, quite surprised, asked if he had tamed it, which meant that the recent incident was also his doing. Hans thought about what had happened recently. He saw the hero and said that he was here, so he decided to use this personality. Machiavelli replied that he understood correctly and asked him to fill him in on the situation. His friend said that this place was a criminal district where their hideout was located. This place is divided between 4 criminal organizations, the largest of which is called the Scarlet Gang. They, in turn, do the dirtiest work and effectively control the entire area. The hero said that meant they were their target. His friend replied that this was true and that it would be good to deal with them, but it would not be easy as their power was too great. Therefore, perhaps they should not go head on, but start with the pawns. The interlocutor noted that this was not necessary because they would only waste time and a frontal attack would be much faster, so they agreed to split up and the rest would follow on their own. Hans said that now was not the best time for this because not long ago, they had started to form gangs. Machiavelli thought this probably happened right after the death of Belfort Rixon, so let him wait a second, because there is some connection between the Allah group and the old man. Perhaps all these incidents and victims, behind which the aristocrats stood, were the fault of the Allah group. Maybe they did all the dirty work for Belfort, Hans said. Probably. The death of the moneybag infuriated them terribly. The hero noticed that this situation united the crazy scoundrels, and thinks that they came to their liking just in time. His friend said he didn't understand, because this wasn't just some lousy gang. They weren't real mercenaries, and there were even some semi-knights among them. Machiavelli said it was no big deal. They were far from being a knightly order. His interlocutor got confused and said he wasn't sure about that, and the elder thought he didn't mean that they were Slovaks, but it was better to keep quiet about that. He then told Hans that he would need his help. Hans was surprised, but now, in his werewolf form, he thought, does that mean he decided to use him to instill fear? In any case, it was even better, because she respected playing the role of a target, whispered to the hero, reminding him that if a fight broke out, he shouldn't count on him, because he would run away. Machiavelli replied that he knew, and would just pretend to be a fearsome werewolf. Henry wondered if he was really James Moriarty or not, but he couldn't be underestimated. The man, of course, assumed that this person was using magic, but he did not expect to see a werewolf's pet, so he smiled, and said that now he was sure. The man in front of him was who he claimed to be, and he apologized for not recognizing him earlier. The hero said that meant he had managed to convince him after all. If so, then they would move on to the main purpose of his visit, and he was going to build a business in the city. The chief asked if this was true, and what kind of business he was talking about. They, in turn, would be happy to help him in this matter. Machiavelli thanked him, and said that he would just like to clarify that he despises small and despicable organizations. Namely, he was referring to organizations such as theirs. The man did not understand what he was talking about, but the hero continued, saying that, in other words, today, he would put an end to the existence of the Scarlet Group. The interlocutor was shocked by what he heard and understood where this could lead. So, a few moments later, he immediately turned to his subordinates and cursed them for not finishing him off. Then he tried to get the weapon he had hidden behind his back, but the hero immediately struck him with his stick. The subordinates took out their daggers and saw that their leader had been attacked, so they called the guy a scoundrel. Hans became alert and whispered to Roger that it didn't look like these guys were running away from them, flashing their heels, and it was unclear what they should do then. His comrade replied that he was preparing for his retreat, and then the three of them struck the ground hard. As a result, a dark magical force began to spread throughout the area. The members of the organization who were there saw a dark shadow approaching them and did not understand what was happening, and all this matter continued to spread and absorb the light that was here. When it was over, the men were stunned and asked what had happened because they couldn't see anything. Someone said that the elders should turn off the lights, but it was unclear how they could do so in complete darkness. Machiavelli stood up and prepared to draw his weapon. He drew his blade and then fixed his gaze directly on all his opponents in front of him. In the end, he used third-rank dark magic called Fool's Sleep, and the weapons of the members of this group were stained with blood. They literally attacked each other, using darkness and shadows to instill fear in their weakened enemy. This spell, which casts a curse on him, is called connection magic. The leader stood aside and watched his subordinates kill each other. Then he asked why it was taking so long. Let them kill him immediately. Someone asked for help and begged for it all to stop. Several men, who already resembled knights, drew their swords and used magic to strengthen them. They, in turn, began to swing their weapons chaotically and dispelled the darkness that had spread throughout the area. And after the spell was broken, Henry looked around the establishment where they were. At the same time, he saw the main character standing near a pile of corpses and asked in horror how all this had happened. Machiavelli heard the despair in his voice and looked at him with a smirk. Several men who looked like knights immediately rushed to attack him and shouted for him to die right now. The main character defended himself against them and thought that the aura could cut through his magic, so they must be the knights his comrade had mentioned earlier. In that case, he didn't think he would lose to them, so after thinking about it, he immediately fought off the attack. At the same time, he immediately smiled and decided to do something that would distract their attention. He threw a bottle of some purple liquid on the floor, and the robbers immediately turned their attention to it. They jumped back, asking what it was, and purple smoke spread throughout the room. The man said that it might be nearby, so they should retreat, but his comrade said that he would not be harmed if he covered his body with magic. When he said this, a few moments later, you saw a weapon flying toward his head. He then used his blade to deflect the dangerous attack and said that it was useless against him. Suddenly, between the sharp blades flying towards him, a vial appeared and shattered against the sword. The man felt something happening to his hand, as if poison was being absorbed into it, and he began to scream in pain. The second knight, who remained standing, wondered if his dagger had been poisoned, but it was unclear how she knew that they were powerless against direct contact. The bandit who had been struck by the main character held his hand and wondered what he was hiding. Let him appear before him now, and he would finish him off in an instant. Machiavelli listened carefully and emerged from the shadows below, aiming his weapon. As a result of this attack, he easily pierced the body of the man in front of him with his cane. Another knight tried to protect the head of their organization and saw what had actually happened there. The professor, in turn, slowly began to pull the blade out of his opponent's head, looking him in the eyes. After that, he pulled out the weapon with a sharp movement, and blood spurted out of it, spreading across the floor. The man who turned out to be his opponent hesitated a little, and asked if he was indeed Professor Moriarty. After all, how could they know that this very man had never possessed any combat skills? The hero wondered if he was obliged to explain anything now, because in any case, his interlocutor would soon die. The man thought that his opponent's loss of vigilance would allow him to learn about his weaknesses. That is why he thought that he would win if he acted cautiously and decided to close the distance. Machiavelli saw that the knight had rushed into the attack, so he took out the vial of poison he had in his pocket again and threw it at the man. The man, of course, noticed this attack and immediately wondered if he thought it would work on him. It turned out that all he needed to do was dodge the attack, and then everything would be fine. But while he was doing so, his weapon moved strangely. The member of the organization felt that something was wrong with his blade and immediately turned his attention away from it in surprise. When he saw what had actually happened, he was stunned because he realized that his sword was there, and he asked, "Please don't tell me it's because of that bottle." The main character saw what had happened to his opponent, and immediately took out the pistol he had in his pocket. The knight realized with horror what was happening, and decided that he needed to drop his sword and start dodging, because it turned out that he had no problems with his reflexes. But in reality, when he tried to do so, he felt something strange in his body and was shocked. He looked at his stomach in horror and saw that it had been pierced by some strange dark substance, and his body immediately began to shake. Then the man noticed the shadow coming from his body and realized that the attack came from there, but it was inexplicable how it came out of his shadow at all. The man thought that magic could only be used near the body of the spell, and he did not think such a thing was possible. The main character pointed his gun in its direction and fired immediately after a few seconds. After he managed to finish off another opponent, he immediately began to move forward without stopping for a second. He was heading towards the leader of the very group he had recently decided to destroy completely and had announced this. So when he approached him, he immediately put on his hat and asked with a smile on his face why they shouldn't continue their conversation. Shortly after these events, which happened quite quickly, a drink was poured into a glass. Hans walked up to the bar and asked how he could drink after something like that, and the hero turned his attention to him and asked if he had really taken off his disguise. His interlocutor noted that he could no longer bear it when he smelled blood. So was this man lying next to him scared to death? Machiavelli replied that not yet, but now that he had the information he needed, he planned to pass it on to the other organizations. His friend said he was sure he would figure everything out and asked what he was drinking. His companion replied that it was a 38-year-old Gorgon. Aga asked for some. Hans asked for some too. It was unclear why he only had one glass, and the hero replied that he felt sick and had broken everything. His friend told him to back off because he had to try it, even if it made him throw up. He then asked what he would do with the other members of the Allah group. Roger said he would find a couple of useful people and say goodbye to the rest. On the second floor of the office, There are documents and an account book that will help him. Hans said that a lot of work awaits him and asked if he thinks it's too much. The hero replied that he is prepared. It must be that his interlocutor doesn't know, but he has acquaintances who can help. The guy asked if that was true, and it turns out that there is no one better for this job. So does he really think they will come to his aid? Machiavelli noted that they said they would come as soon as they finished their work. He wondered if he really hated them that much. Hans said that he did, because they were all crazy, although he knew it was not his place to judge. But what with his face? Then he turned around and noticed that even if he was against it, they would still follow his plans. He remembered that the rector suspected him and wondered if he was afraid to act so recklessly. The man told him to calm down because they wouldn't follow them, as they wouldn't risk getting caught up in my accident, especially when the rector was watching them closely, and she would not provoke a response either. Then his comrade said that it all sounded plausible and asked what he planned to call the organization. The hero wondered what other name there could be. His interlocutor asked if he was planning to take control of Leserville, and if so, he would need at least some kind of name. Machiavelli thought for a moment and asked how many people they had. The guy replied that there were about 10 people, including them. The man said that in that case, he had a great idea and wanted to call them Unknown. Hans asked if he really wanted to call their group Unknown, and the guy replied that that was the idea. So why did it sound so bad? The younger man continued pouring drinks and said that everything was fine because he liked it quite a lot. After that, he held out his glass and asked if they would have another drink. The main character responded by holding out his glass as well and saying with a smile that of course they would. After that, they clinked glasses and toasted to the creation of a new organization. Sometime after the incident, Selena turned to Professor Roger and asked why he didn't have an assistant. Machiavelli looked at her in surprise and didn't even know how to respond, but soon he said that it just turned out that way. He didn't need one. The girl noted that 80 students attended his lectures and asked if it wasn't difficult for him to manage on his own. The man replied that it wasn't difficult at all, and his interlocutor said that in that case, he was simply incredible. The hero thought about how he had no assistants and how he was always working alone. So he turned to the woman and asked if she had an assistant. She replied that she did, but she didn't really need one. Although it turned out that she had 3 of them, Roger was discouraged and thought that she had said she didn't need help, or that professors usually had 10 assistants. It was quite loud around the man, as the teachers were discussing pressing matters, but he turned his attention elsewhere. There he saw Chris Benamore, who, as always, was angry, and when he walked away, the hero realized who he was and looked at his assistants, noticing that there were definitely more than 3 of them. The old man sitting next to him told the professor that he also needed to take on a few, and Matilda said that was true. Otherwise, it would get harder and harder every day. Selena said that was definitely true, and that he needed at least 5. Another teacher offered to make a list of good students if he wanted. His conversation partner said that she would also help, and Professor Roger agreed and thanked them. After a while, he sat in his office and thought about the assistants. He thought about how they received additional pay and tutoring, so even new professors had about 6 of them. Some assistants study magic under the guidance of their professor instead of their main studies, so he thought that this was normal for a university in the 21st century. He, in turn, was certainly not opposed to offloading minor tasks, but who would he choose that would be interesting? Although, come to think of it, he did have a list, and after these reflections, he immediately reached for it. He then began to gradually review the list of candidates and realized that it was not an urgent matter after all. After a short while, he noticed one of the candidates who caught his attention, so he thought maybe he should choose her. Now the hero was walking through the corridors of the academy, going about his business. Something, or rather someone, caught his attention because he realized that you were following him. The man told Sylvia that if she had any questions, she should just come out and ask. She was hiding around the corner and hesitated a little, but said she would do so now. She immediately apologized to him and said that he was passing by, and she just thought she would like to talk to him. Machiavelli paid attention to her and thought that this was not the case, and that students did not just follow their professor around like that. Did she really have nothing else to do? While he was thinking about this situation, he looked at a detail that caught his attention. So he turned to the girl and said that everything was fine because he wanted to ask her something. She was surprised and asked if it was really her. The professor was interested in whether she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12, and Sylvia asked if that wasn't his class time. In that case, she definitely had time on those days. And did he want to ask her to do something? After hearing this information, the hero approached her and said that was great. Then he smiled and asked if she would be his assistant. His interlocutor was simply stunned and couldn't even say a word. After this question, an awkward pause hung between them, and the girl thought about it and felt embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she had been given such an opportunity and, hesitating, asked if she was really going to be his assistant. But what was he talking about? After all, how could someone like her be his assistant? Machiavelli said that if he became her, he would be able to communicate with him calmly. Sylvia asked if it wouldn't be suspicious, but the professor told her not to worry about it because she was on the list he had been given, and it made sense. His interlocutor said that now everything was clear to her, and Roger said that his wife didn't want to do it when he stopped insisting, but the girl became more alert and said that of course she wanted to. The teacher asked if she agreed or not, and if so, that was great, because she should bring him the documents for registering as an assistant within 2 days. Sylvia immediately agreed to this, and as a result, the main character thought that this was wonderful because it was quite good for a first assistant. Now, it would be much easier to learn about the Black Dawn from her, and in 2 days, the man would have a reliable assistant for small tasks. An hour passed. The excited girl came to him with a document stating that she would be his assistant and immediately handed it to him. Machiavelli, after seeing her with the document, was a little taken aback because he did not expect it to happen so quickly, but he still said that she was really good. The girl thanked him, and he thought that the assistant had appeared faster than he had expected. A little over an hour had passed, and she had already brought the document, which was surprising because the auditorium was, as always, crowded with people, and each of them was talking to each other, creating noise. Renee sat with the princess and said that it was quite noisy today, and the girl replied that there was just a strange rumor going around among the students. The rumor was that Professor Roger was looking for assistants. Her neighbor was surprised and said that it was indeed tempting. Adriana said that what was even more interesting was that he had never taken anyone before, which was why everyone thought he didn't even know they existed. Her friend asked how that could be, since he was a professor, but the aristocrat interrupted her and said that the most interesting rumors were about that. Renee was surprised, and her friend said that it was about a universal stone that grants anyone's wish, which is why they say it is hidden somewhere in the Theon Academy. The girl asked if such a thing could even exist in nature, and her friend replied that of course it could, and that there were still many unsolved mysteries. This very place is the heart of Theon's magic. Perhaps she was exaggerating, but there must be some kind of artifact for that. Renee said that now everything was clear to her, and they continued their discussion. A girl sitting in the front row overheard them and thought it was very childish. It turned out that it was Flora, and she was genuinely surprised by the stories about the universal stone, because she thought that the authorities would have already appropriated it if it existed. But in any case, it can be said that this superhuman is recruiting assistants, and that also surprises her. The assistants, in turn, are students who receive payment from the professor, and naturally, only talented people like her are suitable for this. So she proudly fixed her hair and thought that she would definitely be able to pass if she was recommended highly. Suddenly, the students began to say that the professor was coming, so everyone should be quiet. Flora was surprised by this situation. Suddenly, the students began to say that they had never seen this student before, and if she had the material for the class in her hands, then perhaps she was Professor Roger's assistant. When the girl saw him, she was very surprised and wondered what was going on, because had he already chosen an assistant? Machiavelli also addressed the audience and told Sylvia that it was good work, so she could leave now. She responded positively. Then the main character noticed the students looking at him in surprise and didn't understand what was on their faces. After that, he said that everyone should pay more attention because they were starting the class. After a while, the class was coming to an end, and the professor said that was all for today, that today's material would be on the exam, so they should review it so they wouldn't forget. One of the students turned to the professor and said she had a question. The hero noticed her and asked Julia Plumhart what she was interested in. The girl was surprised and said that he even remembered her name. Machiavelli thought that she was the one who took first place at the reception ceremony and heard that she also supports the magic tower. So he asked her what her question was, and Julia replied that it wasn't that important and asked how he chose his assistant. The professor was really surprised by this question and did not expect to hear it, so it was unclear why she was interested. But in response to this question, he said that he had chosen her himself, and the girl asked if there were any conditions, such as the highest magical skills, or perhaps he needed a recognizable personality for this task. At that moment, her smile was quite sly. Roger looked at her closely, and it was surprising to him again, because it was definitely not a question out of pure curiosity. Despite all this, he decided to answer and said that he only looked at one thing when choosing his own assistant. That factor is a person's character. If she has the right character, then we will easily pass the interview. He then coldly said that, in any case, after her question, she might as well not even bother coming in, because now, he definitely did not think she could be his assistant if she tried to do so. Then the professor turned around and said that if there were no more questions, he would leave. On top of all this, their first exam was coming up very soon, so he asked them to prepare well for it. The man slowly left the auditorium and was about to go about his business. And when he did, he noticed someone he knew walking away. It was his assistant, and he asked if she had been giving him away all this time. The girl hesitated and said that next time he should wait for her in his office. She agreed and wanted to say something else, but couldn't find the right words. Machiavelli saw this and asked what was wrong. Sylvia replied that she didn't want to say anything and that the professor had simply done a good job today. He agreed that this was true and that she had also done well. Then he handed her the documents and said that this was the assignment for today and that she should take care of them by the end of the day. The assistant took them and said, "Of course." The professor was about to go to his office, but suddenly heard someone address him from behind. He turned his attention there and saw Flora behind him, wanting to talk to him. He called her by her full name again and asked what had happened. The girl hesitated for a moment, then said that she had heard he had chosen an assistant. The hero replied that was true and asked if she would like to be his assistant too. His companion tensed up at that moment and shouted that of course not. Why would she want that? Roger then asked what she wanted from him. Flora turned her head away and didn't know what to say, then said that she wanted to thank him because it turned out that he had saved her that one time when she couldn't control her energy, and she didn't think the advice he had given her was bad. The man replied that he had only done what a professor should do, and that it was enough for him that she had taken his words seriously and accepted them. The girl asked if he had really been feeling unwell at the time, since he had probably used more magical power than she had. Roger replied that he had been perfectly fine. Then he thought about it and realized that, to tell the truth, he had almost died. Flora asked the professor how many elements he could control. Because she had noticed in class that he controlled 5, Machiavelli replied that those 5 were indeed the only ones he could control. He understood that he could actually use all 10 elements, but there was nothing to be happy about here. Including magicians who focus on one element, someone who can't use any element until they reach a certain level is just average. But if anyone found out about this, it would not be good for him, so he would simply say 5. The student said that if we were talking about that number, then it was quite a lot. The teacher said that if she had no more questions, then he would just leave, but she didn't want to let him go and wanted to say something. Machiavelli interrupted her and noted that if she changed her mind, she could apply to be his assistant. He was sure that she would definitely get the job. Flora was surprised when she heard this information. After these words, the main character did not wait for her to respond, but simply walked away slowly. The student remained in the same place and was also unable to utter a word after hearing the information. Then she lowered her hands and clenched her fist tightly, saying that it was annoying. Professor Roger was heading to the main office of the academy, and when he entered, he asked the rector if he understood correctly that she had called him. The woman sat there, smiling as always, and said she welcomed the professor, then asked if he had heard the recent rumors that were spreading, namely, the rumors that the universal stone was hidden somewhere in their academy. The man noted that, of course, he had heard about them, but he thought they were false rumors spread by the students themselves. The woman, in turn, stunned him with her response that it was all untrue, and he was surprised. She then showed him a stone in her hand and said that the universal stone, which grants wishes, really does exist. It is a mysterious object that possesses unique powers and has existed for a long time. Machiavelli paid attention to it and said that it was a relic, and Jessica replied that it was indeed so. It turns out that this is the very ancient relic of unknown origin, whose power exceeds that of artifacts created by great magicians hundreds of times over. After hearing this information, the main character asked if such a relic really existed in Theon, and the woman replied that it did, and that they had possessed it for quite some time. The expression on her face changed, and she said that it was still a closely guarded secret, but since there were rumors, it meant that the information had leaked out somewhere. The man noted that this meant someone had revealed the secret, and the rector said that this was possible, but there were other options as well. Since the universal stone is powerful, the area where it is stored requires constant maintenance, and the information could have leaked during the transportation of the stone for maintenance. In the end, since this rumor was so special, she wanted to know if the professor could look into it or not. Machiavelli immediately paid attention to her and began to reflect on the situation. Thoughts arose in his head about who, from the outside, the rector trusts and entrusts this to him, but she does not trust him so much, just because he is in her faction. So the man thinks that she is trying to find out who is behind him, and is doing so in various ways. Jessica told him to let her know if they noticed anything suspicious, or asked for help with the next transport of the relic. Machiavelli said he agreed, and asked if any of the professors were involved in this, and the woman replied that yes, they were, but they were assigned to different areas. The hero replied that everything was clear to him now, and the woman said that there was still time before the stone was transported, so she asked him to behave as usual. After a while, the man sat in his office and thought that the information had leaked to the Tion Academy. Therefore, he wondered if Black Dawn had indeed begun to take action, but Sylvia had not contacted him, which was strange. Of course, he didn't know if it was because of the First Order, or if there was another reason for it, but it was clear that something was about to happen. In addition to this, there was something else. While the man was thinking about it, he reached into his inner pocket. He took out a small object, and looking at it, thought about a relic, although he had not even thought to find one here. Machiavelli, in turn, constantly changed his identity during his travels. Once he was a mercenary known to everyone. He also used a criminal advisor for another identity, and more recently, he was a merchant. So it turns out that he didn't just wander the world with so many personalities for no reason. It was all done in order to find the missing part of this relic. So he is only here because of rumors that the relic is in the Empire, but he did not think that one would be in Theon. Of course, it could be said that this relic is different from the one he has been searching for all this time, and perhaps he should use the universal stone to find the one he needs. The man's thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which lit up, indicating that someone wanted to contact him. On the other end was Hans. He immediately said that he had found out everything. It turned out that the hero had dealt with the Allah group, but the other three organizations had gone quiet. Now it was time to talk about the piranhas. He needed help. So did he have time? The hero said he thought he could help in a week. His comrade asked what had happened. In response, he heard that a relic had appeared in Tiona. His comrade said that he had so many things going on, and asked if it was serious. Machiavelli replied that he agreed. Then Hans asked if it was serious. What kind of school could have a relic? Maybe the principal had a secret dungeon, and the man told him to stop talking nonsense. His friend said that he didn't even understand jokes, and remarked that he would still look for a time to meet, to which Machiavelli agreed. He then thought that he would, of course, like to go right away, but he would not act rashly until he received orders from the principal. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the universal stone that grants wishes, and perhaps this was an excellent opportunity to act now. The relic was quite difficult to find, and even he, an avid seeker of these religions, had only found 3 so far. Judging by the size of the fragment he held in his hands, he could tell that there were 4 pieces left, so he would complete his relic when he found all 7 pieces. In the end, if all this really happens, then he knows what will happen. And after thinking about it, thoughts about this situation immediately came to mind. He sat with his head bowed at his desk and spent a long time there. His subordinate asked if the princess needed anything else, to which she replied that she did not and that he could leave. Her companion said he understood and left, leaving the girl alone, feeling very tired. It turns out that none of them can leave her alone for even an hour, but it's all because of her status and how she wants to live a normal student life. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the door opening and the subordinate leaving again. Adriana noticed him and asked what had happened. The man told the princess that someone was requesting a meeting with her. The girl was surprised, but headed there, and there, on the other end of the communication device, was the commander of the National Security Agency. The woman knelt down and offered her deepest apologies. She said she would return for such a late meeting with the princess, but it was urgent business. The girl replied that everything was fine and asked what had happened. Her interlocutor noted that she had recently heard about werewolves in Tiona and was very interested in whether it was true. The girl replied that it was true. One of the professors had already dealt with them. The agent said she was investigating a case related to this, and Adriana asked what exactly the case was about. The woman apologized and said it was confidential. She, in turn, was going to meet with this professor, so she asked if Adriana happened to know who he was. The commander said that it was the new professor, Roger Celici, and Adriana hoped that she would make progress in her investigation. The woman thanked her and asked again what she wanted. Her interlocutor immediately replied that the first princess had passed on the information that she wanted to contact her. She was saddened that Uska had not been in touch with her lately. Adriana did not like this, but she said she understood. The agent noted that their communication would end there, as she had learned everything and said everything. A few moments later, the connection was cut off, and the girl breathed a sigh of relief after it happened. After that, she thought that she guessed how she was doing, so she passed the information on through the woman, and probably her sister wanted to show that she hadn't forgotten about her, but this made her feel very uncomfortable. Her subordinate asked her boss what had happened, and she replied that it turned out the new professor had taken care of it. In that case, she needed to meet with this professor, so she asked Annie how the investigation at the factory was going. The girl began to report that she had looked at some pieces of the document that had not completely burned, and it seemed that something was being developed or researched there. In any case, it was impossible to find out the details, and her boss said that they couldn't continue working on this, and asked if there was anything else. The interlocutor noted that there was another point, namely the Black Dawn, since the Scarlet Group had recently disappeared in Lezervelka, and the woman asked if that was what she was talking about. She also asked if it was related to the case, and Annie replied that it wasn't, but they should take it into account as well. Jessica said that this was not the case, because everything was fine, and there was no need to worry so much about it. It was better to focus on their own investigation. The subordinates should check Lezervelk a little more, and then they would go to Tion. The girl replied that she understood everything. And so, a new day dawned, in which the main character continued to go about his business as a professor. He was drawing something on the board, and at the same time, thinking that many different rumors had spread over the past few days. It turns out that students can move around like they did during the werewolf incident, so it's safe to say that there will be even more problems. Suddenly, the man noticed the students' workplaces, because something caught his attention. Usually, they all sat alert and enthusiastic, but now, when he looked, he saw that they were sleepy and tired, and just to get their attention, he immediately hit the table quite hard. Then he asked them if they were bored, but in that case, he would show them something fun, and they were a little surprised. The main character used his magic and summoned the element of fire right at his fingertips, then immediately said that magicians always manifest magic, using themselves as the core. All this happens only because magical power comes from the caster himself, but it's not that simple. The man looked at the students again and saw that one of them was asleep, so he stopped using his element. A few moments later, he sent it straight towards the student who was sleeping peacefully. The boy woke up when he saw the fire in front of him and immediately became very alert. The main character continued, saying that if they touched him, they would be able to do the same. It turns out that he said that magic manifests itself using the caster as a core, but in reality, there are small spaces between them. In a normal case, about 1 meter is the limit, but if they learn that the use of their magical power can increase, they will go even further. He calls this system of spells the coordinate assignment formula. The students were discouraged, and Clara wondered what the coordinate assignment formula was, since she had never even heard of it. After that, it was completely unclear to her where the hell he had learned such magic, so it was obvious that it had affected her. The main character continued to talk about his subject, and then asked if they were really interested in it. Of course, it was just a small modification for the manifestation of magic. It turned out that one enthusiastic and inspired magician had invented it, but the man was not going to teach them everything. Now the students were even more surprised, and asked each other why this was so, because it was unclear why he was telling them about it. Roger continued, saying that he, in turn, wanted them to understand something, because magic develops from a solid foundation, and its full manifestation comes only after that. To use magic correctly, they must learn everything step by step, even if they find it boring, or think he is stating the obvious. In any case, for their future, they should do this. He soon suggested ending the lesson for today, and if they understood this magic, they could come to his office at any time. In that case, he would truly appreciate their efforts. After a while, Machiavelli went to his office, where they were already waiting for him. There was a subordinate who wanted to talk to him and approached him, but the main character noticed that the communication sphere was calling him, so he went to her and told the girl to wait outside for a moment. She was a little surprised, but of course agreed. To be on the safe side between his conversations, the man used technology to isolate the space so that no one could hear him. After that, he sat down at his desk and thought that it was time to get in touch with the person who wanted to talk to him, so he contacted the rector. The woman immediately told Professor Roger that it was urgent, which surprised him a little. Elizabeth reported that the universal stone had been stolen, and when the man heard this information, he was dismayed. The woman continued, saying that she had greatly underestimated her enemies. Machiavelli asked what had actually happened. She replied that they knew about the stone's backup storage facility, so they attacked when they were unprepared. Despite all the rumors, she thought everything would be fine, and they would quickly deal with the matter. But this was a cardinal mistake on her part. At the moment, the academy was pursuing them, and if they used the power of the stone, the situation would only get worse. The professor noted that, of course, he understood this. Then he asked how much time she thought they actually had, and the rector replied that they had until midnight tonight. The man noted that he now understood everything, and Elizabeth asked if something was bothering him. The hero replied that he thought it would be better if he did not get involved in the work. At the same time, one should not ask unnecessary questions. The woman said that in that case, she would leave it up to him, and their communication session was interrupted. Then Machiavelli touched the noise-suppressing wall, and thought that he knew this would happen, but he did not think it would happen so soon. As for those guys, it's unclear what they're thinking, but it turns out that he hasn't gotten rid of the dean's suspicions yet, and possibly, she considers him one of them. At this point, the professor can say that something is definitely wrong, that this situation is strange, and whether this is really the first order. At the same time, he needs to think carefully. At this moment, the man turned to Sylvia and said she could come in. The girl was waiting casually near the front door, and when she heard him, she immediately entered and rejoiced. Roger said that it now seemed that his subordinates were acting on their own accord. Sylvia lowered her head, as if she understood that she was to blame, and said that everything was correct. The man looked at her coldly, and told her to explain from the beginning exactly what had happened in detail. The girl said that, according to the investigation, it all started with the Third Order requesting information. While researching information about Theon, they found a document. It referred to the Universal Stone, and coincidentally, rumors about the stone began to spread among the students, and he believed the rumors because he had already seen this information. Immediately after that, he learned about the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order soon told the Second Order about it, and the Second Order, in turn, decided not to report it. That is why they began to act on their own. This man's name is Jason. He has connections with the government, and he is also responsible for all matters in the Second Order. The hero listened and noted that if everything was so serious, he would definitely let the First Order know about it. So did that person really think he wouldn't find out? This situation raises the question of why he is doing this. The girl replied uncertainly that it was just her opinion, but she, in turn, thinks that she wants to take a place in the First Order. The Zero Order said that the 7 places in the First Order can always change from one to another. Compared to his greed, Jason was not talented enough, so perhaps that was why he wanted to do something grand. The professor listened to the information and said that he understood everything and was interested in how things were going now. The girl was embarrassed and asked if he was really planning to act on his own. Roger replied that she was right and that they were already chasing him, and their identities would eventually be revealed if they got in the way. Sylvia then said that he and his accomplices were now on the run after stealing the stone, and all she knew was that they had headed towards a quiet forest. The man stood up and said that he understood everything and that it was time for him to take action too. His assistant asked what she should do now. The main character replied that she didn't need to do anything. The girl was surprised, and he continued, saying that she had already done her job by giving him all the necessary information, so he thanked her for a job well done, but said he would take care of the rest himself and headed for the exit. After hearing these words, Sylvia, as always, felt embarrassed and wanted to say thank you, but again couldn't bring herself to do so. Machiavelli, in turn, slowly left the office where he had been talking to his assistant. When he got out there, he immediately wondered why he had thanked her in such an incomprehensible way and why she had become so embarrassed. It seemed to him that this was excessive devotion to the First Order, but it appeared that she had personal reasons for this. The man moved forward and thought that it wasn't so important now because he had other things to take care of. Therefore, he concentrated his power and uttered the words Atir Nocturnus, which was done in order to use the spell. Soon, dark streams of energy began to surround him and spread, as if covering him with a sphere. So, a few moments after what happened, his body completely disappeared into the darkness. It was already quite dark outside at that moment, and night was taking over everything. The main character appeared out of the darkness, and the spell he used was a summoning spell, better known as a magical passage. Of course, it can be said that it consumes a huge amount of magical power, but in return, it completely hides the presence of the caster. Because of this, no one could see or find him, and the man was completely confident that no one could see him and calmly walked past Flora. The girl, who was walking and chatting casually with her neighbor, suddenly felt something strange around her. That's why she became alert and immediately turned her attention to the side. Her companion, who was walking with her, asked what had happened. Her friend just looked ahead and didn't see anyone there, but thought that someone had just walked past her, and she hadn't seen him, but felt the magic. It turned out that it was the magic of invisibility, and if that was the case, she had to check it out. Her neighbor asked her where she was running to. Several men were standing near the gate, and one of them said he would think about it, but they had already gone into the quiet forest. If that was the case, then perhaps they should take more people with them. The old men wondered why such a forest still existed, since there had been attempts to get rid of it. At that moment, the hero who had been hiding was already near them. The man said that no matter what they did, the forest quickly recovered, but the people who entered it went mad, just like that. Blocking the entrance was the best they could do now. Some strange sounds could be heard somewhere in the forest. The ones the main character was looking for at that moment were there. The younger one was clutching his head and making those sounds, and his body was shaking. The man told him to pull himself together. It was unclear whether he really wanted to go crazy like that guy. The second man turned to Sir Jason and asked what they should do now. It turned out that they were now surrounded and couldn't hold out here for long. The man was aggressive and shouted at him to cover his mouth because he had a plan. The other man saw that he looked strange and was acting strangely too, so they all became wary. The man was holding a stone in his hands and thought they were saying it was a universal stone, but this piece was completely useless. He, in turn, could say that it was real power, so it was unclear why it didn't work, and this thing was completely useless and didn't react to anything. Suddenly, those present heard someone approaching them, and the leader asked who he was. It turned out to be the main character, who asked if there were really no fewer than 10 scoundrels here, and if the rest had been caught. Jason noticed this man, and was amazed when he realized who he really was. The bodies of those present began to shake, and they asked if it was really Sir Roger standing before them. The professor stood quite imposing, and said that it was Jason of the Second Order, and he was interested in why he had come here in person. The old man was discouraged, and wondered how unlucky he was, because Sir Roger, known for his ruthlessness, had indeed come. In that case, there was a high probability that he would die right there, so he became alert, holding the green stone in his hands. Then, all the men fell to their knees, and, holding out the relic, said that it was called the Universal Stone, so the second in command wanted to offer it to the First Order. The main character turned his attention to this stone, and began to study it closely with his own eyes. He immediately reached for it, and said that it was indeed a fine piece of work. But now, he was saying goodbye to Jason. His interlocutor was struck by the information he had heard, and asked what he meant. The main characters, of course, did not answer him, and touching the stone, immediately used their power, piercing all these men through and through. The Second Order felt that he was dying, and asked what it was. He did not understand why it happened. The image before his eyes began to fade and blur, and the stone was no longer in his hands. Roger took it in his hands and began to examine it closely, and then he said that if he had to explain why all this had happened, he didn't want to waste time on explanations. The man continued to look at the relic in his hands for some time, and thought that it was the Universal Stone itself. But after a short while, something strange caught his attention, and his gaze sharpened. His feelings told him that he should not rush, because what he had in his hands was definitely not a relic. There was an incredible amount of magical power there, but no more than that, even though the rector had told him before that it was indeed a relic. The main characters became alert at that moment, and after a few moments, felt something strange around them. Then he looked up at the sky, where a bright flash appeared, sending out circles. A beam shot down from the magic ball hovering there. As could be seen with the naked eye, it was a tremendous force that was about to strike the place where the main character was standing. So, after this attack was launched, there was a huge explosion and a shockwave that spread several kilometers around. A huge funnel was also formed by the explosion, and only glowing petals fell down. Right in the center, on the ground, lay the very stone that the rector had previously said was a relic. After everything that had happened, someone slowly began to land right next to it. It was a woman who bent down to pick it up, and said that she had shot with all her might, and there was not a scratch left here. It was Elizabeth, who smiled brightly as always, and said that this was the end. At the same time, she now had a fake universal stone. She thought that she really had to work hard for this bait, so now she hoped that it would bear fruit. As for Professor Roger, she wondered if he was there at the time of the explosion or not. At that very moment, the man was not far from the site of the explosion, near one of the trees. He used the very technique that hit him, and at the moment he was there, he exhaled, because it was clear that it was damn close to killing him. Machiavelli remembered how, a few moments before it all happened, he saw the attack. In order to leave the hall as quickly as possible, he used dark energy and the same spell to hide himself. The moment the spell was cast, the beam was already a few meters from the epicenter of the explosion. The professor thought that the city hall would give him away when he used the spell, and that, in this world, there was no such thing as teleportation magic. But nothing is impossible when a person uses the formula for assigning coordinates and characteristics of this magic, which is the power of 6th rank teacher Elizabeth Willow. The main character could see perfectly well, and did not understand why she had come, if she had asked him to do it. And on top of all that, the stolen universal stone also turned out to be a fake, so he wondered if she had revealed his identity opportunity to set a trap, and suddenly, due to the man's great loss of mana, his head began to ache very badly again. He realized that he couldn't do without his medicine, and immediately took it out of his inner pocket. Machiavelli understood that the situation was bad, because the teleportation magic had sucked out all his magical power, so he immediately took the medicine. After a few moments, his consciousness began to return to normal, and he realized that this couldn't be, because she wouldn't use such methods. So, from the very beginning, this woman had planned to do everything on her own, and for maximum effectiveness, she had hidden the truth from her own allies. Now we can say that Elizabeth is truly an extraordinary person. Suddenly, Roger sensed danger approaching and immediately pointed his weapon in that direction. It turned out to be Flora, who had screamed in fear. A few moments later, she came to her senses and, looking at the man in surprise, asked if he was really the professor. The hero, in turn, was also quite surprised and asked what Flora Lumos was doing here. He didn't understand why she was there, because she must have known that this forest was dangerous. In response, his companion immediately hesitated. Then her tone changed to aggression, and she asked why he was here, since she was the first to ask about it. He also asked what kind of spell it was. The professor said it was none of her business, because the forest was a dangerous place for students, so she should go back. The student said that she was not so weak, and the hero thought that she seemed to suspect nothing. Perhaps she had found another way to bypass the guards. Flora stood and thought about how to explain to him that she had come here because she had sensed something strange, not even knowing that Professor Roger would be here. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by another student who was walking behind her and shouting her name. It turned out to be the very friend who had not left her and followed her, and now was lost, and said that she was scared and did not understand where she had gone. The main character understood the whole situation and told the girl to follow him because he would take her and her friend to the exit. Flora didn't respond, but she understood that the situation seemed rather strange. Before the professor saw her, she watched him from the side and saw him grab his head. Then he took out some medicine and took a few pills, after which his tremor stopped. Flora was surprised by this, and now wondered what kind of medicine he could have taken. Perhaps he was sick with something. And so, together with the professor, they went to where the director was. The woman saw them and said that it was Roger himself. She suddenly looked behind him and asked if those were two students. Machiavelli noted that they were wandering through the quiet forest. Elizabeth was surprised and said that if we're talking about this place, why were there students there at all? Flora replied that it was all because of her, and the woman asked if this student was Lumos. The girl continued to say that she herself had gone into the quiet forest, but Charlotte had run after her, and some time later, Professor Roger had found them. It was clear that the woman was thinking about this, and then she said that now it was clear. The main character asked her what he should do with them, and his interlocutor smiled and said that students often make mistakes, so just leave them alone. She then asked what they should do now, since such an urgent matter required her to come first and sort everything out. The man told the rector that the magic must have come from her, and since it was her, he was sure that everything was fine now. If that was the case, then he would send the two students back. Elizabeth said that was right, and he should be kind and do so. After a while, she was walking down the corridor of the academy with the old man, and he asked her what she thought of Roger Celici. The woman replied that because of this event, she thought she could drop all her suspicions, because she had studied his reaction and had not noticed anything strange. Willow smiled after hearing this information and said that it was such a relief because there was no one else like him, but it wasn't that simple. He wondered why they had spread the rumor in that case, and Elizabeth smiled when she heard this. Then she raised her head and said that they had to do it, so that all the little rats would take the bait first. The old man heard this information and said that now everything was crystal clear to him. After that, he and the rector continued on their way. So very soon, they arrived at the stand where the universal stone stood. The woman looked at it and said that the real one had been safely transported. Thank God nothing had happened to it, because in the past, this stone had destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Now that they knew the real ones were safe, they could leave, and she didn't want to stay here long. Soon the door to this room closed, and they left, but a dark shadow was already there. The main character took advantage of this technique, and when he realized that everyone had left, he immediately appeared there. The man looked ahead at that very stand, and thought that at first he didn't believe it, but now it was definitely a jackpot. Of course, it was good enough that she had left a mark on that very fake stone, and he thought that the rector would decide to check the real one. As a result, the magical power of the real stone was significantly higher than that of the fake one, and he was actually sucking it out with his power right now. But even so, he didn't have the power to fulfill his true desire. The hero began to approach, and said that he knew this very well, because he had seen many things, and there was a limit to his power. Finally, he touched this universal stone, and thought that, in any case, at least it could tell him the location of the remaining relics. To do this, Roger touched the stone and manipulated it. As events unfolded in the room, the man realized that more magical power was accumulating, so it was definitely trying to invade his consciousness. Since the hero understood this perfectly well, he told the stone not to move. Otherwise, if it tried to get into his mind, regardless of his wishes, it would break. The bright light continued to be directed at his energy flows, but after a few moments it stopped, and the hero said that was good. After he calmed the stone in his hand a little, he told it to show him the location of the other pieces. After a while, it was all over, and the stone stopped glowing. The hero said that he knew it wouldn't tell him about all the pieces. But even the information he had received so far was good. After all, he could not even imagine that one of the fragments he was looking for was so close. Soon, Machiavelli returned home and received a message from his friend Hans, who asked what had happened. Exhausted, the man literally lay on the table and said that he had done what he had recently said, but asked to postpone the meeting until tomorrow night. His friend replied that it was for the best, as the deadline was approaching, and it was unclear what was wrong with his voice, or if something had gone wrong. The professor noted that everything had gone exactly as it should have. They, in turn, found the location of one relic, and it was difficult for the hero to recover due to constant work. Hans said that it was all understandable. So many events had taken place, but if we talk only about one relic, it is not worth it. Roger said that, to be more precise, there were two of them, but one of them was already known.
The other one is located in the city of Larisvilk, where he is now. His comrade was surprised when he heard this.
The hero continued, saying that based on the image the relic showed him, he believed it was in an auction house. Hans noted that this meant the Kunst auction house, the only one in the area, and the guy had heard that something big was about to happen there. Machiavelli said that maybe it would be an item for auction, and that they should look at the list of items prepared for auction and see if it was interesting. Suddenly, he said that it wasn't difficult, and that they would meet tomorrow. The hero agreed, and said goodbye. After a while, a new day dawned, and the main character slowly made his way through the academy. There he saw Flora standing in front of the door, and asked her what she was doing in front of his office. The girl was startled when she saw him, and asked if he wasn't inside the office. The man wondered why she was looking for him. The student immediately wondered how to start the conversation. The first thing that came to mind was to ask about the special magic he had used, or maybe she should ask about the medicine she had seen, although it was quite difficult for her to ask about all this. An awkward pause hung between them, and the hero then said that if she had nothing to say, he would leave. His companion realized that there was no other way out, and asked him to wait. The hero noted that whatever had happened, if it was something unimportant, then she should remain silent. And when he turned his head to the side, he was surprised to see an element of water floating in the air in front of him. There were also various other elements that the girl had created. With a smile on her face, she immediately asked what he thought about her method of assigning coordinates. The man looked at them carefully, and then said that she had really surprised him, as he did not think that there were already students capable of mastering the formulas. Flora proudly raised her head and began to say that she was simply original, the only one among the students who had succeeded in this, so perhaps she should be rewarded. The man thought for a moment, then said that this was true, but that perhaps she should be given the highest mark for this, and asked what she thought about it. The girl replied that it was just a number, and that they were not worth her effort, and that she would like to receive something else of similar value instead of the highest score. Machiavelli was surprised by her request, and looked at her intently for a while. Then he decided what to do, and opening the door to his office, told her to come in with him. Naturally, the student entered, and immediately began to look around the room, realizing that it was her first time in his office. The professor began to explain that the research laboratory was located on this side, and the girl asked what kind of research laboratory it was. After that, the man led her to the door, and opened the room, and she saw the very laboratory. She immediately took a closer look, and wondered what the hell he was researching here, because she had never seen such a pattern before. It didn't seem like these were just simple drawings. The hero said that, to be honest, he didn't expect her to be able to do it. In the end, she even had to think about a worthy reward. As she knew, assigning coordinates was a mathematical formula, and it was also the principle of controlling mana in one coordinate, and also the use of a formula in it. Flora thought that she had simply copied what she saw, and that's how it works. So the professor said he would show her something else. Since she had managed to learn this and repeat it, she deserved a reward. After that, he raised his wand and prepared to cast a spell. The student watched closely what was happening, and a clear trace of magic appeared in the air. Before the spell was completed, she was simply stunned and did not understand what it was. A magical spiral appeared in the air, which looked more like matter. The girl felt intense discomfort and realized that her head was about to explode, so she couldn't understand what this feeling was. After what happened, some time passed, and Flora gradually began to open her eyes, still in poor condition. The main character heard her get up and asked if she was awake. The girl was very surprised at that moment and asked how much time had passed. The professor said it had been about 30 minutes. The student asked us what kind of magic it was, as it had happened very recently. Machiavelli said that he called this technique Klein's bottle. He had seen it once, and simply decided to repeat it. She asked if he had created it, just for the sake of experimenting. Roger said that she should forget everything he said, and asked how her nose and eyes were. His interlocutor was surprised, and asked what he was talking about, because she didn't understand why. The hero immediately looked at her, and said that she had the ability to sense all the features of the manifested Maya. At the same time, when she saw his formula, her pupils dilated, and her fingertips trembled, so she felt the shape differently. Ordinary people cannot do this, and she must have been shocked by the magic she had never seen before. The girl asked if the professor was not interested in this. Now she is talking about her ability. Roger replied that this is not the case at all, because he is not interested in abilities. Although other magicians might think differently, and she'd better not get caught with it. It was getting quite late, so she should leave. The student heard these words, and rising slowly, left the room. After that, she stood by the front door, and wondered how he could be so calm after learning about her ability. Or perhaps he had already encountered someone with a similar ability to hers here, and he had rewarded her appropriately. After a while, the hero went up to his friend, and said that he still couldn't get used to his stylish appearance. The guy paid attention to him, and asked if he had really come after all. Now he was curious to know if he was still going there, and the hero replied positively, and said that it was business as usual. Then he asked where he got such a car, and his friend said that he got it from the best of the best in society. And just as they were walking, the very place where one could do just that, Machiavelli looked at his appearance, and said that it suited him. In that case, it was time to go, and they both headed for the car. The place where they were supposed to be was quite loud, and a large number of aristocrats had gathered there. The professor walked slowly, and said that it was too noisy and bright here, and his companion remarked that it was, after all, a well-known place. "But is it worse than some dirty place?" the man asked. "And on which floor is the meeting place?" Hans said it was on the 4th floor, and asked her to follow him. And when they tried to climb the stairs, the guard stopped them and asked them to wait, as they could not go to the 4th floor without permission. The guy handed over some papers and said that they could do whatever they wanted. Naturally, the security guard accepted them, then slowly walked away and told them to go ahead. After that, the main character said that the atmosphere on the 4th floor was really different. Hans said he had heard that this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. As a result, they created an unwritten rule, and the man asked what this rule was. His companion replied that he was talking about the fact that fighting was prohibited on the 4th floor, which is why there were no guards there. Machiavelli said he was completely sure there was a reason why they had been invited to such a place, perhaps to test whether they would follow this rule. The partners walked around this floor for a while, and suddenly Hans said they should go here. The hero noticed the door, and said that it was time to go in. The woman inside said that it was James Moriarty. She, in turn, was completely sure that he would not lie in such a place, thinking that he had disappeared after a failed attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delica. But now it was interesting why he had come here. Was he planning to correct his mistakes? Her name was Violetta, and she was a black rose. The main character took a sip of wine and said that, "Of course not. What nonsense. He couldn't even think of such a thing." His interlocutor noted that in any case, she could not trust him, because How could a person without evil intentions destroy the Scarlet Group as soon as it appeared here? Machiavelli replied that he just wanted to get rid of the filth that was before his eyes, and the man said that enough was enough with personal conversations and what he wanted in general. It was not for nothing that he accepted their invitation, and this was said by Luke from the Karukas group. The hero said that he was quick-witted and planned to increase his power. His interlocutor asked what other power he wanted. Did he really want to create a second Scarlet Group? There were still people from the old children group in the room, including old man Dave. Roger said, of course not, because he was wondering why it had become so stuffy in here, and in that case, he would clarify all misunderstandings right now. The old man asked what misunderstandings he was talking about, but the hero didn't listen to him and said that there was something else before that. Because he wanted to talk to him personally, Dave asked what he was talking about, but the little girl interrupted him and said that everything was fine. It turned out that Moriarty understood everything. Usually, people looked down on her because she was a child, but she was a member of Stella's group of older children. The hero smiled and said that he wasn't stupid enough to look down on her because she was a child, and besides, she shouldn't worry because he has no desire to create a second Scarlet Group right now, but he plans to start his own business. So right now, he wants to offer it to them. He will give them work, and they will make huge money. Comrade, at that moment, he didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Violetta said that it was no different from the Red Group, in which case, would he really force them to obey his orders? The man said that this was not the case, because it was only a proposal, because if he wanted to do that, he would have started doing it long ago. He also said that he would give them part of the Scarlet Group's business platform, even if they refused his offer. Everyone was surprised, and the girl asked how he could give it away, even if he didn't refuse. Now she really didn't understand what he was up to. Machiavelli said that they probably already knew that it was dangerous for him to act openly now, and that he needed his own loyal forces. But useless battles would achieve nothing. They should not trust him. Even if they refused, he would lose nothing. But the hero wanted an answer here and now. After that, there was an awkward pause, and everyone thought about what to do. Luke told the man that he might at least tell them what kind of business it was, while Violetta yelled at him, asking why he was making decisions without discussing them with the others. The old man said that he didn't really want to get involved in a dangerous business, and he should understand that himself. The hero turned to his friend and said that he promised there would be no danger. They should know well what kind of pleasures he was looking for, and his companion remarked that it was probably music and opera, but he shouldn't tell them to do it. The man said that this was not the case, and that he would require great elegance from them, or more precisely, storytelling through play, music, and dance. Luke looked at the documents and said that he didn't even know, but he was sure that he saw a future in it, so he suggested doing it. The hero replied that he was looking forward to working with this leader. Violetta said that it all sounded interesting, and asked Moriarty what he wanted to achieve in the end. Roger said he wanted change in this forgotten area, and that despite the local industry and blacksmiths, only gray skies and a bleak future awaited him. They support the clear sky above people's heads, and the man wants to transform this dark and gloomy alley into a place where people can live and see a bright future. He also presented this business idea to other organizations, so he asked everyone to familiarize themselves with this proposal before making a decision. The meeting ended, and Hans told the hero that his ideas were incredible, considering that he had received approval from all three organizations. Machiavelli said that he had only brought other people's ideas to life, but it was best for them to drop the subject. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and asked if she wanted anything. He also asked why she was here unaccompanied. It was Violetta, who said they should talk in private. The man told his friend to go, saying he would catch up with him later, and the guy remarked that he shouldn't rush. And then, the woman said about the business he had proposed, asking if he really thought it would work. The hero asked if she thought otherwise. The leader of the Black Rose replied that the current clothing market was controlled by the wealthy and powerful merchants, and she was curious if she really had a chance. The man replied that they were not their target audience at all. Their goal was to create light and comfortable clothing that people could wear in their everyday lives. In the end, if they liked this idea, everyone would turn away from fashion, but her interlocutor said that they still couldn't shy away from trying to stop them. Roger said that she needed to overcome this, and that she couldn't hide forever, and besides, she no longer needed to worry about protecting her sisters. If she accepted his offer, he would take responsibility for protecting them, and as soon as her business was up and running, she could use her magic on fashion. Violet was amazed and asked how he knew. The man replied that magicians can recognize other magicians, and that it's not difficult. The leader of the group said that since she had agreed to work with him, she could no longer hide it. The woman then removed the dark veil that covered her face, revealing a burn. The hero then turned his attention to it, and said that it was a burn caused by magic. Violetta replied that it was the work of a mage, who thought it was his property. She noticed it too late, so even the healing apostles, the Lumenzi, were powerless, and so the woman showed him her hideous appearance. So, perhaps she would put it back on when she wanted to. But the hero grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. Then he came closer and said that she had trusted him and shown him her secret, so it would be right for him to reveal his secret too. Violet didn't understand what he was talking about, but Roger touched her burn with his finger. A few moments later, he used his magic to make the burn disappear, as if it had never been there. The hero asked her to look at his face, and when she did, she was amazed and asked how he did it. The man smiled and said that it was just real magic, and he could only say one thing. She was too beautiful to hide her face because of that burn. Naturally, Violetta was embarrassed when she heard such information from the opposite sex. She then put on a veil and said that it was dangerous to show herself off like that now, and the hero replied that everything would be as she said. At the same time, the girl said that now it was time for her to get to work, as he had ordered, and that their meeting today had been significant. Suddenly, the hero felt something and shouted her name, and his companion turned around and asked what had happened. Machiavelli immediately grabbed her with his hand and pulled her aside, and something flew past the head of the staff. The head with the black rose turned her attention there and saw that there was a metal arrow. Sir Roger asked her if she was okay. Violet was frightened, but said she was, because he had saved her. It turned out that there was an ambush between them right now, but it was unclear who did it. The man reached for his weapon and noticed that he, of course, had suspicions. Despite this, It turned out that a whole gang was heading towards them, and suddenly, those who were walking towards them said that it was James Moriarty himself. It was completely unclear to them how such an important figure could be wandering around here without guards, so it seems that he gave him a good opportunity. The hero looked around and asked if these were the remnants of the Scarlet Gang, wondering if they had forgotten how the gang had fallen apart. The thug replied that he remembered everything perfectly well, which is why he was prepared, but Roger sensed a strange smell. Then he said that it was a distraction, and told Violette not to use magic because it would be difficult to control. The gang member said that even he knew that. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked them to wait, because he recognized the voice, so he hadn't waited in vain. He, in turn, didn't think they would catch two bigwigs at once. The leader of the Black Rose Gang said that all this was annoying, because using her body in battle was not her style. Roger asked if she was going to fight, and the girl replied that they had been caught after all, and there was nowhere to run. The man then asked the lady if he could dance, and she replied that she could dance well enough not to embarrass other people. The professor took out his weapon, and told her to back him up. The previously peaceful atmosphere of the area was soon disrupted by carnage. The remnants of the Scarlet Group attacked, and the man and the girl began to defend themselves. Soon, one of them said that this was bad, because even with magic, they were no match for them. But the leader who had brought them here said that they were already tired, so there was not much left. Violet noticed that she no longer had the strength she had in her youth, so Roger asked her to increase her endurance until they were done with this mess. Then he thought that he couldn't find the guy who shot him, so he wondered if he had hidden after the ambush. He, in turn, used hard-to-reach scent dispersal and easily controlled this union and murderous aura. It seems that there are professionals hiding among these guys. So the man turned to Violet. She asked what had happened, but the professor ran up to her, grabbed her by the arm, and started running forward. A member of the opposing group shouted that his subordinates were dumb idiots, that it was unclear how they had let them down, so they should run after them right now. Violet asked what this man was doing, and her interlocutor replied that there was a professional killer among them. In the end, if they continue, the advantage will be on their side. Suddenly another man appeared among that very crowd of men who was moving quickly. This man, or rather these two men, had daggers in their hands, and they were heading towards the main character. The girl noticed that they were being chased, and said that it was them. Roger asked if she knew who they were, and Violetta replied that she had heard there was a group of assassins who had come from the southern desert, people who killed others for money. The hero wondered if they were from the southern desert, then could they be the killers of Calisarp? So he told the girl to be careful and not to bite her tongue. While she was wondering about this, the man used his hook and immediately tried to climb onto the roof. The pursuers, in turn, did not stop and also followed them closely. One of them immediately rushed to attack and threw some objects at the people. Naturally, Violetta and her comrade jumped aside to protect themselves. She opened her umbrella, which she used to neutralize the blow. But a few moments later, she was shocked to see the umbrella begin to disappear, as if it had been poisoned. Machiavelli saw that his friend was surprised and said that it was a special poison used by the scoundrels of Calisarp and that it corroded absolutely everything. Violetta asked what they should do, and the hero replied that they should either wait until they ran out of throwing knives or get out of there. The leader of the Black Rose said she preferred the second option, and the man said he understood. Then the hero grabbed his comrade in arms again and told her to hold on tight. The man descended to the streets between the buildings in order to hide as quickly as possible. The killers saw that their victims were trying to escape, so they also rushed to attack them. For a few moments, they didn't look at each other to figure out what to do, and then they rushed down together on different sides to catch their victims. The guy was drawn by the sound of Violetta asking him to wait a little. She was standing all alone below and asked if he had really just left her there and run away, calling him a coward and saying she never thought he was that kind of person. The mercenary took out several daggers and wondered if she was alone, and the man had run away, although that was not the case, because he would hardly leave her. The situation before his eyes looked like a trap, and he was using this woman as bait. Therefore, this man could say that he was hiding somewhere nearby. The killer realized where he was and turned around to strike with his weapon, saying that he had been caught. But a few moments later, he saw that there was nothing where he had attacked, and then, out of nowhere, the main character appeared and easily struck him with his dagger. The assassin was surprised by what had happened, and, before dying, asked how he had done it. Roger smiled in response, and said that it was just a feature of his magic, although he could say that he had slightly used the scent of dispersion. After these words, he immediately drew his own blade, and that was the end of that man. The hero wondered if the one who remained on the mannequin had used it to transmit sound. Suddenly, Violetta shouted that they should turn around, because there was danger above. The man immediately raised his head and saw another assassin. The mercenary did not simply attack, but used the same hook that the hero often wielded. With the same action, the opponent easily snatched the blade that Roger was holding in his hands. Continuing his attack, he soon realized that this was definitely the end for him. Suddenly, he saw Machiavelli reach into the back of his pocket and pull out another weapon. The killer was genuinely surprised by the situation and wondered if he had been hiding another weapon. A few moments later, they clashed with each other, and one of them struck his opponent. Fortunately for Roger, he was more skilled, so his opponent fell to the ground dead. After what happened, the man told him that he had done well, but had let his guard down at the crucial moment. Suddenly, voices began to be heard, saying that the sound was coming from here, that they should be caught, because if they let them escape, it would be the end of them. The hero said that the scent of the dispersion had almost disappeared, so he asked if he could leave it to her, and the girl noted that it was not that difficult. Members of the alloy group arrived at this place, and the old man shouted that he had found these scoundrels. But a few moments after he said that, he saw a stream of mana in front of him. Further away, where all these people were, there was a powerful explosion, and only screams could be heard. Finally, the situation was resolved, and Violetta said that it seemed there were no more henchmen left. She didn't think they would set up an ambush after the group disappeared. Machiavelli said that it seemed they had been forced to do it, and the girl asked what he meant. Since she didn't understand who could have done this, the man replied that they were most likely taken over by killers, and it was definitely not Rickson, because he had killed him recently. Violetta was surprised, and asked if he really killed him, if he was serious, and the hero replied that it was true. It turns out that the man was involved in dirty business while financing the group, and at one time, he humiliated the honor and respect of other people. Therefore, Roger does not want to exist under the same sky with such people, and since they have already started talking about it, he will hand over that man's recruits to her. So let him do with them as he pleases. The girl said that in return, he needed her to find the person behind it all. Machiavelli said he was going to ask her about that. Violetta replied that she would be busy with the business he had offered her. The man heard this and asked if she really couldn't handle it. The head of the Black Rose sighed and said that he knew how to hurt her pride, in which case she would take care of it and do even better than he expected. The man smiled after that and said that was fine and wished her luck. After these words, they went their separate ways and went about their business. The girl yelled at the assistant to hurry up and come to her, but the guy was surprised and asked why he was her assistant. The girl got angry and said that he, a little brat, should shut up and get his ass over there when she called him. Hans said he understood and asked her to put away her little rat teeth. Roger noticed them and said he was wondering why it was so noisy inside. The girl noticed him, and it was Sheridan Ionfid, Roger's colleague and developer. She is also a dwarf girl. The guy yelled at the hero, calling him his brother, to help him, and Machiavelli said that looking at the name here was fun. The hero noticed his colleague and said that it was enough to make fun of this person and that it would be better to take a look at it. She stopped and told him to show what he had. The girl shouted, "Did he really pull the wiring to another person?" She said it was only for one person, and now the clamp doesn't work. The man justified himself, saying that he had to do it. Sheridan said that it would take 10 minutes, and that Mr. should wait here for a while. Hans got up and asked why this little shit hated him so much. The hero thought that it was because he was a weakling. He went on to say that his comrade should not forget that she was older than him, and that he should be patient when talking to her. The guy said that, when he first met her, he thought she was a child. Roger said that he probably saw her for the first time in the mines of the Kingdom of Delica, and his interlocutor noted that this was correct, as she was kept there as a slave. Machiavelli remembered everything, and asked if that counted as captivity. When they found the girl in the dungeons, she was sitting near some explosives and tinkering with something. Hans said that they would have died if the bombs had exploded. The hero noted that even the captain of the knights would have died if something like that had exploded a kilometer underground. His friend remembers how some shady characters were harassing him. Roger replied that he had already taken care of them, and that they were from the hall and the gang. In the end, someone must have been behind these people, and could a friend find out about it? The guy scratched the back of his head and said that they were dealing with items at auction. Suddenly, Sheridan yelled at the assistant, asking if he was lost, and the man told him to help the girl first and make sure she didn't touch the gunpowder. The main character was standing by the window and thought that if it was a matter of 10 minutes, then he could handle it in 30, in which case he would rest for now. And when he looked out the window, he was a little surprised by what he saw. Several people in raincoats were moving around, and Machiavelli thought that their movements were light and quick. He couldn't even hear their footsteps. A group of people moving in sync at such a time looked strange, and perhaps they were the ones he was thinking of. The girl who was at the head of the group turned her attention to where the main character was standing a few moments later, but she saw nothing and just froze, while her subordinates asked their commander what had happened. The interlocutor replied that nothing had happened because she had shown her something. The protagonist heard this conversation, already hidden from the window. After that, he thought that he didn't see anyone like him. At first, it seemed that they were knights, but those silver hairs reminded him of someone. So, most likely, she was the patron of the Order of the Night Serpent, Jessica Lionhall. But it was unclear why she was in Lesser Velka, because the hero heard that she had been assigned to investigate the murder of Old Man Rickson. In that case, did she decide that this murder was related to the recent incident? It's good that he got rid of the evidence, and no longer wants to cross paths with this terrible person. And then Sheridan returned, and told Mr. that she had sorted everything out. It took a little longer, so she decided to tidy up the rest. The hero immediately put on his device, and said that it had become smaller and thinner, and the little girl threw it away to try it out. The man immediately aimed his hook at the wall, and hit it quite hard. After what happened, he said that it had become even more powerful. The developer said that she had made it twice as powerful, and now he would be able to use it on several people. She also added a new feature, and asked him to try clenching his hand into a fist, and bending his wrist. Machiavelli asked what the new feature was. Then he did what the girl asked him to do, and a blade appeared from there. Sheridan said she did it because she remembered what he had told her, that it would turn back into place if he relaxed his hand. He also asked if he could see a small hole on the left side, from which he could shoot needles to paralyze his enemies. Roger thanked her, and said he liked it. The girl noted that he had excellent taste, but her cowardly assistant kept saying that it was dangerous. Although one might say that this was to be expected from Professor Theon of the Academy, the hero thought it sounded a little strange, but that was okay. The girl said that he looked great in those clothes, and that one glance was enough to see that he was a gentleman, just like some kind of aristocrat. The hero smiled when he heard this, and thanked her for her kind words. He then said that he would find a good use for it after all, and his colleague asked if he was leaving already. Roger said he wanted to take a walk, and ask her for something else. Jessica said she came here because someone had caused a commotion, but these wounds were caused by magic, so had there been some kind of fight between groups? The woman looked more closely at the bodies, and said she recognized one of them. He named their gang, and Annie asked how that could be, since the Scarlet Gang had been eliminated. The boss looked away, and said that there were 2 more bodies there. She then approached one of them, and took out the knife that had been used to kill this man. Sniffing it, she smelled a sour odor, so it seemed that it was a special poison, used by the Kalspa assassins. Lloyd asked if she meant the Fatima dynasty's organization of assassins, and the girl remarked that there might have been a conflict between Kalpa and the Scarlet Group. Jessica said that this was not the case, because they did not die from poison, but were most likely on the same side, and the man she was examining was killed with a single blow. The guy went to the next one, and said that he was also killed with a single blow, and it looked like his heart had been pierced from behind. The woman said that the killer had moved into close combat, and most likely, they thought their opponent was an ordinary mage. As a result, these people died because of their own mistake. The one who dealt with the killers was a master swordsman, and he was also the one who put an end to the Scarlet Gang. The subordinate asked why she thought so, and the interlocutor replied that the collapsed organization had gone so far as to hire the Kalspa assassins. This meant that there was a huge grudge, she thought, and if you look into it, Rickson's finances had at some point passed to the Scarlet Group. There was someone who killed this aristocrat and dealt with the group, and there was also a burned down factory, as well as Professor Tiona, who burned the werewolf to the ground. The boss said they would end it there and leave, and the guy asked if it was really now, and she replied affirmatively, because she had learned everything she needed to know. Lloyd asked if he understood correctly that the investigation was over, and Jessica replied that it wasn't yet. The guy added that they weren't even close to finishing the case, and if they continued like this, everything would be wrong. The commander said she had some ideas. She had one place in mind right now where there should be a clue. Selena came to Professor Roger and greeted him, then said that she had recently heard that he had not come to work today. The man replied that it was true. He had no classes today, but he was curious what had brought her here. The woman smiled and said that someone was looking for him, and she was passing by, so she decided to drop in. Roger asked who was looking for him, and the woman replied that it was a knight and the state security service. Machiavelli immediately became alert, then said that he would meet with him, after which he headed to the academy, where Lloyd greeted him. He asked if he was correct in understanding that he was Roger Chelsea, and his interlocutor replied that yes, it was him. He then asked why they should not sit down to talk, and the knight replied that he agreed, and thanked him for that. When he sat down in the agreed place, he said that he would now introduce himself. His name was Lloyd, and he was an employee of the state security service. The professor then asked if he would like some tea, and the young man thanked him, but replied that he did not want any, as he did not eat while working. Roger said he understood, and asked what had brought him there. The agent asked if it was true that he had dealt with the werewolf that had appeared on the academy grounds. Machiavelli replied that it was true, and asked if there was a problem with that. His interlocutor said no, he just wanted to hear the details of what had happened. The man should not worry, and should just imagine that he was talking to a friend. The hero replied that he understood. At that very moment, he thought about what it meant that it wasn't Jessica Lionhall, and he, in turn, had already prepared himself for a meeting with her. Since it wasn't her, there shouldn't be any problems. Roger said he would begin, and the guy asked him to tell him the details. After a while, the meeting ended, and they shook hands. The security representative thanked him for his time. The professor said that he was the one who worked for the government, so he was happy to help him, and Lloyd replied that it was an honor to meet him. The man reciprocated, and when his interlocutor left, he stared at his hand for a long time. The subordinate returned to his comrades and told the commander that he had arrived. He asked if they had found any clues, and the woman replied that there was nothing worthwhile. In the end, they even obtained a search warrant, but there was nothing useful there. What about him? She was curious to know if he had followed her instructions exactly, and Lloyd replied that he had done everything she had told him to do. Jessica became more serious and remarked that in that case, he must have been the one who devoted a lot of his time to training. His subordinate said that although he was wearing gloves, when they shook hands, nothing seemed strange to him. So it could be said that it was the hand of an ordinary magician who had never used a knife before. When the woman heard this information, she was really very surprised. They, in turn, also asked if he was serious, and if he might have been mistaken, but the guy replied that it couldn't be. Jessica thought that if we're talking about the hand of an ordinary magician, then, to be honest, she wasn't expecting that at all, as she thought she had finally found a clue. But the whole thing became a mystery again, so she turned around and said that without any leads, the investigation was over, and Annie, in turn, should stay here. Let her report anything suspicious? The girl asked what that meant, and then, before leaving, perhaps she should check it out herself. She told the women that they couldn't, because it was one of the conditions. And while they were talking, someone from outside shouted her name. Lloyd was surprised, and wondered what it was. Could it be Principal Elizabeth Willow? The girl didn't understand either. Could they know each other? Jessica asked her companion what had brought her here, and the rector asked what she could say to at least greet her friend. The commander noticed that she was being overly friendly now, even though she had not allowed her to meet Professor Roger in person before. Perhaps she could stop pretending. Elizabeth smiled, and told her not to hurt their useful newcomer, because she liked him very much, and how could she leave him alone with her? Her interlocutor asked if she really thought she was someone who constantly broke others, and the rector replied, that wasn't it true? Then Jessica turned around and said she was leaving, so the girl didn't need to see her off. Elizabeth asked her to at least have some tea with her. While they were trying to find common ground, the hero stood by the window and realized that she was the rector and also his patron. At the same time, he had no idea what kind of relationship they might have, but thanks to her, he was able to avoid meeting this crazy woman. Lloyd is one of those people you can't let your guard down around, but his actions are a good clue for him. First, the guy checked to see if there was dust on the shelves. He himself looked clean and well-groomed, and the hero thinks that he is a germaphobe. If someone like him offers a handshake with a bare hand, it means that he wanted to find out something. Roger thought that, just in case, he asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin, and in the end, it was not in vain. Understanding the situation, Roger thought it was a good attempt, but unfortunately, he had prepared better. So now it was time to relax and prepare the test. Time flew by quickly, and a whole week passed. Sylvia reported that the others had been acting very cautiously lately. It seemed that the reason was the recent visit of Jessica's patron to Tion. The hero asked what she meant, and the girl noticed that people were trying to avoid contact with each other. It was as much as possible. Now private meetings were held outside Tion. Roger said he understood everything, and asked if there was anything else unusual. Sylvia said that 2 days ago, 3 people of the Third Order had been arrested by the police. The man was surprised and asked about it. The informant replied that he had heard correctly, but that it was not worth his attention, so she did not tell him about it. The hero noted that they were so stupid that they got caught by the police. The assistant said that, according to rumors, students from the academy were involved, 2 guys and a girl from his class. The main character thought that if it was his class, several students immediately came to mind. He asked if he was right in thinking that it was Adrian, Leo, and Tracy, and Sylvia was surprised to hear that it was them. The professor asked how these guys were able to catch someone outside the city, and the girl replied that it seemed they were doing their assignments at that moment. The man did not understand what kind of assignment it was, so the assistant said that low-class students had a task board that allowed them to pay for their education. The 3 students they were talking about weren't from the richest families, and the hero thought that even if that was the case, it was surprising that these guys caught people of the Third Order. He, of course, continued to watch them, but to his surprise, the girl asked what she should do with the people from the Order. The professor said that if it was about them, she should just leave them alone, because he didn't need people who could be defeated, like some students. Sylvia hesitated a little, but realized that the professor was absolutely right, and the hero asked if there was anything else. The girl said that, apart from agreeing to lie low for a while, there was nothing else, and the hero said that if that was the case, then fine. But then, he got up from his desk and said that they should go, and his subordinate immediately agreed. And so the professor headed to the lecture hall to give a lecture on his subject, saying that today was the start of the first testing phase. He was completely confident that they had prepared diligently for it, and as he had said, he would teach the source code formula to the students who took the top 5 places on the list. Of course, he would not teach them the entire formula at once, but would divide it into 4 stages and teach 1 stage for each test. If they are found to be cheating, they should know that they will have to pay the appropriate price. In that case, the test would begin right now, and he used magic to pass out the sheets. Soon, the time was up, and the main character said that the test was over. Some were depressed, and said that they understood everything when he allowed them to use their notes on the test, but it was so difficult that they didn't even need them. The princess stood at the top of the auditorium, and immediately turned to Renee, who was leading below, but the girl did not listen to her, and went downstairs, then turned to Professor Roger, who looked at her, and asked if she had any questions about the test. The student said that was not the case. She had finished reading the book he had given her recently, so she would like to return it. Roger agreed, saying that she didn't have to return it, and the girl was surprised by this. The man continued, saying that she would need this very book again in the future, and that the edition he had given her was much more important. So he considered it a sign of respect for the previous owner, which is why she could keep it and not return it. This was because he believed that only in her hands could the book reveal its full potential. Renee was really surprised when she heard such nice words from the man, followed by the princess, who turned to her. She didn't understand what had happened, and asked about it, because her interlocutor had run away so quickly, but the girl paid attention to her, and noticed that nothing was wrong. Then she smiled sweetly, and asked how she had done on the test, which was not as difficult as she had imagined. After these words, Adriana's expression changed, and she asked if the test was really that easy. Renee noticed that she was probably very tired, and couldn't concentrate, which happened sometimes, and told her not to worry, as Her Highness noticed that this was indeed the case, because, in truth, she had so much on her mind that she couldn't prepare for this event properly. The rector studied the documents, and said that no matter how many times she reviewed them, she never ceased to be amazed. One can only imagine that Professor Roger was able to compose such questions. It turns out that this requires a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics, with the right balance of tricks and test complexity. The woman did not expect much from this stern guy, but he, in turn, surprised her greatly when the old man asked how she would compare him to Professor Chris Benamore, since they were both professors of embodiment, so he was sure that the sections in the test were similar. The rector shouted that it would be cruel to compare them, as Chris only asked difficult questions on the exam to show off his knowledge. And she was sure that he had already looked at this very test, and she would like to see the expression on his face right now. The guy was actually looking at him now, and his hands were shaking with anger quite violently, and when he couldn't contain his aggression any longer, he immediately grabbed the piece of paper and threw it at the door. Chris thought he was curious as to why the dean had suddenly come, but how could he even take note of questions from Professor Rogers' exam? The woman brought the documents and told Professor Chris that he was also responsible for the embodiment section, so she brought them to him after thinking about it for a while. After all, they might be useful to him when preparing the next exam. He was angry and thought that it was only natural to compare him to some fallen nobleman.
Let Roger Chalichi see what happens, because this man will take revenge for the shame he has brought upon him.
And so, after a while, a new sunny day dawned at the Theon Academy. Renee walked along the path and thought that now she was prepared for other exams, so she believed she would be able to win easily. Adriana immediately returned because she was shaken by this exam and hopes that she will do much better. Her thoughts were interrupted by students who were standing aside and looking at her. A guy noticed who it was and said, "Who is that proud and noble commoner?" The girl noticed that he was asking her to move away, but her interlocutor blocked her way and said that she was mumbling because he couldn't hear anything. Renee wondered if he was angry because she had rejected him and that he should be ashamed of himself for being noble. The aristocrat became very angry when he heard this and shouted that she was a pathetic commoner and should know her place. Then he grabbed her arm quite hard and shouted, so she followed him. The girl asked what he was doing and told him to let go, but the guy didn't listen to her at all, so he grabbed her quite hard and then threw her aside. The girl's body immediately fell to the ground, and then she began to get up. Her interlocutor asked if she still dared to look him in the eye. It was because of people like her that he was teaching commoners their manners. Suddenly, another guy appeared from the other side and asked what he was doing there. The students who were there noticed him and said that it was Freddie Wahlberg. Renee was also surprised and thought that there were rumors that he was cruel and merciless to commoners. But why did he come here? The aristocrat smiled and said that he was educating the little rascal because he was noble. His interlocutor remarked that if he was raising her, then he was mocking her. But the young man said that this was not true because it was the commoner who dared to look down on the nobleman. Freddie interrupted him and shouted for him to shut his mouth, at the same moment using magic to pin the boy's body to the ground. He said in a cold tone that this man was trash, who had tarnished the name of a nobleman, and that it was unclear how much longer he would have to put up with scum, who had nothing better to do. After that, he asked if he was angry that the guy was now taking him into account, and the interlocutor replied that, of course, he was not. Freddie said that in that case, he was leaving, and would not repeat himself twice, and the man agreed. When the others left, the girl turned to the aristocrat and thanked him for helping her. The interlocutor immediately paid attention to her and wanted to say something. The girl waited for these words, but he realized that he didn't want to say anything. He then asked if he understood correctly, that it was her lunch, and she would not be able to eat it anymore. Renee said that everything was fine, because she would clean it of dirt. Freddie asked if she was going to do that with something that had touched the ground, and if she didn't mind, he could share his lunch with her. His companion was surprised, and soon they headed to another place, and she asked what it was, because she had never noticed it before. The guy replied that it was his personal space. Even his bodyguards don't know about it, and if he keeps it a secret from the other students, he can come here whenever he wants. Renee said that of course she wouldn't tell anyone. She then noticed the food the boy had taken out, and asked if it was really his lunch. The aristocrat noted that it was true, because he got a little carried away and made too much. Renee was surprised that he had prepared it himself. In that case, she asked to try it, and it was very tasty. The boy said he was really glad she liked it, but asked her to eat more slowly. The girl thought about how she had been told that he hated commoners, but he didn't seem like that kind of person at all. So she happily continued eating, and decided that she shouldn't believe rumors. At that time, the streets near the academy were quite noisy. Selena looked to the side and noticed that it was Professor Roger. He approached her, and she asked if his exams were over. The man said that was correct, and that he was already checking them. He then asked the girl if she might have a practical exam, and she replied that practical exercises were more useful for hotel recruitment. So she asked if he wanted to see them, and the man hesitated a little after that. But when he saw the professor's puppy eyes, he agreed, and thought that she seemed nervous about her first exam. So the hero told her he would look at it, and the woman was delighted, not noticing that he was following her. The class began, and she said that during the exam, they would communicate with spirits, so they should use their magical powers to communicate and befriend them. First, she herself would demonstrate all this to them. The professor concentrated her energy, and it was clear that different elements appeared around her. She touched a glowing ball that was nearby and greeted it. The students were stunned by this and said that it was the power of the spiritual professor. Selena asked if everyone had seen it, saying that it was not difficult if they followed what she had just demonstrated and that they should get started. The students immediately spread out to a comfortable distance. Otherwise, they would have to continue with their classes. The woman turned to Roger and asked if he wanted to try how easy it was. The man replied that he did not want to and was grateful for that because he was not one of those whom spirits loved. His interlocutor smiled and replied that this simply could not be because spirits were very kind. She asked him to look at the one she was holding in her hands, suddenly noticing that he was friendly. At the same time, she examined the others, and they also seemed quite strange to her. Selena realized that even the other spirits were not suitable for Professor Roger. The hero realized that she was surprised and asked if he hadn't told her before. It was all because the spirits didn't like him. Before that, someone had called him a son and said that he had the qualities of a shaman, so the divine spirits protected him. Selena asked what was going on because there are times when they are not interested, but just think, they are scared. Machiavelli said that it could be said that he was an exception, but still, those who feared him were only spirits of lower rank. The teacher glanced to the side and said that it was true that the spirits of the middle rank were calm, but nevertheless, it would be unfortunate if he did not get closer to the spirits. The hero replied that there are different kinds of people in the world, and in any case, she was conducting the exam now, so was she sure she could leave it to her assistants? The woman became alert and said that she really did have a bad head, so she ran off. After she left, Machiavelli immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank God, his magical power was still sufficient. It would have been bad if the mid-level spirits had also reacted. In that case, Professor Selena would suspect him. Those spirits are not afraid of him, but it is behind him. Only the lower ranks can feel a strange power, and that is ironic. His thoughts were interrupted by the intense gaze he felt on him from the other side. It turned out that they were hiding among the trees, the energy of the spirit of the day, and a high-ranking one at that. So, in that case, did the others not sense it? Even Professor Selena, who is sensitive to spirits, does not react. A presence that cannot be sensed by a spiritual professor who controls mid-level spirits seems strange. And then, this guy is strong. Roger can even say that this is not a spirit that exists in nature, but a spirit that is controlled by someone. And if they are so obviously watching him, then there can only be one answer. Another First Order is hiding in Theon. Although it was unclear to the man why they suddenly decided to appear at this particular moment and simply watch him without doing anything, the thought immediately came to mind that they had found out that Roger was a fake. But no, then they would not have watched him, but acted immediately. There was a possibility that those same people were sending him a signal, so he unbuttoned his shirt and said that it was a little hot. The temperature rose after that, and the hero realized that they were reacting to his words. Then he had no choice but to go to them to meet them. The main character arrived at a place where there was no one, and even if they did not respond, at least he would find out who he was dealing with. For this reason alone, he did not want to miss this opportunity. After a short time, he came to the place where the fiery energy was. Machiavelli looked down and wondered if it was a letter. The inscription that had been left announced that there would be a meeting at this place tonight after class. And after a while, the main character was at the appointed place. He saw a fiery spirit in front of him, who said that he had arrived a little earlier than they had agreed. Roger paid attention to him and thought that he had no physical body, and he had a premonition that this would happen. Then he suggested that his interlocutor get straight to the point and ask what he wanted from him. The stranger asked if he really wanted to get straight to the point, because he was cold as usual. But in any case, he needed his help. Machiavelli asked about this in surprise, and the spirit said that he was going to cause chaos in the academy, and that he himself knew that his role was destruction. But those very magicians extinguished the fires he causes. The hero asked if he really wanted him to help him play with fire. He thought that this was chaos, and it seemed that they were planning a terrorist attack. His interlocutor said that when it came to these games, he did not want to do anything like that. But following his subordinates, the Second Order disappeared. Unlike other members of the First Order, he does not work with anyone. With Roger's skills, revealing his identity and helping him should not be a problem. Of course, she does not ask for free work and will definitely compensate him if he helps. It would be something like a mutual contract between them, and the man inquired about the contract between whom. The girl noted that it was, of course, between John Doe and Esmeralda. After Roger heard that name, he realized that it was not real and must be a code name, just like his. Then his conversation partner asked if he agreed to her proposal or not. A few moments passed, and he said he was refusing it, all because in his current situation, he couldn't do anything. Esmeralda asked him to wait, since she had told him everything. So was he really sure? And let him not tell her now that he was simply too lazy to do it. The man said that in his usual situation, he would have agreed. But now, everything was different. The rector still suspected him, and he couldn't make a well-considered decision about her. Naturally, his interlocutor didn't like any of this. Then Roger turned suddenly toward her and said that if that was all she wanted to say, then he was leaving, thinking that he had gotten enough information and it was time to go. When he had walked a short distance away, Esmeralda asked him to wait. She said that she had thought about it for a few moments and decided that she had recently learned some interesting information. Namely, she said she had recently heard that he had his own subordinate. But how could someone like the great John Doe, capable of doing anything, have a subordinate? On top of that, he was a second-class citizen, so didn't it seem to him that something was wrong here? The girl asked him not to tell her that he was planning something in secret from those very people. The hero felt the flame near his face and said that she spoke as if she knew him well. This is especially strange coming from someone who came to him only for help. Not only is she rushing to defend her domain, she even suspects him. And all this was happening only because he had infiltrated the Theon Academy and had not done anything remarkable, so how dare she look down on him? Esmeralda asked what the hell was going on, as he was acting strangely. Roger said that he couldn't be the only one without an assistant when all the other professors had them, so he decided that he needed to choose someone from the organization, in which case, he thought there was no point in explaining it to her further. After these words, the man continued on his way, and the spirit followed him. Then the girl herself said that she was just joking, and asked if he thought he had taken the joke too seriously. The main character turned around and said that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not, and that this time he wouldn't nitpick about it, but at the same time, she should not dare to doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order, and if it happened again, one of them would have to pay for it. Esmeralda hesitated a little, and apologized after these words. adding that since she had nothing more to say, she was leaving. And then, the very spirit of fire that had been hovering in the air all this time began to gradually dissipate. A short time after his companion disappeared, the hero clutched his head and thought that this could end badly. Thank God he had studied who this John Doe was, because if he hadn't, he would have died on the spot. The man stopped near a tree and decided that, judging by the voice behind the flames, it was a young woman. If it was an elementalist who could control high-ranking spirits and flames, the first suspects would be the elementalist professors. He also couldn't forget about the students who could control spirits of flame, and he remembered that Lazarvelk was hosting an event to welcome new professors. Since all the sponsors would be there, all the professors would also have to attend. If she was a professor, she would be present at this event, and this was his chance. Between his thoughts, the main character headed to the academy and returned home. The girl looked at him from the window and thought that he was so focused on his work that she thought nothing had happened, but it seemed she had worried for nothing. As it turned out, he did not feel fear of her passion, and perhaps he was much stronger than she had expected. If that was the case, then all her efforts had been in vain. It could also be said that she remembered that an event would soon take place there, and that was bad. Although there is nothing terrible about it, because the main role will not be hers, but someone else's. Renee was walking in the garden and thinking that she did not expect to be able to have lunch with him again. It seems that her new acquaintance has no bad intentions. Ever since childhood, she had been able to tell who had evil intentions or ill will toward her. The only people around her who had no ill will toward her were Adriana. But then there was Freddie, who had recently appeared and helped her in a difficult situation. They are really good people, just like Professor Roger, whom she also speaks highly of. Although, when you think about it, he doesn't have any good intentions towards her, more like sadness or guilt, but it's not clear why. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by her interlocutor, who greeted her and asked if he was right in understanding that she was Renee, a first-year student. He then introduced himself and said that he was a friend of Freddie, Henry Presto, and that he was pleased to meet her, as it turned out that she had just been with his friend. The girl hesitated and asked how he knew this. Her companion noted that he had his methods, and that he was also interested in what the guy had been up to lately. The student looked at him and thought that he had no ill intentions toward her, but she felt that he was dangerous. Henry noticed her distrustful gaze and asked if he had done something wrong, telling her she didn't need to be so afraid of him. A few moments later, he raised his hand and said that as a way to smooth things over between them, he would let her help him. He had a part-time job that paid well and was quite safe, and he was sure she knew that most of the academy students were commoners, and they, in turn, had no money. The girl asked why he was telling her this, since they had only just met. He replied that it was out of curiosity, because he had been shocked to see his friend. It was strange that he was spending time with a commoner like her. Renee asked if it was really so surprising, since she just thought he was a good person. Her companion thought for a few seconds, then began to laugh very loudly, and asked what kind of good person Freddie was. The student asked why he was laughing, and Henry said that he thought so, even after all the time he had spent with him. In any case, he was just curious to see the two of them together, and she could decide whether to accept the offer after learning all the details. So, with a smile on his face, he asked what she thought about it. After a while, the time came for the event that the main character had mentioned. A large number of people had already gathered in the hall, and the atmosphere was quite noisy. People were saying that it seemed like all the main characters of the party were already there, and the guy noticed that he had heard that the new professors had good skills, and after a while, Machiavelli also arrived with him. The man noticed that there must be various rumors about him, and most likely, it was Roger Chalici who had arrived at the event. The girl said that this was Count Chris Benamor. He was irresistible, as all the rumors said. The guy was pleased, and only thanked her for these warm words. The hero carefully assessed the atmosphere and thought that everyone was looking for connections. He decided to study the situation first and then go in search of Esmeralda. Suddenly, an old man approached him and asked if he was Professor Roger and if he was Count Deckers, but the hero interrupted him and apologized. Then he gave him a rather cold look and said that he was not in the mood for conversation at the moment. The man understood when he saw him and said that he understood everything and would not take up his time. Roger thought to himself that since he had lashed out at the Count, no flies would bother him, so he would take advantage of this to find Esmeralda. Selena apologized and said that they did not know this man very well, so she asked him not to say anything. The hero paid attention because this voice was familiar. There, the man stood in front of the girl and asked why she was trying to avoid him. The teacher was confused and did not know what to say. Then the main character joined their conversation and told him to stop because Professor Selena already had plans for him. The man immediately asked who he was, and the person next to him explained everything. The first man asked what difference it made if he was a new professor, because this scoundrel was obliged to know who he was anyway. He then turned to the man and said that he was the director of Luke's company. His name was Evan Luke. He was sure he had heard of his company, and if he understood, he should get out of the way. Roger noticed the trembling hands of the girl standing behind him. Then he approached his interlocutor and asked if he hadn't told him that he already had plans with her. His interlocutor pointed his finger at him and asked if he was joking with him. Did he really think he would back down just because he was a professor at the academy? Who did he think he was? The man immediately grabbed him by the arm. The man said that since he had spoken to him in such a tone, he would speak to him in the same way. Did he really think he would back down? He would still be bragging about being the director of the company. The important bigwig yelled for him to let him go. Did he want to get fired from his job? At the same time, he wondered where such enormous strength had come from. Roger continued to hold him and said, "Let him try to do that."
Another guy got in the way and told them to stop because people could get hurt.
Evan yelled that he was a damn fallen nobleman, so the subordinate told the young gentleman that he should calm down because people were watching him. A few moments later, a slap to the cheek was clearly heard, and the aristocrat said that he had told him to call him director. He hit the guy he was talking to, and the guy apologized to the director. Then the gentleman asked if he wanted him to calm down after such treatment. This Roger, or whatever his name was, would get him fired. The hero watched this and thought that everyone was eating even more than he had expected. He wanted to leave, using Professor Selena as an excuse, when Elizabeth suddenly arrived and asked what had happened, because she was curious. Evan shouted that she was just in time. He asked how she taught professors at the academy. This fallen nobleman tried to use violence against him. If they still wanted Luke's company to sponsor them in the future, they had to fire him immediately. The girl noticed that she was curious about who he was, and he was the chairman's son. She asked if she understood correctly. The owner of Luke's company was Chairman Theodore, but why was some director throwing around empty words? Hadn't he discussed everything with his father? The guy said, of course, his father would agree with this, because he was his son. The woman asked if that was really the case. She then turned to the chairman, who was standing behind her, very angry, and asked if he thought so too. The guy noticed his father and was discouraged. Soon Theodore apologized for his son's behavior in front of the reactor Elizabeth, and his interlocutor replied that everything was fine, because she even felt slightly refreshed. The old man turned his attention to the main character and thanked him for not expressing himself that way. The rector said that since leaving everything as it was a little ugly, how about this? And the interlocutor asked what she was suggesting. The girl looked at the main character, whom he had humiliated, and said that in front of everyone, the two of them could have a fair duel. Roger was stunned when he heard this, and wondered why she was saying such a thing, since she had resolved the situation so well. But then suddenly this. Although no, maybe it was good if the situation ended, because that guy wouldn't accept her, and Chairman Theodore didn't look happy about it either. The hero thought that a duel here would guarantee that there would be no trouble later, so he touched his weapon and said he didn't mind. Then he told Evan that since he didn't know any magic, it was okay for someone else to fight in his place. The guy said that sounded good, and he wanted that too. So he told his assistant that he would give him a chance to correct his mistake, thinking that if his assistant fought for him, it was worth a try. He is a fairly experienced magician, but after a few moments, his expression changed, and he said that it couldn't be. Less than a minute into the fight, his opponent was defeated, and Roger Chilichi was declared the winner. People said that Luke, the company's bodyguard, was also a difficult person, and it seemed that the rumors about him using unique magic formulas were true. Theodore said that it was quite surprising, and wondered if all the professors and monsters of Tiona were of such a high level. The rector said, of course not. Roger is just a rather unique person. In any case, is it correct to understand that the chairman is not complaining about this? He noticed, as he thought, his face showed it, and it seems he is getting old. Since it was a fair fight, he should accept it and not worry about his stupid son, because he would have a good talk with him. The woman said that she expected this from the chairman, and was pleased that they were on the same wavelength. The old man said that, be that as it may, he wanted to ask her something. Elizabeth refused, and Theodore noticed that he hadn't said anything yet. His interlocutor said that he was going to ask her to introduce him to Professor Roger. He apologized, but asked her to refrain from contacting one of their professors. The old man agreed, and the characters went out into the street. He thought it was finally over, and that he could now focus on his goal, but suddenly, he heard Selena running after him and calling out to him. Machiavelli noticed her and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was, that she had received a personal apology from the company's chairman, Luke, and thanked him for his help. She then asked where he was going now, and the man replied that he didn't even know, because he had no plans. The woman mentioned that she was going to a meeting with professors of animism and asked if he wanted to go with her. This caught the hero's attention, as he was looking for someone, so he decided that this was a great opportunity and agreed to it, and soon they were there. The girl greeted the professor who had invited her, and the woman noticed that it was Professor Selena, but who was next to her? The elf said that it was Professor Roger, whom he had heard had been appointed as a new professor for the second year. The hero thought that no one was particularly reacting to him. The man remarked that this was not the case, because someone like him did not deserve to teach the second year, and his companion said that he was quite modest. The conversation continued, and the hero finally realized that it was all useless. It turned out that he had been watching the three professors closely, but none of them had shown any particular reaction. In their recent conversation, Esmeralda had been difficult and quick-tempered, so she was not the type to keep her composure in such a situation.
This means that she may not be one of the professors. But no, since he lacks information, he must consider all options.
He needed to wet his throat, so he went over to the drinks, when suddenly a girl addressed him and called his name. He looked at her and asked if it was really Renee. He then asked what she was doing here, and the girl immediately hesitated. She then said that she had recently been recommended to work here part-time, and if he looked closely, he would see that several of her classmates were also here. Roger said he understood, and told her not to overwork herself, and to go home before it got too late. The girl thanked him, and said she would go now. Selena came up and said, Professor, here he is. But isn't that his little girl, Renee? The man asked if she knew her too. The woman said that was right. She knew her from before. Another assistant works here? Summer is interesting. The hero asked if she was talking about her assistant or not. The woman looked away and said she was talking about the little girl, that she was a new student, and already knew a lot about animism. And now, we are talking about Joanna Levitt. The hero turned his attention there and saw this girl. So he thought that if he thought about it carefully, he had completely forgotten about the students, since she was a high-level animist. That's why he thought she would definitely be a professor at this academy. When the girl saw him, she turned away and walked off, and he didn't understand where she was going. Joanna approached the table and placed the object she was holding in her hands on it. Then she stopped next to him. Roger glanced over and wondered if she had left just to put down the tray. It seemed that he was paying attention to trivial things, and at this rate, he would surely miss important details. Suddenly, she heard a conversation nearby, and one person said, What about it? Didn't those guys want to start a business? They bought fabric and seemed to be planning to start a manufacturing agency. The other person asked what the lower class was thinking. Machiavelli thought that it was probably Violetta, and she was acting even faster than he thought, even though she was trying to hide it. It must be her. She was already desperate, so she could be relied upon. The girl said that it was ridiculous, and how dare they not know their place and conduct business. Commoners on the territory of the imperial family. His interlocutor asked him not to be angry, because wasn't it obvious that they would soon fail, and they should just watch them over a glass of wine? The hero thought they were just idiots. This is because their inaction will eventually turn into a huge wave that will change the entire future. Soon, those people who are laughing now will understand everything, and so will their friends. And then, the man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp headache that overwhelmed him in an instant. Roger immediately lost his concentration and dropped the glass with the drink from his hands. Selena saw what had happened and asked if he was all right. He replied that everything was fine. It was just a slippery floor. He then added that he would be back soon, as he needed to get some fresh air. Professor Chris was also nearby and saw the situation, so he looked on in surprise. Machiavelli went outside, and voices in his head were telling him to accept the power they were offering him, but he told them to shut up. And so, in order to get rid of this, he immediately took several pills that he took out of his pocket. After a short interval, the voices in his head subsided. The man thought to himself that he had expended too much magical power by focusing on the quick duel. He had been too careless and hadn't even noticed any of this. After the pain disappeared, he started walking back. Chris Benamore was peeking around the corner, watching him. He immediately wondered if it was the smell of medicine. The main character began to return and suddenly heard cries for help, but he did not understand what it was. There was a lot of fire around, and people were running away, shouting that it was a monster and trying to escape. Roger looked ahead and saw a fairly large fire spirit, but he didn't understand what the hell it was. The first thing that came to mind was that Esmeralda had summoned this creature. The monster spotted new victims standing right in front of it and immediately released a stream of flames from its mouth. Naturally, the people noticed the attack and jumped away from the point of impact. Then they used their magic to block the fire coming from there. The men did not understand where this monster had come from, but someone noticed that they should stop thinking and prioritize evacuating people. One of the professors stood near the exit and directed everyone to leave. A spiritual monster appeared at the top of this huge building, and people panicked, asking what it was. One of them was created by Angela Anderson, a 5th-year professor of animism at Tiona, and the other by Justin Dantis, a 4th-year professor of animism. And so, the spiritual practitioners, along with the rest of the people, began their attack on the enormous spirit of fire. In the end, they said that everything was bad, because none of the attacks were working, and they had to be careful, because something was dripping from the ceiling. The guy used his weapon, and prepared to repel the flames, as he had done before. But this attack did not work, and the streams of light headed in his direction, and struck him. Those who were behind and saw this shouted that the falling flames should not be touched, and if the black flames touched their clothes, they should immediately take them off. The main character was also going to fight, and thought that it was different from ordinary fire, something closer to Mama, and destructive power as well. If that was the case, then it was not just a high-level spirit, but the highest level spirit, which had already reached the 6th rank. However, he decided that he needed to stop and think about why this spirit was in human form, because usually they take natural forms, such as animals or plants. Something was definitely wrong. If he thought about it, there was something strange about this monster. If you look closely at its body, it doesn't have a normal lower half, which means it was incarnated with the help of a medium.
The biggest advantage of using a medium for summoning is that the identity of the summoner can be concealed.
It can be said that the silver tray standing in the center of the table is actually very suspicious. So, based on this, we can say that, as the man thought, Joanna Lavitt is Esmeralda. Naturally, it is impossible to follow her now, but since the hero has found a way to break through, he must take care of it. When Roger was about to go and fight that fiery spirit, he noticed that there was something there. Under the rubble of the building that the monster had collapsed, his student was lying. At that moment, she was still conscious and asked what had happened. It was unclear what kind of huge monster had appeared in front of her, but if that was the case, then she needed to run. But her legs wouldn't move at all, trapped under the rubble. And at that moment, the creature released a huge stream of fire. This attack was directed straight at the girl, who was lying under the rubble and couldn't move. Renee looked ahead and realized that this was a hopeless situation, so she immediately closed her eyes. But after a few moments, she heard a voice, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that she was in Professor Rogers' arms. He asked if she was all right, and the girl was very surprised at that moment. So she looked around and asked what was going on, and when they found themselves there, the man said that she had injured her leg, but it wasn't very deep, so he would apply some medicine. The girl wondered what this was, because for some reason, she had a feeling of deja vu about this situation. So she immediately turned to the professor, and he asked what had happened. Renee wondered if they had met somewhere before. Roger paid attention to her, and said that she was mistaken. The girl insisted that this was not the case, because there was just something about him. The man got up and said that he had finished treating her wound, but that it was dangerous here, so she should leave quickly. The student asked about him, and the teacher said that he had to do his duty, and now they should leave. After these words, she agreed, and thanked him for saving her. Machiavelli first watched the girl leave the room, then turned his attention to the monster. His next move was to use the dark magic of Eter Nocturnus. As a result, dark energy completely covered his body, and he soon found himself near the creature's head. He then began to examine it closely to figure out where to strike. After a short interval, he declared that his games would end right there. Professor of Animism, Angela directed her fighting spirit forward. He immediately rushed to attack the fire monster in an attempt to strike it. The elf also had no intention of staying put, and immediately directed his water spirit as well. As a result of their actions, a combined attack was launched directly at the upper part of the monster's body. The fire monster's limb immediately fell off after this attack and fell to the ground. Those who attacked it said that they had succeeded and that it had lost one of its arms, so there was a chance of victory. Justin thought that this was not the case. He had only inflicted damage, and as much as he had expected, one attack was enough for the spirit to begin to disintegrate. The very limb that had been destroyed a few moments earlier began to regenerate. The elf saw this and wondered if it had really regenerated, shouting to Professor Angela to quickly recall her spirit. At that moment, the monster rushed at the creatures that had attacked it not long ago. The guy looked at this and thought that they couldn't handle this thing with their current level of power. As luck would have it, the rector had already left, and perhaps he was the spirit's target. After that, he looked up again and saw some kind of shadow, but didn't understand what it was. Soon, the main character appeared in the air, and the elf was surprised and wondered if it was Roger Chelici. After the man appeared at the top, he immediately used his spell and attacked the spirit. The opponent saw this, and covering himself with his own limbs, tried to defend himself. Justin didn't understand what this was, because the spirit was moving strangely, as if it was trying to protect something right now. He then looked closely at what was in the center, and saw that there was some kind of object there. So he shouted to the others that he understood everything. This thing had been summoned with the help of a medium. Machiavelli realized that he lacked strength, as he was unable to use high-level magic due to exhaustion. He then decided that in that case, he needed to get closer, and immediately did so. Then he pointed the cane he was holding at the creature, and prepared to shoot. A force began to appear near the tray, and the hero said that it was all over. It was ice that completely covered him, and a few moments later, it exploded. The fiery creature immediately began to scream very loudly, and then disappeared. Justin was discouraged by this, and said that this man had done it after all. Suddenly, everyone in the production heard a voice addressing the man. It was the same fiery spirit who said that he was a damn scoundrel. In the end, let them all be absolutely sure that one day they will burn to ashes. Roger said that in that case, he would try to do it if he could. The spirit continued to stand his ground and said that he would definitely make sure that they all burned. But a few moments after he said all this, he disappeared and vanished into thin air. The hero, who had been hovering in the air all this time, also descended a few moments later, and soon the elf asked him if it was true that his lower half was not normally formed. Roger noticed that this was true, and after a thorough examination of the blurred parts, it became clear that the creature was connected to the medium. His interlocutor said that he had managed to discover even that, and the man replied that anyone in his place would have understood it too. Justin said that this was not the case, because he had not noticed it at all. In fact, since he was well versed in animism, he had not even thought about it in those terms. Contracts in animism are made to be fair to both parties, which is why forced summons, which spirits hate, are almost never used. And he, in turn, had never heard of a spirit that hated humans. Roger asked if spirits were usually unlike that creature, and his interlocutor replied that this was true. So spirits, as representatives of nature, were mostly indifferent to humans. It was hard to imagine that such a spirit could exist and react quickly, but thanks to Professor Roger, the damage was minimized. The hero was particularly surprised when he realized what the magic he used at the end was. Was it really teleportation? Justin saw this and said that he shouldn't react so sharply to it, because he had been alive for quite a long time and had seen a lot. Machiavelli said that it was true. He had placed a little magical power in a certain coordinate and then manifested it. His interlocutor asked if such a thing was even possible. The man noted that it was difficult at first, but once you got used to it, it became quite easy. The elf wondered if even when people got used to it, they still couldn't control it easily, unless they had an innate ability for spatial perception, or there was something else. So he asked how the man felt, and the man asked what he meant. The teacher said that when he used the May while not feeling well, he experienced some strange symptoms. For example, he could hear some pretty strange sounds. The hero was stunned again, because he realized that this accurately described his situation. Justin said that maybe he was worrying for nothing, but he should know that sometimes there are people with more developed minds than others. The world classifies them as geniuses, but this is somewhat incorrect, as geniuses are people who break through the barriers of human capabilities in order to reveal their talents. The man asked if that wasn't a good thing, but his interlocutor replied that at first, it might seem like a blessing, but it wasn't. This is because people do not realize that their overwhelming barrier is actually a reliable wall that protects them from the outside world. That is why he asked Professor Roger if he has ever heard strange sounds in his head. The man said that the concept he was talking about was incredibly interesting, but unfortunately it had nothing to do with him. Justin asked again if this was true, and the hero replied that it was, but it was still very interesting to see if there was anything else that could be added to it. The interlocutor noted that, unfortunately, that was all he had been told in his youth, and the hero remarked that they were talking about the youth of elves, which for humans was more of a legend. The elf smiled and said that perhaps that was true, thinking that he was such an extraordinary person, and he had already thought about it, it seemed to him. In the end, he thinks that an ordinary person would not be able to cope with this in a sober mind. Roger asked if there was anything else, and Justin looked at him in surprise. The man said that he had mentioned before that they could hear voices from outside, but wondered if there was anything else besides that. His interlocutor said that as far as he knew, these were only voices, and ordinary people would not be able to perceive them. Machiavelli said, what if they were capable of it? And the teacher noted that in that case, the next stage might begin. For example, we are now talking about the worsening of symptoms. He assumes that then, he will begin to see certain things. He should also not forget that this is just a big deal, because in the end, if something followed after that, it would most likely be only one thing. And now the elf is saying that he could make contact with them personally, that is, with any of them. After a while, the hero sat at a table and looked at the newspaper, which said that there was a terrorist who attacked the banquet hall, and that this was the identity of the criminal. The damage was significant, and most of the victims were the cream of society. The man thought that if this was Esmeralda's goal, then she had definitely succeeded halfway. But even so, it was good for them, as they had discovered her identity, and Roger wondered whether he should pass this information on to Theon.
Although you definitely shouldn't do that, because the girl has only just started to act. If her identity is revealed immediately, Black Dawn will suspect him, because he destroyed the spirit back then.
So it's not the right time yet. He needs to observe and wait for the right moment to attack. In the newspaper headlines, he only noticed the guy himself, Evan Luke, and could he really be the head of the Kunst auction house? The auction security had been increased because of yesterday's incident, which was quite annoying. Suddenly, the girl interrupted the conversation, asking how he could invite a lady at such an early hour. The hero looked at her and said that she had come after all. It was Violetta who said they should go, but he said he was curious to see how the slums had changed. And so they went for a walk along the roads, and the woman told him to look around, because this street had recently been reconstructed. Roger looked at her and said that it was much cleaner than before, and his companion noted that they had used 80% of the budget to widen the road. As he said, soon this street would be filled with artisans. Other groups were also following his suggestions. Luke was working on a musical to replace the circus, and their elders are preparing the magazine he mentioned. They plan to collect fairy tales and stories by unknown writers. Although they told the children to spread rumors, she is not sure that it will work. Roger noted that it would not be a big deal if they did not succeed.
She should just tell them that you did everything possible to advertise. And by the way, any business always requires initial investment.
The woman noted that not many people were willing to invest in them, but this newly opened atelier plans to start with more affordable clothing. Then they would gradually invest in luxury brands. The man noticed that she was beaming with joy, to which she replied that of course she was, because she had dreamed of this. The hero said that it seemed they had seen everything, and that they should go and introduce her to people. His companion asked what people he meant, as it was unclear. The man replied that he was talking about the people they would be working with. The guy found a beautiful woman, and asked if she was free tonight to share him with him. The hero saw this man and said, "Here he is." Roger approached him, grabbed his hand, and apologized to the lady, because he would have to steal him from her, as he had an appointment with him. The girl was embarrassed, but said she agreed. The guy said that they were supposed to meet later, and Machiavelli said that he thought he would be late if he left him alone. It was Alex, a member of the Unknowns, who asked what the leader was talking about, accepted his law, and also asked who the beautiful lady next to him was. The woman was not at all enthusiastic about this man, and asked disappointedly if he was serious about working with them. The hero replied that everything was correct, that it might not be obvious from his appearance, but his skills spoke for themselves. The girl thought that perhaps there was something more to him that she did not notice. Alex said they should get down to business and asked the leader what treasures and what kind of girls they were looking for. Violet asked if he was sure they could trust him. The guy apologized and said that he hadn't introduced himself right away, but then he did so. He was a nobleman from the southern kingdom of Fatima and would be happy to do business with her. The woman is surprised and asks if he is really a nobleman. Roger approaches her and says that she should be careful because he is actually a fraud. The leader of the Black Rose Garden wondered if he had just tried to deceive her. Alex asked why he had been summoned, and the hero replied that he would explain the details upon their return to the refuge. His companion remarked that if they were talking about a hideout, was this the place where these people came? But what would happen if he was disappointed? Machiavelli looked at him for a few seconds, and then said not to worry about it. After a short while, they headed for the agreed location. Hans came out looking very depressed and asked Roger if he had returned. The man asked how the investigation had gone because he looked tired, and the guy replied that everything was fine, he just couldn't do it anymore. Behind him, he heard a voice asking where he had gone, and there he was, along with the boss they hadn't seen in a long time, Beatrice Fatana. She said to the guy,
Why didn't they stop there?
and after a while he shouted.
Violet asked if she was really an elf.
The man replied that she could see that it was true. She was responsible for the production of medicines and gunpowder, and he was asked how that could be possible. Don't elves hate things created by humans? Roger noted that this was just a stereotype. The situation was completely different when other races subconsciously understood who was a fraud. Alex remarked to the leader that he was curious what he thought of him. Several people asked if everyone was already there. Machiavelli said that they had both arrived on time. One of his interlocutors was named Richard, and the other was Dave. The hero said that now that they were all here, they should go inside and talk. Everyone gathered, and the man said that since Alex had finished introducing himself, it was now his turn. The man said his name was Richard, and that they would get to know each other. The guy asked if that was all he was going to say to them. Dave remarked that this man was quite quiet, and hoped he would understand him. He then introduced himself, and said that he did not have a last name. Hans remarked that he seemed special to him, and asked how they had met the leader of the interesting group. The boy asked if he was talking about Mr. Roger, and if so, then everything was simple. Since he is his father, Violetta asked what he was saying, and the hero replied that, to put it briefly, he is not his real son, but a special case. The boy said that when he was born, he knew little about the world. They asked him what he meant, and he replied that he called Roger his father because he had taught him a lot. The hero said that he could introduce Richard himself, but before doing so, he asked if he could remove his hat. The man did so, and it was clear that he had ears. Those present immediately asked if he was a beast man. The man said that he was right. Among the beast people, he was physically developed. He worked a lot where his strength was needed, for example, in things such as whaling. Hans asked if whaling was really possible, and if animals weren't afraid of water. Machiavelli said that wasn't the point. His strength and skill could lead his people. The man said that he had lost anyway, so he decided to work for him. Roger said that, one way or another, he would be their chief combat agent, so he should be second in command in this group. He then said that it was Violetta's turn, and hoped she would continue to work with them. The woman hesitated, and asked him to wait, because she had only come here to show him the street, since she was already quite busy. The hero noticed that since she was talking about business, it meant she was ready to work. She was embarrassed, and said it wasn't that she didn't want to join. Despite this, she was not sure whether she should join, because everyone has something they are good at, but she did not. Roger told Violetta that if he thought she didn't have the skills to join them, he definitely wouldn't have brought her here. Therefore, there's only one reason why he brought her here, and introduced her to everyone, because she is more than qualified to join. Then he held out his hand, and said he wanted to hear her final decision. So, he asked if she would work with them, and the girl lowered her head and began to think about it. After a short pause, she raised her hand and shook his, saying she would work with them. The man replied that that was wonderful. After that, he thought that if he summed up the situation, they had all the necessary members. It turned out that he had chosen only the best of those he knew personally, and they, in turn, were better than he had imagined. So he soon said that before they started, he would like to present their goal. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that very soon, they would raid the upcoming Kansta auction. Violetta was surprised, and asked if they were really going to attack the auction. The leader noted that she had heard correctly, because they had what he needed. And at the same time, when they got it, they could grab a few gifts on the way out. Alex raised his hand and asked the leader to wait, because he wanted to clarify something first. As far as he could remember, no one had ever managed to rob the very auction house he was talking about, and there had been hundreds of attempts to do so over the past 20 years. In addition, security had been greatly enhanced in light of recent events. At the same time, there were rumors about an artifact that allowed them to constantly monitor the vault. That's why, if their boss is so confident, the guy thinks he must have a good plan. Roger immediately smiled and said that, of course, this was the case, and then asked Hans to bring it. A few moments later, all the information was on the table, so the man asked for their attention, pointing to the building blueprint right in front of them, and their target was right where he was pointing. After a while, the meeting of the new group was over, so the hero was walking along the road near the academy where he worked, and suddenly saw something strange. There was Professor Selena, and with her was Joanna, but the most interesting thing was who they were talking to. The girl turned her head, and noticed that it was Professor Roger. The man said that they hadn't seen Professor Selena in a long time, and she replied that it was true, as a lot of time had passed since the incident at the banquet. The man she hadn't spoken to looked at him and apologized. Machiavelli also looked at him, and asked if they were talking about something important. The girl said that wasn't the case. He was just worried about what had happened at the banquet. Roger apologized for asking so late, but how she was feeling. His interlocutor noted that she was fine, and that he seemed to have handled everything himself. Thanks to him, all the students were safe, and she turned to his assistant, asking if she had thanked Professor Roger. The hero looked at this girl and realized that she was Esmeralda, which meant that, in her opinion, pretending not to know anything was the best option. The woman said she was sorry she couldn't help, and the interlocutor remarked that she had evacuated people. The woman replied that it was all she could do, and that she didn't have the necessary skills to do anything else. Machiavelli heard her words and immediately thought,
Is she really that worried about it?
Then he called her name again and said that, unlike her, he didn't know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. Her attitude helped calm people down during the entire evacuation, so she did everything she could in the role she was given. The girl began to mutter to herself that he had called her bright and kind. At that moment, she hesitated and said that she didn't even know if she had the right to hear those words. The man was surprised by her reaction, and suddenly Selena noticed that classes had already begun,
and apologized for wasting his time. She also thanked him for listening to her worries, and said that the next time they met, she would treat him to something tasty. The hero did not respond to this, but only watched the girls walking away toward the academy. Suddenly, Sylvia appeared behind him and said that she was so pathetic. How dare she shift her worries onto the master of the First Order? The professor looked at her and said that she would do well to learn to control her emotions. She blushed and said she would keep that in mind. The man then said that she should find out about a certain person for him, and the girl said that if he asked her to, she would do it. In that case, he said there was no need to check his entire family and friends. He needed her to find out about Joanna Lavitt, and his subordinate said she would start working on it right away. Kant's director Evan arrived at the auction site with his bodyguard. He said he had heard they were coming, but it was unclear how long they would have to wait. The security guard asked the gentleman why he didn't wait inside, saying that if they arrived at that very moment, he would ruin everything. This was an excellent opportunity for the Luke Corporation to oust Lawson and expand its business, and it was also his only chance to regain his father's trust. Literally, a few minutes later, the car arrived, and the guy said they were here. People began to get out of the car, and the director greeted them, welcomed them, and said he was the manager of this auction site. He then introduced himself and said his name was Evan Luke, the guy who got out of the car, and said he was pleased to meet him. He had heard a lot about him. He is Lord R. Ruara Musla, and it is an honor to see that someone abandoned by his family is still warmly welcomed. The manager asked them to follow him, as they would take care of them. Alex noted that there was no need to be so formal. They were about the same age, so why not just be friends? His companion was surprised, and asked if he was sure he wanted to go inside. The guy asked not to rush him, because he was still thinking about it, and wondering if he could ask for a favor. The manager asked what kind of favor he meant. Alex said that on the way here, he had been given a valuable item, but he hadn't found a suitable place to store it. The interlocutor asked what it was. Lord noted that their family currently uses magical liquids to produce high-quality magic stones. Evan realized that these were magic stones. The guy said that it was a prototype for business, but he couldn't carry it around with him everywhere. His interlocutor smiled and said that it was missing. The client remarked that if that was the case, he might know a good place to store it, and the aristocrat replied that of course, there was a suitable place in the basement. That's why he suggested they go there together, and the interlocutor thanked him for that. At the same time, Alex had an earpiece in his ear, through which he could not hear him. Before that, the guy said that he would never have thought that it could turn out this way. The man found an exact copy of the clothing, worn by Southern aristocrats, and he was impressed. Violet must have made an effort. Roger said he was glad he liked it, hoping that he remembers who he is supposed to be. The guy said only that, of course, he doesn't have much power, all thanks to his father's business, namely, the magic stone market, and he is influential and a handsome young nobleman. The head pretended not to hear the last part and turned to Dave. He asked if he could handle the role. He just needed to keep quiet and act as a bodyguard. He replied that if that was the order, he would do it. Roger said that lately, the Luke Corporation has been trying to expand its influence through magical instruments and artifacts, which affects magical liquids. They had become a necessary ingredient for creating magical tools, and Alex asked if that was why he had chosen this persona for his disguise. The man replied that this was correct. He was using this opportunity to establish contact. They were almost there, and he should put it in his ear before leaving. The guy asked what it was, and he replied that it was a mobile communication device made by Sheridan. He said that he was Vigo, and that he and Melvin were now heading to their destination. Evan heard a whisper, and asked what he had said, and the other man replied that he was just admiring the interior design. The manager smiled, and said that he knew he had a keen eye, and now all they had to do was open it. It turned out that the elevator could be opened with just one key. As Hans had said before, it was guarded by armored knights. Roger recently said that their goal was the basement of the Kant's building, which would not be easy, and that all the auction items were stored 30 meters underground. In addition, there's an artifact there that monitors people's every move, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. He told Richard and Alex that they needed to inspect the interior of the vault. Soon, the guy told the leader that the reconnaissance was successful. Looking at the model, he was now sure that everything would work out. Roger noted that, if so, it was a relief. After that, Alex asked if he understood correctly, that they should just continue to act according to plan. The hero noted that this was the case, but asked if he remembered the agreement. His interlocutor asked who he thought he was, and told him not to worry about it. Machiavelli said that in that case, he believed him. They should finish up quickly and return. The guy replied that he understood and was just returning, and then he would leave. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking why the leader wanted him to stay there. The guy thought that the voice sounded familiar, and when he looked inside the room, he was taken aback when he saw a man there. He then turned to the leader and said that they had a problem. Roger asked what had happened. Alex, sounding a little confused, said that she was here. The professor didn't understand who he was talking about and asked him to explain. His subordinate pointed out that he was talking about Annie Joyner, who happened to be his ex-girlfriend. The hero began to remember that name and did not understand what the authorities had forgotten there, so he ordered his interlocutor to run away as soon as he had the opportunity, because nothing good would come of it if he ran into her, especially for him. Alex said he knew that, so he would leave when he had the chance. He looked closely at the girl he knew and thought she was the same as always. He then approached the manager and, calling him a friend, said it was time to leave. His companion asked if he was really leaving already. He wanted to talk about the matter they had been discussing, but the guy said he would prefer to talk about it in a more private setting and talk to him soon. Soon the guy returned to the shelter and asked if Beatrice had returned yet. Roger said no. She was analyzing what he had given her. He then asked the guy to explain everything properly. Alex said that the structure of the auction house was roughly the same as on the map he had shown them, but more importantly, the auction items were stored in 3 rooms, divided according to their value, with the most valuable items placed in the rooms with the largest capacity. The auction lasts 3 days, with items from one of the rooms being auctioned each day, starting with the first. Hans said that they had found out that the item he needed was in the 3rd room, so Sheridan said they should aim for the 3rd day of the auction. Roger noted that this was not the case. Their plan would be implemented on the 2nd day. His interlocutor asked why this was so. The man said that on the 3rd day, security would be tightened, and Alex added that on the 1st day of the auction, there would be too many outsiders, so the 2nd day was the most appropriate time. The leader asked Sheridan about his request, and the young woman replied that everything was almost ready, and that she would definitely finish in 3 days. The professor then turned to Violet and asked if she could find a specialist in construction or interior decoration. She said she would ask Olkis to help with this. She then noted that, as far as he knew, a knight from the intelligence service would be present, and that the Order of Knights of the Intelligence Service was quite famous, and asked if everything would go smoothly. Alex replied that it was just a low-ranking knight, and there was nothing to worry about, and the girl asked where he got the idea that there would be only one recipe. When the group's plan comes into effect, there may be many more of them. The guy said that he thought he knew the ego, and Sna asked what would happen if they met during the operation. His interlocutor noted that they had met each other a long time ago, and there was no need to worry, because he was perfectly fulfilling his assigned role. Roger said that there would be no problems. The information they had received today was enough, and Violetta said that was fine, since he thought so. The man continued, saying that this was just a hypothesis, so the plan remained the same. A locomotive arrived at the platform in the city of Laservelk, and there was a lively atmosphere. The girl had just gotten off the train, and shouted excitedly that she was finally in the city. Then she turned to the assistant, and said that it would rain soon, so he should stop fooling around and come to her. He said he had too much luggage, and asked her not to rush. Her name is Betty, and she is the detective's assistant. She then asked why she had brought so many useless things with her. Her companion asked how they could be useless. Did she mean the things that gave her endless inspiration? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew away some papers. The assistant was horrified, and said, "What the hell is this? Who carries around accident reports from the last 5 years?" Rachel said that all of them were very necessary. Besides, shouldn't he move faster? The girl asked why that was so. The detective replied that she'd said it would rain soon. Betty said that was a problem, and asked when he would leave. The girl noted that, considering the humidity and some other factors, she could say for sure. After that, she held out her hand and began counting from 5. Her interlocutor noted that if it was 5 minutes, then they should hurry. But she, in turn, continued to count the seconds, and stopped at 1. After that, the assistant immediately shouted to Rachel that it had started raining. She reached for her lock and said she knew. She also added that they needed to take shelter as soon as possible because all the pages would get wet. The assistant began to gather them up and said to wait a second because they couldn't get wet. The girl, in turn, must know how meticulous she is about this. Suddenly, she saw that the rain had stopped and immediately looked up, and above them was already a waterproof dome. The detective asked if she was really surprised, and her interlocutor asked if she was serious. If it was in her plans, why didn't she do it from the beginning? The holder of the title of Greenwater Celadon, Private Detective Rachel Salma, just smiled. They were soon heading for shelter, and the assistant asked why they had come to Laservelk. The detective noted that she had heard that strange things had been happening in this city lately. The activity of suspicious organizations had increased, as had the ambushes by werewolves. The interlocutor asked if the werewolves had appeared only once, which was unusual. Rachel said that these were very unusual werewolves, and the girl asked what that meant, how they were unusual. The detective continued her speech, saying that, in addition, his traces had been left here. Betty noticed that she was again not finishing her sentence, and wondered whose traces she was talking about now. The girl said she was talking about James Moriarty, and her companion was surprised, and said, "Didn't he die when he fought her?" Rachel sighed sadly, and asked if she still believed that silly rumor. The assistant noted that there was a rumor that they had fought at the waterfall. There was a cliff there, so they fell together in the end. The detective noted that this was true, and then her interlocutor wondered if she should laugh at her now. The girl said that the difference between these rumors was that the man was not dead, because her intuition told her so all the time. Betty noticed that she was talking about her intuition again, but what about her amazing ability to make inductive reasoning? The detective noted that it was not just intuition, because she had evidence. Her evidence being the newspapers and data she was now carrying. 5 years ago, in the kingdom of Durman, werewolves attacked peaceful residents. It was the so-called Bloody Night when a large twisted monster appeared. People also called it the Beast of Javotsky, and the man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. But he renounced his reputation and was never seen again. Betty asked what she meant by that, and the detective noted that something had happened 4 years ago. A situation arose in the kingdom of Fatali, adjacent to the empire, in a country ravaged by the exploitation of the nobility, and a mysterious thief with a black shadow appeared. His name was Arsène Lupin, and he operated for about a year, stealing many treasures before disappearing and never reappearing. 3 years ago, a man also appeared in the kingdom of Delica. This was the man who tried to start a war. He was called James Moriarty, and soon he also disappeared suddenly and was never seen again. Then, there was the civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah. The winner of this war was Machiavelli, but he disappeared at the end of the war. Betty said, "The main thing is, she can't be trying to say that all these people are the same person, can she?" Rachel remarked that, according to her calculations, it seemed to be the case. The last known location where he headed was this very city of Laservelk. The assistant asked why someone with such abilities would hide their identity and wander the world, and her companion asked how she could know that. In any case, she could say that he was the man who once led the empire into chaos, and if he was still alive, they would have to finish him off for sure. Therefore, she said that you should go, because she had found a good place for them to stay. Her companion asked her where it was. The detective smiled and said she was talking about the Kunst auction house. It was quite noisy in this house, and the manager came out to thank the girl for coming. He bowed before Her Majesty, Princess Adriana van Exilian, then introduced himself, stating that his name was Evan Luke and that he was in charge of the auction. The girl was not in the best condition, so she said it was nice to meet him, but she was a little tired and asked if they could show her the room where she would be staying. The guy said that, of course, he would take her to the VIP room right away, and she thanked him for that. She then moved forward and was surprised at how much it all cost, and how many families could be helped if even one of them were sold. The main character was already there, using a micro earpiece and drawing everyone's attention. He told his subordinates that he was ordering a group of unknown individuals to begin the operation. Alex smiled and said that was great, because he was already itching to get started, and thought he would die of boredom after such a long wait. He then thought that first of all, he needed to meet with Violetta downstairs, when suddenly something caught his attention. There he noticed Annie, who had her back turned to him, but he realized that this was bad. He didn't understand why she was here. He turned to Violetta and said that it would take some time to untie his shoelaces and go downstairs. The girl thought that they had only just started, and already everything was going wrong. In that case, if that was how it was going to be, she would have to do it herself. The first point of their plan was
was that they had to find the key to the elevator entrance. Roger told Alex and Violetta that he was leaving it to the two of them. So she turned to the man, called him handsome, and asked if he could help her. It seems that she had drunk too much, so she asked if he would walk her to her room. After a while, he walked her there, and she thanked him for it. The man said that, of course, he couldn't ignore a guest who had come to the auction house. In that case, she could rest a little in his room, and Violetta said that he was indeed very kind. Her companion closed the door and said that she needed to sober up in order to find her room, and that this was done so that she could do so. He then came closer and asked if she wanted to play a fun game with him. The girl smiled after that and said that she really liked fun games. But when he reached out his hand, she immediately grabbed it and threw it over her shoulder. The man was taken aback by what was happening and therefore did not even have time to react. And Violet, who had pulled off this stunt, asked him how he liked the game. The girl swung her arm and didn't think she would knock him out with one blow. Apparently, it was not in vain that she had learned to strengthen her body with magic. Then she headed to the stand, which had a huge number of keys, and wondered which one they needed. It was very noisy near the stage where the auction lots were to be presented. The host introduced himself to the ladies and gentlemen and thanked them for once again visiting their auction house, Kanst. And now, without further ado, let's take a look at the first lot of the second day. People say that this gem was cried out by a mermaid herself. So, the stone that was presented, which had never been seen before, is called a mermaid's tear, and the hall was excited. People said it was very beautiful. Soon, the bidding started at 1,000,000 dinars and reached 200 million. Adriana wondered if it was really a mermaid's tear because it looked so unusual. The person sitting next to her said that it might look beautiful, but it was definitely a fake. It was Detective Rachel, who turned to the princess and said that she seemed bored with the auction. The girl asked if they had met before, and her companion replied that they had not, that this was not the first time he had been led astray. Her Highness asked in surprise how she recognized her, and the girl replied that she looked quite bored. Not many people would openly show their dissatisfaction in a place like this. Did she know that her hair was slightly tousled at the back, which meant she had recently been lying in her room? Although the smell of air freshener from the room remained on her, she did not use perfume, not giving in to the nobleman who had to pay attention to what others thought. In order not to pay attention to what other people thought of her in such a place, she had to be a royal person, and there were also rumors that the princess had come to this auction. Adriana noticed that since she was sitting in the hall with her, she must be an unusual person. Her companion noted that she had indeed forgotten to introduce herself. She then handed her a business card and said that her name was Rachel Salma and that she was a detective. The girl said that the name sounded familiar and wondered if she was the famous private detective, the water mage, who had also received the title of Celadon Green Water. The interlocutor remarked that it was an honor for her to be recognized, and the princess asked what she was doing there. In response, she heard that she had been invited there. This happened immediately after she arrived in the city. To be honest, there are more events there, and incidents always happen. And now she asked to call it just her detective instinct. Roger walked through the hall and thought that, apparently, everything had gone wrong from the very beginning. But now Violet is doing her job as best she can, and he needs to team up with the guys. Suddenly, a guy saw him and asked who had come here. Evan noticed that they had met again, and what a coincidence it was. And the last time they saw each other was in that banquet hall with Roger Chelisi. He didn't even know what he was doing there, but he was very happy to see him. The hero looked at him and realized who was standing in front of him. His companion asked if he liked the auction, and the professor noted that it was worth visiting to some extent. The manager asked what that meant, and, as they say, he could see as much as he knew. Machiavelli remarked that it was all true, and then he left. Evan asked where he was suddenly going, and since he seemed to be alone, he let him accompany him, noting to the guards that this was an important guest, so they should treat him politely. They immediately agreed, and the hero wondered if the guard had been following him on purpose, apparently wanting to show his authority here. But the plan they had made would fail if they went after him. Roger had to remain anonymous, and said that at the moment, he could not move and was waiting for reinforcements. Hans was surprised and realized that he was the reinforcement. Dave turned to him and said that he thought it was time to go. His companion replied that he knew, and that this device should help him get anywhere. On top of all this, let him call him Kafka. The boy said that was fine, and then asked if he could call him Dumas. They replied that that was what they were going to call him. Hans thought they would stay a little longer, and in that case, he had no choice but to go with Dave. After trying to use the device, he asked if it was stuck. It had just flashed red, and showed that a signal had been detected. The boy said to look, because it was flashing red. The other replied that it was good, at least it was working. Suddenly, a security guard approached them from behind, and shone a light on them, asking what they were doing there. He told them to show themselves immediately. The boy realized that this was bad, because they hadn't been caught, and he hadn't even thought that they would be patrolling this alley. After that, he turned to his friend, and told him to do something. The security guard shone his flashlight on the boy, and asked what the hell was going on, because he was just a child. He then began to ask him what he was doing there, but a few moments later, he didn't see him rushing at him with his fist. Dave knew exactly what he had to do, so he punched him hard in the stomach. The man immediately fell to the ground and lay completely unconscious. Hans didn't understand what the hell was going on, how he had knocked this guy out with one punch. It's unclear who the hell he is. He asked further if he was a knight. The boy asked if he was talking about a superhuman who had graduated from military academy. He received an official knightly appointment and is significantly stronger than an ordinary person. The guy said to forget it, and that it's a good job to tie up this guy. Next, they hid him in a pile of rubbish. An ally sounds good, they thought, when suddenly they heard another guard looking for his comrade. Dave, using that man's voice, asked him to wait, because he was here. Hans was surprised when he heard such tricks. The man asked his colleague what he had forgotten in that alley, and the boy replied in a strange voice that he shouldn't go there because he needed to pee, so he would be back very soon, and they should wait a little while. Besides, everything had been checked, and there was nothing strange here. The interlocutor said that this was disgusting, and that he should come to him quickly. The boy asked his friend how he did this performance, because the voice was exactly the same. Hans was interested in how he did it, and who he was, but in any case, he should just turn off the device and go inside, and the boy immediately agreed. Alex stopped near the wall, then exhaled with relief, and said that he had finally made it. He, in turn, couldn't help but think that they would be there too, and how difficult it would be to go down the stairs. It turned out that now he had better hurry up and meet Violetta, and then take the key. And when he opened the door and stepped out onto the path, he saw Violetta, who had bumped into something. The guy saw her and asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was fine. She had just slipped a little. Then, with a smile on her face,
She raised her head and thanked him for catching her. He replied that she shouldn't worry about it, but at that moment, the girl secretly handed him a key. The security guard was standing nearby and watching what was happening, but he didn't suspect anything. Alex walked a short distance away and then spoke to his companions through his earpiece. He announced that he had the key and was going to the elevator. Richard introduced himself as Melvin and said he would wait for him at the elevator. A short time later, he was indeed there and used his magical powers. Therefore, no one could see him, not even Alex, who was passing by, felt, or saw him. When the man saw his friend, he finished using the spell and said he was there. The guy was surprised and said that he had scared him a lot. So he asked if it was a manifestation of the spirit that beast people use to hide their presence. But his companion only asked for the key in response. Alex noticed that he was getting straight to the point, and he had it, so he should hurry up. Peeking around the corner, he noticed that, as expected, the number of guards had increased. Then, using his earpiece, he gave his fake names and said that they had reached the entrance. Sheridan also gave her call sign and said she understood everything, so she was moving forward. For a while, she walked slowly, blending in with the crowd. But then, a mist began to appear from under his feet, and those present were surprised, asking where the steam was coming from. They coughed because of it and did not understand what was happening. Perhaps it was a terrorist attack. The girl noticed that it was even better than expected. It was a special tear gas. The security guard, who was also in your room, told everyone to take cover and asked for help from the other guards, as they didn't have enough people. So he asked the knight if he could help them. He said, "Could this be chemical terrorism? Damn it." 2 of them would stay here and defend the elevator, while the rest would go. Alex saw what had happened and said that it had all begun. He then turned to his ally, who was standing nearby, and asked if he could take care of the 2. He immediately agreed. When they saw Richard, they said that he had identified himself, because the ozone was under guard. Alex immediately raised his hands and asked them to wait a moment, because there was commotion, and they were lost, trying to find shelter. In fact, if you think about it, don't they know who he is? Since he came here last time with his friend Evan Luke, he remembered clearly when he saw them up close. There were 2 of them here then, and they didn't know where Evan was. The man said, first of all, not to come any closer, and to stay where they were. But as soon as they finished that sentence, Richard immediately rushed forward and punched them with both fists. The guy was stunned when it happened, and asked what the hell was going on. He wondered if he had killed them, but the beast man said he had avoided vital points. Alex came closer, and then wondered how the leader of their group had found such a guy, since the armor had been dented with a single blow. After that, he reported to the general channel that he and his comrade had dealt with the guards at the entrance, and Hans said that they would move forward in that case. So he took the device he had in his hands and immediately pressed the red button. He reported that everything was fine, and then they would go in and proceed according to plan. His partner said he understood. The auctioneer announced that this was the next lot, and they started bidding at 500,000 dinars, soon reaching 10 million. The main character was actually in that room and looked to the side, thinking, "Are the guards still following me? It's going to be pretty hard to move around freely." Judging by the radio conversations he could hear, everything was going quite smoothly, when suddenly, her attention was drawn to a man sitting upstairs. Roger was truly stunned when he realized that this girl was Private Detective Rachel Salma. He immediately remembered the day when they were at the edge of the waterfall, and he wondered to himself whether this was the same girl or not. They would die if she continued to do so. His interlocutor rushed at him, and pushing him, they flew down, so she said she didn't care. And even if she couldn't defeat him now, she would pay with her life to convince them of a villain like him. She went on to say that in that case, James Moriarty was preparing for the finale. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who looked in his direction, and he immediately turned around. He, in turn, couldn't understand what the hell this woman was doing here at all, so he changed his appearance so that she wouldn't recognize him. But this devilish woman was incredibly cunning, and even deserved the title of Green Water Celadon. If she got in the way of the operation, all further plans would go down the drain. Therefore, it occurred to him that perhaps she had accidentally guessed his plan, although this was not the case. Otherwise, she would not have been so calm. It turns out that Rachel doesn't know what's really going on, and the man can only hope that his subordinates will quietly and quickly complete the task. The man who was supposed to keep order at this auction was yawning. He noticed how boring it was, and what a brave scoundrel had thought of robbing Kanst. His colleague told him not to be distracted by trifles. His interlocutor asked what he was worried about, since they had all these amazing artifacts, which conveyed a picture of what was happening. The guard replied that this was true, that it was a pity to use such an interesting artifact only for security, then suddenly looked at the screen and asked what it was. His colleague asked what had happened and why he was asking such a strange question, and in response, heard that there had been interference in 2 rooms. But the man said that, in his opinion, everything was fine, and the guy remarked that he thought he was imagining things. Then the security guard immediately got up and said that he should wait a second. What the hell was going on? The other man said that he had scared him and asked what was wrong. The man shouted that it was an intruder, that he had broken through the wall and gotten inside, but that this place was deep underground. The manager was informed of this, and he asked them to repeat what was going on. The security guard said that there were reports of a breach in the second security room, and Evan asked about the guy guarding the entrance. In response, he was told that since the intruder had managed to get inside, something must have happened to him, but the guy said it didn't matter. In that case, they should call the guards immediately. Their boss said that it was excellent. It seemed that everything was here. The intruder had dug a tunnel and got inside. He told several subordinates to check the sewer entrances around the area, while the rest would split into a group of porters and an assault group. They should also go with him to the storage room, and they agreed. The man who was watching through the artifact said that the guards were coming down in the elevator. The manager was very wary of the situation and did not understand whether these people even realized how much the artifacts were worth. Did they really think he would just stand by and watch? So he asked them not to do that. The main task was to move the items to storage room 3, and the assault team had to go to storage room 2 and capture the enemies. The knight said he understood everything. The group of porters should start moving the items to storage room 3, and the assault team should proceed to storage room 2. Then the assault team reported that they were opening the door to the right place, and the interlocutor noted that the base was in contact, and the enemies were still in the storage room. So Evan shouted to hurry up and go inside. The guards immediately followed his order, and when the leader entered, he shouted for the intruders not to move. but suddenly they saw an empty space in front of them, so they reported that there was no one there. The manager was simply disconcerted by what they said, and asked how there could be no one there, what they were talking about. The knight replied that there were no signs of intrusion, and the items were untouched. The boss then aggressively asked what he was looking at, wondering if they had confused him with another room. The moment he asked, everything on the screen changed, and it was clear that the knights were checking that room. Evan and his subordinate were stunned, asking if the screen had changed, and if it was fake. The guards then asked what they should do, perhaps return him to the third storage room, but the guy replied that there was no need. Let them move him to another place. The interlocutor agreed, and said that they would hand it over to the guards of the group of porters, who were now in the elevator. The manager said that it would be bad if it was a fake screen. Does this mean that someone reproduced fake frames in real time? The subordinate thought that someone had replaced the frames, reproduced by the artifact, with their own. But for what purpose? And what were they trying to achieve by simply swapping the footage? Suddenly, he understood everything, and shouted to the boss that it was a trap, that the second room was just a ruse. Because it turns out that the robbers had been targeting the third room from the very beginning, they planned to intercept the transfer of items, which they did according to instructions. The assault team contacted the base and asked if they were in communication, and in response, they heard that they were not in communication and what had happened. After that, they were told that the elevator leading to the surface had been destroyed and collapsed. Evan couldn't believe his ears and asked what they were saying. The guard said that they couldn't get out of there without the elevator, so they were asking for help. The employee said that they had no internal forces that could help them, and that they might ask the police for help, but the manager shouted that they didn't need that, as the auction's reputation would collapse. If this situation became known, everything would be bad. The interlocutor asked what they should do then. The guy was panicking and shouted that he couldn't know. One of the security guards shouted that in that case, they would go there and try to stop them, so they should gather all the security guards. When they discussed this, they tried to leave the room, but for some reason, the door would not open. They started banging on the door and saying that it wouldn't open because it was unclear what was going on, and it was Sheridan's doing, who was laughing and thinking that everyone was locked in. In the end, their leader came up with a rather surprising plan. She didn't know what to do when she first heard about the artifact in the vault. She remembers how Roger asked if she could do anything. He, in turn, wanted to replace the footage from the vault that would be shown through the artifact, so he needed that very device to hack the transmission. Remembering that situation, she turned to the leader and said she was on the line. Immediately after that, she reported that the mission to steal the artifact had been successful. 30 minutes ago, several guards had been beaten up and were sitting in some kind of box. Dave asked his comrade if it suited him, and his interlocutor noted that it seemed to fit, but for some reason, it was so tight around the stomach that it was uncomfortable. Alex said that Richard had badly dented the armor when he was hit, and they couldn't completely repair it, but Hans noted that it was actually very comfortable for him. He added that they would be going to get blood, so they would see each other a little later. His companion said he understood, and that they would meet downstairs. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief and told Richard that it was good that they hadn't run into the security team. The man asked him to wait, because he needed to check the locations of the guards. The guy looked at him and thought, could he really use his spirit in this way? And then his friend reported that there were 8 guards in total, and they were all scattered around different rooms. Fortunately for them, there were 2 guards nearby who had strayed from the rest. Soon, Alex said he couldn't believe they were just hanging around in the storage room, but thanks to that, they easily took care of them. After that, he looked at Richard and asked him to be patient, because not everyone is as big as he is. At the same time, he told him to get ready, because everything would start very soon. Soon they came to the rest of the guards, who told the group of porters to start moving the items to the third storage room. The assault team had to follow him to the second storage room and destroy the enemies. Someone said that he was again making his subordinates work for his achievements and merits. His interlocutor noted that he was doing this because there weren't many opportunities to stand out in Const, so you just had to take your duties seriously. In response, he heard that this was true, and that they would be punished if they did not work at full capacity. Soon they were in the elevator, and said that they had successfully entered the elevator with the items. The base said that the assault team would hand over to the group of porters according to the instructions, and they should carry all the items to a safe place upstairs. Soon the time came, and the comrades wondered if they should start. Some smoke appeared in the elevator, and the other guards asked what was going on, but soon everything fell silent. This was because the attackers had already neutralized them. He picked up a metal spear, and said that now they had only one step left to take, and threw it straight at the cables holding the elevator. Hans asked what he was doing, and the guy replied that he had damaged the elevator so that the guys below couldn't get up. So now was the time for them to get out of there. Soon, he asked if everyone had loaded up, and if so, they should get in the back seat, and they would leave. Hans said he would be back. The plan had changed, so he needed to check something as soon as possible. Sheridan asked if he was talking about the item the leader was looking for. He replied that he knew it was there, and that the real one was in the auction hall, but he couldn't tell it apart from the fake, and if it was a fake, they would have to look for it again. The girl noted that if the leader was with him, everything would be fine. They continued talking about whether all the items had been loaded, and about Violet's return. Roger's comrade reflected that, come to think of it, all these guys were pretty good fighters, and it seemed that wasn't the only thing they were good at. At the same time, all he could do was gather information, so he wondered if they would just leave him behind. These thoughts really disappointed him, and he didn't want that, so he slapped himself on the cheek and asked himself what he was thinking, because if that were the case, the leader would have replaced him and abandoned him long ago. He should focus on giving him the fragment, the relic of integrity and safety. Then he turned to the leader and said that he probably couldn't answer right now, so let him listen to everyone who managed to escape safely, and he would collect the item he was talking about and bring it to him. It seemed that the battery for the communication device was almost dead. He would wait for him in the central hall, so they would meet there. The hero thought that everyone had managed to escape, which was great, and that a similar situation had happened to these guys. In that case, the man would be able to easily leave and meet Hans outside. The guy walked through the hall and thought that there was no one there, because of the sleeping powder that the little girl had scattered. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw people there, so he didn't understand why these guys were standing there. If everything happened like this, then most likely something was wrong.
The old man saw that someone had entered the room and using his magic, directed it toward him. The guy only noticed the attack at the last moment and didn't understand what had happened. A few moments after the incident, a huge explosion thundered in that direction. The main character immediately turned his attention there and did not understand what had happened. A man entered the hall where he and the other people were and shouted at everyone to lie down. They were some kind of masked robbers who said that anyone who moved would die immediately. One of the aristocrats stood up and asked who they were, saying that he didn't know what kind of place this was. That man was immediately attacked with electricity magic, and his interlocutor said that he had told him not to move. When people saw what had happened, they panicked and shouted that they should run because there were no guards. Complete chaos ensued, and everyone fought for their lives. The enemy wizards used their spells and said that they should just kill everyone, and then they would take their valuables from the corpses. Roger did not expect this at all and thought, are these robbers? But how did they get into the auction hall? Then he realized that this bad thing had happened because of them. Then the man saw an old man running towards him and shouting that they were all greedy nobles. Then he opened his outer garment and said that not everyone had died, and that there was dynamite there. Machiavelli saw him and realized that it was iron with dynamite, which the Liberation Army used. It turns out that he was definitely not mistaken, because it was the same method used by the Liberation Army. It was not just robbers, the army was also targeting this place. So the main character, without hesitation, used his weapon and spell to kill this terrorist. In any case, after that, there was a fairly large explosion, but not at the distance it could have been closer. The man remained unharmed and thought that he could have died. In addition, the entire building must be under fire, so it is now unclear how the bomb exploded. Maybe it was custom-made gunpowder, but Roger got rid of it when he played the role of Moriarty. His thoughts were interrupted again by the scream of a girl coming out of the hall. She noticed the dead guards and shouted that it was probably a curse, black magic. The professor wondered if the robbers and the Liberation Army, and now black magicians too, meant that the situation was very bad, so he wondered if Hans was safe. Adriana ran away and thought that she hadn't escaped, but what kind of robbers were these in Kanst, and what was going on? It was also interesting to know if the detective was okay. Suddenly, she heard the robbers shouting that they had found the princess, so they should run after her, and they, in turn, would show the royal family the power of the Liberation Army. The girl saw this and thought that she knew she shouldn't have come here, that it would have been better to stay at the academy and study. The rebels were approaching her quickly and saying that she was going to die. Suddenly, they heard a voice saying that their voices were too loud. Then an introductory spell appeared in the sky, and they asked what it was. It turned out that they were bubbles that sucked them in, and the robbers said that they couldn't get out, and that they had only one option left. So one of them tried to detonate the bomb he had on his belt, but realized that it wasn't working. The guy asked how that was possible, saying that special gunpowder had to bypass the fiery silence. Rachel attacked these people, using her magic and telling them to surrender, because she could tell that no matter how special it was, gunpowder was still gunpowder, and all she had to do was wet it. Betty just happened to come to that place and said that she was all clear, and her boss praised her and said that she had just finished too. Suddenly, they saw another rebel fall, and someone asked the princess if she was okay. It was Annie, who had used her weapon. The girl said that she had been with Jessica at the time, and the agent remarked that she was flattered that she remembered her. Her name was Annie, and she was from the Order of the Night Serpent. The detective drew attention to herself and said that everything seemed to be clear, suggesting that they join forces and get out of there. The princess asked where these guys came from and how she had such a large security detail. Rachel said that, by the way, she hadn't seen a single security guard nearby. For some reason, all the guards had left, and all sorts of organizations decided to take advantage of the opportunity while it was happening, so it was dangerous here. In that case, I suggest we discuss this when we get out of here. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she shouted that it was bad, because something was wrong with the building. Once, Hans asked his boss why he had accepted his team, and the man asked what kind of questions these were. The guy pointed out that he himself knew perfectly well that he was a coward, and always left all the fighting to him, even though he had strength that others did not have. Roger said that he had accepted him precisely because he was a coward, and his interlocutor asked what kind of strange answer that was. Machiavelli said that he was well aware of his strength, or rather, how dangerous it was, and what responsibility it entailed. And in that case, isn't he afraid of hurting someone with his own strength? His companion did not respond to this, but the words really struck him. He went on to say that he was an orphan, so he spent his youth in an orphanage, and did not get along with other people. But there was one girl he talked to, and she was like a sister to him. She was such a bright and sweet child, and he was nothing compared to her. Once she found a homeless dog and brought it to them. It was really cute, and he remembers petting it. But then the creature bit him lightly, and the hero stopped him, and said he couldn't go on. But his friend clenched his friendly hand into a fist, and said that it was his first transformation in life. And at that moment, it was also his first murder, if only the dog hadn't bitten his hand. If only he had known about his cursed power a little earlier. Although even then, he shouldn't have accepted the kindness of that very girl. After these words, the guy sat in a rather depressed state, and his friend turned to him. He went on to say that when the time came that he found himself in mortal danger, he handed him something. The guy turned to his boss and asked what it was, and what animal he had made it from. Roger said that when the time came and he ran away, leaving everything behind, the hero would not blame him. But if he wanted to fight back instead of running away, he should use it as his trump card, and in that case, the man would fully respect his choice. After what happened, Hans gradually began to open his eyes. He had a deep wound at that moment, but he was still conscious and did not understand what had happened. An old man approached him and said that today must be a happy day because whoever it was, they had greatly weakened Kant's security. The wizard told him to hurry up and take the bag because the building was still shaking, and it seemed that people had already figured out what was going on. His interlocutor noticed that he was impatient and would take it now. He went on to say that the guy lying there was an idiot because he thought he could hide the relic's mana in such a small bag. When the old man took it, Hans immediately reached for him and grabbed his leg. He then told the man to put it back because he needed to give it to his boss. The man saw him and asked him if he was still alive, as if cursing him. In the end, it worked as planned, and then he hit his opponent hard in the stomach. After that, he said that he couldn't even move, but already told him to give him this thing. The guy was in quite a lot of pain from the blow, and he also felt a strong suppression of his strength, the curse spreading through his body. The old man began to laugh, and asked if he had been relying on sheer willpower all this time. Of course, it was amazing, but he didn't have long to live. He would simply leave him here to die, and in the end, let him try to survive if he could. Hans understood that all this was very bad,
because his body was so heavy, but that relic was definitely not meant for these scoundrels. And if someone else had been here instead of him, they wouldn't have let them take the relic so easily. In that case, the guy would lose the trust of his friends. And from the very beginning, he was a coward who would be nothing without the help of his boss. And all this because he was weak, and in the end, remained nothing more than a burden to him. After these thoughts, the guy tried to get up, but suddenly heard a noise downstairs. He immediately turned his attention there and was stunned by what he saw, because he realized that it was the very thing his boss had given him just recently. He grabbed it with trembling hands and said that everything was fine, because if this was the end, then he had to act. So he took it out of its sheath and thought that he would let it take everything he had right now. In order to transform and use his power, he plunged the blade into his arm. Of course, it was quite painful, and he screamed because of it, but soon began to transform. At that moment, images from the very first time he killed a girl began to flash through his mind. The old man heard some noises behind him and said how resilient this scoundrel was, how he had managed to get away.
And when he turned around and looked back, you saw this man turn into some kind of monster.
A large shadow loomed over him and the other magicians behind him, and they began to fear. The old man was really panicking at that moment and asked what it was. But before we could say anything, he was attacked by the creature in an instant. Rachel, who was not far from that place, felt something quite strange. Richard, who was already quite far from the building, also felt it. And, of course, the main character did so, and immediately turned in that direction. He was about to run away from the auction site, but then he realized it was Hans. Alex asked his companion where he was looking, and the companion replied that he was looking at the place they had just come from. The guy asked if he meant the Kunst auction house, but what was wrong with that place? And the beast man replied that he sensed a strong predator, and that creature was indeed very dangerous. Its presence and smell were surprising, and this creature was definitely unusual. He had only encountered a beast of this level a couple of times, although no, it might even be stronger than the beast he had encountered before. Alex thought that if he was at the auction house now, Roger would probably run into him. At the same time, he remembered how he had approached the leader shortly before and said that he had a question. Last time, he said that Richard was the second strongest among them, so he was curious who was first, and Roger replied that it wasn't him because he hadn't included himself when he made that assessment. The guy noticed that if that was the case, then he was in first place. The leader replied that he was in third place, despite the fact that he had studied well at the Imperial Academy. He had not yet reached that level. Alex asked who was in first place then. Machiavelli, without hesitation, answered that he was talking about Hans. Evan was horrified by what was happening and asked if his goods had been destroyed, as well as the auction house. He said that now he was definitely finished, but his subordinate noted that he had managed to escape safely and that their guests were also being evacuated in an appropriate manner. The boss noted that when it came to the guests, they should wait to find out where the princess was, and his interlocutor noted that they had not yet managed to find her. The guy shouted, "What if something happened to her? Find her quickly!" Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and everyone turned their attention to it. The manager was terrified again, and asked what the hell had happened there this time. After a while, the heads of wolves became visible from under the dust that had begun to settle. Then a large hand appeared from under the rubble and struck the ground. The people who saw what had just happened said the Lord's name, wondering what kind of monster it was. Right in front of them was a huge creature with wolves' heads on its skin and a skull for a head. The creature appeared where the auction house was located and began to gradually crawl out. The man saw the monster in front of him and realized that it looked quite familiar. His body immediately began to shake, and he asked in horror if this creature had returned, for it was the monster that had wreaked havoc in the kingdom of Durman 5 years ago. It was this monster that humanity had nicknamed the Beast of Gévaudan. The monster was completely uncontrollable, so it gradually began to advance. It saw the people and prepared to attack them. When Evan saw what was happening, he realized he had to get out of there and quickly began to run away. The beast noticed the movement in front of him and swung his arm, and the man who was under it asked for help. But the creature's attack was unsuccessful because one of its limbs had been severed.
The one who did this turned out to be a man on horseback who said that the patrol order would protect this place and that people should flee while they dealt with this creature.
The subordinate said that they had heard that robbers had attacked the auction house. But what kind of monster was this? The chief shouted, "Don't be so quiet with you," because no matter what happened, the safety of civilians was their priority, and in such a case, they should focus on destroying the monster. The creature noticed who had attacked it and immediately aimed its limb at him. The leader shouted to the other members of his order to disperse immediately, and at that moment, when they scattered, they began to use their weapons to direct magical attacks. The man tried to break through all this time, but suddenly realized that it was useless. A few moments later, he barely managed to dodge the attack that was aimed at him, but the creature began to use other parts of its body to attack. Because of these abilities, it could attack from long distances and in different directions. The radius of these attacks was quite large, which is why the members of the order tried to dodge rather than attack. After that, their leader shouted for them to take their time and wait for an opportunity to attack. He wondered how fast it could be for its size, as they were in considerable danger, and it was unclear where this monster had come from. At the rate things were going, this place would be razed to the ground. That was for sure. Rachel saw a huge hole in the wall and shouted for everyone to run there, to just jump and leave the rest to her. And so the people who were with her followed her orders and flew down. It was pretty scary, but before hitting the ground, the girl used her power and sealed everyone in a bubble that landed safely on the ground. She then asked those present in the village if they were all right, and Annie said yes and thanked them. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a terrible sound coming from the front, and they turned their attention there. After everyone saw what was there, they were stunned, because there was a huge monster. The detective asked if it was the same beast of Gévaudan, and Annie wondered if he meant the monster that had appeared in the kingdom of Durman 5 years ago. But she, in turn, thought that the monster was dead, and the girl replied that she was absolutely right, because she herself had seen its stuffed body in the Royal Museum of Durman. Although she could say that this creature resembled that very monster, there were differences, because its front limbs were very different from human ones. The agent asked if similar creatures could exist, and Rachel replied that they could not rule out that possibility.
The Beast of Gévaudan, which Abraham Van Helsing destroyed, reappeared here in Lazavelka, and the last traces of James Moriarty were also found here.
In the end, It was obvious that this could not be a mere coincidence, and everything pointed to the fact that these were two personalities of one person, in which case, he was here. Now she was curious to know what James was up to in this city. However, she soon realized that it was enough for her to think about it for now, because she really needed to stop this monster, and that was her main task. The detective used her magical powers, and tried to attack the creature with water. The captain of the order wondered if someone had stopped the monster's movement, but whether it was an ally or not, whoever it was, this was their chance. So let them attack. And so the rest of the order began their attack, believing that they could defeat it. The beast, in turn, tried with all its might to break free from the magical power that the girl had cast on it. She, in turn, tried to stop it, and said that it was a colossal power. After a few moments, the creature's eyes began to glow red, and it let out a loud cry. After that, it freed itself from the magic, and Rachel was surprised, asking if her spell was ineffective. As a result, she couldn't even gather mana, because the magical monster's howl prevented her from using it. But if the detective allowed something like this to stop her, then she didn't deserve the title of Green Water. So she raised her umbrella and began to use her power. Because of this water element, magical guards appeared, made entirely of water. The members of the order were surprised, saying that these knights were summoned by a water mage, and that's great, because they have a chance to win. Therefore, he ordered the others to continue their attacks immediately. The beast, in order to dispel the mana directed at it, let out a cry. At the same time, the main character was slowly making his way through a huge hole in the wall. He noticed the place where the ominous mana was, and where the black mage was, and the animal's bite was also clearly visible. So he wondered if his comrade Hans had used it after all. The man clearly saw the huge creature below, and how the knights and the detective were fighting it, and he understood that it was a difficult decision for his friend. Then Roger used his technique to move away, and said that he couldn't leave him there, so he would return when he was well prepared. Then he looked at Hans again, and asked him to hold on. At the same time, the beast continued to roar furiously, and tried to fight off its opponents. The wolves' heads gradually began to fall off their bodies, and the people said that this was excellent, because their attacks were working, so they should not stop. After all this happened, the eyes of the skulls on his shoulders also began to glow. Rachel noticed this, and thought, could it be that the eyes on the shoulders have also started to glow? He's going to block the magic again, and she needs to be prepared for that. The bone skulls actually began to scream a few moments later, deafening everyone around them. But the girl paid attention to her water guards, and didn't understand what it was, because her magic was still working. Although there were some fairly strong vibrations, it was unclear what was happening. The princess drew everyone's attention, and asked them to look in that direction. A mountain of dust was rising on the road on the other side, and it was clear that something was approaching. The detective noticed this, and when she looked a little closer, she realized it was a horde of rats. They were quite cohesive, and therefore ran forward without stopping for a second. At that very moment, when the girls saw these creatures, they did not understand what was controlling these beasts. Rachel wondered why rats had appeared here, because she was most afraid of them. Therefore, in order to protect herself and her companions, she used the power of water. The creatures saw the attack, and tried to avoid it, and the girl shouted that they were climbing the walls. And then these small rodents jumped up and prepared to attack. Bood saw what was happening, and immediately rushed to attack in order to protect her. The princess also joined in, saying that they would help her fight too. The detectives immediately thanked their comrades for their help. The members of the order also heard that something was approaching, and said that they should stick together. The rats began to quickly approach the very heads of the wolves that had been severed, and were lying on the ground.
So, after a few moments, the transformation began, and the creatures turned into bodies.
The captain of the order told the others to be careful, because this monster controls the beasts, and it is unclear where they come from. Suddenly, he looked to the side and asked, what the hell was that ahead? It was surprising, because the severed head and the rats had turned into werewolves. This meant that the huge beast they were fighting could reproduce, which was terrifying, because there was a high probability that he was the reason for the sudden appearance of werewolves on that bloody night. The leader of the order shouted for everyone to focus, because they had to get rid of them before new ones appeared. They had to stop them no matter what. And all because if they couldn't stop these creatures, the Gevaudan nightmare would repeat itself. The new werewolves, who had just recently transformed, immediately rushed into the attack. Rachel continued to fight them, but she thought they were regenerating too quickly, in which case, she couldn't even focus on the Gevaudan beast right now. Then, while she was fighting the werewolf, the rats got closer to her, and she noticed it. Naturally, Betty came to her aid, and said that there were many beasts here, so they needed to leave. The detective said to wait for the civilians who had evacuated. The huge beast itself used its cries again, and thus dispelled the magical water guards. Rachel realized that things were very bad, because they had been distracted, and now she, in turn, had to do it again. But just as she was about to recreate her guards, she felt the rats touch her boot. Her body began to drift away, and the detective thought that the safety of civilians was the top priority, which is why she had to somehow stall for time until everyone was evacuated. Then she shouted that at this rate, they would not make it in time, and Rachel said that they should evacuate first. At the same time, she thought that it didn't matter what happened to her. Suddenly, she noticed a huge creature that had suddenly recovered and was looking in their direction. The werewolves that had just been fighting stopped moving, and everyone else started doing the same, but it was unclear what they were looking at. But the gaze of all those creatures was directed in only one direction, where dark magic had appeared. And from it, a person began to emerge, who was quite familiar to everyone. The werewolves stared intently, and could not take their eyes off that spot. The detective also looked there, and realized who it was, which surprised her greatly. The main character finally changed into his recent costume, and appeared before everyone. When he did, you immediately looked at your opponent, and she thought it was James Moriarty. The huge creature now stood still, and did not react, but only looked in one direction. Betty asked Rachel if she had just said Moriarty, if she was sure it was him, and the girl said so because of the mask covering his face, and his composure in front of the monsters. She also felt a rather frightening aura, and was sure that it was definitely James. The person standing near her was the most dangerous creature here, and the monsters understood this too.
The main character said he hoped he would recognize him, but it seems to have been in vain, although he understands that it is very difficult to resist the madness of the beast.
Although the man felt perfectly well that Hans was still alive, and somewhere out there. But saving a subordinate who was in danger is definitely the duty of a leader. When the monster turned its attention to him again, he realized that an attack was coming, and prepared for it. Roger, using his ability to move through the air, also rushed forward, and prepared to strike the monster. His first action was to land on its head. and when he realized he was in a stable position, he swung his weapon and stabbed it into its eye. Rachel shouted that he was moving very fast, and it seemed as if he had disappeared and reappeared in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, it was unclear whether this man could really teleport. A few moments later, the heroine stopped and rushed towards the werewolves on the ground, easily cutting off their heads. The detective saw this and thought that there was no point in cutting off his limbs, because the severed heads would simply become new werewolves. But then, when she looked in front of her and saw the tin, she was stunned, because it began to disappear. The girl wondered if the heads had really disappeared, or if perhaps it was a sword made of a special material, or maybe it was some kind of magic. Suddenly, she saw that an attack had been made on her, and defended herself against it, deciding that now was not the time to look. They were attacked by a huge beast, which now could not see with one eye, and could only feel its strength. When Rachel covered her companions and asked if everything was okay, they replied that it was, and she said that they could be overwhelmed, so they should leave. So she suggested that they trust him for now, and it seemed that his goal was to get rid of the beast. It was a little upsetting to admit, of course, but he was an incredibly experienced person. The main character used his teleportation technique again, and disappeared. A few moments later, he appeared in the sky, directly above the large monster's head. The man took some bottles of liquid out of his pockets and threw them down. They immediately began to fall, and smashed against the bone head. The wolf head spreading across the skin began to scream because of this. Rachel noticed this and asked what kind of tear gas it was, because it was unclear what he was up to. When the substance spread throughout the area, the heads began to fall off the body of the huge monster. Roger wondered if he was abandoning his damaged heads to grow new ones using tear gas, which would make him smarter than the original. However, it understood perfectly well that it had weakened after molting. After these words, a kind of accumulation of power appeared in front of the monster. This attack was performed by the main character, who landed on the magic circle. He then touched the circle with his fingers, and said that it was important not to get distracted. Several stakes appeared from under the ground, shooting upward and piercing the animal's limbs. After this happened, the main character said that he had decided to create new werewolves. In that case, he told them not to attack and took several pistols in his hands. Naturally, the little monsters rushed to attack him, but were soon killed by bullets. The hero continued to fire his weapon, using his spells, and thought that there were, of course, many of them. But even so, everything was coming to an end. The creatures were killed in a matter of moments, and Roger told the monster that now no one would protect him, and it was time to end it. The beast realized that things were going quite badly, so it tried to move its limb to pull it out. The stone stakes soon crumbled, due to the enormous power directed at them. The hero asked if the creature really wanted to fight to the end. Then he asked it to stop making a fuss and come out, because this body definitely did not belong to him. And at that moment, he pointed the barrel forward. The beast did not stay in one place, and immediately rushed forward at full speed to attack. Of course, James saw that he was being attacked, but he remained in place and aimed forward. At the same time, the monster lost its concentration, and someone stabbed it in the back with a syringe containing an antidote. After that, he began to inject it quickly so that Hans would return to normal. When the creature's blood was injected, the big monster's eyes almost burst into pieces and glowed very brightly. Then something happened that the man did not expect. The large body fell apart. The hero turned his attention to his subordinates and said that they had arrived just in time. After that, he came closer and said that they should go back. He looked at the Gans, who was in human form but unconscious. The members of the order were nearby and said that the monster had stopped screaming. Could it be dead? It was bad, because they couldn't see anything because of the dust. The subordinates turned to the leader and asked if they should check, but he did not answer. He then said that there were still civilians there, and that they should first ensure their safety and then check. The man asked James if he would be alright, since they had stuck such a huge harpoon in his neck, but the hero said that everything would be fine. Because he had an amazing ability to regenerate after his transformation, they saved their comrade, so they should get out of there before the knights arrived. Suddenly, a girl from the side shouted for them to stop, and asked if they had met before. Then she said that they hadn't seen James Moriarty in a long time. The hero looked at her and saw that it was Rachel. The man called her name and said that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time, then asked if she had been looking for him all this time. The girl replied that it was true, because she knew he hadn't died back then. Annie asked her friend standing nearby if it was really Moriarty. The main character said that it seemed she did not value her life, which she had barely managed to save, and that she should have pretended not to recognize him. In that case, it would be better for both of them. Rachel asked if he really thought she would give up so easily. It seemed he had underestimated her, and she called him James Moriarty. Her companion pointed out that she was mistaken, for he was Abraham Van Helsing. The girl added that he was also Arsène Lupin and Machiavelli, all of his personalities. So under what name did he live in the city? Now that she understood that he was constantly changing personalities, it was useless to run away, because she would pursue him to the ends of the earth. The man touched the mask on his head and said that she was right. He had underestimated her. At the same time, he thought that he knew very well that she was sharp and decisive, but he did not think that she had researched his past. If he ran away now, she would continue to pursue him anyway, and in that case, he would not be able to hide if his identity became known. Of course, it would not be easy, but it seemed that the only option left was to kill her. Rachel asked if all the trouble caused by the Exilian Empire was his doing or not, or if she should say that it was the work of his organization. After all, he was James Moriarty, who was a member of the Black Dawn. The main character was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about, but the detective noticed his surprise and said that she must have hit the nail on the head. Let anyone see his strange reaction. James thought that maybe it was a good thing, then said that it was to be expected from Rachel's old enemy. So it turned out that she understood even that, and he would not stop her if she wanted to grab him. But was that normal, since there were surely terrorists and civilians left? He was referring to the people who had not yet escaped from the auction house. The girl asked if he was now threatening the lives of innocent people, and her interlocutor replied that it depended on her. He was not going to give up so easily, even if she caught him. The lives of the people inside would definitely not be guaranteed. His rival got angry and called him a coward. The hero thought that he had changed his mind, because she was annoying, but definitely skilled. That's why he was using her as a hunting dog, to tear apart the Black Dawn for him. Then the man turned to his subordinates, called them by their call signs, and said they were leaving. At the same time, a dark energy appeared near them. Rachel used her weapon and asked if he thought she would let him go, but the hero easily defended himself from her attack with his power. The detective noticed all this and decided to use many more spells against him. Therefore, a large number of them were directed there from different sides. But the main characters created a seal and said that it had, of course, become better. But even despite all this, he can say that it's not enough to stop him. Using brute force in her attack, she lunged at Betty, who said she would help her. Richard noticed this attack, so he jumped forward and easily defended himself with his hand. The girl was stunned by what she saw and thought, did he really block her fist with his bare hand? Her opponent didn't wait for her to think and immediately counterattacked, hitting her with tremendous force. The detective asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that everything was fine. It was just a scratch. And then Annie rushed into the attack. And so, in order to fight her off, Alex stepped forward and blocked her with his weapon. The girl didn't understand what kind of guy he was, damn it, because his defense was no worse than that of a well-trained elite knight. Then she took a small dagger from her sleeve and thought about how he could do that. So while she was fighting back with another weapon, she easily shot with the one in her sleeve. But of course, the guy noticed this attack and easily parried it. Annie was surprised, thinking, did he really block the stinging sword, as if he had predicted it? So, turning to her opponent, she asked who he was. Her interlocutor said nothing in response, and suddenly some kind of green energy appeared, causing the agent to ask what it was. At that moment, Violet flew in on her umbrella and said that a squad of patrol knights was approaching, and they couldn't waste any more time here. After hearing this information, the main character called her Poppins and said that they would not leave then. Rachel also heard this and called James Moriarty to stop him. He and his companions were already in the sky, and the girl shouted that he should not think that this was the end, because she would get rid of him and his organization. The man smiled when he realized that she was talking about the Black Bloom and said that he was looking forward to it. That's why they would definitely see each other again, and after a while, the whole group disappeared from view. In the events that had taken place earlier, Rachel asked James why he had done it, and the man said that it was unexpected, and he thought she would understand. So he doesn't understand. Did she really think that living among ordinary people would make her the same as them, as if they fit into their low standards? The whole world of these creatures is so boring and dull, and the people in it are so ignorant. That's why it's a relief for him when he talks about it, and goes crazy with disappointment. The girl asked, but is that really the reason he killed the child, just to tease her? James looked her in the eyes, and asked if it was a terrible mistake. Let her abandon these thoughts, because she herself understands everything deep down. She hears the same voice as he does. Rachel sadly lowered her head and said that he should know that she had hoped he was a good person. She also said that all the minor misunderstandings could be resolved through negotiation, but it turned out that she didn't understand anything. If this was really the path he had chosen, then she would arrest him right now. The man understood everything at that moment and gave her a cold stare. At that moment, the detective was informed that the initial investigation at the scene was complete, and she replied that she understood everything and that they had done a good job. The commander of the order said that this was not the case, because they should not be grateful to her, because if it weren't for her, they would have taken twice as long. As the girl had ordered, they seized the bomb from the terrorists. Rachel said that was great, and asked them to send her the analysis results. The man said they would do so. Then, he said it was time for him to return to the crime scene, and to let him know if she needed anything. She thought to herself that there was gunpowder on which the silence of fire did not work, but it was unclear who was supplying the Liberation Army with such a dangerous thing. Clearly, no one in the army itself was capable of doing so, and there was only one thing that came to mind. This thought reminds her of the Black Dawn, which James Moriarty was closely associated with. After the monster disappeared, his friends immediately came out of hiding, and from this, we can conclude that this incident is an experiment of the Black Dawn. First of all, it is necessary to analyze this Oporaha. In order to catch them all red-handed, it is necessary to prepare thoroughly. So James Moriarty will have to wait a little longer. After all, she is sure that she will catch him as soon as she finishes her preparations. After a while, Hans finally woke up. He gradually opened his eyes, and when he looked up, he asked where he was. The main character was in the room, and asked if he had really woken up, which immediately frightened the guy a little. Roger asked him how he felt, if he felt any pain or discomfort anywhere. His comrade called him brother, and asked what the hell had happened. Machiavelli asked if he really didn't remember how he had turned into a monster, and his friend replied that when it came to monsters, everyone remembered. Although it was surprising that he hadn't died, the hero remarked that it was a relief. He then said that he had now given him what he had recently found. His companion became alert, and said not to be surprised, and to listen to the end, because in order to get it, you need to do something. The man told him to stop beating around the bush, and just give him what was in his right hand. Hans looked at the relic and asked what it was and where he got it. The hero noticed that he had been clutching it since he had transformed back into a human, and his companion asked if that was really the case. Roger replied that it was true. No matter how hard he tried to remove it, it would not let go, so he had to wait all this time until he woke up. The guy was delighted when he realized that he had been able to protect the relic and couldn't find the words to express his joy. Then he held out his hand and told him to take it. Naturally, his friend accepted it and said that Hans had done an excellent job. After that, he got up and said that since he was awake, he should get dressed, because he was going to tell everyone something. His friend said he understood. Soon, everyone was sitting at the table, and the leader said that even considering the unpleasant surprises, they had all done a great job. Therefore, the mission was successful, and they did well. They would not be exposed, since the Kanate had failed, but it would take time to take care of the valuables. Sheridan kept shouting that it was wonderful, and they were rich, but the hero noted that it was too early to rejoice, because it would take time, since it was stolen wealth, and after working together, they all understood. Because each of his colleagues is unique, Alex said that this was true, because he was amazed, and who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? In the end, he saw something like this for the first time. Richard noticed that he was unusually skilled with the sword, and could it be that the knight? The guy replied that he was just a graduate student. The man asked how he could be just a graduate student when he fought on equal terms with the Night Wanderer. Alex remarked that, speaking of which, he would ask the leader who the young lady was. Because she was quite skilled, controlled water, and was clearly an unusual person, Roger said that her name was Rachel Salma. She was a hereditary mage from a noble family, and these guys should know that too, because she was extremely skilled and had been awarded a colorful title. The guy said he knew that, but when asked how they met, the leader replied that, if he had to say, it seemed they first crossed paths in the kingdom of Delica, at the place where the monster had recently rampaged. The princess asked someone for help. Annie heard this and immediately ran up, asking what had happened. The girl pointed to Rachel's subordinate and said that this person was not breathing. The agent approached her and asked how long ago it had happened, but the girl replied that she didn't know because she thought she had fainted. After a few seconds, Annie realized that there was no pulse and the body was cold. Had she really just died? And how had it happened? Suddenly, Rachel, who was looking for the girl, approached them and said that she had passed out again. The princess asked how she could be unconscious when she wasn't breathing at all, and the detective noted that she was fine and that they should see for themselves. After that, she came closer to her and then gradually began to undress her. Adriana was very embarrassed when she saw this and asked why she was undressing her. Annie asked the princess to wait a few seconds because there was a hole in her back. The detective noted that this was correct and told them to look closely. The knight asked if that meant Miss Betty was not human and was told that it was true. She was an autonomously controlled robot automaton. She then took out a key, and when they pointed out that she looked exactly like a human being, Rachel said that this was fine and that she blended into society perfectly, using emotions. Annie added that, speaking of which, humanoid robots were amazing because she had never heard of them before. Usually, rumors about such inventions spread quickly. The girl said that it was not surprising that no one knew about it because Betty was a secret experiment of the Kingdom of Delica many years ago, so she is a secret soldier enough for everyone to know about her. The girl turned the key and then asked if Betty was awake, but her companion just looked at her naked body. Then she shouted, asking why she was so naked, and in response, heard that she had been unconscious and had decided not to waste time. The girl said that this was outrageous. Rachel added that it was time to go, so she asked her to gather her things and the materials for the case, and not to forget them. The subordinate was angry, but went to gather what she had asked for. The detective went on to say that she first met Betty in the Kingdom of Delica, where she was hunting Moriarty. She asked if she knew about him from the beginning, and her interlocutor said that this was not the case, as she only knew that he was a brilliant mathematician. At the same time, he was competent in this area, and they had discussed these topics a couple of times, and even then, the man had annoyed her terribly with this. His voice, which she heard when they first met, drove her crazy. He always pretends to be the smartest person around. However, as soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she began to pursue him, and it was during this pursuit that she met Betty, who was confronting him at the secret factory that day. That factory specialized in automatons, and there was a floor collapse due to an explosion, and Moriarty disappeared in the ruins, and she followed him, but lost him. As soon as she started thinking about how to get out, she stumbled upon her in the ruins, hidden from view. The girl was lying in a rather strange capsule that was undamaged. Rachel saw the successful result of an illegal secret project for the first time. Its codename was Beta. Somewhere in another shelter, Alex wondered if Dave was also an automaton. Roger said that it was true, but that they should discuss it later. Hans noted that, of course, he understood everything, and he had always known that unusual individuals like him existed. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him, and he asked what had happened, and why they were looking at him like that. Then he thought that in that case, it was not surprising, considering that girl. Dave noticed that the girl he had fought with was also an automaton, just like him, although he immediately realized that he didn't even know that any of the other children had survived. The leader said that he also thought that all the automatons had been completely destroyed, but it seemed that she was now with Rachel Salma. Violet said it was interesting why the Delica Kingdom needed them, although, no matter how you looked at it, they didn't look like standard robots. Hearing this question, Roger coldly replied that they were needed for war, because they are like other soldiers who can be controlled at any moment, and it is obvious that they were mass-produced for this very purpose. The girl asked what he was saying, whether their creator really wanted to start a war, and the hero said that, in any case, he himself had gone through this in the Kingdom of Delica. Rachel finally finished her story, and said that this was how she met Betty, and shortly after that, she woke up. Her companions listened attentively to the story, but of course, they didn't particularly like it. The subordinate turned to Rachel, and asked how long she was going to chat for, and the girl remarked that it was a great job. She then told us, her friends, that it was time for her to go, because she was being called. The princess asked where he was going, and in response, she heard that the place where the girl was staying had been destroyed. That was the only reason she needed to find a new place. Adriana said that, although it was late, she wanted to thank them for saving her. In that case, she would personally reward her, so she should visit her as soon as possible. Her companion said she understood, and would look forward to it. After that, she turned to Annie, and asked if she could say hello to Jessica for her, as she planned to stay in Leathervelk for a while. The girl did not ask if they knew each other, and if so, she would of course pass on the message. The detective was about to leave, and said that she would say goodbye to everyone, but they would see each other again. Soon, Tian Academy was back to its usual classes and peaceful life. The main character looked at the newspaper, and thought that, as he had expected, there would only be hints about the monster, and that the news about the Kunst auction house was, unfortunately, being concealed. At the same time, who would have thought that Rachel Salma would pursue him all the way to Leathervelk, and even find out his false names? It would be necessary to impose a gag order on everyone with the surname Moriarty. The only good thing was that he was wrong about the Black Dawn, although most likely, this is not the case, because he could have been right. Suddenly, his ward came and addressed the professor. She told the man that she had finished sorting all the material, and he said it was good work. Sylvia asked if he was reviewing yesterday's events, and Roger replied that he was, because everyone was fussing about what had happened. The girl noticed that people were discussing how the Wind-Up Knights had caught the monster, and who would have thought that they were so strong. In the end, she thinks their calculations need to be revised, and her interlocutor noted that this is indeed the case. He thought that this was unexpected, because James Moriarty had no connection to the Knights. Sylvia noted that if you think about it, they only got moving because of this incident, and her conversation partner asked about the committee's speech. The girl replied that she was talking about the Holy Knights of Bretis. The man was stunned when he heard this information, and did not respond. Speaking of the sacred people of Bretis, there is an island far from the continent, where the religious order of the Luminices is based, and they profess the religion of the Radiant God. For hundreds of years, they have been hunting pagans and cryptids, as well as conducting purification ceremonies, justifying this as their mission to save humanity. This organization is no longer as popular as it once was due to corruption, and constantly changing dogmas, so the hero said that the Sacred Knights were a bunch of scoundrels. They had been inactive for 20 years, but now that they had found out something, they had already come out, and the girl noticed that it was somehow suspicious, because these people did nothing on that bloody night 5 years ago. But why did they decide to intervene now? The hero noted that they had apparently completely brainwashed the people. The assistant said that if she was talking about it, it was surprising, because she hadn't heard any such rumors before. The professor noted that it was just his assumption. For now, they would let it go, and ask about his request. The girl said she remembered everything. Joanna Levitt is a student who is considered to be of the second order, but that is not her real surname. The man asked if she really was of the second order. He then figured out that it was clear how she had hidden her true nature. Sylvia replied that it was true, and she also found out that she was from the kingdom of Derman. Most likely, she is a survivor of the great fires of Lotan. The man thought that if we talk about it, they happened more than a decade ago. But how did she survive? By the way, no one ever found out the cause of the fire, so it is unclear whether it could actually have been that fire monster. He then asked his assistant how many survivors had been registered, and the girl noted that there were 3, including Joanna of the second order. One of them is an artist named Pieros, but they don't know anything about the third one yet. The man said that everything was clear to him, and remarked that she was doing well. Class was about to start, so they needed to get ready. Soon it began, and the professor said that before they started, he would announce the exam results. The students will see the complete table, arranged in descending order of rank, on the bulletin board after class. But for now, he would announce the top 5 results of the first exam. He, in turn, thinks that everyone is interested in who took first place. That student is Flora Lumos, with a perfect score, and Julia Plumhart, who shares first place with her. The students were surprised, asking if she really shared first place with Flora, which was to be expected, considering that she is supported by the magical tower itself. The professor said that there were 2 in first place, so there was simply no second place, but Tracy Prajad was in third place. The girl was stunned, and Adrian congratulated her because it was amazing. Then his interlocutor became embarrassed, but said that if she wanted, she could be his tutor. The boy noticed that he was not needed, but he did not dare interrupt her path to knowledge. The teacher announced the rest of the list, and said that Renee was in 4th place. And next, in 5th place, was Leo. The students said that this couldn't be, because the top 3 were fallen nobles and commoners. Soon Roger said that all 5 students could come up after class and pick up their items, and now they should get the handouts he had distributed in the previous lesson. Today, they would study magic circles, based on the release of mana. One of the boys thought that today's lesson was quite ordinary. The teacher said that magic circles are more stable than spells, and they are also ideal for use with talismans and artifacts. It is for these reasons that they are still relevant today. In addition, most magic circles are circular in shape, even at their center. This is due to tradition, and the belief that this shape better protects the spell from external forces. But they would now look at some more unconventional circles. Flora turned her attention to the board, and did not understand what the hell this was. Roger finally finished his drawing, and drew the students' attention to it. They were surprised, asking if it was some kind of magic circle. Many students immediately turned their attention to one girl. All eyes were fixed on Flora Lumos, who was sitting at the back. The girl was surprised, and wondered why they were staring at her. Perhaps because of what had happened in the first semester, they had made her the leader of the student resistance. Although it was quite interesting to her what it all meant, it was unlikely, of course, that the professor had decided to make up some fairy tales. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. Could he have decided to do it after all? If it turns out that this is really the case, she will be very disappointed in him. The professor noticed that they didn't really believe it was a magic circle, so he asked them to look more closely. After the man manipulated one of the squares, some kind of energy began to form. The students were surprised when they saw this and said that it worked, but they didn't understand how he did it. The professor noted that the student understood why they didn't believe it. A magic circle that is not circular in shape cannot easily circulate mana. Mana moves smoothly in a circle along a curved line, but when there are corners, the flow goes beyond the formation. Although right now, as the students could see, his magic circle was working normally, so he was interested in what they thought the reason was. Flora immediately raised her hand and saw that someone else had done the same. The girl looked at the other person and thought that this child also wanted to give an answer. The teacher noticed that Flora Lumos was the first to raise her hand, so the girl answered that she was talking about the text. Because there is text in each square, this is what helped with the flow of mana. Roger said that she was correct, and that, if there was a means to help the flow of mana, the square magic formation could function properly. This time, he used the Saitor magic square, which reads the same, regardless of the direction in which they read it. In other words, it is a palindrome. The boy raised his hand and said he had a question, because it was surprising. But were there any advantages to using a magic square instead of a circle? The professor noted that it was naturally easier to draw. A circular magic formation only works when the formation is perfectly drawn, which is why there are certificates for masters who professionally draw magic formations. On the other hand, a square is simply 4 points equidistant from each other, so it is much faster and easier to draw than a circle. The man will give them additional material, and they will see that the square is just an example, and that a magic formation can take many different forms. They, in turn, will take this into account and create their own magical formation, which will be the second part of the exam, so he will wait for their ideas. Sometime after class, the students and teachers gathered in the staff room, and the man said that Leo was second only to Renee and asked him to show him his hands. The boy saw that some kind of energy had appeared on his palm. He was surprised, and the teacher said that this was the first of 4 parts of the source code calculation. He, in turn, called it a structure. Of course, separately, they did not make any sense. The boy said that this meant he had to be among the top 5 in the remaining semesters, and Roger replied that this was indeed the case, so he should work harder. When Leo left after that, he looked at his palm and thought that it was just a part, thinking that this way there would be no easy leakage of information. He, in turn, could not perform a reverse calculation or analyze only this part. But if he taught a simple student such magic, then what would he entertain people with? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a conversation he heard from the side, and he turned his attention there. Leo saw that they were aristocrats, as well as Katie Ovelli from his class, but it was unclear what they were doing there. The guy there said, "Doesn't she hear them at all? Because she should be aware of her social status and behave like the parasite that she is?" The girl immediately interrupted him and asked what if she didn't want to? What would they do if he didn't accept it? Leo wondered if she was going to contradict the aristocrats in such a rude manner. The interlocutor who heard this called her a dirty girl and asked if she still didn't understand, and also held out his magic wand to her. Suddenly, a boy approached them from the side and said that this was enough, that several aristocrats were attacking one beast man. At the same time, it was unclear whether they had forgotten how closely they were being watched, because Jason Pelio had just recently flown away, and he was just on his way to visit Professor Chelici, and if they didn't care, then let them continue. Of course, the guy didn't want that. that, but he said they were leaving, and when he came closer, he told him not to show off, since he was so smart, because he couldn't wash away his peasant blood anyway, and that didn't change anything. His interlocutor smiled slyly, and said that he'd better keep an eye on his grades. The aristocrat was horrified by these words, but said nothing. Then he turned and left. So Levo said that he had too big an ego for someone who couldn't last a day without his gang. Katie asked why he had helped her, and the boy replied that if she was talking about help, he didn't believe it, because before that, he could clearly see that she would have torn them to pieces if it weren't for him. The girl said that they needed a little lesson, and her interlocutor noted that her lessons required too much blood, so she should be glad that those idiots didn't attack them. Katie interrupted him and asked if he wasn't afraid of her. The guy asked if it was really necessary, since only they should be afraid. So why was she asking about it? Since she, as a beast human, had entered the academy despite their terrible attitude towards humans, it meant that she wanted to go beyond that and expand her knowledge of the world. The student asked how he could know all this, and in response, she heard that he had heard something about lake people. She then said a phrase in her language and remarked that he was a good person, but the guy didn't quite understand and asked what she was saying. Katie replied that it was an expression in her tribe's language, and in their language, it meant a small but brave warrior. Leo got angry and then said that he was warning her not to call him small. His interlocutor did not understand why he was so fixated on one word. He was talking about his strength, and that was important, and he had proven it. The boy sighed and said that she could call him Leo. She asked what he meant, and he replied that it was his name, because it was difficult to call him a warrior. Suddenly, Adrian approached and told his friend that he was there. He then noted that he had accompanied Tracy to the professor and heard that he had already gotten what he needed. Then he stopped and said that they were together, and he seemed to remember her name. His companion said in advance that she was Katie O'Malley, and the guy said he was definitely glad to see her. He also added that they wanted to have dinner and invited her to join them, but Tracy interrupted him and said that they weren't in that kind of relationship. The woman responded positively, and the rest of their friends didn't really like it. Renee walked down the hallway and thought she was a little disappointed that it was so easy, because she thought it would be more intense. She was sad, because she couldn't even ask any questions. Suddenly, she saw Adriana, who asked if the girl would have lunch with her. Her friend saw her, but apologized, saying she had already made plans with someone else. The princess smiled and said that if that was the case, then yes, fine, let her enjoy herself. Renee apologized again and said they would eat together next time. Then she thought about how happy she was that her friend understood, and how she had been worried that she would hurt her feelings. But it turned out that her friend was so understanding and literally a real princess. Adriana, in turn, did not understand if she had made an arrangement with someone, and if so, it was unclear with whom and why she was going so far away. In fact, she was really hurt by this situation, so she decided to follow her friend and wondered if she was really going on a date. But in general, who could have tried to take advantage of her innocent Renee? And she wanted to look into his shameless eyes. As she peeked out from behind a tree, a guy appeared behind her and asked who was there. The girl was frightened and screamed, but the boy came up and asked what she was doing there. The princess realized who this person was, and soon the three of them were sitting together by the tree. Adriana noticed that, if she understood correctly, he was planning to have lunch with her friend. That's why he was asking about all these flowers, and also if the field was really his doing. She then asked his full name, and Freddie asked if there was a problem with that. The girl didn't understand where a lone wolf got such tastes, and the guy replied that since she had time to keep track of his hobby, she might as well find one of her own. For a while after that, they sat and looked at each other in an awkward pause. To lighten the mood a little, Renee asked what had brought her here, and his companion replied that she had seen him going deep into the forest and had become worried. Freddie remarked that these excuses seemed rather pathetic, and that one shouldn't control one's friends like that, to which his companion angrily asked what he was talking about. It was unclear what he was talking about, so they got angry at each other again. Then Renee turned to her again and asked the princess if she really had no friends. Adriana noticed that she was saying the same thing, but it was unclear what she meant. Her interlocutor noted that she had simply noticed that she had never seen her hanging out with anyone recently. Freddie noted that this was a good observation, because the princess did not have any friends, and that was quite sad. Renee said that this was simply impossible, because she was truly unapproachable due to her high status, but she was such a good person. The guy said that it wasn't just her status that was the reason, but because of the first princess. The girl asked what he meant. The guy asked if she had heard about the battle that had broken out over the succession to the throne in the kingdom of Utah, which was common for royal children to cut each other's throats for the throne. But the first princess was completely different, because she was flawless as a ruler, so her status as monarch was indisputable, and no one could oppose her. Of course, the status of their third princess is very tempting for aristocrats, so why does everyone avoid her? The reason for this story is quite simple. Because the first princess, out of the kindness of her heart, accepted all her brothers and sisters, whom she was supposed to kill with her own hands. Adriana heard everything he said and understood that this was not the case, because she simply needed obedient toys. Freddie continued to talk while she kept the third princess close to her, but no one dared to approach her for fear of falling into disgrace. And she, as if she didn't notice this, was active and jumped from club to club. He couldn't even imagine how hard it was for others. Renee listened carefully to the story and then said that the first princess was indeed strong. Her friend pointed out that this was not the case at all, because she was simply used to being alone. Many people had crossed paths with this girl, but they had all disappeared without a trace in an instant. The girl asked how they had disappeared, and in response, she heard that he did not know the details. But after that, a rumor spread in high society. It said that all the other aristocrats should take care of themselves and beware of the first princess's shadow. Soon, Adriana thanked him for the treat, because he had a good boss. But her friend asked if it was true that she had seen the beast of Chevudan. The princess replied that she still couldn't believe she had survived the incident, because it was good that everything had turned out so peacefully. The girl thought that it was wonderful, because she had dreamed of such a life at the academy, chatting with friends and caring for each other. Renee asked if the monster was really dead, and the girl immediately remembered the words of her comrade in arms. Before leaving, Rachel asked her if she could say that the incident had been dealt with by the knights, because the truth must not come out. If people found out, they would cause unnecessary trouble, so sometimes a lie could be a blessing in disguise. After thinking about it, she said, "Of course, they took care of it," and her friend sighed with relief and said it was a relief. The princess then said that she seemed to have hated Professor Chalichi at the auction that day, and her friend was surprised when she heard this. The girl continued, saying that she had only seen him briefly, but she thought it was definitely him, although it was unexpected, because he was unlikely to be interested in inversions. Freddie thought that if he was talking about this man, he seemed to have seen him somewhere before. And then, right before his eyes, he saw the moment when they met. Several teachers slammed the door and shouted that this was not allowed, because it's very bad to hold a magic festival without prior discussion. So they asked if they really don't care about the magic festival at all. It was a historic event celebrated by many people, and for Tiona's students, it was an opportunity to show their status. In other words, it was a matter of honor for the academy. Even though she is the rector, this is still an abuse of her authority. The girl thought about it and didn't understand what was wrong with postponing the festival, or whether they were just looking for a way to pick on her. Elizabeth smiled as always and said she was sorry they were finding out this way, but she simply had no choice and no time to discuss it. Given all the current events, the atmosphere was not quite right for a celebration, and they felt that a second exam was coming up right now. Therefore, it would be a reasonable decision to hold the festival after it. Professor Hugo asked to say something, but the vice-chancellor interrupted him and asked what he was actually proposing. The man hesitated after that, and she said that if he had nothing to offer, then his objections were meaningless. The old man said nothing after that, but Chris, who was standing next to him, came closer. When he leaned over, he asked the vice-rector what he was going to do right now, and so they discussed everything. Hugo said that there was nothing they could do, now that the rector had made her decision, and the matter was settled, so they just had to accept the outcome. However, he thought it would be right if she allowed changes to be made to the festival, and the boss said that whatever they wanted would happen. His interlocutor continued, saying that since she was changing the plan at her discretion, it would be fair for them to add some events of their own. So, how about something new for the opening ceremony of the magic festival? The main character was in his office at that very moment. He looked at the document and saw that it was a postponement of the opening ceremony of the magic festival, which was not a bad idea, given the recent turmoil and mood of the people. Roger, in turn, understood one thing from the incident in the banquet hall. Esmeralda would definitely attack a gathering of people like the festival. In that case, he would try to find a way to force her to reveal herself, and then the academy itself would step in to take care of her. Of course, it was strange for him that the great fires of Lotan somehow came to mind. In the end, not only Esmeralda survived them, but also 2 other people. So this is a very interesting fact, and in that case, he needs to visit Lotan as soon as possible. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the side door, and he told them to come in. It turned out to be Flora, and Roger asked if she had come for her element. She was late, and he told her to come back as soon as possible. The girl noted that she was busy, and he wouldn't refuse to give it to her just because she was a little late. The man said, "Of course not," and asked her to come closer. Then he began his manipulations, and congratulated her on her first place. The student noted that she had shared it, so the victory was not so pleasant. Roger said that she already knew that it was only one of 4 fragments divided by magic. Flora mentioned the magic she had seen in his private laboratory. The teacher asked if he was referring to Clan's illness, and the girl noted that it was drawn on the board, and Machiavelli added that she had seen it. His interlocutor asked how she had seen it, since it was very noticeable, and how it was possible not to notice it. The man said that she had at least pretended not to see it. "Because I understand and where, in fact, her manners are." The student noticed that in any case it is interesting what it is. The professor noted that he will still tell. The very magic club she was talking about, and which she had seen, was called Tesseract. Flora asked what it was, and the man said that it was also called a supercube. The girl asked what kind of magic it was, and the man replied that he couldn't say right away. Because research has shown that mana is capable of overcoming space and time, creating a 4th dimension, he figured it out himself, but it's strange to tell students about it. So he said something about spatial magic for exploring the territory, and the student said that if he didn't want to talk about it, he didn't have to, because she had already gotten what she wanted, so she would leave. She also mentioned that, by the way, she wanted to ask how his body was. The man was surprised by this question and asked what she meant. Flora said she didn't mean anything by it. It was a silly question, so she asked him to pretend he hadn't heard anything. Roger continued to carry the child, quite surprised, while the student left safely. Soon, the hero was already in the kingdom of Durmont at the station in the village of Lotan. Hans said that this trip alone was terribly tiring. He didn't understand why they had dragged him here, but Roger noted that he hadn't been here in a long time. He then remarked that, in general, the guy was not responsible for gathering information, and his comrade asked what kind of information gathering could be done together, since everything had burned to the ground. Machiavelli said that there were still people living here, the rest of the survivors. Hans said that in that case, he would go and find them himself, and then asked. But the hero replied that he was simply bored doing it alone. His interlocutor was stunned, and asked if he was serious. The man then told him to stop grumbling and hurry up before it got dark, to which his companion agreed. Besides, if that was the case, why didn't the survivor get away from here, where there were ruins of buildings covered with dust everywhere you looked? Roger said that wasn't the case, and told him to look over there, which his companion immediately did. And there, in the distance, the man saw a person painting a portrait and said that it seemed they had found him. The man continued to paint and was creating a landscape. The main character and his friend gradually began to approach him, and Machiavelli said that they were definitely at the right address. He then asked if he was painting his pictures blindly. The artist heard them and said that he seemed to have guesses. When Roger came closer and apologized for disturbing him, the man replied that it was no problem, as he was just finishing up. The hero wondered if he could see, and then asked why he was wearing a blindfold. His companion noted that he could not see anything, but he could feel everything. The man sensed this, and said that he had not thought that a magician would choose to live in such a place. Piero said that he was not proud of being a magician. To tell the truth, he was not very good at it, but he had been drawing for a very long time, so it was a natural skill. He then asked what the presentable gentleman had forgotten in this wilderness. The hero asked if he knew who he was, and the man replied that this was not the case at all. But because of his lack of sight, his intuition is very developed, and the aura he senses from him is very powerful, so nature tells him this. It was practically whispering that the hero had come long ago to save the earth from a terrible event. The hero noticed that he had a connection with spirits, which meant he could speak openly. Now they talk about the fires of Lotan, and he would like the man to tell him about the people who survived those terrible times. His interlocutor said that come to think of it, he hadn't even introduced himself. His name was Piero, and the hero noted that he was Roger Celici. The artist continued talking. Despite the fact that this place had turned into lifeless ruins, it was once a beautiful, prosperous village.
Machiavelli said that he knew this very well, and his interlocutor said that he even remembered when he first arrived at this place.
At that time, he was quite talented in magic, so his noble-born mentor brought him along, but painting attracted him more than magic, so he often scolded him. He even broke his brushes, not understanding what was so good about painting. At first, the man put up with it, but he couldn't withstand the pressure, so it happened that in the end, he ran away and chose the path of an artist. After wandering around, he decided to settle in this village. It was not easy to get used to this unfamiliar environment, and without her help, he would not have been able to cope. The hero asked who she was talking about. Piero replied that he would show them right now, and reached for his brush. Then he stood up, and holding it out in front of him, began to paint as if in the air. A few moments later, the view before these men changed to the one he had painted. Hans was stunned and asked what was happening, wondering if the painting had become real. Roger said it was artistic magic, which involves drawing for work. The artist pointed ahead and asked them to follow him, because the center of the village was right there. Together, they began to walk along the road, and they could see some people ahead. Piero walked first, and said that there had always been many tourists in this village, a village shrouded in winds, and that was what Lotan was like. But the pride of this place was her, and the hero immediately turned his attention forward. There he saw a girl standing in front of them, holding a basket of some kind. The hero said he couldn't see her face, and the artist was afraid that his skills would not be able to convey her beauty. This girl was kind and cheerful, always communicating with those around her with a smile on her face, and she also had an innate affinity with spirits, and they loved her too. This girl's name was Esmeralda, and she had also survived those very fires. And it was she who helped him settle into this village. Thanks to her, there was always a friendly and warm atmosphere in the village, and it was peaceful here. But this beautiful world was destroyed with the arrival of a family of aristocrats. The young man told Esmeralda that he had fallen in love with her at first sight, and that she would go with him. The innocent girl, in turn, did not even doubt his words, and for her, it was an honor to accept the offer from an aristocrat. Roger said that, of course, there was no love involved, and his interlocutor noted that this was true. He desired her for the power that came from her high affinity with spirits. But she had a kind and innocent nature, and because of this, the girl was doomed to fall for obvious tricks. Of course, the villagers were not indifferent when they learned of the proposal. They did not wish her a happy life in the cold world of the aristocrats. But even so, no one was in a hurry to intervene, because her partner was a nobleman.
Machiavelli said that when it came to the citizens of Durman at that time, it was obvious that if you went against the will of the aristocrats, you would be punished for treason.
In the end, they simply watched what was happening. Or, as Piero said, that was not the case. And in the end, someone intervened. One person mustered up the courage. Therefore, everyone else stood behind him against the wedding, and at the same time, that terrible tragedy happened. The villagers shouted and died, telling her not to believe him, because he was deceiving people with his cunning words, and the aristocrat shouted at them that they were scoundrels. It is unclear who allowed them to speak up, and whether anyone even knew who he was, but the man shouted that even aristocrats had no right to take away a young girl. The women shouted for them to leave Esmeralda alone and get out of their village, but in the end, the man said that it was all ridiculous. He became angry and called the people pathetic serfs, asking if they dared to contradict him.
That's why he ordered his own men to kill everyone, and the girl saw blood start to flow before her eyes.
The aristocrats' armed men approached the peaceful residents and mercilessly killed them. In the end, the commander ordered his men to set fire to the people's houses, and they immediately agreed and carried out his orders.
So, after a while, the village was completely engulfed in flames.
Machiavelli and his companion were stunned and said that this could not be. But Piero said that not everyone saw correctly, because the cause of the fire was not a natural phenomenon at all. What they saw with their own eyes was the bitter truth about the great fires of Lotan. Esmeralda, who was in the bathroom at the time, did not stand aside and begged them to stop and not commit such terrible deeds, because the inhabitants of her village were not to blame for anything, and she agreed to anything, just so long as they stopped. But the aristocrat was adamant, so he looked at her coldly and said it was too late.
So let her look ahead right now, and see what happens when commoners go against the will of the aristocrats.
The girl was very bitter. She begged them to stop. The guy looked at her, and then asked if she had already given up hope. But if so, then even better. After that, he said that his head hurt from the stench of burning serfs, and that they should bring the girl to him when they were done here. Naturally, his subordinates agreed. Esmeralda sat on her knees, and did not understand why all this had happened, because just yesterday, this place was full of smiles. And now, in just one day, everything had turned to ashes, and it was just awful. But it was completely incomprehensible why this was so. And then a tear fell to the ground. A soldier who approached her said that the girl should be taken away. But suddenly, some kind of magical energy formed on the ground, which was like fire. The man saw them and asked if it was a spirit. His companion replied that it was true, and that they were also low-ranking, which was annoying. But in just a few moments, his body was covered in fire, and he burned like a torch. The man did not understand what had happened, so he shouted at him, asking what he was doing. These spirits were summoned by Esmeralda, who was very angry about what had happened, and told them to burn in hell. Soon, a large number of fiery spirits appeared, and flew towards the soldiers. They did not spread quickly enough, and the soldiers were killed by them. The girl then rose and began to gather these spirits into one large ball, and then said that she would burn everything they had. That is why very soon a monster began to transform from the ball of fire at the top. And when it was completely ready, the girl said that now it was up to Quasimodo. With a crazy smile on her face, she told him to burn them all to the ground, because she hated them very much. Then Pierrot noticed that she burned all the soldiers who were there, and soon left their village. On that very day, the man went blind, and Roger said that he was in good shape for someone who had lost his sight in a fire. His interlocutor noted that, to be honest, he would have died if it weren't for the help of a child, and the hero asked which child. When the village was completely engulfed in flames, the man and the girl were standing on the edge. A few moments later, he turned to the little girl and thanked her for saving his life. His interlocutor said not to thank her, because she had only done what she had to do. She was only able to save him. Everyone else had died. Pierrot was very surprised and said that couldn't be true. His companion asked if she was right in thinking that he was a newly arrived artist, as she remembered him wandering aimlessly around the area. The man said that she remembered correctly. The girl added that he had serious burns and seemed to be going blind, which was no small matter, even for an artist. The man remarked that even so, he was grateful to be alive, but the girl said that while he might be grateful, she was not. The artist did not understand what she was talking about, and the girl said that these creatures had killed all the villagers just because they had objected to them. In that case, she could never forgive them. Piero said that with those words, the old man left. He was curious to know her name, but didn't dare to ask. In the end, he couldn't leave the village after all that had happened, even though all that remained of it were nightmares. After all, it was the first place where he was accepted, and it seems that he became very attached to it. He also has a strong sense of duty, so he wants to protect the village. Years passed, and he learned to channel magic through his brushes, which was the only way he could continue painting after losing his sight, and that's the end of the story. Roger thanked him, and asked if he would have told him such details of the story if he were a bad person. His interlocutor said, of course not, because he was cautious. However, he sees all his emotions in the sympathy, compassion, and rage in his painted world. In the end, if he had been a bad person, the man would not have felt that way, and that is exactly how he understood that he could be trusted. The main character noted that now everything was clear to him, that the men of the past were full of pain, and therefore, he was grateful that he had shared this. Piero said that he was grateful to them because it was the first time he had been able to express himself to someone. It had been difficult for the man all this time because of his blindness, but now he even felt relieved. He went on to say that he knew it was quite presumptuous, but he urged him to help those girls overcome this tragedy because it turned out that they were wandering somewhere alone in their despair. Roger realized that, when you think about it, the decline of the kingdom of Durman was inevitable. They had worked hard to hide the truth about the fires of Lotan, so that various rumors would not spread. But in the end, such a terrible tragedy cannot be hidden from the people. Add to this social conflict and class inequality, and you end up with a revolution. This happened because of the accumulated anger of the common people. Even despite the incompetence of the authorities, there are still a bunch of reasons why the kingdom fell after the bloody night. He can understand why most of the nobles ended up fleeing abroad. Hans told his brother that they didn't find out anything significant in the end, so it turns out they came for nothing. The man replied that this was not the case, because they had found out the truth about the fires, and then asked his friend to find out who this nobleman was. The guy noticed that this nobleman from Durman was a blonde in his early 20s with thin hair. Roger said that the aristocrats of Durman had fled to the Exilian Empire. Therefore, he asked them to start looking for him there. The man thought that he might be closer than they thought. Soon, the day of the Tian Academy's rigorous exam arrived. The professor said that the second stage would begin soon, so they should come forward as soon as they heard their number. The man told the student that he believed the square shape of the magic circle was the only possible option, and he didn't even bother to change the symbols inside. She decided to take the path of least resistance, not even trying to challenge herself. It was unclear who he was even ranting about magic circle formulas for. Let him be thankful for a D- and wait for the next one. Leo and the others said that the atmosphere was heating up, that it was no longer a test, but a bloody massacre in order of seniority. The professor said that the next one was number 13. Adrian noticed that it was his number, but his friend told him to go and not talk about it. Roger asked what this rather bold combination of classic circles and symbols was all about. It turned out that he preferred stability, and the mana from such a circle would not go anywhere. Unlike the forms he had shown, they were quite primitive, but the guy had supplemented the classics and revised the mana league, so it was good work. And yet he decided to ignore the variety of forms he had talked about and use circles, which made his interlocutor a little wary. The teacher continued, saying that, considering this shortcoming, he would give him a B+. The student wondered why another commoner had received a higher grade. And the aristocrats get less again. The hero noticed that the next one was Flora Lumos. The girl was already heading towards him, and then showed him her drawing, which the man began to examine carefully. He then thought that these were hexagons, like a turtle shell, and quite interesting, and he did not see any mistakes in the calculations. That is why he announced that Flora would receive an A+, because she had technically executed a rather complex form. The girl was proud of herself when she heard this. The professor continued to call the next students to him, and, looking at their drawings, gave them their grades. And then it was the turn of the last student, Renee. The girl came closer, and the man told her to show the circle she had invented. She closed her eyes and addressed the professor rather uncertainly. Then she plucked up her courage and said that she would not have an image of the magic circle. The students began to whisper about what she had just said. How could she not have a circle? Had she simply decided to fail Professor Rogers' assignment? The student and the man continued to look at each other for a while, and the teacher asked what she meant by all this. He asked if he understood correctly that she had been unable to invent a working magic circle. She replied that she had been able to, but that it was difficult to draw it on paper. So she asked if she could use the space to show it, and the man replied that she could do as she wished. Renee said she would do everything now. Then, using her magic wand, she began to draw, thinking for a long time about how best to bring her concept to life. But it was thanks to the book on attribute-free magic that it suddenly dawned on her. So right now, she is going to show the professor how much she has changed. The man watched closely what the girl was doing and understood what it was, although he couldn't even imagine it, because he realized that it was a three-dimensional magic circle. The girl smiled and said that she knew right away that the teacher would understand her idea. Roger immediately said that Renee would receive an A+ for this work, but he was very sorry that this was the highest grade he could give her. The girl did not understand what he meant. Machiavelli replied that her circle was excellent, and that it was simply a wonderful piece of work, stunning the entire audience of students with these words. He then asked how she had come up with such a formation within the established framework, as it was hardly possible to conceive of such a thing, let alone implement it. She said she would explain. She had simply adjusted the magic circle to her own mana flows, and suddenly everything had come together in an amazing way. She hadn't really controlled it, as in the other cases, she had outlined herself. The professor said he understood everything, and wondered if he had ever encountered mana in his practice that moved without the owner's command, and that perhaps she had done it instinctively. The book he gave her could serve as a catalyst for the discovery of her talent, so he said that in any case, the circle was excellent, and she was doing well. Renee thanked him for this, and went to the spot. The hero thought that mana had outlined the figure by itself. Until now, it was believed that non-attribute magic was inferior to attribute magic. But here, its bearer demonstrates a complex, three-dimensional magic circle. Does this mean that non-attribute magic is simply a special type of magic, similar to spatial magic? Considering that spatial magic does not officially exist in this world, he invented only a semblance of it. But what if her magic is connected with spatial dimensions? In the end, if all this is really true, then he will definitely need this power. The hero announced that Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Plumhart, Iona O'Vailey, and Adrian were the top 5 who passed the exam, but he was busy and told them to come for their rewards after the festival. The student said that he was fed up. He didn't understand why he got a D. This time there were only 2 aristocrats at the top, and that commoner was driving him crazy. It was the first time the girl had seen Professor Roger praise someone so highly. In the end, even Flora Lumos did not receive such an honor. Renee wondered if it was just her imagination, or if Lady Flora was staring at her, giving her goosebumps. Adriana noticed it too, so she turned to her and asked if she wanted something from them. Her companion did not answer, but simply walked away. Her party neighbor apologized and said that she was just in a bad mood today. The princess asked what was going on, but Lady Flora didn't even bother to answer. Renee said that maybe she wasn't feeling well. When the girls were in the auditorium, Charlotte asked what had happened to Flora, because she was acting strangely, not like herself at all. Usually she didn't care about the other students. So was it because she got the same grade? The girl herself wondered what kind of formation it was, and why she got so much praise for it. This annoyed her greatly, but her neighbor asked if she was listening to her. Flora replied that she should mind her own business, and at least try to prepare for the exam. Her friend asked what she was talking about, and Flora replied that Professor Marissa had said that if a student did not perform well on the exams, they would be held back for a second year. Charlotte realized that this was true, so she asked Flora to help her, even begged her, because if things continued this way, she would not get a passing grade. Her friend told her to just memorize what was written here, and then she wouldn't fail. The girl thanked her for that, and said she loved her. Suddenly, the teacher entered the classroom and greeted everyone with a smile on her face. She also hoped that they had all prepared well. Charlotte was terrified, because she had only just received those very notes. The class was coming to an end, and the professor said that the students had done a great job. She soon saw her neighbor looking depressed, and asked if she had really messed up. Charlotte noted that she had barely managed to answer all the questions. Miss Marisa said that as soon as the exam was over, they would discuss an exciting topic that they had never discussed in class before. Flora said that it seemed like the professor had prepared something interesting, and the woman said that the students should know that mana is transferred between 2 people. But if the transmitters were not experienced enough, the process could become dangerous. Did they know what a mystical phenomenon could occur? We are talking about complete amnesia. In the scientific language of the magic tower, this is called memory loss. The students talked among themselves, wondering if such a thing was possible. The professor continued, saying that a former student had given her talismans that could partially recreate memory loss so that they could experience it. This is the latest development, so it is interesting to see if any of the students want to try it. Flora thought that only if it was on someone else would it be possible. Professor Marisa was asked if this was dangerous, and she replied that if they were unlucky, it could cause gaps in their consciousness and confusion in their memories. But they shouldn't worry, because this product has an extremely weak effect, and there should be no consequences, although they should still be careful. This is because memory loss can only be recreated by working in pairs, and the last memories they want to hide may be revealed by their partner during the breakdown. The princess turned to her friend and said that they should try it, as it sounded interesting. The girl replied that if she wanted to, she didn't mind. But what if, when she came out, what she wanted to hide, some secret of the royal family, came out? Adriana told her not to worry, because nothing like that would happen. It would be nonsense. All the information she really wanted to keep secret had already been blabbed by that scoundrel Freddy. Renee said that in that case, they should give it a try, and her friend said that in that case, she would go and get him a ticket. Flora also took one, and thought that the couple would need to pour a little mana into the scroll, and they would lose their memory. The whole thing looked quite cute, and she didn't even want to use it right away. Charlotte asked her friend why she was looking at her like that. "Don't tell me you want to use this thing on me," the girl asked. "What's the big deal? Are you against it?" Her friend replied that it wasn't that, but that she wasn't morally ready for such a feat. Flora noticed that she had said she was against it. Suddenly, a girl grabbed a guy and shouted that he was a traitor, even though he had told her that he loved only her. The guy told her to calm down. His beloved screamed that now she understood perfectly well why he didn't want to try it. The princess noticed that someone had already used the scroll. Renee said it was time for them to try it too, so her friend said they should hold on to the scroll and pour out some mana. After a short time, everything they had planned finally came true, and soon, the girls' memories returned, just as they had been before. Adriana said that it was cool to see memories during the mana exchange. It felt like a long time had passed, although it hadn't. Renee noticed that her friend must know something, so the princess looked at her and asked what she had seen. But the girl said that even if it was her birthday, inviting students she barely knew to the party was unnecessary. Adriana was embarrassed and realized that she had learned about her secret past from her first year of school, although Renee could still understand her. By the way, she wants to ask what part of her past she saw. Her interlocutor noted that she thought it was something that happened a long time ago, and Renee asked what she meant by a long time ago. The princess said that she was still young then, about 10 years younger than she is now. By the way, she had already shown her memories through the eyes of an eyewitness. But it so happened that she was watching from the sidelines, and perhaps saw what was happening through her mother's eyes. There was a hut in a meadow, and there was no one else there but them. She asked if it was true that they lived with her mother in the hut, and that they looked quite happy. And that's why the girl thinks her mother loved Renee. The interlocutor apologized, but said she didn't understand what she was talking about, because she could say for sure that she had grown up without parents. Adriana was stunned by what she heard, and asked her what she was talking about. That is, does she understand correctly that she has no memories of her own parents at all? Renee said that everything was correct, and asked if the girl was sure that she had seen her mother. The princess said that she was sure that what she had seen during her memory loss could not be confused with anything else. It had flowed to her with her magical power, and it was definitely her past. Her friend said that she herself had said that she had seen the past through someone else's eyes, not her own. The princess added that she had said that it was unusual, and that she herself was thinking about it all. Her interlocutor noted that she was now confused, but this phenomenon had not been fully studied, so anything could be possible. Adriana asked if it was true that she did not remember either of her parents at all. The girl replied that this was true, because she had been raised and educated by a teacher. The princess asked what kind of teacher he was, and her interlocutor replied that she just called him that, and that he was nothing special. He was just an elderly man, and he was quite stubborn, and no one could take him seriously. Adriana said she didn't remember her parents, but she would remind her teacher, so it was interesting that she remembered anything about her past at all. Renee said she remembered meeting her teacher when she was 10 years old, and the girl asked how it was possible to remember nothing before the age of 10. Her friend said that it was indeed strange, and the princess added that perhaps her teacher had something to do with it. Her friend asked if she was serious. Adriana said that she should assume she had no memories before meeting him, no matter how good he was to her, and that she shouldn't blindly trust him either. Renee wondered if her teacher had really changed her memory somehow, because she couldn't remember anything about her past or her mother. She had no memories at all. Her friend looked at her and realized that the situation was quite sad. She touched her hand and told her not to worry, because she was sure her memory could be restored, and who knows, maybe her parents were still alive. Renee asked if she really thought so, and her friend replied that of course she did, because she could help her get her memories back. She thought that if it were possible, she would very much like to help Renee get her memories back, because this girl was her first real friend at the Theona Academy. Freddie came up to them and said that the third princess was here again, and he couldn't remember calling her here. He then asked Renee if something had happened, because she looked strange. Her companion wanted to answer, but Adriana interrupted her and said that it was between them, so she asked this man not to interfere, when suddenly Freddie's friend came up and said that it was the third princess and Renee's younger sister. What a funny couple they were. Her Highness asked why Henry Presto needed this, and the guy smiled and asked her not to frown, thinking that he was the villain. She was talking about the man who spread rumors about her lonely birthday, which teased the girl, so she asked him to shut up. She asked Renee if she knew this scoundrel, and not to say that he was mocking her too. Henry said that such talk in his presence was too much, because by saying that, she was hurting his feelings. Her friend said it was true, because it was because of Lord Henry that she took on that part-time job. The guy said that nothing had happened. Her friend pointed out that she almost died because of the sudden attack, and Adriana shouted that nothing had happened, saying she knew he couldn't be trusted. The student noted that it was unfair, because he didn't want to, and Freddie asked her to stop, because they knew perfectly well that Henry didn't mean any harm, although he hoped so. The interlocutor asked how he could hope for that. Was he going to the same place? Then the guy noted that in any case, he was sorry, and as an apology, he could offer a better part-time job. The girl asked if it was really a better part-time job, and Henry noted that it was, and that the pay would be 3 times higher. Renee immediately agreed to it without thinking twice. The guy said he knew he could count on her, and that they would discuss the details later. He then remembered that he needed to prepare something, so he said goodbye. The princess couldn't understand how her friend could accept an offer from this suspicious guy, but her friend said that wasn't the case. She needed the money, so she agreed. Adriana asked if the education system really required such sacrifices, and Freddie noted that their wealthy princess must have forgotten that it wasn't only aristocrats who studied there. Commoners have no privileges, so most have to fight for every penny. But thanks to the efforts of the current rector, the situation has improved. Even so, the difference is still huge. The princess said that it was surprising that he knew all this. Wasn't he one of those who were completely unaffected by the problems of these people? The interlocutor asked him not to make things up, because he only said what he knew. He'd better leave, because it was now difficult to relax here because of someone. His interlocutor said that the lunch break was not over yet, so why was he in such a hurry? Freddie said that it was annoying. He had received a marriage proposal. Henry said, could it be that the young lady from the Wagner family, vassals of the Lumos family, is waiting for him? The guy asked if he was sure again, that their elders had conspired again. His friend said he had heard that both families would visit the academy during the festival. Therefore, it seems that they want to strengthen their partnership through marriage. But if he is against it, they will simply let him go and make offers, as they did before. Freddie said, that's how he started. And who said that an enemy is one way to fulfill yourself in this life? His interlocutor asked what he meant, saying that he would support his choice. After all, that is the duty of a vassal. The guy replied that everything was clear to him, and he understood. Soon, he was sitting with Flora and saying that she had come, although before she had only turned up her nose. The girl remarked that she had come because she had been lured there. Freddie said that lately, he had been hearing the name Roger Chalici quite often. His companion looked up and asked what that had to do with anything, and the guy said that she was in his class and thought maybe she knew something. Flora said she had no idea why he was asking about him, and Freddie replied that he was just curious about who he was. The student said that they needed to get down to business, and asked him to tell her what reason he was going to use to break off the engagement this time. His companion said that she didn't need to worry about it, since he was going to refuse anyway, and the reason would most likely be that the food was simply disgusting, and then he would immediately turn around and just leave. Flora said to let him do as he pleased. She then asked him to wait, because she wanted to ask him something. Freddie said that if that's what she wanted, he should listen. Flora mentioned that she had heard that dried mandrake was good for the body, so she asked if he happened to know where she could get some. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about. Roger looked at the document and wondered if duels between professors were planned for the magic festival, and suggested this to Hugo Boratak. He probably wanted the aristocrats to have a chance to redeem themselves through victory. The hero already had his hands full, and now he would have to deal with this. Although, if you stop and think about it, why should she even try? She'll just lose quickly and go about her business, so everything is decided. The strangest thing here is that after the incident at the banquet, Black Dawn did not take any action, and Sylvia said that nothing was happening there. In that case, it's completely unclear what Esmeralda was really up to. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a sphere that began to glow, and he realized that someone wanted to contact him. Roger asked Hans what had happened, whether he had found out something. The informant said that everything was correct, because he had finally found him. It turned out that there was one aristocrat who fit the description perfectly. 2 hours after receiving this information, the hero was already in front of the estate. He immediately approached the main door and knocked, asking if anyone was there. He looked around carefully and realized that there was no mail, and the area around the house looked neat, so he definitely lived here. Most likely, he had no other choice but to find out for himself. And just as Roger was about to open the door, it swung open, and a guy came out. Because of this, the hero had to jump aside, and he didn't understand what was going on. Then she looked ahead, and saw that the man who had come out of the mansion had begun to use magic. This attack was aimed directly at him, so the man immediately covered himself with protective magic. After blocking his opponent, he immediately jumped forward, and struck him with his hand in retaliation. His opponent couldn't do anything, and they flew inside together. Machiavelli told him not to move, and asked if he really wanted to alert everyone around them. His interlocutor asked who the hell he was, since he had been hanging around here since morning, and whether the devil had sent him to kill him. The professor said it didn't matter. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago, so they should talk. Then, he named the man Professor Charlie Phoebus, Or perhaps it would be better to call him the murderer responsible for hundreds of deaths in the fires of Lotan. Before that, the hero asked his friend if he was talking about the ducal family of Phoebus, as he had never heard of such a family in Dorman. Hans said, of course, he hadn't heard of them, since their family had already disappeared without a trace. Roger remembered that all the aristocrats had vanished after the Bloody Night, although they could have fled before that. The professor said that it could be for some other reason. His friend noticed that he was getting to the root of the matter, as expected, and became curious, so he thoroughly investigated the incident. From a certain day on, members of their family began to disappear, and the number of missing people grew, so a rumor spread that the family was cursed. There was even a case of a fire that came out of nowhere. They say that the last head of the family burned in that fire, and Roger said that, given the circumstances, the rest of the missing people also perished. Hans noticed that the remaining family members tried their best to hide, but rumors inevitably spread, considering how many people had burned to death. The hero noticed that they did not run away on their own, but were driven out like lepers, and asked how many survivors were left. His comrade said that there was only one. The man was surprised by this, and thought that Esmeralda had not calmed down, even after they had been expelled, so he asked who the lucky one was. His comrade said his name was Charlie Phoebus, and Roger asked where he lived, because he would like to meet him before it was too late. Hans asked in surprise if he really didn't know him, and his companion continued to ask him to say where he was, and in response, heard that he was in Theon. Now the main character was sitting with this man, and banged on the table, saying that he was sure he knew what it was. Charlie glanced at the object on the table, and realized that it was a token used by a secret military unit. It was unclear why the stranger was asking him about it, whether he really wanted to help, and besides, his face was familiar. It was this very man who had tamed that monster at the banquet. The hero looked at him coldly, and said that it would be great if he were honest, and told him everything. At the same time, he thought that his operative badge had come in handy, even though he never thought it would ever be useful. He thought that this guy wouldn't recognize him, but he immediately recognized the badge. Could he be from a family of magicians, even though he had been expelled? He wasn't sure if this thing was still around in their day. But I'm really glad she'll help get him talking. He said that he's investigating something at the moment, and has just picked up the trail of an extremely dangerous person. His interlocutor said that he was absolutely right, that she was the devil incarnate, a burning devil thirsting for his death. He still thought that he was safe in Theona, but how wrong he was when he decided that himself. She would surely roast him, just like everyone else. That devil woman. Roger listened to him, and realized that Esmeralda had killed this man, perhaps slowly and painfully torturing him. So he asked how much he knew about this devil woman, her name, appearance, anything would do. And the man said that if he had to talk about it, he couldn't remember. The hero got angry, and asked what he was talking about, thinking to himself that perhaps he should just leave the scoundrel to die. But Charlie continued to say that he remembered something else. She was a pretty girl in her early 20s with black hair. Roger thought that if we're talking about her age, she certainly looked mature, but she looked more like a student. Magicians and knights often look younger. That's why he could say that all of this was possible. He then asked if there was anything else, and his interlocutor hesitated, then said that, of course, there was. He handed him a piece of paper, and said that she had written him a letter. The hero couldn't believe that Esmeralda had sent him a letter herself. He then read the information that was written there, which said to visit him on the last day of the festival. Charlie asked what he would say, whether he could catch her with the evidence. The man replied, of course not, because that wasn't enough. And his interlocutor asked what he meant. The hero noted that he couldn't figure her out with just that, or did he want him to go through all the black-haired pretty ladies in 10 days? Charlie said that if he asked Theon for help, something might work out. But Roger called him an idiot, and asked me if he had forgotten that she had calmly shown up at the banquet. The one that happened a couple of days ago. Not him. Not Theon's magicians could protect him. His interlocutor asked what he should do then. Machiavelli thought that he should be used to catch Esmeralda, so he said he was glad that she at least warned him when she was going to attack. Since they knew the date, he was safe until then, but she might change her mind if they acted recklessly, so no nonsense. Just wait. All he had to do was nothing, and after a while, the first day of the magic festival arrived. There, the girl said it was exciting. Adriana asked if it was really her first magic festival, and Renee said that, to be honest, it was. The princess noted that since that was the case, they should have fun and create good memories of their first festival. Her friend said that she was seeing only interesting things for the first time, so it was all very cool, and her friend asked her to look over there, because it was a field of spirits, where they appeared to people. Renee said that the kids seemed to be having fun there. It was also unclear what was happening on the other side, because it looked scary, and her friend replied that it was perceived as visions of restless souls calling out. This was done with the help of necromancy to scare people. Renee said to look, because those guys were dressed up as zombies. Adriana noted that they were just students from the local college, and that they didn't look normal yet. The girl noticed that there were just 5 streams of students in Tiona. The princess asked if she really didn't know that there was a small college at the academy. Renee remarked that what were they doing with them there, that they couldn't even enjoy the festival. Suddenly, her friend said that Professor Roger was there, and the girl looked surprised. Then she said that she was right. He was there with Professor Selena. Adriana asked if she had heard that the professors would be patrolling in pairs, and apparently, today was the day. The girl asked about the hero, if he had seen him, because they sell love potions there. So it's interesting. The man replied coldly that it was interesting. At the same time, he thought that there was still time before the end of the festival, and he didn't know what exactly Esmeralda would do, but he needed to prepare countermeasures in advance. Even if he used Charlie as bait, if she attacked the same way she did last time, it would be a little difficult to deal with her without exposing himself. Selena tried to get through to him, and when she didn't hear a response, she touched his cheek with her finger and asked what he was thinking about so intently that he didn't even respond to her name. The man apologized and said that he had so many thoughts in his head lately, and his companion asked what those thoughts were, if he didn't mind. First, Roger asked her to remove her finger from his cheek. The girl apologized and said it was rude of her. She then continued the conversation, asking if he was worried about tomorrow's professor duels. Machiavelli replied that he was a little bit. When she reminded him of this, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Selena said that, of course, she understood his excitement, considering the guests who would be present, and the man asked if she would not be participating. His companion sadly noted that she would have been happy to participate, but her senior colleagues had dissuaded her. He had previously thought that fighting really did not suit her image. Duels were dangerous in themselves, and if she was also being dissuaded, then everything was clear. But he couldn't understand why no one was dissuading him. Did no one here care about him at all? The girl asked if he would be alright, because he could get hurt, but the professor said that wouldn't happen, because in the end, it was just a safe spectacle. Suddenly, the man heard Adrian say that it was a pity, because he thought it would be easy, but in reality, it turned out to be quite difficult. He was told that the target was far away, so he shouldn't be upset. Suddenly, the guy noticed Professor Roger and greeted him, also asking if he was on his rounds. The main character came closer and thought he had new company, then said that it was worldwide, and asked if they really had a shooting range here. Suddenly, a man standing nearby said that a new participant had arrived, and asked if this brother knew how to shoot, even though he looked like a dandy.
The one who had never held a gun in his hands.
Adrian shouted to take back his words, because even if he looked like some kind of dandy, Professor Roger had served in the army. His interlocutor said, "Is this frail man really a soldier? Where are his muscles?" The student asked the professor to show him, and he took the weapon. The curator of the shooting range said that he seemed confident and let him show what he could do. After a few tries, the hero easily hit the target in front of him. Selena said it was amazing, but the boy noticed that he was hitting without missing. The organizer thought it was impossible, because he did it on his first try. Then he said that he recognized it, and it seemed that this time his eyes had deceived him, since he had broken the record and deserved a prize. It was a masterpiece from their toy master, and apparently, he was inspired by a stuffed animal from a museum in the kingdom of Durman. The hero saw that this toy was a Zevodansky beast. Naturally, the man gave it to the students, and Tracy and her friends thanked him. But did he really give them his prize? He said that children needed it more. Selena said it was a pretty cute toy, and Roger told her to say right away if she liked it. The girl asked what he was talking about, because the children were so happy, and she much preferred to see their smiling faces. Machiavelli found it all surprising, and said he understood everything, then said they should go because the tour wasn't over yet. Somewhere at the magic festival was Sylvia, who thought she had played too much, and completely forgotten about her work, so she wasn't sure what to do now. The girl did not understand why the First Order had given her such a difficult task, and let no one tell her that it was a test for her. After these reflections, she became angry, and realized that this test was not to her liking. But all this, of course, was to be expected from her boss. The man saw her, and asked if she would like to try an incredible delicacy. She, of course, agreed. Professor Selena also had a weakness for sweets, and said that it was delicious. The hero noticed that she was also enjoying the festival, and his conversation partner became embarrassed, and asked what he was talking about.
Immediately after that, she asked him not to tell the other professors about it, and Roger replied that he had no intention of doing so.
He was sure that they were enjoying it themselves. Selena asked if he really thought so, as today had flown by so quickly, and it was a pity. Machiavelli said that there were still 4 more days of the festival ahead, and his interlocutor noted that it was true. The duels were already tomorrow, so they should finish their tour. Naturally, the man agreed. But suddenly his attention was drawn to Charlie, who was running ahead. Of course, Roger saw him perfectly well, and did not understand what was happening, and why he was running away, nor was it clear why he was here at such a time. So he immediately started running after him, and told the village professor that he was leaving her for a short time, which, of course, surprised her. The hero continued to run after the man, and did not understand what the damn scoundrel was up to. Charlie grabbed a girl, and threw her to the ground, then started to strangle her. His gaze at that moment was quite insane, and he did not understand what he was doing, but he shouted for her to die. While continuing to strangle her, he said that she was a devil, but the girl couldn't say anything. After a short while, the main character appeared, and shot the man with magic. Charlie was stunned, and didn't ask who it was. Roger said that he had warned him shortly before. He also told him to keep quiet all this time, and his interlocutor understood who was in front of him, and immediately got involved. He then shouted that he had planned to do so from the beginning, but this creature continued to follow him, putting his life at risk. After that, he told him to just look here, because he had caught that devil woman. The hero was surprised, and wondered how he had caught her. It was unclear whether this was true, and whether this man could have defeated her so easily. Soon Charlie asked what he would say about it, and his interlocutor noted that they would discuss the details a little later. Suddenly, Selena appeared behind the man, and asked Professor Roger what was going on. She was terrified, and asked what was going on, and the hero was a little confused when he saw her, and when he was about to say something about it, she immediately began to fall and choke. Of course, Roger immediately caught her, asking what had happened to her. The girl did not answer, but he realized that, thank God, it was just a fainting spell. Although who would not be shocked by such a thing? Perhaps it was all for the best. Because there was time to come up with an excuse, he got up and told Charlie to take her somewhere else. His companion, in turn, was very frightened and pointed his finger at the girl, unable to say a word. The main character wondered what had come over him, and suddenly Selena began to speak. And when he heard her voice, he was even more unhappy, surprised by this turn of events. The girl opened her eyes and said in a voice that was not her own that she really wasn't going to do anything until the end of the festival. That's why he didn't understand why he was acting this way. Roger saw her and realized that her iris had changed color, but that wasn't even important because her voice had also changed significantly. The girl pushed him away and said that she was an idiot for keeping her word. Charlie kept backing away and told her to go away and not come near him, but his companion, using fire, began her transformation, which shocked him even more. Soon it was complete, and Selena looked completely different. It was the image of Esmeralda, and she greeted Charlie, saying that she was the First Order. A few moments later, the girl asked what was going on, because he saw her, and immediately fainted, which was quite boring. Roger turned to her, and asked if she really had a split personality, or if she was just good at disguising herself. The girl said that he had figured her out in an instant, as expected. He was amazing, and this was their first meeting, probably because at the meeting of the First Orders, they all hid their identities. The man asked her what she intended to do, and it was unclear why she had revealed herself. Esmeralda said that since she had decided to open up, there was no reason to hide anything, which is why she wanted to finish off this guy and take her revenge. It seemed that he had no intention of getting up, so the hero asked what would happen if her second personality remembered everything. His companion said it was unclear whether poor Selena would be able to hide her other self, as children are pure and innocent and know nothing. She is just like the previous Esmeralda before she met this man. Roger thought that so far this girl was behaving too carelessly, so if he attacked her right now, he would finish her off in an instant. However, if he killed her now, he would also kill her other personality, Professor Selena. Right now, the man had to make a choice, but he hesitated because he knew her good side. His deliberations were interrupted by a strange feeling because he realized whose energy was right in front of him. It turned out that this very Quasimodo was constantly vigilant, but it was unclear whether he remembered what had happened during the banquet. Most likely, he would have to retreat now because he had no other choice. Esmeralda said that she would probably leave because she couldn't kill him while he was unconscious. She then approached the main character and, touching him, told him to look after Selena, as it seems she really likes him. Literally a few moments later, she began to transform into a completely different person again, and now the main character was holding the professor in his arms and realized that the real Selena and her energy had returned. The man thought that even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. He then turned to Sylvia and said that he would now tell her the location, so she should come quickly. Then he sat down on a box nearby and realized that he had made a mistake. It was obvious, but he hadn't recognized her right under his nose. Joanna Lovett was just a girl who pulled Pierrot out of the fire. That's why she followed Esmeralda and joined the Black Dawn in search of revenge. Of course, he shouldn't have made exceptions, and he should have suspected Selena too, although it was easy to mistake her, because there was nothing suspicious about her at all. However, even after he learned the whole truth, it still surprises him, because right now, he can't imagine how he could possibly kill Selena. Would it be right to kill her, considering that she knows nothing about her evil nature? His thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who asked if Professor Roger had called her. He saw that the girl had brought some strange outfit with food in her hands, so he said that she seemed to be enjoying the festival from the bottom of her heart, and that it was a great job. The man said that everything was fine, and asked her to take care of the couple. Soon, Selena woke up, and the hero asked if she was really awake. The woman got up and didn't understand where she was. Roger said that it seemed she had overdone it and unexpectedly fainted right during the tour, so he, in turn, carried her to the medical station. The girl blushed and said she was such a fool for fainting. Seeing her reaction, the man realized that she didn't remember anything, and that was good. He got up and said that since she had come to her senses, he would leave her alone and let her rest. Selena hesitated a little, then thanked him. Machiavelli said there was no need to do so, because he had done what he had to do, but she said it wasn't just for that, because she wanted to thank him for his advice and for enjoying the festival with her. Maybe he didn't like it, but he stayed with her anyway, and if he had gotten tired of her during all this time, she apologized for that, and the hero said that if he had found her annoying, he would have told her so right away. He didn't express any dissatisfaction because he didn't even think about it, since he himself enjoyed the festival today thanks to her. So, in turn, she said that there was no need to worry about it, and Selena turned to him again. She smiled and suggested that they enjoy the festival together again next year. In response, he said that of course he agreed, because the festival is held every year. The girl happily said that they would go together next year, because he had promised her that. The hero said that this was indeed the case, but he understood that the situation was troubling him. The man entered the room and asked if this was Roger Chelich's room. It was quite easy to get in, because there wasn't even a magic lock, and he probably didn't think about security at all. He then moved closer to the table and noticed that this was the most magical medicine. He was sure that it was for Roger, and that it was a remedy for mana deficiency. Soon, interesting events unfolded on the second day of the magic festival in the arena of Theon. I need to see the magic and the great aristocrats of the old and new magic towers there. The person who said this couldn't believe that they were seeing them live, but this was not the rector of their academy. It was indeed Elizabeth, who said how many important people had gathered and were waiting. The old man who noticed her said how many years and winters had passed. His prim friend did not greet her, but he greeted her instead. He was the head of one of the three great ducal families, Nicholas Catatushan. On the other hand, the head of another of the three great ducal families, Benjamin Lumos, asked why he was his friend. The rector noticed that they hadn't seen Benjamin in a long time. Have you come to visit your daughter? The interlocutor said that he was not obliged to answer such questions. The old man called him a friend and said that his daughter was studying at this academy, so it was unclear why he was being so rude, or whether he was no longer her father, a man from the colony sticking his nose into other people's business. Nicholas remarked that he was just looking. How could he be such a bore? And in response, heard that it was better than fawning over the sly Catatushan. Elizabeth smiled and said that the two of them always got along well, but she didn't see Duke Wolberg, and it seemed that all the representatives of the great families would be gathering. Her companion asked if she was talking about David, because he should have been the first to show up, but apparently, he had gotten lost somewhere. Suddenly, someone from the side asked who he was. It was quite unexpected, but seeing all three pillars of the empire together, he was sure that this year's ceremonial duels would exceed all their expectations. After all, he had tried hard enough for that. Nicholas asked in surprise if he had really suggested it. Hugo noted that it was true. He had indeed insisted on it. Suddenly, the ladies and gentlemen were thanked for waiting, and Elizabeth noticed that the show was about to begin. The host said her name was Jessie Luna, and she was a fourth-year student and today's host. Next to her was Professor Carter Law. He was a combat magic instructor who would be joining her as a host, and now they would move on to the participants, with the first duel being between the first-year instructor and Matthew Sarmit. She paused and said that his opponent would be a tough one, a popular newcomer whose professor was the talk of the town, Roger. The hero thought that the duel had not yet begun, but he was already glaring at him, most likely the aristocrat Hugo Borataga. There was not much time left until the last day of the festival, and he, in turn, could not waste time here for the amusement of the public. And then, a few moments later, it was announced that the duel was beginning, and Matthew immediately pointed his wand in his direction. Roger thought that he would simply attack him, because he would try to merge as quickly and naturally as possible, since he would inevitably lose. One of the spectators asked her neighbor what would happen, whether they would really not fight, and her companion remarked that they had been standing there for 5 minutes and had done nothing. The main character's opponent thought that, as he had expected, Roger Chalisi was not easy to deal with, too obviously allowing himself to be attacked, and he was clearly planning some kind of cunning counterattack. Machiavelli himself was already angry at that moment and did not understand how long he would have to wait. He wanted his opponent to hurry up and hit him with something because he was open on all sides. Soon, Matthew finally plucked up his courage and decided not to wait any longer, as it was time to show what he was capable of. Naturally, Roger noticed this attack on himself and managed to react, casting a protective spell. The host announced that he had easily blocked the attack with a stream wall. So was it really the famous source code, since she didn't notice the magic formation at all? His His opponent realized that he had blocked so easily, and the hero wondered if this was the best move. If he lost to such a weak attack, everyone would realize that he was losing on purpose. It was clear from the face of the man in front of him that he was not well, and in his current state, he was hardly capable of attacking any better. Therefore, the man immediately used his combat magic and thought that it would be rude to prolong the fight against someone who was not healthy. Matthew noticed a fairly quick attack on himself and tried to cover himself with his hand, rather than defensive magic. A few moments later, the blow landed, and the hero thought that he would definitely lose the next duel. Soon, the host announced that there had been 2 victories in a row, and Roger Celici was the finalist. Machiavelli was horrified and did not understand if they were serious, why they were defending so diligently and then delivering such weak attacks. He simply had no way to lose with dignity. The host said that the final would begin 15 minutes after the start of the match. The man realized that it was just in time, because his mana reserves were running low, consuming it even when he was just breathing, and he thought he could cope, but he was wrong. In a little while, he would simply collapse from a lack of mana. He looked further into the cabinet, where his pills should have been, but saw nothing. He didn't understand where they could be, because he was sure he had put them there. Then he noticed the carpet, and saw shoe prints on it, so it was unclear whether a thief had broken in. But when he thought about it, nothing else had been touched, and that was bad, because he had no time to get or make new pills. And he, in turn, was about to enter the arena for battle. The host announced that the final, which they had all been waiting for so long, was about to begin. She asked to introduce the finalists once more. The chief instructor of the 2nd year of combat magic and representative of the noble Bortag family, Evian. His opponent, on the other hand, was the undefeated legend against whom any attack was useless, Roger Celici. The hero realized that he must be related to Hugo. He did not hope to win, whatever your circumstances, and let everything end as soon as possible. They also announced the start. Suddenly, his opponent asked him to wait a second, and he heard so much about how Professor Roger was magnificent, and that fate had brought them together. In that case, if they should talk a little, because there was no need to rush. He, in turn, knew all his secrets. The hero saw that this man had taken the pill out of his pocket, so it turned out that he had gone into his office. But how did he find out about his condition? Did he really see the man taking pills at some point, considering that all his opponents were aristocrats? Someone clearly set this up. Machiavelli said that now, it was clear to him why all his opponents were stalling for time. Who would have thought that professors would conspire in such a childish way? Avian said that a real idiot was someone who fell for all this. He should have kept a closer eye on his own medication. The hero said that he should immediately cancel the match and give him his medicine, in which case, he would turn a blind eye to all this. The aristocrat smiled and asked if he really didn't understand, and was still joking. Roger said that wasn't the case. He wasn't joking, and he should do as he said. Because he was giving him one last chance, he should think carefully while he was still able to use magic. The host said what a tense psychological battle it was, and the opponents finally got moving. Evian noticed that he was bluffing. Do they really think it's so easy to scare him with their adult gaze? And he will gladly show his best spells. It was announced that Professor Evian had chosen a 4th level spell called Magic Barrier, and the hero realized that he was quick and better off preparing an echo memory in advance. The Magic Barrier is a special defensive spell that blocks most spells, but it also prevents magic from attacking. Roger thought to himself, as long as they didn't tell him that he was also trying to stall for time. Suddenly, he saw that his opponent had used magic and immediately attacked him. It was truly amazing, because he had attacked the barrier's source. The man noticed that he had dodged after all, and his reflexes were truly something else. It seemed that what he had served was not a lie. Jesse said that he did it. Professor Evian summoned a familiar, and it was a growling aspa. The hero realized that he was able to use the magic of the owner. Or here, the snake summoned by this man continued to attack his opponent, striking with magic. All that remained for the main character at that moment was to fend off these rapid attacks, as he realized that summoning his familiar in response would require too much mana. Therefore, he had no choice but to use only self-guided mana. The creature summoned by Evian not only attacked, but could also defend itself against this attack. The man said he knew all the types of magic he used, because he didn't think he would come here unprepared. His familiar could only attack. He then asked how it felt to have all his great magic rendered useless. Roger understood that now everything was bad. The audience asked why Professor Roger was only defending himself, as before, and why he wasn't attacking, as he had been at the beginning. Elizabeth asked if the professor seemed to be feeling unwell, and whether it might be worth interrupting the match. Hugo asked what he meant by interrupting the match, since it was the final. Did they have the right to interfere in the duel? Everyone agreed, but the woman understood that this man was unwell. At that moment, the hero heard voices saying that he was showing off, but he couldn't do anything about it, and that's how the nobleman felt. Evian asked what he was doing there, telling him to hurry up and attack him, or else he would have no mana left. Roger heard the voices, which were getting louder at that moment, and he tried to say that he had covered his mouth. His interlocutor pretended not to hear anything, and told him about it. After that, he turned his attention forward, and asked what that hole in front of him was. The hero continued to tell him to cover his mouth, because he was too noisy. A few moments later, there was a bright flash, and the host asked what was going on, because there was a very bright glow, and behind it, nothing could be seen. Avian was surprised by what was happening, and wondered if it was magic, although he definitely didn't have that ability, so what the hell was going on? A few moments later, the bright light faded, and a huge black hole appeared. The man was stunned when he saw it, and did not understand what it was. Strange voices came from it, and there was also a crackling sound. Roger continued to hold his head, and said that he had told him so before. This man needed to surrender, while he could still use magic. A dark force began to spread from the hole, that appeared in the sky, and spread in a circle. When Evian saw it, he was very frightened, and asked her not to come any closer. He also told her to get away, but no one listened to him, and the hero immediately shouted for her to stop. He then declared that if this one suffered, he would give another a chance. At the same time, he asked if that would suit her, because he would let her act of her own free will. A person in the audience said that he could see something. The host also started shouting that everyone should look, because the wave of light had suddenly dissipated, and it seemed that they had a winner. It turns out that Roger Celici is still standing, so this professor is the winner. But for heaven's sake, what happened to the light? Professor Avian Boratagu is clearly very unwell. At that moment, The main character was already holding a bottle of pills and took one of them. Hugo saw that his relative was in critical condition and shouted for a doctor to be called immediately. The other professors also immediately rushed to the man lying on the ground. Soon, Evian was in the ward, and the man was shouting about what was happening. It was unclear why his relatives were still in such a state, and the doctor hesitated and said he did not know. Hugo shouted that he should find out, because that was his job. The doctor said that physically, he was fine, and that tests were needed to find out what was wrong. The main character entered the room and said that he was just in mental shock and that it would pass with time. The vice chancellor asked how he dared show his face to them, even if it was just a duel. They hadn't gone too far. Roger asked if he had really gone too far, and Chris said that they should just wait, because he had a special remedy in his family medicine cabinet, so he would go and get it. The man told him to do so, and then his interlocutor began to leave the room. Hugo shouted that Roger should be sure that he would have to answer for what had happened. How could he have hurt his opponent so badly? After all, it was just an exhibition match, and he was sure he was satisfied with himself, Elizabeth said, because he himself had suggested not to interfere, so that it wouldn't happen. Wasn't that so? Or was she mistaken? His interlocutor asked what she meant, and Nicholas also looked in and said that he had said exactly that. He had heard it himself. Perhaps he had misheard something due to his age. Hugo hesitated and said, of course not. He was just shocked by what had happened, so it completely slipped his mind. The old man approached Roger and said that in any case, the duel was on, and that his name was Nicholas Katatushin. The hero also introduced himself. The old man said that they should not make noise in the chamber, and suggested that they go outside. The rector asked if she could go with them, since Duke Lumos was also outside. Nicholas thanked the man for kindly agreeing to follow them. To be honest, he was surprised that he had not heard of him before, especially about his speed and talent. Roger noticed the people who were there, and couldn't understand when this whole crowd had managed to gather here. Then he looked at Elizabeth's smile, and realized that now everything was clear to him, because all these nobles were here, only because of him. The old man said that it seemed noisy to him if they had come to him, so he asked for understanding, and the hero noted that everything was fine. He then thanked him for taking his place in front of the crowd, and his interlocutor asked if he really knew that he was special. He then remembered that there was something he wanted to talk to him about, apologizing for asking him to meet, but forgetting. However, if anything happened to him, he should feel free to ask for anything at any time. The hero thanked him and said that he would be happy to visit him sometime. At the same time, he thought that he was lying so much that he could see right through him, because he only wanted to get closer for his own benefit. But even though he had seen through his true motives in this short period of time, the old man immediately backed down when he realized that he would not get anything for nothing. He was not just a representative of one of the 3 great ducal families that were the pillars of the Exilian Empire, even though he behaved in a friendly and relaxed manner. At the same time, with literally every step and gesture, he analyzes those around him. Roger realized that there was nothing more to do here, and that it was time to join Hans and Sheridan. Suddenly, he saw a student, and asked if it was Flora Lumos, but it was unclear what she was doing here. The girl hesitated a little, and said that she was just passing by, but the hero thought that he strongly doubted this. So he asked if she had really come to see her father, and she asked what he meant. Roger said that Duke Lumos was currently talking to the rector, so it would be better for her to come back later. The student said that she had not come to see him at all. The professor looked at her, and did not understand this strange reaction. Could it be that she had a difficult relationship with her father? Flora said she had to go because she needed to prepare for the next battle, and the hero asked if she was participating too. Of course, given her skills, he wouldn't worry at all. The girl said that of course she was participating, and it didn't matter who her opponent was, because she wouldn't lose. She then remarked that if he was interested in watching, he should come, but if he was busy and didn't need to, Roger immediately dismissed the idea. At the same time, he realized that it would definitely be worth going. After a short while, the heroes were standing by the fountain, and he said that his companions were early. Hans noticed him, and asked if he was already there. The hero said that this was not the place for conversation, so they should move on. Sheridan said that she had wanted to visit a place nearby for a long time, and that perhaps they should stop by. The hero remarked that he thought he knew what place she meant. He agreed, and his companion asked if he hadn't said there was an urgent meeting. Machiavelli remarked that it was quite difficult to lead a commoner around, except for a festival. The man greeted those present, and said that he was a first-year professor of Goliology at Brino, thanking everyone who had come to see them. Then they began the demonstration, starting with their latest development, Theon DT-3000. Hans asked what this metal loaf was, and the hero replied that it was not a simple lump. The teacher said, as expected, the reaction was meager, but he assured them that this was far from its true form, and that it was worth installing a low-quality power stone in it. Immediately after this action, the golem's form would change. Sheridan said that although it was slow-moving, it was capable of crushing and moving heavy objects, and was used for mining, rolling along so that there were no transportation problems. Brino said that he was satisfied with their reaction to this, but that was not all, because this spirit could also take the form of a horse. The hero thought it was just like a transformer from a movie, but it doesn't turn into a car. By chance, the girl asked if she could watch a little longer. Roger allowed her to do so, but told her not to get carried away, and she agreed. But the informant asked if she had really come here to have fun. Machiavelli asked him not to be so boring, because sometimes you need to organize and unload. Otherwise, who knows how she will do it herself. His friend noted that this was true. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind them and asked if she could pass. The hero noticed her, and was stunned when he realized who she was. It turned out to be Detective Rachel Salma, and she asked if they knew where the arena for the magic duel was. Roger turned around and thought he should calm down, because she didn't recognize him. That's why it's better to hide your identity, magic, and light in such moments. He replied that the arena was in that direction. He also understood that people are bad at recognizing those who have changed even slightly, but he still worried whether it would work on her. The girl noticed that if he was talking about there, then she should thank him for his help. Then she stopped, and noticed that she wanted to ask something else. She immediately asked if they had met before, anywhere with him, of course, apologizing for the sudden question, but he seemed familiar to her. Roger continued walking, and said that he didn't know, because he was sure he was seeing her for the first time. But right now, he had to run. Hans asked him to wait for him, because he was in a hurry too. The detective stopped him, and said that she knew he was who he claimed to be. The hero thought, did she catch me after all? Then, with a smile on her face, Rachel began to ask if he was really that professor. After looking at him closely, she immediately understood everything. The hero thought about walking away and ignoring her, but she might become suspicious if he continued to avoid her, so he needed to act naturally. So he turned around and asked why she had decided that. The girl noted that, first of all, his clothes were made of high-quality materials, which commoners did not usually wear. But he had no goods to sell, and no purse with money, so he was clearly not a merchant, but also not an aristocrat, as she did not see a family crest on him.
If he chose to hide it, then it is highly likely that he is a fallen nobleman. But would a fallen nobleman dress up like that for some festival?
Putting it all together, she came to the conclusion that he was somehow connected to the festival organizers, and was possibly a teacher. So could he really be Roger Chelich? It's true, he makes a strong impression. The hero decided that she had learned so much from his clothes, and that it was time to leave, so he said that she was right, but he was really in a hurry. Rachel tried to stop them, but to no avail. She then asked if that was all the reaction she was going to get, because usually her conversation partners were a little more impressed. Suddenly, she heard the answer. Was it really so unusual? If she had nothing to say, then he would leave. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with him, because he was so indifferent, and she had never met anyone like that before. Although, as she may remember, this is not entirely true, because there was one such person, and now she is thinking of James Moriarty. Of course, these thoughts alarmed her, and she wanted to catch that person as soon as possible. Her thoughts were interrupted by Betty, who asked what she was doing there, because the detective series was about to start, and she said she had wasted so much time on it. Then she used her own magic, and directed a few drops toward the main character. At the same time, she changed and noticed that just in case he suddenly needed her, he should just contact her, because it was a little obvious when she was being ignored. Hans told his brother that it seemed like he had been exposed, but that it was just another annoying thing. It would have been much worse if she had recognized him, but perhaps she just wanted to be friends. Although he had attracted her attention, and that was infuriating. Roger senses a faint trace of magic, and she will know if he throws it away. So Hans said it would be a good idea to lie low and get rid of the clothes he is wearing. His comrade noticed that she glanced at him, and surely he already likes these clothes. The chief noticed that he heard her, so let him understand. It turns out that just one clue will help her figure out the truth, so don't underestimate this girl. Hans noticed that this child was still chatting there, and had even drawn the student in, so he asked if they should go and pick her up themselves. But Roger said to leave her alone, while she could still freely discuss her interests with others. His friend noticed that looking at him now, he was beginning to think that his sudden rise to professor was simply a calling, and he smiled, as if he was happy for his protege. To be honest, he would feel uncomfortable in such a place. Unexpectedly, he envied the well-equipped academy, because it would never suit him. Roger told Hans that he understands that, in comparison, the academy students look like wonderful flowers growing in a magical garden. But their troubles were not the fault of these children, so why shouldn't they just continue to smile carefree? His interlocutor said that since he said so, he had nothing to add, but there was still a small age difference between him and these children. So why does he treat them so differently? The hero asked what he was saying, and reminded him how old he was. His friend said that he would be 24 this year. Roger remarked that this was why he called him his older brother, and apologized for it, but his companion said he had nothing to apologize for. But the main character continued to say that he was really sorry, and Hans remarked that he had asked him not to do so. Machiavelli combined the progress of the drug analysis with the incident with the werewolves, and his friend said that he was changing the subject and that he was seriously wrong. After researching the drug, it turned out that it had hallucinogenic properties, and it seemed that this was due to the pelham extract. The protagonist asked if this plant was native to Valtanoon. If so, when they investigate this after their business. The friend said that what he said before, whether he came here or not, about being considered the first order, was true. The man said that everything was correct, and his friend asked if he was ready for the consequences, since he was close to the professor. Then he saw the reaction and said that he thought so, that there was no point in asking. Even if everything happened according to the worst case scenario, there was no need to feel guilty, because he could say that the man had already been through something similar. In the end, he could say that there would still be innocent victims, no matter how hard he tried. The main character remembered how he had been asked to take care of his younger brother, and now, looking at his hand, he said that he knew all this. The comrade said that he just wanted to say that they cannot hesitate if it is necessary for the cause, and he himself knows that if they do not kill the enemy will kill them. Machiavelli said that they, living in a world of violence, walk side by side with death. His friend sighed sadly, and said that it was all true, that it was the unpleasant truth of their work. Of course, it was quite sad, but that was their reality. Soon, it was the third day of the magic festival at Theon's open-air banquet. Nicholas talked about how great it was to drink alcohol all day, and asked if the man agreed, to which his companion replied that of course he did. But Roger had no idea why this guy kept sticking to him, so he told him to get to the point and say what he wanted from him. His companion asked what he meant, since he didn't need anything from the professor, but if he was so interested in his intentions, he would say that he wanted entertainment. Machiavelli remarked that he seemed to find him an interesting person, and the Duke noted that he should just call him Nicholas, as he was an old man, so most things were surprising to him. Even so, he knew his limits, so there was no need to worry. The hero understood that he was a cunning old man. Suddenly, he looked ahead and saw a familiar face there. This girl was Flora Lumos, but why she was there was unclear, as she looked nervous. The Duke noticed that this was the child of the Lumos family, and the professor asked if he knew her. Nicholas said that, of course, she was born with incredible talent, but how unfair it was. His interlocutor asked what he meant. The old man said that her whole family ignored her because she was an illegitimate child, so it was all very unfair. Flora stood there and thought that she should calm down, because there was no need to be afraid. She just needed to say hello once, and that would be it. She was no longer the person who had lived with her family, so she would show him that the child whom no one cared about was doing just fine on her own. In that case, she would not be afraid at all right now, and so she wanted to turn to her father. But she heard voices asking who was there. Could it be that half-breed Flora? The girl noticed that it was her brother Camel and her sister Katrina. Her sister said,
"How dare that dirty-blooded girl call us by our names?"
but the boy noticed that she looked good. Before, she didn't even dare to look at them, so he turned to his father and told him to see who was there, and the old man turned around. Then he asked her what she wanted, and they all watched. The girl immediately hesitated, realizing that her voice was failing her, and she couldn't say anything. She had to show them that she had definitely changed, and that everything was different now, but she didn't understand why she'd come here in the first place. Flora's thoughts were interrupted by a man who touched her shoulder. The student immediately looked in his direction and realized that it was Professor Roger. Machiavelli noticed her family and asked if they had any problems with his student. The religious order of Lumensis oppresses half of humanity in the name of their one god, guided by the scriptures about the true man, such as the Church of Lumensis. However, they do not simply shun people, because pure-blooded people are considered the highest class. Half humans and their descendants are considered inferior, and the church simply divides everything in two, without allowing for any other opinions. Nicholas noticed that it was difficult to grow up in a luminous family that oppressed her all her life. If only she had been born into a different family, everything could have been different. The hero wondered if that was why she was so obsessed with her grades, thinking that her family would accept her if she became the best student. But even if she did, what guarantee was there that her wish would come true? Roger got up from his seat, and his companion asked where he was going. The professor did not answer, and thought that if he intervened, nothing good would happen. Her life circumstances would not change in any way. He should just leave everything as it is, pretend to be blind and deaf. But he couldn't allow that to happen. So now he was wondering if they had some kind of problem with his student. It was unclear how he could sit there and do nothing, especially after learning about her problem. Nicholas said that he did intervene after all. He was a responsible teacher, despite his appearance. But did this man really stand up to the head of the Lumos family? In the end, this professor is indeed an interesting person. Flora was surprised, and turned to the professor with this surprise. The Duke stated that this was a family matter, and he kindly asked the professor not to interfere. Machiavelli replied that it seemed too serious to be a family matter, so as a professor at this academy, he could not stand aside. After a few moments, an awkward silence hung between them. Katrina asked if she was right in thinking that this was Roger Chelici, whose demonstration fight yesterday had been simply magnificent. But was he really Flora's teacher? She was surprised that he considered her an outstanding student, since she was just a pitiful half-breed from the Lumos family. The girl herself sadly realized that now everyone would find out about this. The man refused to apologize, and his interlocutor interrupted him and said that she had not introduced herself. Her name, in turn, is Katrina Lumos, and she is preparing to enroll next year, and her abilities are highly rated. She also asked what the professor thought about this, as she was interested in his opinion as Professor Theona. The hero said that as a professor, he believes that she lacks the speed to cast her spells to the standard, and this is a minus 10 points, which surprised his interlocutor. The man continued, saying that her formation was also quite weak, which was another 10 points off, and her lack of serious attitude towards magic was also a minus. The girl was surprised. Roger continued, saying that she had simply created 4 icicles, and if this was combat magic, then where was its lethality? It seemed that she had not made the slightest effort to even understand why she was using magic. Had she been ordered to do so, or was she really proud of it? On top of all this, she had the audacity to be surprised that Flora was an outstanding student with her level of skill. Isn't that right, Katrina Lumos? Flora was stunned when she heard all this. People were asking what he was doing, because his claims were ridiculous. He thinks he has a say, just because he's a simple academy teacher, but it's all too much for some fallen nobleman. Nicholas approached them and asked everyone to calm down, saying that conflicts of interest are inevitable, but there is no need to get so upset about it. Professor Roger had also gone too far, and the man said he would take note of that. Benjamin noticed that his name was indeed Roger Chelici, and that his daughter had acted rashly, as she was still young and did not understand. At the same time, he asked for forgiveness for her, because he was, after all, an adult. His interlocutor looked at him coldly and said that, of course, the blame for the act did not lie solely with the child. The Duke then turned around and said how boring it was here, and the other children immediately followed him. Machiavelli turned to Flora and asked if she was all right. The girl hesitated and thought, should she thank him now? But what for? Because if she said thank you, it would look strange. The professor turned to her and said it was time to go, as it seemed her friends were already waiting. The girl immediately turned to him, not understanding what he was saying, but she didn't say anything and just watched as the man slowly walked away from her. At that moment, Charlotte approached her and immediately asked if she was okay and if it was time to go back. Her friend asked if she was all right and if it was time to go back. Flora answered in the affirmative, but she felt quite sad. Camel asked his father if he was really going to let this insolent professor go so easily, and his sister said that he definitely should, because he had humiliated her in front of Flora. His son remarked that he should at least send a complaint to the academy and summon the half-breed to him, but the Duke asked what good it would do. All they would achieve with their complaints was a brief moment of satisfaction. This Katatushan was clearly a cunning man who had come to Roger Chelich's defense. Even the rector Theona had seen it, but she did nothing. His son asked if he was going to pretend that nothing had happened, and the man replied that he would not, at least for now. After all, the Lumos family never forgives anyone for wrongs done to them. Nicholas said that he would not say that he was worried about the students, and the hero noted that he had done what he had to do, and he did not know that Duke Benjamin was a follower of the Lumensis faith. The old man noted that he was not just a believer, his faith bordered on obsession. Did his interlocutor know that an unwanted child born into a family of believers is stigmatized, and that this child would not have escaped this fate? However, to everyone's relief, she was not branded, and Roger asked if Duke Benjamin had used his last paternal mercy to prevent this. His interlocutor noted that this was not the case, as it was all thanks to the desperate protection of the child's mother, but unfortunately, she had already passed away. The professor remarked that he had never heard of this before, and the old man stated that illegitimate children were simply not discussed by outsiders. The family itself was doing everything possible to ensure this, and the man then asked how he knew all this. Nicholas said that they had equal status. He had to know at least one of his weaknesses, because he couldn't be sure that he wouldn't target him. The hero said that he understood everything, and that they were hiding information about Flora. It was clear that this was not for her sake, but that the Duke wanted to protect Flora out of personal interest. So that's what her father is like. But this is not the case with such a person. I can't even bring myself to call him a father. Nicholas noticed that he seems to be a talkative person, so he can be told. Now it was time for him to go and greet the others. Roger thought that, in that case, he would walk around a little and then leave. Suddenly, he saw a strange insect in the sky and wondered if it was Sylvia's paper spell. So he aimed at the beetle in the air and caught it immediately. The information said that, in addition to Joanna's second order, another order had shown suspicious activity, and the hero wondered if she had begun to act. He was sure that the letter said she would take action on the last day of the festival, and he remembered how the girl had said that she really wasn't going to do anything, at least until the end of the festival. That is, considering Esmeralda's words when her identity was revealed, the letter tells the truth. Then the probability that Joanna is now acting for personal reasons is quite high, and Roger needs to keep a close eye on the situation. After a while, the 4th day of the magic festival arrived, and it was in the practical pharmaceutical laboratory. Machiavelli thought that as a member of the teaching staff, he could use whatever he wanted, but when his subordinate saw this, she went mad with envy. He just just needed to indicate in the journal what he was using and could take whatever he wanted. It was a pity he hadn't come here earlier. Suddenly, he heard someone address him and say that they didn't expect to see him here. It was Chris who asked what he was doing here. The interlocutor noted that he had come here to make medicine, and the aristocrat asked in surprise if he also knew how to make medicine. First, he should get some training from the lab assistant, who was somewhere in the newbie area. The man asked if he also knew how to make medicine. The guy got angry and shouted that he actually specialized in pharmacy. When asked if he knew what a huge contribution the Benamor family had made to medicine, the hero said without hesitation that he did not know. Chris was very angry and thought that the man was deliberately mocking him, but it was unclear whether this man really understood the formation and what he was going to use. When the guy looked at it more closely, he was shocked, so he shouted, "If we're talking about these ingredients, is this man planning to kill someone?" He saw Patricia leaves and cocoon buds, all of which are deadly poisonous. So he panicked and started asking if he really wanted to kill someone now. Even if he mixed these powerful reagents and neutralized the poison, he would get a drug with a huge number of side effects. The hero noted that he was well versed in this, but it is unclear why he teaches the embodiment of spells instead of pharmacy. His interlocutor noted that it was none of his business. Roger replied that he wasn't insisting on an answer and knew what he was doing, so there was no need to worry, but the guy was still surprised by this. Chris thought that right now, he was sure that he was bluffing, but that was okay, because he didn't want to get involved. The whole time we were introducing the ocean, creating medicines, he didn't stop climbing and watching closely. Even after seeing the whole process, he still couldn't believe that it happened in one go, without a single unnecessary reaction. He probably makes pills that embody the mana from it. So when the man asked about the pills containing mana, Roger replied that, of course, he needed them for personal use. The guy noted that they were different from his usual pills, and wondered what kind of illness required such dosages. Machiavelli said that he knew his secret, but he thought he wouldn't ask, considering that he used it in exhibition matches. Chris said he didn't know his actions would have such consequences. He, in turn, just wanted to put him in his place, and nothing more, but he didn't think anyone would get hurt. Although, to be honest, these are just pathetic excuses. Therefore, he said that he had committed a pathetic act unworthy of a true nobleman, and even apologized for it. In any case, what he made has a negative effect on everything except mana replenishment, and it cannot even be called a medicine. His mana conduction system could be seriously damaged, or even destroyed in the end. He then placed the vial on the table, and told him to use it together with his remedy. It is a special mana-regulating drug used by their family. The hero asked if he would really give it to him so easily, and his interlocutor noted that he was not guided by personal motives when it came to patience. Still, as a representative of the Benamor family, Roger said that this was unexpected, and he didn't think he was that kind of person, considering what had happened. His interlocutor became angry again because of this, but the man said that since reason dictated it, he would not refuse. Chris asked if he was now giving him the powder of a magical plant that absorbed poison. It was unclear what he was going to do with it, but Machiavelli began to mix it, and said that he couldn't throw it away now. To be honest, the threat was very real. Soon, the professor contacted Hans, and asked how Phoebus was doing. His interlocutor noted that he was sitting obediently in his room, and the hero told him to keep an eye on him. Then he noticed the thing in his hands, and thought that he had prepared it just in case. All that remained was to take care of Joanna Lovett. If she was really acting on her own, it meant that these idiots had split up. The man would take care of Esmeralda, but he needed someone to take care of Joanna. It turned out that Sylvia was following his instructions, but only as long as they clearly corresponded to the plans of the Black Dawn. Joanna, in turn, is a student, so it is possible to try to involve several people. 30 minutes later, Adrian was near Tiona's student dormitory. He approached the door and saw a note, but didn't understand what it was. But at the same time, curiosity got the better of him, and he picked it up to take a look. The main character was downstairs, and thought that it was great, because the message had been delivered. Of course, he didn't want to get the students involved in this matter, as this was the only way she could keep an eye on Joanna, especially so that she wouldn't suspect anything. He thinks that Adrian will take the note seriously and get down to business. Even if he has to fight with his skill level, he will not lose. But alone, he might act rashly, so he needed backup. Tracy also received the message, like Katie, so the hero thought that, with his friends, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. It doesn't matter what he does, whether he asks other professors for help or takes care of Joanna himself, but there is only one thing left to do. Roger contacted Hans and said that they needed to check one more place, and now all the preparations were complete. Leo also received a note, which he read. It said that suspicious individuals with evil intentions had appeared in Thiona, and that on the last day of the festival, he should find Joanna Lovett and take care of her. The guy didn't understand what all this meant, so he was sure it was a joke, but the information was quite accurate for a simple person, and he remembered that he himself had come to this conclusion. But at the same time, it was unclear who had sent it to him. Had he been caught? Now he had doubts. This wasn't a tip-off for the Liberation Army. The person who sent it to him was clearly threatening him. If the guy didn't want anyone to find out his secrets, he had to do what it said. But at the same time, he had no idea what they really wanted. He had no desire to join the Liberation Army. No matter how much he racked his brains, nothing would change, and it was pointless. For now, all he could do was what was written here. In any case, it's better than trying to fix everything on his own. He suddenly heard a comrade who addressed him. The guy said that something strange was happening right now, and his companion looked at him in surprise. And Adrian said to look, because he found a note near his room and read it, and it said that bad people were planning to do something bad on the last day of the festival. Leo wondered if these guys had also received letters, but what the hell was going on here? Esmeralda was sitting in her room and heard voices. She heard cries begging for his help and asking him to spare at least the child. Silhouettes also floated into her mind, saying that it was all her fault and that they shouldn't have protected her. Nothing would have happened if she had just quietly left their village, so it was definitely Esmeralda's fault. The girl began to calm herself down and said that it was all just a dream and that she should stop, that she didn't want to hear criticism from the nanny who had raised her. Indeed, it would all be over very soon, and she would take revenge on Charlie by killing him tomorrow. But at the same time, it was unclear whether all this would be enough and what would happen after her revenge. Because if she continued to seek revenge like this, she would completely destroy her own soul, and then she will never be able to become who she was before. Selena is her second self, whom she created in her longing for the past. And if we're being honest, she would like to continue being her, laughing innocently and enjoying life with everyone else. but it was unclear what she should actually do. Perhaps she should stop right now. Quasimodo interrupted the girl's thoughts, asking what she was doing. He couldn't understand why she was going to visit the person who had caused all of them to be killed. Esmeralda wanted to answer, but she couldn't, because the spirit continued to press her and tell her to avenge them. She was a kind girl, and he knew that very well. After a few moments, the girl smiled and said that he was right. After that, madness flared up in her head again, and she said she had to take revenge. Soon, the 5th day of the festival arrived, and it was the last night of the celebration. Esmeralda changed her appearance and walked slowly in the guise of Selena. When she saw that there were no people around and approached the right place, she immediately began to change her appearance. Charlie sat in his room and said that the day had come, but it was unclear where the hell he was. At the same time, a girl who was supposed to take revenge was slowly approaching his house. The guy sat on the bed, trembling, and said that he hadn't even left any contact information, so please don't tell him that he had been tricked. A shadow appeared right in front of the door to the room and fell on it. Charlie began to peek through the crack that appeared when the door opened. There was Esmeralda, who asked if anyone was home, addressing Mr. Charlie Phoebus. But when she entered the room completely, she saw only an open window and no one else. Although it was surprising, because she definitely felt someone's presence there. Shortly before that, Charlie wondered what it was. Could it be that mice had opened the door? He immediately started running after them out of the house, and didn't understand if that person had sent the mice. But if he followed them, he would be safe. On the way, he began to think about what he knew, that Professor Roger would not abandon him after all. Esmeralda looked out the open window, and thought that he usually didn't leave the room, so had he decided to run away. But in the end, he repeats all the same actions he should, because it's much more fun when he tries to resist her.
Let her victim start running right now, and not stop until the very end.
Hans informed Roger that the girl was already on her way. The mice he sent out brought back that guy, and his ability always comes in handy in situations like this. Machiavelli told his interlocutor that it was excellent work, and they were acting in such a way that they should be prepared. Adrian and his friends were going somewhere, and Tracy said that going there was pure madness, and that they should at least warn the professors. Then Leo shouted for him to say something, because he was always so proactive, and it was unclear why he was silent today. The guy said he thought Adrian was right. Let her judge for herself what they would say. When asked where they got the information, the girl noticed that someone had slipped notes under their door. Her companion asked if she really thought the teachers would believe them, since they didn't even know who the sender was. And even if they did believe them, it was too late to turn back. He thought about it. Whoever sent him the note wanted him to sort everything out himself. Even the fact that they had involved his friends was an attempt to keep him under control. This was done in case he went against their will. It was subtly thought out, but he just had to do it as quietly as possible, in case someone heard and everyone was ready. Joanna was asked if they could act on their own, if they personally decided to shut someone down, or if it would be better to coordinate with their superiors. The girl said that the commotion in Theona was in the interest of the First Order, and now was the most opportune moment, as everyone was busy with the festival. There was no need to be afraid, because it was all for the good of the Black Dawn. Adrian said it was round glasses and black hair, so it must be Joanna. Tracy said that meant the notes weren't lying, so they also decided to go, while Charlie continued to follow the mice, and ran into some kind of hangar. But soon, Esmeralda followed him, and said to look. Was this man really out of breath? It was unclear what had happened, and why he had stopped, since he had been running so well all this time. Even if all his closest relatives had been burned to the ground, and he was the only one left, he still had to learn to run if he wanted to survive. Charlie started swearing, and didn't understand why this was happening to him. He yelled at her to stop, as if that wasn't enough, and the girl, the judge, asked her what she was saying. The interlocutor continued to shout about how low he had to fall for her to calm down, that his family had long since ceased to exist.
Just look at him. Wasn't it enough that he killed those peasants? He just taught them a lesson as an aristocrat for going against him.
If those filthy commoners hadn't interfered, she wanted, nothing would have happened, so it was all her fault. If not for her, it wouldn't have ended so badly. The girl asked if he meant to say that it was all her fault. Then she got very angry, and asked Charlie how he dared to say such a thing. But her companion continued his speech, saying that it was all true. To tell the truth, it was all her fault. They had been living quietly and peacefully, and then because of her, they were all killed. Esmeralda heard different voices in her head, saying that if it weren't for him, if only she weren't there, everything would be fine, because it was her fault that they died. The girl had a panic attack after this incident, and tried to say that this was not the case. Charlie shouted, "What do you mean? No? Who do you think burned them all along with the village?" Did she really think that someone blamed him, when it was unclear when she had brought the situation to a critical point? So here she was, the only one who had no say. Esmeralda shouted that it wasn't true, and streams of flame spread throughout the district. The main character noticed this force, and did not understand what this pillar of flame in the warehouse was. Hans told him that something seemed to have gone wrong, and his interlocutor asked what he meant. The comrade stated that he initially successfully led Charlie straight to the witch. They began to argue, when suddenly the witch burst into flames, and now the entire warehouse is on fire. Thanks to the fire extinguisher, the fire had not yet spread to other equipment, but he feared it was only a matter of time. The mice had been incinerated, and he could no longer control the situation. So he said he should run away quickly, and Roger said he understood, and would be there soon. On the way, he turned to Sheridan, and asked what was going on with the festival, whether she had found anything strange, and she replied that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Judging by his reaction, he needed help. The professor said that was right, and asked if she could distract the crowd. The girl smiled, and said, "Of course. No problem. She just needed a reason." A few moments after she announced this, fireworks appeared in the sky above the festival. Some people watched this event happily, but someone said that the fireworks show was still 30 minutes away, so why were they already going off? Of course, Sheridan had set them off. She was delighted, and thought that fireworks were just as good as explosions, so maybe she should make something similar when she got back to the shelter. Roger thought everything was fine, as long as they were all focused on this, but he didn't think he would be able to run there at such a speed. In any case, he had to defeat his mother, so he couldn't use a Tevra Nocturnus. Suddenly, he noticed something strange and stopped immediately. He saw some strange metal balls and realized what they were. Hans said that things were looking very bad, and that at this rate the flames would reach the festival site, so he didn't understand where his brother was. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from the side, and turned his attention there. Further on, he saw the main character riding a metal horse. The guy asked if it was really him, who said that this man was riding a golem and also rushing straight into the fire. The horse, which which had come close to the fire, jumped up and leapt over it. So very soon, the men would be there if the horse stopped right there. At the epicenter of the explosion, he saw the fiery spirit of Quasimodo hanging over Esmeralda, and the hero realized that the situation was much more serious than he had thought. He then turned to this creature and asked if they had already met. However, circumstances did not allow him to do anything about it at that time. The hero did not plan to fight Esmeralda. She was his colleague, so he was there to help her. The spirit continued to stare at him intently and said nothing, so the hero wondered if it understood him. He looked at the girl and realized that she seemed to be in a very bad way. He also noticed Charlie, who was lying off to the side, and realized that he was also unwell and that something had gone wrong. But at the same time, there was a chance that this was for the best, because it was the only chance to end everything quickly. If the spirit was summoned by the carrier, they could simply destroy the carrier, and the spirit would disappear. But if it was summoned by the hotel, they would have to take it hostage to influence its spirit. Roger decided to simply use a tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. He needed to get closer to hit her, but at that very moment, the man saw that the spirit was attacking him. A few moments later, his huge hand landed where the man had been standing. The main character managed to use his movement technique to dodge, not understanding what was happening, because he was attacking him. Although, most likely, it can be said that this creature did not believe him from the very beginning. Somewhere in the forest, Rachel was walking, thinking that she had finally found peace and quiet. She just wanted to look around, but people kept bombarding her with questions. At least Betty liked everything, and at times like this, she even envied her. Suddenly, the girl heard some strange voices, and immediately paid attention to them. It turned out that she saw people from the Black Dawn who were going to do something, and the detective wondered what kind of gathering this was. Joanna told the others not to be afraid, that everything was for the good of Black Dawn. The girl wondered if she should follow them. Not far away in the bushes, Adrian said that she had round black glasses, and that it must be Joanna. The guy said that those same people had started moving, so he told the others to follow them. The detective also noticed these students, and thought she would quietly follow them for starters. The fire, in turn, continued to spread from the place where the epicenter of the explosion had occurred. Quasimodo told the man how unfortunate it was, because he should have killed him right away. He turned to the professor, and swinging his huge fist, tried to hit him. But the hero could see perfectly well what was happening, so he easily managed to jump out of the way. Then he thought that everything was bad enough, because Esmeralda was blocking his view, and because of this, he could not use his homing magic. On top of all this, it was unclear who would have thought that he could navigate the battle so well without direct instructions from his mistress. Perhaps this was the power of the First Order of the Black Dawn, as the fiery spirit immediately directed a stream of fire at the man. Roger saw what had happened, and used his technique of moving through space, so very soon he found himself far away in the sky, but the creature could see him perfectly well. The main character thought that the whole situation looked pretty bad, because he didn't have time to use a spell. Quasimodo screamed, proving himself to be a persistent fly after all, and continued to attack him with fire. Machiavelli realized that now was not the time to think. He flew away from where he had been a few moments ago, and there was a loud explosion. After that, the hero landed on the ground near the hole he had recently arrived in. Then he thought that he really didn't like all this, and wondered if he would have to resort to divine power again. He soon realized that he should not do this because the risk was too high, so he turned to the metal horse he had arrived on, and told it to select defense mode and block the attack. The golem immediately obeyed him, and, using its power, covered the man. Then the system announced that a life-threatening temperature had been detected, so it would now switch to emergency defense mode. Quasimodo wondered if it really wanted to block this attack, but he was even curious to see how long it would last. Machiavelli, in turn, understood that this was only a temporary measure, and when the golem's reserves of defensive power were depleted, there would be no way to fight face to face. As for the toxic substance he had made, it was good that he had brought it along, because you have to use every possible means in the fight. Beatrice told her boss that the mana inside the byproduct exceeded normal limits, and after use, it must be immediately spilled out, otherwise the circulation circle would be damaged. The man replied that she should not be afraid, because he could handle it, but the girl said that this stuff was also poisonous, and that it was dangerous. But the man continued to say that he would handle it, knowing that his resistance to the ranks was sufficiently developed. Using this most poisonous substance, Roger said, does he really want to compete in strength? He also called this creature Quasimodo, and rank 5, and the monster thought that the air around him was beginning to change. A few moments later, the main character used an attack called Ocean's Wrath. The creature saw that the stream was initially directed towards it. Joanna turned around and asked who they were, while Adrian and his group realized that they had been spotted. The girl continued to say that she had asked who they were. The guy replied that they weren't deaf, and asked if they were really going to hurt people, but why? Even though they didn't know the reasons, it was still wrong, especially during a happy holiday. The girl got angry and said that she had expected to hear a lot from the uninvited guests, but was he serious about a happy holiday? Does this man even know that his happiness is built on the bones of others? In response, Adrian shouted that he didn't know, and that it wasn't like that at all. His interlocutor told him to shut his mouth and not dare to open it if he didn't know anything. Then she said to hell with it. She dragged it all out. She was going to kill them all anyway, starting with their dim-witted squad. So the girl used her spell and immediately directed it at Adrian. The guy didn't see the attack coming, but he realized that she was fast enough, and he wouldn't have time to do anything. Of course, it was bad, but suddenly the detective came to the rescue, using her power to put up a shield. After she did that, she said how much she wanted to just watch the events unfold, but she couldn't stand aside when people were in danger. Tracy asked if she was the same Rachel Salma, and what the Green Mage was doing there. Her interlocutor smiled slyly, and said she was pleased that she recognized her. She also had many questions, but first, they would deal with the pressing issues, as the girl had a personal score to settle with these guys. She asked if they were really members of the Black Dawn. The main character continued to defend himself, and thought he had used 5th rank magic, but he was only able to tear off its paw. As a result, he would have to use even more powerful magic on him. Quasimodo, using his limb, immediately rushed to attack after being attacked. When all this happened, he became very angry, and said that he would finish off this human. The main character was stunned. At that moment, he thought, could he have regrown his paw in a second? With the mana he has left, he can only use high-level magic twice. He also needed to find the time to complete the spell, but the golem would not last long. In this situation, it seemed that this was the only option left, and he apologized to his own teacher. Roger thought that, most likely, after what was about to happen, the golem would crumble, but it would allow him to survive Quasimodo's attack. The blue energy that the robot had been emitting in front of the man disappeared and began to glow red. the creature received a large enough influx of energy that it began to hold back the hand that was attacking it. Quasimodo was defeated, not understanding how this broken golem was pushing him back with pure force, so he asked what this little man had done. He attacked again and said that he could not defeat him with his pathetic tricks. But when he pushed away the robot standing in front of the man, there was no one there, and it was unclear where he had gone. The fire spirit immediately began to look around and asked where he was hiding, telling the little man to come out immediately. Literally, a few moments later, the main character responded and said that he was there, while he himself was hovering in the sky. There, he prepared to launch another attack, so he had a ship in his hands and told the monster to try it. Soon, the members of the Black Dawn began to fall to the ground one after another. Only Joanna remained standing, so Rachel said that she was the only one left, and that perhaps they should listen and surrender. Tracy told the guys to stop and look to the side, because there was something strange in the sky. After hearing these words, everyone immediately turned their attention to the sky and saw a ship there, but they did not understand how this was possible. Joanna understood what had happened because Esmeralda was there, and she started to run away. Of course, the detective noticed this and started running after her, telling her to stop. Rachel didn't understand why this girl was running towards the ship. Could it be that representatives of the Black Dawn were there? The main thing now is to ensure that this spell does not reach Theon's walls, because if she is not mistaken, these are the very spells from the ancient book she once read. The spell, developed by Lexler, a wandering wizard, was ranked 6th. The main character used this spell and said it was called the Oceanic Icebreaker. A few moments after the spell was cast, it immediately began to descend toward the fire monster. Quasimodo became angry when he saw it and asked how he dared to use it. The last thing he said before the attack hit him was that Roger Chalici was a scoundrel. A few moments later, the attack reached its target and there was a very powerful explosion below. Smoke gradually began to spread in the wind, and the main character held Esmeralda in his arms. At that moment, he had a needle in his hands, and the man understood that with this tranquilizer, she was now fast asleep, her spirit closely connected to the consciousness of her master. In that case, Quasimodo would soon perish, but as soon as the spiral awakened, he would regain his strength and appear, and the man would need to seal him away to get rid of him completely. And for that very sealing ritual, he needed the soul of a living being. So for now, this is the only chance to get rid of Quasimodo and Esmeralda. But is there really no other way out? The man's thoughts were interrupted by the girl, who immediately grabbed him by his clothes. The hero was surprised by this, and wondered if the tranquilizer had not yet taken effect. Esmeralda was indeed conscious, and asked him to run, because if she lost consciousness, she would no longer be able to control him. Roger asked what she was talking about, but the fiery spirit was already behind him. At that moment, he was really very angry, and attacked the place where the man and woman were. Naturally, Machiavelli used his protective magic, but asked what was going on. Then he saw a monster in front of him, which said that it had recently been very close. Roger thought that it had been struck by 6th level magic, but it had already managed to recover, meaning that the summoner had lost control, and the monster was now independent. Suddenly, the man looked to the side, and saw a red thread there. He immediately decided that it was this thread that connected Esmeralda and Quasimodo. Then he shouted that everything was bad, because the threads brought back memories. So is this really a memory loss? The hero saw a fragment of memory in which the man approached, and said that this was interesting. The spirit that consumes Maya, multiplying the hatred and thirst of its contractor, although it is more of a cryptid, with spirit-like traits. It is unclear who even cares what he is doing there. He turned to Quasimodo, and asked if he would join them, saying that in return, this man would help him get what he wanted. Seeing these memories, the main character said that now everything was clear to him. He knew why he was able to move without being summoned. Esmeralda was only a vessel for magical power and intelligence, which he sucked out like a leech. In reality, it was the spirit that controlled her. The man said that in the end, she was just a puppet and a marionette, which meant that this was Quasimodo's first order. The monster smiled, and then said that he recognized that he had figured him out. But even if he had managed to do so, it was too late. Since he had already disabled Esmeralda, he would be able to use his power to the fullest. And right now, it was the end for him and everyone else. Rachel approached the place where the fire was, and said that she was definitely heading there, but it was unclear where the flames were coming from. Behind the veil of flames, she could sense echoes of the icebreaker's magic, but the fire blocked her view, so it was unclear what was happening there. Suddenly, the girl began to back away, and said that the fire was getting even stronger. In order to calm it down a little, she used her water power and directed it at the flames. The other students, along with Adrian, also arrived here, and Rachel shouted for them not to come closer, saying that it would be better for them to bring help. She wouldn't be able to hold back the flames for long, so they had to hurry. Her companion said he understood. At the epicenter of the battle was the main character, who was trying to defend himself from the flames. He thought he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and that was bad, because at this rate, he would need a ritual. So would he really be unable to protect anyone again right now? Suddenly, he heard Selena's voice saying that everything was fine. So was he really hesitating because of her? She didn't care, so let him do what he had planned, until we felt and realized everything she had done. She wished it were all just a nightmare, because she had been so happy these last few days, but she had enjoyed her own power for too long. The hero just looked at her, then turned away. Then he touched his companion's head, and said that it would all end as soon as she woke up. His companion wanted to say something to him about it, but after a few moments she fell asleep. Roger said that it wasn't easy for him to decide to do this. But thanks to Selena, he was ready for the nightmare, or not, but it was time for her to wake up. The hero used his technique, and a few moments later, the monster struck where they had been. Then he began to spin around and ask where this person was hiding. Roger was right behind him, and suddenly noticed that this was surprising. There were a large number of spirits there, and he asked if they had appeared because their mistress was in danger. It was just in time, because he would need help to protect her. That's why he asked to distract this creature for a moment, and the spirits immediately rushed to attack him. Quasimodo saw this, and wondered what these little creatures were. It seemed that he didn't even have any normal plans. So he tried to fight off those who naturally attacked him, and declared neutrality, saying that it was time to end this. Suddenly, the fiery creature turned its attention to the green light. Behind Roger, a tree appeared with symbols carved into it. The ninth knot is the true foundation, balanced on a powerful foundation, the root of all that exists, the reproductive element. Quasimodo understood that all this was bad, and said that they needed to run away, and that no one should get in his way. But at that moment, the main character had already used the ninth sphere of the tree of life, called Yesod. Therefore, the beam that emanated from there developed incredible speed, and struck the creature in front. After this terrible attack, the transformed hero saw only a large crater in the ground, and he immediately wondered if the creature was dead. Using such powerful magic is very exhausting, and he had to be careful, otherwise he would not be able to contain the divine power. Esmeralda turned to Roger, although she said that this was not the case, because he was John Doe, and she was interested in why he had saved her. The hero realized that his alter ego had returned, and said that he hadn't saved her, he just didn't like how that creature looked down on him. The girl raised her head and said that he was a pretty bad liar. She found it surprising that the mighty John would save someone like her. A few moments later, Quasimodo reappeared and grabbed the girl. The moment this happened, he immediately turned to the man he had been fighting. The main character was terrified, and asked how he was able to recover after that spell. He couldn't understand where the limits of his vitality lay, but the monster said that he would drag him to his grave, so he squeezed Esmeralda's body and asked for more strength. Roger noticed this, and realized that it was drawing her mana through their connection, so he used spells, and told it to let her go quickly. Naturally, the attack achieved its goal, but it did not cause significant damage to the monster, so Quasimodo looked at him in surprise, and asked what kind of weak attack this was, whether he was no longer able to use powerful spells. But if that was really the case, then why not just die? The man realized that things were bad, and that there must be something he could still do. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the side, and turned his attention there. There he saw Charlie Phoebus, who was still conscious, and realized that he had been there all along. That's why he could use this man, and seal this creature with his help. At that moment, the hero dodged one attack, but the monster was already shouting that this time he would miss. And just as his attack was about to hit the man in front of him, it was cut off by a green force. It turned out that Joanna had used it, shouting for him to give it back to her immediately. Quasimodo noticed this, and wondered if it was really Joanna. The hero looked closely at the creature and thought, "Can it regenerate its arm? It seems like it doesn't have much strength left, and this is our chance." The spirit asked why she was interfering, since he was carrying out her revenge, wanting to stop their savior or something, and the girl told him to shut up. Her interlocutor said that she couldn't save anyone. She couldn't even protect her own family, and someone else said that Miss Joanna couldn't save anyone. He also claimed that it was fundamentally wrong to say that he himself was their savior. It was Piero who greeted Roger and Joanna, saying that it seemed he had arrived here just in time. And finally, he learned the name of his savior. The girl looked at him in surprise, and the man noticed that all this happened after talking to Roger about past events. He decided to face his past head on, and had already begun to think that he had lost his way. But thanks to his spirit, he did not stray. Quasimodo prepared to attack at that moment, and said that he was talking too much, which was annoying. Joanna noticed this attack, so she shouted at the bridge not to dare to do so. The artist, in turn, defended himself with ease, so he said that he believed now was not the best time for conversation. Even despite his condition, he was still capable of blinding the monster, and he knew that his speech sounded brave, but he would have to leave the rest to them. Quasimodo shouted that they were mere humans, and they were nothing but small insects. This kind of magic was just child's play to him, and he would burn them all. A few moments later, the creature saw his hand being chained. It was the main character who did it, who thanked Pierrot, using his body. Charlie said that he had gained enough time to completely change the situation, and now it was time to finish off this Quasimodo. The monster was dragged to the chains that had captured him, and he began to scream. The creature began to say that it was impossible. How could he summon him to another person? Because he currently had a contract with Esmeralda, so he couldn't bind him to anyone else. The man said he was well informed, but he didn't see the whole picture. Ordinary contracts could be rewritten by a more powerful entity, and he couldn't do anything about it if he weakened. The spirit screamed at the girl to help him. Touching Esmeralda with his connection, he said that she needed him to stay sane, not to let their connection break, and to help him quickly. The hero realized that everything was bad, and immediately rushed towards the girl. Joanna saw the same thing and ran towards her. Esmeralda herself said that if she really wanted it so much, then she understood. After that, her personality split, and one of them reached out to him and told him to take everything. Quasimodo and the others involved in this process were simply stunned by her actions. At that moment, the girl changed her appearance, and now Selena fell unconscious to the ground. The fiery spirit screamed that he was being pulled back and did not understand what she was doing, whether she was really going to die with him. His companion shouted that it was true, but she also wanted to die with Quasimodo, and that they would put an end to the senseless killings right now. Joanna screamed at the woman not to do it, while Piero tried to stop her, saying that she would be pulled toward them if she came any closer. Quasimodo tried to save himself somehow, and asked what was wrong with the fire, why the flames were burning him. Esmeralda understood perfectly well that this flame-consuming souls was the right end for her, that it would somehow atone for her guilt before the villagers. And speaking of that, she really felt sorry for the guys, but they would have to wait just a little longer because she was already on her way to them. Suddenly, the main character appeared, who destroyed the threads that bound her to the spirit, and asked why she was smiling. The girl felt that the connection had been stolen, and was very surprised by what had happened. Roger asked if she thought it would be easier for her if she just died like that, and told her to stop deceiving herself right now. Quasimodo was already almost completely shackled, and began to scream loudly after that. Joanna asked what it was, and Pierrot said it was energy, the souls of the dead villagers. The fiery spirit screamed that everything was really bad, because his power was leaving him, and he wanted to burn this world. Esmeralda watched what was happening, and did not understand if Quasimodo's energy was really running out, and the souls of the villagers were finally free. Roger noticed that something was wrong with her body, and that she was becoming a spirit. The girl replied that it was true. She had been connected to Quasimodo for so long, but it was nothing to worry about. She had known from the very beginning that this would happen, when she suddenly heard someone addressing her from the side. When she looked over, she saw that it was Sister. The girl cried, and said that she was so sorry because she was weak and stupid, and because of her, everyone had died. The woman replied that this was not true, that everything was fine, and that it was not her fault. Then she gently hugged her, and said how hard it had been for her all this time. After these words, Esmeralda cried, and could not say anything else. Her companion continued, saying that she was very sorry that she had not been able to support her. Immediately after that, she offered to take her away with her. The woman cried even harder, and said she agreed. A few moments later, these souls flew up into the sky, and the hero wondered if the half-destroyed souls had returned to normal. Salvation is the end for a soul that has been forced to wander aimlessly on Earth for a long time. That moment is still far away, but one day, his journey will come to an end. Soon, Piero said that everyone had already left, and the girl asked if that meant it was all over. The main character turned to her and said that nothing was over yet. He told her to leave Tion immediately, and she asked why. Roger replied that she had died here today for the Black Dawn, so she should leave and simply never return. Piero could get Joanna out unnoticed with his magic, and his companion said, "Of course, that was true, and she should rely on him." The girl said she would do so, but why? And the man added that it seemed Professor Roger still had business to attend to, so they should return. Joanna asked where they were going to return to. The artist noticed what she meant, because they were returning to their native village. Roger approached Selena and realized that she was still breathing. He had suspected that this was possible, but he hadn't really hoped for it. Perhaps they were sharing not only their own bodies, but also their souls. The woman opened her eyes and looked at the man, and he asked if she had really woken up. His companion was surprised, and the professor continued, saying that specialists would arrive soon, and that she should hold on a little longer. Selena asked him why he had saved her recently. She had done terrible things, and even if it was her alter ego, it didn't change anything. The man noticed that she remembered everything, so he asked about the promise he had made to her, because the following year, they had promised each other that they would enjoy the festival again. That was the main reason, and after that, Selena pretended that she understood everything. Then she smiled sweetly, and continuing to watch the fireworks, was glad that everything had turned out this way. So in the end, she suggested they actually do it. The people who arrived at the scene said that someone was there and that a stretcher should be brought. They threatened Professor Selena, and Adrian asked if she was all right. The woman said that everything was fine and that they shouldn't worry. The guy turned to Professor Roger and noted that he had only asked him to look around. The man replied that he was fine and would walk to the infirmary himself. Rachel watched the situation and thought that, including him, 2 professors had been found there, but the member of Black Dawn she was pursuing had disappeared without a trace. In addition, she sent 6th-level magic behind the curtain of fire. And then, there was this professor who had made such an indelible impression on her. Could it be just a coincidence? Her thoughts were interrupted by a man who asked her to call the fire department, and she agreed. Hans told his brother that his mice had gotten rid of the evidence at the scene. Roger thanked him for that, and said they would see each other later at their hideout. On the way, he thought that his comrade had successfully escaped, and that was great. He would finally be free when he concocted a report about what had happened for the rector. He then sat down on a bench and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had already dealt with the most important things. A few moments after he sat down behind a tree, a stranger appeared and said it was a job well done. What was more surprising to the protagonist was that he was called John Doe. Roger immediately thought that he had not felt his presence at all, and that he had heard that voice before. It belonged to the same man who had spoken to Quasimodo in the memory he had caught during his memory loss. He addressed him, that is, John Doe, as someone lower in rank than himself. Could this really be the Zero Order of the Black Dawn? The stranger said he had just dropped in on the festival, and then there was this exciting turn of events. And now, would he happen to tell him what was actually going on here? Roger thought that no one had even told him that the Zero Order was attending the festival. So did he know that it was he who had killed Quasimodo? Although if he knew, he wouldn't be asking such stupid questions. Now we can assume that he doesn't know what exactly happened, and we just need to calmly answer the questions. Roger said he apologized to Mr. Zero Order and asked for his understanding, as this unexpected meeting had momentarily left him speechless. His interlocutor noted, of course, that this was true, since he had not warned him in advance, but there was no need to worry about it. The hero said that, for starters, the First Order of Esmeralda, that is, Quasimodo, was dead, and the stranger asked if he really understood that. After all, he was different from them, so he needed a master. In any case, this man was interested in how he died. Roger understood that he definitely couldn't tell him the truth, but he could build a coherent story based on it. Therefore, he stated that, in the end, Charlie Phoebus had sealed him, and Zero noticed that he could see spirits, and that sealing techniques worked on him. But something didn't add up. Did Esmeralda just stand and watch while her spirit was being attacked? And did that man really have such skills? But either someone helped him, or the hero realized that he knew this man would not fall for all his lies. Therefore, he stated that he did not know the exact circumstances of the case, and, as a professor, he controlled the outskirts of Theon, where he ran into Charlie. The man, in turn, seemed to be running away from something, and it seems that those who were pursuing him were Esmeralda and Quasimodo of the First Order. And even before that incident at the banquet, Esmeralda personally asked him for support, where he met that spirit and established his identity. The Zero Order said that now it was clear to him, because he knew about the girl's plan, whether it was supposed to happen today, and what happened next. The hero said that he assumed that the Black Dawn would be discovered because of the girl's obsession, so he followed them to prevent the worst from happening. And then, cornered, Charlie Phoebus went to extreme measures, using his soul as payment, and performed a sealing ritual. The man could not foresee this, so Quasimodo failed to carry out his revenge, and was dragged into the seal, along with Esmeralda, as their souls were bound together. That's how the First Order met its end. If he had interrupted the ritual, he would have been exposed immediately, which is why he didn't stop Charlie. He couldn't do anything, so he apologizes. The chief noticed that the cornered mouse bit the cat, and how he disappeared from the scene. It's interesting. Roger said that after everything that happened, he approached the traitors, and she was alive, but had already regained consciousness as Selena, thanks to whom he pretended to be a rescuer. The interlocutor asked those who pulled their colleague out of the fire if her soul had split and separated unexpectedly, and if she remembered anything about her alter ego. Machiavelli said that he had asked her, but she seemed to have no idea how she had ended up there, and if he wished, he would get rid of her immediately. The stranger said there was no need to prove anything, even if she remembered something, so she should not take any action. They did not need any unnecessary excitement right now. They gave so much, used his power, The hero thought it was a relief. His interlocutor continued to speak. In any case, the position of the First Order was open again. Therefore, he would soon be brought to the former leaders. Roger thought that meant he would see all the First Orders very soon, but he didn't even know where they usually gathered. The Zero Order said that they hadn't met in a long time and asked if he still had the thing he had given him last time. The man understood from the context that it was something important for the meeting, some kind of key, and how risky it would be for him to act. In the end, he said that he should apologize for that too, and his interlocutor asked what he meant. The hero noted that he must remember that he had been recruited on the train here. He, in turn, had been subjected to a terrorist attack, and to his deep shame, he had lost some of his luggage in the melee. His interlocutor did not respond to this, and soon an awkward silence hung between them. Then he held out a small item and said that there was nothing to be done, so he should keep it. And soon, they would meet again at the destination, after which his companion abruptly disappeared. Machiavelli thought that he had gotten away with it and had handled the situation skillfully when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman. It was Elizabeth, who asked what he was doing here and whether he had at least received first aid. The hero said he was just following her and that his head was spinning, so he sat down. The rector noticed that if he wasn't feeling well, he should seek help as soon as possible. She would help him get there, so he should get up. Roger said that everything was fine and that he could walk on his own. But the moment he got up, he felt dizzy again. A few moments after the incident, the man lost consciousness completely. Soon, Elizabeth said that she was very frightened when he fainted and asked if he was feeling better. The man replied that everything was fine now. His companion remarked that it was hard to believe that Professor Charlie had really planned all this and involved the students in the situation. Roger said that everything was true. Even the incident at the banquet happened because of this man, and Joanna loved it. The girl asked if he remembered the incident with the lying stone, and the hero replied that of course he remembered. The rector noted that it seemed that these two were somehow connected to the intruders who were trying to get the stone, and her interlocutor asked where she got that idea. Elizabeth asked what Professor Charlie said when he set Theon on fire, and the man replied that he said it was all for the good of the Black Dawn. The rector noted that this was how they found out that those who were hunting for the Almighty Stone were also connected to the Black Dawn, so those people had already taken root in the academy. Machiavelli said that then they needed to do everything in their power to find and interrogate them. The girl said there was no need, that the two of them were finally safe, so that was enough. Despite all these crimes, no one has been hurt yet, so she's glad about that. Now it's time for her to run, so she asks him to take care of himself, and he wishes her the same. He then quickly glanced around, assessing the situation in the room. When the rector left, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that it seemed they did not suspect him. Although he does not think that she completely trusts him, she needs them as leaders, so she will not take action, even if she suspects something. He and Professor Selena were on good terms, and he needed to check the hidden items because he still had hope, especially worrying about the fact that he had given him the Zero Order and that amber stone that fell out after Quasimodo's death. The stone itself is in place, but so is the box from the Zero Order. The hero immediately picked it up, opened it, and saw that there was a ring inside. When he looked at it more closely, he realized that there was a magical seal inside, and it was designed in such a way that the magic was activated when worn. Judging by the structure of the seal, it was a kind of dream magic that transferred the wearer's knowledge into the reality of dreams, which generally designated dreams as a meeting place. Although it has been quite a long time, after Quasimodo's death, the first 6 orders remain, excluding his 5, and one of them is Victor Dreadpool. If everything goes smoothly, he knows who the others are at the upcoming meeting. Elizabeth said she was glad to meet Rachel Salma, who not only kept the holiday spirit alive, but also helped identify suspicious individuals in Theona. The woman called her to express her gratitude and to hear her version of yesterday's events. She, in turn, thought it best to double-check everything else. The detective replied that she would be happy to help her in any way she could, but she had a small request. The woman said that she'd not been able to find out anything about the fire, and her interlocutor replied that this was true, as nothing could be seen because of the blazing fire. At the same time, she thought that her testimony did not seem suspicious. She followed a strange group of people who mentioned a secret organization, and they led her to the scene of the incident. As soon as the wall of fire dissipated, there were only 2 professors there, and the one who had revealed her to them turned out to be one of Professor Roger's students. The woman did not see any discrepancy with the professor's testimony. On the contrary, his condition spoke for itself, but she felt that she was missing something. Then she noticed that there was the man the professor had mentioned, but who was he? The dean looked at her in surprise and said that he was a retired professor, but what was troubling her? The girl thought that she knew it just like that. She wouldn't tell her anything, even though she herself doubted his suspiciousness. So she said it was nothing. He just interested her a little, and her interlocutor laughed and remarked that he was an interesting person. It seemed that they would have to trust Professor Roger's testimony, as he was the only witness to those events. The detective noted that this was probably the case. Elizabeth thanked her for her cooperation and asked what her request was. Rachel replied that she would like to personally question the people who had been in contact with the secret organization from the previous intrigue in Theona, since she herself was hunting them down. The main character heard some strange voices coming from behind the screen, so he opened the curtain and told the guys that they were doing a good job because they had come to visit their loved ones. He asked them to try not to disturb those around them, because they also needed to rest. The students apologized and said they were leaving. The man told Professor Selena that she should be firmer and not oblige every student to listen to her, and she apologized for the inconvenience. It seems that she causes him nothing but trouble, because he ended up here only because of her. Roger said that it was his personal choice, so there was no need to worry too much right now. Flora entered the room and said that she had heard that the professor had been injured. She wondered if he was in pain anywhere. Her conversation was interrupted by Adrian, who ran in and asked the man how he was doing here. Leo told him not to shout, because it wasn't allowed here, and the boy apologized, but Flora wondered who this was. Renee also entered and said that the other kids were here too. Selena greeted her and asked if she had also come to visit someone. The girl said yes and asked how she was feeling. The woman said she was fine and asked them all to come closer. Roger thought it was noisy here, but that was for the best. It seemed that he had not been an understanding professor all this time for nothing. Suddenly, he noticed someone he didn't expect to see there. Flora said it was Freddie Wohlberg, and Leo asked what he was doing there. Adriana told her friend to look, because he really had come alone, and her friend noted that he had said he wanted to go with them. The guy turned to Professor Roger and said they hadn't seen each other recently. The girls who had been talking about him shortly before were surprised. Soon everyone left, and the princess said she was very glad that everything was fine with them. Renee agreed, and asked where Freddie had gone. Her friend replied that he had said he was leaving, but not to worry about him. Before that, Roger asked how long it had been since they had seen each other, because they understood what he was talking about, since he believed it was his first conversation with them. The guy said that everything was clear to him, and that he seemed to have made a mistake.
Recalling this, the princess said that she did not understand what he was thinking at all, because he was talking nonsense, and then saying that he was mistaken.
No one can know what's going on in the mind of a lone wolf, but suddenly the guy turned around, and the girl said that they must be attending the same lectures. Adrian noticed that everything was correct. He would like to ask her as an elder, but it was a little difficult for him to approach her. The girl was glad that he was finally recognized. She beamed with happiness, and said that she was so polite, and that he could call her little sister if he wanted to. Tracy wondered if they were too close now. Flora thought that because of this annoying student, she couldn't finish what she had to say that time, and then the crowd around her didn't let her get a word in. By the way, it's unclear why Freddie behaved that way with the professor. Saying that he hadn't seen someone he was talking to for the first time in a long time is a little strange. Wasn't he one of those people who never visited acquaintances in the hospital? The guy saw Roger and said, "So that's where he is." The man asked if he was following him, and if there was some business to discuss, but he had nothing to say to this guy personally, so he told him to go away. The student said that at first, he thought he had imagined it when he first met him. He was referring to the time he gave Renee a book on attributeless magic, a book that could only belong to one person who possessed that very attributeless magic. That person had died, and he could only pass his book on to him. Wasn't it too brazen to show up here after everything that had happened? And it was unclear what he had in mind. Roger smiled, and realized that he should have hidden his face better back then. Although, who would have thought that he would remember so much? And that was his mistake. It had been a long time since he had seen the Fulberg puppy. Back then, he was just an ordinary child, but now he looked like a real aristocrat, so he had really grown up well.
I wonder how many years have passed.
10 or 12. The guy said enough of his useless chatter. Let him lay out what he had in mind.